Ladies and gentlemen, it has been nearly a decade since MLG has been here over in Vegas. Welcome everyone to the Bravo station here for the MLG Vegas 100K for Call of Duty, of course. It's going to be myself, Landon Sanders, joined by Mr. Dirk. Dirk, how you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Ready to get the action underway. It's going to be a great weekend of Call of Duty. We also have Overwatch going on, too, as something to note. So it's a very big event. There's lots of people here. There's going to be lots of sound going on in the background as well. But obviously, we're focused on Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Game's been playing good so far. Obviously, little tweaks here and there made the game a lot better, made Hardpoint a lot better from what I've seen and from the players. So that was one of the biggest things. Infinity Ward has done an excellent job thus far of just supporting us. I mean, just listening, taking in pro players and stuff like that. Obviously, one of the big things is the weapon draft. We were going to try implementing with that, but we just kind of decided, hey, let's ditch that. But we still do have the rig draft in play, too, so we're going to see that. I actually haven't seen that in play yet. I've seen, like, little glimpses of it, so I'm going to be, I heard just, like, sort of like a rapid-fire thing, just everybody kind of picks, and then we just kind of go from there as well. But anyway, we're going to jump in right to the pools now, Landon. We're going to be starting off with Pool A. Go ahead and list those teams off for the people.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be Team Envious, FaZe Clan, and Gosu Crew. Now, for those who don't really know, Gosu Crew, team who ended up qualifying through the Vegas qualifiers through online play. Kind of an unknown team to a lot of players in the community or a lot of fans as well. Really talented squad. Two of them, Arcees and Pristini, ended up doing pretty well, and actually previous champs over in Apotheon. But you do have two titans in Call of Duty, both Envious and FaZe Clan. A lot of people's opinions are FaZe Clan, without question, one of the best teams that we have in the game right now. And Envious, obviously, Call of Duty Championships winners back in Black Ops 3, not even maybe a few months ago. Definitely a very interesting group, and I think that Envious versus FaZe Clan match especially should be a fantastic one.
I think that's just something, the Ghoster Crew, going back to that point, I mean, it's not a lot of people probably looked at that and they're like, who are these guys, sort of things. I mean, but you kind of see, like, when I think of it, Pristine, Arcees kind of stick out the most in terms of playing with pros and UMG wagers, stuff like that. So, but anyway, we're going to be jumping into Pool B next, and that's the one that we're actually going to be broadcasting here. And then that's going to be Rise, Optic Gaming, and Team Revenge.
Absolutely. Of course, a very interesting group to kind of be witnessing. And, of course, we're going to be actually having our first matchup being taken place from Pool B, going obviously between Rise Nation and Team Revenge. Very interesting matchup to kind of see how this one works. Of course, a lot of people know former Rise Nation players, obviously including Facento, as well as Aqua, used to be on Team Revenge. That was the team who back at Advanced Warfare Call of Duty Championships ended up being runners-up at that particular tournament. So that should be really interesting to kind of see how that one works out. Of course, that is going to be our first game as well. So we'll see how that kind of ends up playing out. I believe we'll be getting ready to hop into our first game, and everything will be good to go. But, one thing I want to point out between this Rise Nation Team Revenge matchup is going to be the play as far as the hardpoint is considered, because both of these teams are pretty decent when it comes down to hardpoint. I think in general, when it comes down to S&D, that's going to be a very important point to kind of be witnessing and be kind of looking at, because both these teams are very decent when it comes down to the S&D gameplay.
Oh, yeah, they definitely are. So we're just trying to get things figured out right now, and then we'll be hopping into this game. Like you said, it's going to be Rise and Revenge that's going to be going up first. We'll be getting this started shortly, and this should be a good one. I mean, like you said, you brought up Revenge, the team that had to fight through the Vegas qualifiers. I mean, lots of teams going through there as well. Revenge, kind of one that you might have expected, but also at the same time might not have expected. Obviously, you have a couple of veterans, if you want to call them on the team, with Killa and Miracles. Probably the two players that stick out most, like the duo who's been around for so long as well.
Right.
And then Mox, he's sort of that guy who, Black Ops 3, Cloud9 Eclipse, you didn't get to see much of them because they were just kind of fighting through the open bracket. They didn't get much stream love, didn't get to see much of them. But he's kind of like the dad of the crew. He keeps these guys together. But anyway, like we said, we're hopping right into the rig draft right now. Rise Nation going up against Revenge.
Should be interesting to see. Of course, one of our first looks at rig draft. For those who might be watching the stream, this could be your first time, and it might be even ours as well. So we're going to be taking a look at how the new rig draft looks in this game. Of course, Rise Nation on your left, Revenge on your right. Seems that Rise Nation, Looney going to be rocking with that reactive armor. For Sense going with Rewind. Fellow going with active camo, and Aqua going with Overdrive. The side of Revenge looks like Mox going with Overdrive, Wheats with the reactive armor, Miracles with the Rewind, and Killa with active camo. So nothing really too out of the ordinary. According to my notes, it's exactly what they're used to rocking. So it should be pretty standard gameplay as far as the rigs are concerned for this first game, Dirk.
Yeah, I mean, just basically what you can tell from the rig draft from this game, it's sort of in Black Ops 3, we had a big three. In this one, we have the same big three. You're always going to see the active camo, rewind, and reactive armor. Always going to be taken. The last one's sort of a toss-up. Now, I'm a big fan of going with the Striker and then using the Centaurion. I feel like it's a very, very OBJ-esque type thing to use, and I've seen some teams who kind of have like these designated roles bring that out, but if you're either going to see that or you're going to see the Warfighter with the overdrive or the claw as well. Obviously the claw is going to take a lot longer to get than the overdrive.
That's like the major problem with it. Like, I know Clayster from FaZe is a big person who likes to use that claw, and it's, you know, high risk, high reward, because if you're starting a Holden Hill, I mean, claw is perfect to use in certain situations, but so much similar to how the abilities work as well. It takes a lot longer to earn. Granted, you might get more kills with it, but it's kind of like a percentage, you know, type of basis what you're going to be going off for it. So
yeah, so that's just one of the things. I mean, overdrive can be very beneficial in this one as well, especially getting into those gunfights. It's kind of bobbing and weaving back and forth. And then just kind of looking at the traits, everything just kind of staying the same. You're going to see propulsion used on the rewind. It's something that brings up a little bit of controversy between players. So if we're going to see that in use, basically what that's going to do.
Spider-Man.
Basically, you're just going to be flying through the sky. It's going to be very hard to take down those players if they do get up high enough. And then the shockwave is going to be used as well. Basically, just going to be able to get a big melee down on a player.
You pull a Tim Tebow. You just go like,
yeah,
your arms against
it's like a miniature Call of Duty Hulk smash. But like we said, we are hopping straight into this game. We're going to jump on board with the side of Rise to start off this one. Like we did bring up too, the weapon draft going to be out of the game. So you're just going to see a lot of the regular. You're going to see the OSAs and the K-bars, and occasionally you're going to be seeing maybe an MV4 be brought out depending on a certain hill.
Absolutely. So of course, for those who don't know, I'm going to go over the maps really quickly. We'll be having Hardpoint Breakout, S&D on Retaliation, Uplink on Frost, Hardpoint on Throwback, and if it goes all the way to Game 5, which I hope that is possible, it will be S&D on some scores. So without further ado, it's time to hop into the game. Obviously, Rise Nation going up against Team Revenge. It should be a fantastic match to watch here.
Yeah, it definitely should. So we're going to start on board with Aqua, and like we said, bringing out this MV4 right here is just going to try to get this top control, but Mox is going to be able to win that gunfight. Now it's all going to go down. This hill did change with the most recent update, so instead of being inside the hut, it's actually going to be on top, but still, the main strategy of this hill stays the same. You can kind of control both sides. Personally, in my opinion, I like the teams control the security side and make them try to get that spawn trap going on the stairs. I think it is very, very effective, but then that comes with a cost as well, just trying to rotate in time to make that happen. Hill currently going in favor of this Revenge side right now. We're going on board with Wheats.
Indeed we are. Of course, Wheats coming from the opposite side. It seems that right now Revenge are going to have the more preferred side when it comes down to things. Rotation getting ready to come into cell block momentarily. While this hill is kind of a contest fight for the most part, that next hill has to be on your main focus. Of course, Killa coming from stairs or Spiral. Be watching and making sure that there is no flank coming from Rocks. He is going to get met in the gunfight. He ends up, I believe, losing that one, so that should be kind of interesting to see how that does play out. Aqua has managed to get into a secure position. He needs to stay up, because if he can, this could be a lot of points for Rise Nation. He's able to make it happen, but he drops from behind as Revenge start to pile on the points here. Yeah,
that was a big trade there. Now, what you're going to see is Mox go inside the hill. Now, this is one of the hills where having an MV4 player watching that shower area can very much benefit you if you have control of the spawns. But right now, what you're going to see is Mox just use a lot of these wall runs, just trying to stay alive. That's all he needs to do while his teammates try to come around. He's going to be pushing through with the pistol, going to be able to pick up the kill there on Aqua. Now that completely breaks the setup from Rise Nation. They are able to get in. The crew comes in from Revenge, takes over the hill. They're going to have control of the spawns as well. 25 seconds still to go on this hill. Look for one more push from Rise before they decide to rotate to ditch.
And we'll see how they can potentially make this one happen. They're going to need a little bit of a push coming in, but not going to happen there as Mox shuts down one. Aqua and Felony actually doing some damage, so 3 go down for the side of Revenge, as it seems that the last few seconds are going to be awarded to the Rise Nation side. So, of course, a very, very close game here off the start, only being separated by a few points. And, of course, rotations getting ready to come in here, potentially over toward Graves, really whatever you want to call it, but that rock positioning going to be very, very big, as Aqua was able to win the gunfight over on Killa. And actually, again, Rise Nation rotate. They get last few seconds of the previous hill, and they're also here for the rotation. That is big points that are being awarded. A major mistake on the side of Revenge.
Yeah, one thing here from Rise is you kind of have to make a decision. Do you just want to keep fighting from the side that you're on, or do you want to push through and push out both sides and make them spawn out in showers? That's a more beneficial thing to do. Obviously, controlling this cave side is going to benefit you as you rotate to the next hill, but it looks like they're perfectly comfortable with this, and it's paying off. 64 and 30 to 39. Score rising currently for Rise Nation. The break is finally going to come in. Like we said, Mox, the young gun, 10 and 3 right now, currently on a 3-kill streak, trying to work his way towards that Trinity Rocket.
And one thing that I really like about Mox is you said he's obviously leading the entire lobby right now, 10 and 4. Probably the only reason my Team Revenge is as close in this game as they currently are is rotations. Wheats is already kind of keeping that in mind over toward commentary. But one thing I really like about Mox is it seems like the young guns don't really, or amateurs in the scene don't really know too much about communication. They have the gun skill, but when the communication, it kind of lacks. One thing I really like about Mox is how willing he is to communicate. He's a very vocal guy, and he's on a group of veterans. That's not always an easy thing. I think he's doing a really great job with the roster that he's on, because he realizes, you know what, I'm not the star player maybe as far as maybe gun skill at times, but he realizes I'm around a group of veterans, I'm going to communicate and do my job, and that's exactly what he does a lot of the time. And obviously, he seems to be the leading Slayer as the time as this game actually does go on here, Looney watching over in commissary ends up dropping. It seems that Team Revenge, Mox actually going to be holding it down in the hill right now as it gets closer and closer to that overdrive with the MV4 in hand.
And I think it's just one of the very, very underrated things is putting an MV4 player inside the hill and just kind of letting them pick those players off that are trying to attack inside, then having your Slayers outside there with their OSAs and those K-bars just stopping them. But now this is where the MV4 can be at a big disadvantage. You're being pushed in a 1 versus 2. It's going to be hard to win this one. Obviously, you see he does get traded out right there as well. And Rise going to be able to pick up the scrap time from this one. Revenge currently on the favorite side. Look for Mox to get up here and get this laundry control.
So it looks like after the first half, it will be a little bit of a lead for Rise Nation. I say a little bit, of course, pretty decent lead when it comes down to it, nearly about 40 seconds, basically an entire hill. But when we know about Breakout, your rotation's on point, you can absolutely take over a game, as Looney seems to be going on a little bit of a spree here. I didn't even realize 15-8 as he's taken over the lobby as far as kills are concerned. And that was one thing that we were interested to see with Rise Nation. Of course, like I said, previous players who played for the Team Revenge organization end up actually being runners-up at Con Champs back in AW, as far as obviously Facento and Aqua are concerned. But one thing I really like about what the addition of Looney brings, he is a great communicator. And that's one thing that I've seen with the new LG team, which obviously, you know, ended up kind of changing, being a roster swap there, was that LG even realized whenever they formed the roster, they're like, we don't really have that great communication. Like, Looney is that guy who was kind of constantly letting out comms, you know, keeping us calm and kind of being the major team captain that he needs to be. And I think that was kind of what Rise Nation needed. You know, they end up losing Nagafen, they pick up Looney in return. I think it was honestly a good trade for them, not choosing one player over the other, but for what they were able to gain as far as communication and a good, stable person, I think Looney fills that role almost perfectly for them. Yep,
you basically hit it all on the head right here, but now you're going to see the final scrap time going to Team Revenge. Rise already going to be on this early rotation to this Prison Hill, but now you see the push coming in. It's going to be Aqua spawning all the way out. He might be able to pick off a few players here trying to hit the wall, and he's going to find one. That is going to be Killa, but the player you need to watch right now is going to be Miracle. He's going to be coming through the backside with it. Osa not going to be able to pick up that kill on Facento, and that could have been huge for him. But Facento coming out on top there, and he's going to have his rig ready.
Indeed he is. Of course, like you mentioned, rig's going to be very important when it comes down to the current point in the game. Looks like Facento, the only one who's earned it currently. Looney getting pretty close, and it looks like Mox and Miracles on the other side very close to theirs as well. So kill control currently going to the side of Rise Nation as Revenge desperately need to get some points here soon, as it seems that the rotations are not at all going to be in the favor of Revenge. If you look at the minimap in your left corner, you can clearly see they're just, you know what, they're just going to give this one up. It's like, we got to focus on Rocks, we got to focus over on this next Graves Hill. And honestly, based on how they hold this one, this could be what defines whoever wins game number one. Despite the fact that, you know, Revenge has quickly fallen behind, and as Wheats is, you know, gathering up kills here and there, he's got to realize the rotations are going to be coming from the opposite side. So with that in mind, Revenge, this could be kind of in some ways game one, or a win or a loss, because they've got to hold this one down. They've got to get a full 60.
Yeah, it definitely has, and they're kind of going with that strategy, pushing out of both sides, but it's not going to be working. And the players from Rise are going to be flooding in, picking up all these crucial kills, and just like that, they're going to have a break. So let's see what they're going to be going with here. You're just going to have Facento laying down the hill, trying to pick somebody off. He does have that rewind if he does opt to use it as well. Aqua getting near to those payloads as well. So this is what you're going to see in the game. A lot of these circles are going to start glowing gold. That's when you're going to start to see a lot of these come out. But right now, Rise is just doing everything perfect by the book. These past 3 hills that they have played on, they've been able to dominate. They've been able to rotate early. They've been able to win those crucial gunfights to control the spawns throughout this entire game. Right now, you're going to see Facento hit the rewind, and just like that, 210 to 93, trying to put Revenge in the 100-point club.
And streaks are earned as well. And I believe in that rotation, I think it was actually Mox who ended up using his overdrive just to rotate over into Rocks, and he ended up dropping a few seconds after that. So Riggs not necessarily being used in the way that you'd like them to, kind of in defensive manners, but nothing really going the way of the side of TR. I don't want to say it's chalked up yet, but of course the rotation's coming in there for Miracles. Tosses out a nade. Killa trying to be on the rotation as Miracles is kind of all by himself toward this right side. He doesn't even realize that they're coming from this way. Showers control comes, and it looks like Rise Nation has taken over this hill for the time being. Of course, currently contested as Wheats is trying to get his way in. Hornet being brought out. Kills going on left and right, but it will be Revenge who finally is able to win a team fight. We'll see if they can get any points to add on to it, though.
And it looks scary for them, too, because they got those other rotations. We thought they got the spawns, but then you saw Killa spawn all the way out, and then he was just able to communicate that, hey, I spawned all the way out here. There got to be somewhere. Was able to pick up 2 that pushed on the showers as well, but Revenge getting some good time on this, and they definitely need it. 20 seconds before we rotate all the way back to this middle hill, and it's going to be scrappy. But right now, Rise, they can go ahead, pick up all this scrap time if they want to. It's going to keep getting them nearer and nearer to winning this game, and just an all-around good performance for everybody so far. All all the players doing their part. Vicento just are currently on a 3-kill streak, but did just get taken out as well. So let's see, the player to watch is going to be Aqua. He's going to be getting very sneaky right here. I wouldn't be surprised if he checks the security room to try to take out that player.
That timing.
It's going to be Mox trying to control that. I mean, it's just a power position, right? You can easily read it. When you go up there time and time again, you don't check your back, that's going to happen to you.
Yeah, and you got to kind of point out as this game slowly but surely does come to an end, you got to be kind of looking at the scoreboard as well. I mean, I believe Killa currently, I believe, 13 and 22. Miracle's at 14 and 22 as well. So 44 deaths combined between them. It's got to imagine that's where a major part of this game was kind of let down for the side of Revenge. It wasn't that it was a rotation battle that they lost. It was that they were getting the rotations down. Just the gunfights weren't there. And this is kind of a scary thing for the side of TR because this is not Rise Nation's best game mode. They're a decent hardpoint team, but if we know anything about the history of this roster, it's that they are an S&D team. They know uplink strategies very well. Hardpoint, this isn't their specialty. So TR
positions, you got to get him to just tag those players up who are pushing the hill, so it's just easy pickings for the ones who are playing out and around and slaying. But Rise Nation coming out we saw them at PlayStation X as well, placing 3rd, 4th. I mean, it was sort of one of those things going into that event. We were just kind of wondering how they would play. But now coming into this one, they look very, very strong. I mean, just everything that they did was just right down to a T. The rotations were there. They were winning these crucial gunfights. If they didn't rotate, they were able to get these coordinated pushes, utilizing their pinches and everything like that too. So that was another big thing to take away from that.
For sure. And I think what we got to focus on, of course, when it comes down to the next map, which is going to be on Retaliation, I believe, for some Search and Destroy, is that the first map really kind of the tournament, rather. It's not just a series, but the first map of your entire tournament kind of dictates a lot from what I've heard pro players talk about and say it's very important that we do well. Like, if we, kind of come out at a little bit of a slow start, it kind of ruins our mojo for the entire event, kind of ruins our mojo for the first series. And when it comes down to these group play matches, man, these are not easy matches. I mean, we have the largest open bracket of all time at an MLG event. I think the largest match that we've ever had as far as the Call of Duty esports is concerned ever. And so some of these open bracket teams are coming out of here. You're going to be adding another team into this. If you go down 0-1 in your pool, it's going to be really rough for you. So I think that when it comes down to Team Revenge, they've got to make sure their Search and Destroy is on point for this game number 2. Retaliation, it can kind of go in their favor. If you hold certain positions on defense, you play your picks right, you can obviously come out with the victory, but they've got to be very, very, very aware of that because going down 2-0 to a Revenge when you got an uplink up next, it's not going to be an easy feat to say the least. So I believe, as I take a look at my notes just for a moment, I believe we've got some matches obviously going on over on the Alpha side as well as over here on the Bravo side as well. For those who are just joining us, Rise Nation ended up taking out Revenge and game number 1 hardpoint over on Breakout, 250 to 123. As it currently obviously is Rise Nation up 1-0 versus the side of Revenge. So you guys can see that on your screen right now, up 1-0. S&D on Retaliation will be game number 2, uplink on Frost, game number 3, Hardpoint and Throwback, game number 4, and S&D on Scorch for game number 5. It does come down to that. That should be obviously a very important one for the side of Revenge, especially due to the fact of who is in their group and what's kind of going on at the time. So with that in mind, I believe we should be getting ready to get into this game very shortly. I believe just making sure that everything's good as far as the communication with the players are and everything. So we should be good to go, I believe, here very shortly. But Dirk, what's your opinions on SD on Retaliation? Who do you think is going to have this one?
It's going to be tough because you talked about how crucial winning your first thing of the tournament is. That's going to be one of the biggest things. So that we know the characters that they have on Team Revenge in terms of like Killa, his kind of attitude, and can maybe get demoralized at times. So I think that's going to be one of the biggest things. He gets very frustrated with it. So we're actually going to be restarting this game. We're going to be jumping into, I believe, maybe a map change. I'm not entirely sure what is going on with it. But I mean, just kind of going back to that point, it's just the first map can dictate so much and can control so much momentum going into it. So we're just going to see the rig draft. Like we said, we might just get a restart going into the game right now, just trying to get stuff figured out with the referee and between all the players as well. But yeah, so
apologies. We're making sure the game's going to be going well. We're just getting out a little bit of itches here and there, making sure everything's good to go. I apologize for the little bit of a delay. It seems the players are having a little bit of communication error, so we're trying to make sure that all those things are ironed out before we get into the rest of the series. But I got to say, the venue so far has looked incredible. I was walking, there's like this little area when you walk into the venue. I apologize, I'm kind of like making everyone really, really mad or angry who's watching this right now, who isn't here live in the arena. But when you first walk in, there's like a bunch of lights that are kind of firing at you. It almost looks like a red carpet when you're walking into the venue, Turk.
It blinds you.
It really does. That's a good point, too.
I mean, you look down at the end and you see the end game, you see everything like that, and you're like, oh, there's hope. And then all of a sudden these lights just come out of nowhere and completely blind you. It looks awesome.
It does.
By
It
the
looks
way,
pretty incredible. I gotta admit, I'm a big Overwatch fan, as well as Infinite Warfare, obviously, and Call of Duty. Overwatch stage looks pretty sick as well. It's not as big as the Call of Duty one, but it looks insane. I'm really excited to see a few of the matches for Overwatch, as well as for Call of Duty as well. But those who are obviously tuning in, you can obviously tune into youtube.com/MLG and obviously over here on MLG.tv here as well for both of the broadcast Alpha and Bravo. As I believe we're going to reset the game for Retaliation, and we'll get a little bit of a word from our broadcast team as far as what's going to be taking place and what's kind of going on with the players.
Yeah, it's just, I think, just a little bit of miscommunication. We might have started it too early just to let the players get everything going. So once we get the heads up, we'll get this game started. We'll get everything loaded in. It will get all looking pretty for you in Search and Destroy Retaliation. But like you brought up to me, just kind of bring it up, like who do we take in this one? I think we got to take Rise in it.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been, you look at the side of.
You're not going to go with the best S&D player in the world?
No.
Okay.
None at all.
I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of playing devil's advocate. Like, oh, you're not.
No.
No.
I think I always just bring up. I mean, Killa's a great guy. He's a great player too. But it's just losing that one game can get him very, very demoralized. Seen it in screen. So that's where, like we said, it's going to be up to Mox to try to gather the team now. He's the one who, you watch the scrims or anything like that, he stays positive. He's the one who, Killa, Miracles, any of them, they'll all be arguing. Mox is like, hey guys, let's go ahead, jump into this next game.
That's kind of a weird thing, because you'd think that veterans at a time are the ones who are going to be kind of composing him, making sure that he's good as far as when matches are concerned. That's a very interesting role. That's a lot of responsibility put on a rookie, or not really a rookie, but a rookie from Black Ops 3 now being put on this team to kind of hold as your role essentially.
It's just funny because you watch Mox's stream or something like that, and they're just going at it, and you just see Mox just chilling there. So,
yep.
Hey guys, let's just jump into this next game. It's gonna be fine.
Let's just focus up, guys. Just a map.
That's like all it is, and then you just say, whatever.
Yeah.
And then the game
Turn
just
off
starts.
the stream, like we need to communicate a little bit more or something like that. But yeah.
So, like you said, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like the opposite. But like I said, it's just I've never seen him lose full before.
Mox,
which
yeah.
I don't think I'll ever see it. And if I do, then that's how I kind of know. It's like, okay, I don't know how much faith I have in Revenge, but just after losing that first map and the way they did as well, you're going to need some step-up performance. I mean, but if there's anything that Revenge is going to be able to do with Killa, and
right.
Search and Destroy probably being one of his stronger game types, this is going to be the chance to try to turn things around.
So I got to ask you, coming into Retaliation S&D, what players are you going to be looking at for either side when it comes down to it?
I think just from Revenge, the Killa, like you said, best S&D player in the world.
Yep.
To some.
Holds that title.
But then from the side of Revenge, I'm just going to be curious to see how Looney plays. I think that's going to be one of the things. I don't really have big reasoning for it. I'm just going to be those are like my two players to kind of highlight. I feel like Looney is just kind of playing. He has to prove a lot, right, with the whole situation that went down. So I feel like he has a lot coming into this to try to prove some people
I'm curious
wrong.
To see if some of these roster changes matchups come into play. Like you think of like a matchup between Rise Nation and LG. You think of some of the the major roster changes that end up happening. You think of maybe even LG versus EG. Obviously Nameless being dropped from that organization. Study as well. There's a lot of interesting matchups that could potentially happen. One thing that I'm really looking forward to, not to go off of the matchup that we're in, but there's a lot of games that are going to be going on this weekend, is FaZe potentially versus Orbit. Now we know how that went down at PSX. There was some stuff that happened, but obviously FaZe ended up making a miraculous comeback in Hardpoint Game 4 and ended up taking the event. Of course, different event, a lot of different things going on, but I'm very interested to see some of the rivalries that are going to be going on. I think later we'll be having Echo Fox versus TK. Neslo obviously representing Echo Fox. There could be a little bit of hostility between the two.
The Call of Duty community wanted storylines. They have a little bit of storylines that kind of go off with it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's some. I think one of the biggest things, like when I kind of sit there and think of storylines, I think of Spacely with the whole LG situation.
That's
where,
true too.
where
there's a lot, man.
Saints completely picked up that Rise Nation squad. Then it was going to be Nameless, Study, and Spacely, and all of a sudden Spacely's like, okay, I'm not teaming with Nameless and Study now. This is news to me. I've seen him beef on Twitter a little bit about it as well.
Absolutely.
I mean,
him and Study going back at each other.
It might have just been like a little heat of the moment thing. Obviously, I know they're pretty good friends, but just it's like that sort of thing. You get to a point where you get so angry, you start to see those true little colors start to show. So that's one of the things. It's just this open bracket, obviously the biggest that we've seen in event history. We have so many. We have European powerhouses here. We have some great players like up and coming, trying to fight through the rankings as well. So we're going to be hopping into this one. I believe That was my fault. I thought we were swapping the team names around, but apparently the players jumped onto different sides, so don't get too confused with it.
Yeah, we should be good. Of course, trying to iron out a few things over on the Bravo stage, but everything should be good moving forward. So that in mind, of course, Revenge currently going to be technically Rise Nation, and obviously Rise Nation technically going to be Revenge. We'll be kind of reminding you guys that throughout the game. And it might be a little bit of an awkward one because obviously two players who used to be on Revenge, but we'll see how that kind of works out. So we will be hopping on board with the Rise Nation side off the break, as they will be on offense and making a B hit, it looks, here off the break. Not anything uncommon, but it seems the defense is not going to be aware of a normal push off the break, as it seems that Felony currently watching through hallways and lobby, and Looney still with that bomb in hand. His first blood goes down. Aqua getting that one over on Weeds.
You're going to see the MV4 used a lot more in Search and Destroy. You're going to in Respawn too. It's just such a precise weapon. The bomb is finally going to go down. Two players have dropped from the side of Revenge. We're going to hop on board with Mox right now. He's going to have the MV4, and he's going to have a Hornet in the back pocket. Going to get into an engagement here. It's a big gunfight against Aqua. Now he's left alive in a 1 versus 3 situation. See what's going to be able to do. He's going to see one player find through there. He's going to be able to find one, but then the pinch is going to come in. Then it's going to be Rise Nation taking round number 1.
That was a really weird push that we saw from Revenge, because they completely stacked the opposite side, which, at least when I've been able to witness in team scrims, it's like maybe one time, if not ever, that you're going to see anyone push toward the opposite bomb site. They just went down, had a free plant, came through Cat. They almost looked kind of astonished that the site was open. They were very particular about being very close to it. So kind of interesting to see. Early strats from Revenge not really working out, as it will be Rise Nation technically up 1-0. Offensive switch, as it seems, as I will be looking at Looney here off the start.
Yeah, we definitely will. So we're going to be jumping right into this, and Aqua going to be able to get the grenade kill there on Killa. So Mox is going to be the bomb carrier. So he's going to be able to do. Going to spot one on construction. Going to be taken out. Let's hop over to Weeds. Weeds trying to tag a player up with a K-bar from range. Not going to be able to make it happen. Being tagged up once again. Now the players from this Rise Nation team just going to come in and swarm. He's going to be able to take out one. Going to be one pushing in from the lobby. The pinch looks like it's about to come in from the side of Revenge, and it is going to Rise. Going to take another round and go up 2-0 in the Search and Destroy.
Man, Revenge is looking so frantic. They just don't look like they know what they're doing right now. I mean, Rise is completely picking them apart. Aqua gets a double, or he gets first blood, round 1, round 2, exactly the same thing happens, and it seems that Revenge, don't really know how to come back from this. And honestly, if you're going to go down 3-0 in game number 2, where you completely got destroyed in the first map, 250 to 123, I don't want to say that it's over before it even starts, but Revenge, you've got to get something going.
Yeah, you definitely do. So let's see what they're going to do here, working the same bomb site. Now, something to keep in mind, this Rise Nation team was a very, very good Search and Destroy team to start off Infinite Warfare. They were the ones winning all these tournaments. They grinded the living hell out of Search and Destroy, so this is nothing short of what we should expect from them. Kill's going to be traded right here. Merc takes out Fellow. Then Facento going to be able to pick up Killa. More kills going down, now left in a 2v2 situation. It's going to be Looney and Aqua going up against Mox and Miracles. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. You see on the minimap, both players from each team just pairing up, trying to make something happen. Merc and Mox going to decide to just back up, just try to see what's going to happen, but the rotation is going to be coming in from these Rise players, and this can kind of bite you in the butt if they don't expect this one, but the bomb should be able to go down. And something to keep in mind too, Looney is going to be the guy carrying the bomb, has the Scarab, going to be working towards that reactive armor as well. Bomb is going to go down, and like we talk about all the time, Call of Duty timing, the players from this Revenge squad on one side of the map.
They completely circled each other, as it seems. Of course, for those who don't know, A-side actually recently in an update was changed up a little bit, went from curb back toward back street, so back street's back, it seems. But Mox looking through middle, potentially only a few seconds kind of to work with for that bomb to go down, but nice shots there over on Aqua. Now it will be Looney left in a 1 versus 2. Bomb potentially going to be diffused at the time, and I'm not sure Looney he's even aware right now. Rocks the OSA, gets the first shot, but he needs to try and stay alive. He sees the player over on that side, but it seems that they'll pick up the kills, and they will be able to get a defuse, so a much-needed round for the side of Revenge, as they're going to get the defuse, and Mox will be even closer to that overdrive.
And the big thing, too, they took out Looney, who obviously, like we were saying, was working towards those streaks, has the Scarab for sure. I'm not sure if he has the Trinity Rockets that are going to be ready. Yes, Revenge are going to be able to get the round on the board. It's going to be Miracles in your final kill cam. Looked here for a second, the OSA's kick might have gotten to him, but he was able to finish it off. It would have been very, very bad, but nonetheless, if he were to get killed, it would have been instantly traded out by Mox. So
if not, that would have been pretty crazy. Yeah, I would have probably freaked out a little bit.
So Looney just does have the Scarab, so that's just one thing to keep in mind going into this one. So let's see what Revenge is going to be able to do, as they are on the offensive side. Killa going to be the bomb carrier, 0-4. He's going to be go ahead sitting here on the bridge, trying to get a little bit of range going on with this K-bar. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Looking like they're going for a delayed push, but the bomb carrier is set all the way in the back of the map, and you see the players from Rise kind of going with the revenge strategy, pushing all the way forward on the street to try to make something happen, and Killa finally going to draw first blood.
Killa finding that one off the break, like you mentioned, and looks like he's going to be kind of watching that overextension, potentially the flank that could come into play, but Wheats is able to shut down Felony, so it seems that 2 go down for the side of Rise Nation. 2 versus 4, currently on defense, so it wouldn't be in their worst interest to try and play a little bit passively. It seems they are going to shut down one. Wheats goes down yet again. It looks like the bomb is going to go down here from Killa, so Aqua checking in bedroom, realizes that nothing is there, and he actually is going to realize that there's no one here. I can easily get a nice line sight. That is a mistake on the side of Team Revenge. They've got to make sure that's locked down, but it looks like they are finally going to challenge. Aqua decides to back up. He's going to meet one from lobby, but it seems that Facento, man, has to clutch 1 versus 3. Potentially Team Revenge could tie this one up.
Yeah, definitely going to come around the corner. He's going to be able to find one. That is Miracles trying to go around. Like 20 seconds left for Facento to try to make something happen here. If it's going to happen, it's going to be a miracle. Going to see one in the bike shop. Going to go ahead, free fire. Going to be able to pick up one. 13 seconds to try to work with. Now the player from this side of Revenge just needs to do is run. It's going to be Mox, and just like that, just wasting enough time off the clock to make something happen. Now just playing for kills, and I believe he did just get it at overdrive with that kill, and it's going to be Revenge tying this one up 2-2.
Team Revenge, they're doing it a little bit. Of course, just 2 rounds in a row, but they've definitely played that very well. They seem to kind of come into their own element. They got the first round on the board, and they seem a lot more confident. I like to play the Kill actually did, because you realize if he ends up dropping in the back, that's okay, because if he ends up dropping, his team has to obviously rotate back to Cat. But if they rotate back to Cat, then they can easily make a different site change. So it's kind of like an interesting play that we saw from Killa, being the bomb carrier kind of hanging in the back, because of course, if he ends up dropping, it's not a big deal, because the bomb is still in a good position to kind of be rotated either way. So it looks like another 4-man hit for the side of Revenge over on the opposite side. As it looks like Rise Nation might realize that we've been gifted over here a free bomb site. As I believe player number 8 is going to be in the back. That is going to be Killa, but complete control right now over on this site, as it seems that maybe Team Revenge might have been fooled yet again.
Yep, and you're going to see the rotations coming in right now. I'm not sure if Killa might have spotted something, but they're going to be rotating through this lobby area. There's going to be one player over here. That is going to be Fellow. See what he's going to be able to do. Rotating through the back right now. Bomb is going to go down. That is going to go to Looney. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. He's going to be able to find one. No, he is not going to get pushed by 2 players, so it's going to be Miracles and Mox picking up some kills there. See what they're going to be able to do. One more player up on the scaffolding going to be taken out, but time going against the side of Revenge. Killa left to try to clutch in a 1 versus 2. They know his positioning. They have him pinned in, and he will be taken out.
A 2 versus 4 for Rise Nation.
Eesh.
Revenge, you cannot let stuff like that happen, man. I mean, obviously they are, a little bit of a disadvantage, but Facento completely picks him off there over on Cat for the final kill of that round. So like I said, it will be Rise Nation technically up 1 round, currently 3-2. Of course, scoreboard currently incorrect, but of course we do apologize for that. We'll get that fixed when it comes down to these next few games. But major thing on TR's mind right now is that will there be a game number 4 trying to force potentially to make something happen after that uplink. So right now Rise up 1-0. His first blood yet again goes down as Miracles and Wheats both going to find 2 here off the start.
We're hop on board with Miracles right now. Does have that rewind that he can use, but obviously he's probably going to save that for a more crucial situation. Going to be 1 player positioned up here on top steps. That is going to be Facento, and I believe Miracles was spotted. So it's just Facento trying to play an angle right here. He's going to be able to take out Miracles. Now a 2 versus 2 situation, able to tie this one up. See what they're going to be able to do. Players from the side of Rise are going to be rotating back to group up, play the little buddy system, and we see Mox and Wheats. Mox will go ahead and burn this overdrive, trying to hit the wall run. Nope, gonna go ahead juke me out. The bomb is now going to be going down on this A site. He's going to be able to get it as well. No, okay, he's going to stop planning. There's 30 seconds left to do so, so now bomb is finally going to go down. And now Facento and Aqua focusing their sights on A, and Facento to try to make an opening break here.
I was very curious to see whether that overdrive was actually done by Mox. I mean, unless he wants to get the bomb site a little bit quicker, but he ended up stopping the defuse and getting it on again. So maybe a little bit of a call up there from Wheats, letting him know to maybe hold off for a few seconds, but decides to get it nonetheless. So 25 seconds left. The overdrive rock from the other side is going to be Aqua, as he is going to drop. Can't even get into Grave, as that's where he's going to finally be in his final resting place. But shots coming in. It looks like it is going to drop as well. So a good bomb plant, actually, I guess you could say, coming in there from the side of TR, as they level this one up 3-3.
Yep, so it's just a neck and neck, and then like we said, we kind of brought up how is Revenge mindset going to be going into this. Started off a little bit shaky, but just clawing it back and making it a game, and leading by the young gun. We keep on bringing it up on Mox. He's having a very good showing in this first series thus far. Let's see if he's going to be able to continue his performance. Currently 7-3, leading all players. Actually, no. Well, Facento on the side of Rise Nation, but Looney going to be the bomb carrier once again, and they're just so comfortable with going for this B hit. You see the same thing every single time so far that we've seen from Rise Nation. Is just Looney leads the charge with the bomb, throws a jammer grenade to spot check, and then they move on. I
mean, I understand the play from TR, but I think pushing 3 players through stairs really isn't the way to do it. I think you got to have someone in top bedroom, maybe even someone come from plat. I mean, you got to check all the major locations. When you are going to be defending this B site, you've got to play a little bit more passively. You try to look for that first pick. And it seems that all of them rushing from the same angle is going to get them all jammered. It's also going to get them all in a line set where they can get 1, 2, or even 3-piece. So a little bit of an awkward position from the side of TR, but Facento is able to shut down 1 through plat. Bomb still in Looney's hands. Actually, Facento going to rock the rewind as his teammate actually picks up the kill. So 1 left, that's going to be over in bedroom. Killa left to try to clutch this 1 versus 3. Currently challenged, he needs to stay alive, but he gets tagged from every single direction. That'll be Rise Nation yet again getting a 1-round advantage here.
If the script plays out, it's just going to keep going back and forth, and we'll see a round 11 possibly coming up, but 2 hits apiece going to Aqua and Facento, able to clean up that player from the side of Revenge Gaming. I'll hop onto the other side right now. Remember, the Scarab still can come into play from the side of Rise Nation, and it's going to be Looney. He's going to be able to have that. So maybe look for him to get that. 3 bomb plants to his name as well. That's one of the biggest reasons why he does have the Scarab. So let's look at the setup right now. You have 1 player positioned at the end of the long haul. That is going to be Killa throwing down some shots. Not going to be able to pick anything up from it. Miracle's going to get hit with the jammer grenade. So now these players from this side of Rise Nation know that he is going to be there.
You got to be aware of Fellow and Aqua, who are kind of on that mid, a little bit of a flank potentially. Just all about the art of execution. Will they make that flank actually happen? Is Fellow able to shut 1 down from the side? Can he find the second over toward Catwalk? He's not able to make it happen. The second one, but there it is. That's going to be 3 down in a matter of seconds as they completely shut them down. And like I said, TR looking a little bit scared here and there. They didn't really know what to check, and it seems that I don't know, it's just kind of odd. Like, I was expecting TR. They're making some really good hits here and there. Their offensive play where Mox end up rushing toward that site to get it down. They have some good moments here and there, but it seems that they're kind of to me, it seems that they're waiting for Rise Nation. What is Rise Nation going to do? They need, in my opinion, Brand needs to make the decisions themselves. You know, we're going to push this out. We're going to make this happen. Make them react to us. It seems that they're playing in some ways against themselves rather than their opponents.
Yeah. So we bring up every single round. It was just going to be Rise pushing onto that B site. This time they're going to completely swap this one up. Looney's going to be able to get the play call that he at least saw 2 players pushing through this hallway. He's going to go ahead and back up and not challenge anything. The Scarab did come into play that last round as well. Didn't really see too much of that. So, going to be pushing onto the A site. First blood going to go in favor of Felony. Things now looking very, very good for the side of Rise.
Yeah, very grim, but of course, looks like Miracles able to respond moment there on Felony. Looney responds there as well. So Miracles, it's all left up to you. Can you clutch this one? He's able to shut down 1, but isn't able to get that player from the flank, as that's going to be Rise Nation picking up game number 2. They're currently up 2-0, but the score for this game number 2, obviously 6-3. That's going to put TR in a very awkward situation when you've got one of the better game modes coming up for Rise Nation, especially now they're up 2-0.
Oh yeah, definitely, and it's going to be Uplink on Frost is going to be the next map. It's just really been if like we try to go off scrims just to kind of judge how both these teams are going to be, it's kind of hard to see. Uplink is one of those game modes where not many teams scrim it. They kind of get to a point where they get sick of scrimming after they run through the hardpoint rotations. Maybe you'll see an Uplink here and there as well. Right. But, I mean, just you have to think with how that played out. The Search and Destroy, it was looking like it would be very good. We saw Revenge sort of come alive a little bit, start to take some rounds, but then again, it was just Rise that took over. And we know these guys, what they're capable of, right? Each and every single year in Call of Duty, we always underrate these guys who were formerly Elevate. We always, for some reason, just sit there and we don't know why. We write them off. They prove themselves time and time again. But
I mean, we were saying last year, oh, you know, Rise Nation, they're looking good. Or Team Elevate, really, essentially back in Black Ops 3, you know, they're looking pretty decent. They're looking like a good roster. But no one really ever had them winning a tournament or had them in their top 4. And it seemed that they always had a very, very good placement. And even analysts, you know, even people who follow the scene very closely, they're not even sure how they're able to do it. It's kind of like a mastermind opportunity that they're able to make happen. But of course, new game, a little bit of a new team. You know, obviously releasing the side of Nagafen, joining with Looney over on this Rise Nation squad. I personally really like the addition of Looney. I think he really kind of changes the overall dynamic of the roster. You know, keeps the highlights that they have, but kind of in some ways increases a lot of the errors that they had. I feel like a lot of their gameplay, communication, maybe a little bit of a slang here and there. You know, once SMGs maybe become sort of a thing again, Looney can definitely be a top player in that particular role. But I think this side of Rise Nation, or excuse me, yeah, Rise Nation is definitely one to be looking out for throughout this tournament. Not that Team Revenge is playing bad. It just might be they're playing up against a much better team than them.
Yeah, like you brought up, the biggest thing I think that we could take away from this squad last year was this, can Nagafin slay enough? Can you get enough slaying from him in hardpoint and stuff like that? And I think Looney definitely fits the role more than Nagafin did throughout this. And like you said, it's just he's a leader. He's a captain. He's very good at very good at what he does. So we're going to be going into uplink on Frost for this one. What were you going to say?
No, I was just I think he definitely keeps the squad in check. Just kind of adding on to what you said, which I think is good for this team, because this is a team who was very full of guys who played with each other for a long time. Maybe the communication can be slacked a little bit. We don't really play scrims as hard as we need to, which can be kind of an error. If you're playing with teammates who are your friends, at times it can be a little bit of an error. But I think he kind of keeps the squad in check. I think he keeps his team very motivated, and I think he's a really good addition to a team. Of course, slang, one of his major things, but I think communication, to me, is one of his biggest strong suits and one of the best attributes that he brings to a team.
Yep, so we're going to be going into uplink on Frost. Is Revenge going to be able to pull this one back? Can they make something happen in this best of 5 series, or will it be Rise just completely taking over? So basic things, what we're just going to be singing every single time is just the same rig draft.
Oh, yeah.
Players are just comfortable with what they got. Maybe, I bet throughout the entire weekend, depending on some teams that come through, we know what some teams are capable of. They always have some tricks up their sleeves somehow, some way.
Right.
So, but you're just going to see just your basic stuff with the overdrive, reactive armor, rewind, and the active camo as well. With something to bring up with the whole active camo, it's not, when you don't have the drone in hand, active camo is very powerful. When it's in hand, that thing is going to drain fast. It basically just drains the equivalent of what the Black Ops 3 active camo like normally would. So that's just something to keep in mind too. So, but with overdrive and how fast you move and how hard it is to hit a player if they're constantly ducking and weaving, you definitely want to have the drone in either of those players' hands. And the player with rewind, believe when they have the drone in their hand, if they use the rewind, the drone actually drops on the ground as well. So it's not going to go back with you. So you just kind of give up the positioning and just takes you back somewhere else.
Right. I think that's a good point to bring up. I think definitely your active camo players, your overdrive players, are essentially going to be your power players for this game. You're the guys you want to have the drone in their hands. You want them to constantly be earning score. You want to get those rigs as fast as they possibly can. So obviously it's going to be Felony as well as Aqua from the side of Rise Nation. It's also going to be, it looks like, Mox and Killa from the side of Team Revenge. So definitely players to be looking out for as far as the drone carriers, and obviously their opposite teammates are going to be the ones kind of just try and slay out. So Frost uplink going to be obviously game number 3. Gotta get your opinions. Do you think Rise Nation closes that in a 3-0, or do you think TR can maybe bring it back?
I think 100% Rise Nation closes this one out.
I agree. Yeah.
I think it's just at the point. I mean, I would love to see, go out there and just look at, the players and how they feel. I mean, body language is obviously a big thing. Just looking at the side of Rise, I mean, are they just laid back? Are they not stressing this game too much? Are they that confident? Is Revenge sitting there just trying to get everything together? Are they... Communication issues may be going on now. Players butting heads and stuff along those lines. But I think Rise should close this out. I think we kind of expect them to close this one out too. But Revenge, if they live up to the organization's name, they're going to be capable of doing some amazing things.
Absolutely. And I think when it comes down to Frost as well, they're going to get into the map elements. Technically, this is just more of my opinion and what pros have kind of said and kind of uttered out. It seems instead of construction, which is actually going to be on the side of Rise Nation, they actually have the more preferred side when it comes down to Frost. It seems that more one-point tosses can happen on the side that Team Revenge is on for right now. But if we know anything about one-point tosses, the recent uplink, patch that made the portals a little bit smaller, it seems that 2-point dunks can be more preferred. So when it comes down to it, I think the side of Rise Nation definitely needs to have a little bit of a lead. But if TR can hold them off, this could be a good situation to put them in for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely can. So just trying to fight for middle map control right now. Kills are going to be traded. We're on board with Miracle's cluster grenade going down in this mid-cut area. Going to be able to spot one. The grenade is going to be able to clean him up. Does have control of this area, just trying to slay out a little bit before they try to make this push happen. Now, this is what you're going to see Miracles do. He's going to be this guy who's going to be up in the players' faces with the OSA, just trying to pick off these kills to make sure that nobody can get to this drone. But you see right now, 3 players from Revenge going to be kind of scattered. 1 in blue, 1 in space dock, and then there's going to be 1 on the black plat as well. Nobody has even touched this drone yet in the first minute. And as I said, Miracle's going to be tossing it into ice.
Pass.
And Killa going to be able to get the pickup and the follow drone camera. I love that feature so much. Going to be able to get the 1-point toss. So within the first minute, we're going to see Revenge get the points on the board.
That was a perfect pass there for Miracles. Tosses it over to Killa going through Ice Tunnel. And they're able to get that 1-point toss happen. So TR making some good things happen off the break. Of course, only a 1-point lead, but it seems that 3 go down off the start. Aqua, the only player alive, and Miracles going through middle is going to toss that drone down just to get a little more map control as TR tries to rival forward. Mox now, drone in his hands. Slang trying to go down here from Killa. Miracles, but both the duo drop, but Mox able to get the nice ball swipe and throws it in for another play to get them up 2-0 now.
Yeah, and like we said, attacking from the side that Revenge is currently on is just the more favorable side, and you're seeing why. It's so much easier to just control the entire map and dictate where the enemy team is going to spawn as well. But you can thank the Slayers so far, doing an excellent job of making sure that these Rise Nation players aren't getting anywhere near this drone. We're currently on board with Facento actually off to a very, very slow start. Currently 1 and 5. Let's see if he's going to be able to pick this up here. He's going to be able to find one. One more going to be pushing through the ice tunnel. He's not going to challenge that. The Mox has the drone right in front of him. That's just one of the big things. You don't want to pick it up and just try to make any advancements with it. Just let it reset if you have to. Just kind of slay out and just try to make something happen. That's going to be 3 down for Rise right now. Is Mox going to be able to stay alive? No, he is not, and that could be a big kill right there from Aqua. Now let's see if Rise is going to be able to try to make anything happen.
Yeah, finally getting a few players down from Revenge as Rise Nation looking to finally get out of their bases. It's been basically an entire push-up for the most part as the drone gets moved forward slowly from Miracles. Of course, his life is going to be resulted in a trade, but Mox finding one just to the side of that first hard point when it comes down to it, but not a whole lot happening as far as really, I guess you could say mostly a drone control. Just kills kind of going down, trades happening as the drone does reset after a little bit of a delay. So with that in mind, Rise Nation doing a decent job, but they're just getting pushed back so much they're not really having opportunities. But just as I say that, Felony able to throw that drone forward a little bit as they potentially try to get some control through robots.
And this is probably one of the hardest sides to attack from. I mean, you look down that hallway, you see the nasty power position over there where it's going to be really hard to get that player taken out, so you just kind of have to flood. But Facento going to be in control of the drone. They're going to decide to go through this middle alley area. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the 1-point toss in, and he is. But now all 4 players down from Rise, but that's okay. The drone is still resetting, but look for Revenge to try to get set up here on this spaceship. Maybe get somebody up there on the submarine to try to lay down some shots of anybody pushing through Lab. The player I want to focus on right now is Looney. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Being sneaky, going to be able to take out another 2 players down for Revenge, and immediately Looney is going to get aggressive. Let's see if they're going to be able to pick up these kills in loading. Going to throw the drone down, trying to pick up one more. He's not going to be able to get it. Wheats is going to come out on top of that engagement.
That was a huge play there from Wheats. He's able to shut them down. Of course, his life has resulted in the fact, but still, really big play from him. Good defensive plays actually coming from the side of TR. We talked about their slang, how they weren't really the best slang roster, but they've done a pretty good job here after the first 4 minutes of this first side of some Frost uplink. But of course, Facento now, they've been seeming trying to get a push forward. Looney Fellow able to respond with 2. It looks like it's going to be 3 down for the side of Revenge. A potential 1-point toss that could go through for the side of Facento, but it looks like Felony's going to guide the way, babysitting the drone carriers. That 2-point dunk will come in. With just under a minute remaining here on this first side, it seems that it will be Rise Nation with just a 1-point advantage.
And if you're Aqua right now, I say push out. You try to get there, get as much intel as possible. I mean, that's one of the biggest things at uplink is just getting control of the enemy's base, just trying to trap them in that one area. But now we're going to see the drone being ran by Mox. They're going to go ahead and hit this blue side, go down to the lower wall, and he should be able to get a 1-point toss up here unless somebody comes in for the block, and they're not going to be able to block that. Mox going to be able to get another point on the board for Team Revenge.
You definitely see the slang capabilities, for either side right now. I mean, you can look at the Revenge. All of them playing very, very consistent. But side of Rise Nation, 4 and 12 for Facento. Of course, kind of being the main drone carrier, so you can't give him too much, obviously, I guess it's hate in some ways, but you see Looney 18 and 12, 14 and 12 for the side of, or for Felony as well. So definitely a little bit of stat changes for either side. It seems more consistency coming in from the side of TR, but Wheats, with a few seconds left, might have an opportunity to go for the 1-point toss. Gets the nice slide over to the stairs. As it looks like at the half, it will be Revenge with a lead here. It is a slim one, about 1 point.
And the thing you take away from this, like we said, Revenge on the good side to start off this one, but we saw the defensive stops that they were capable of when Rise was actually attacking too, so that's something you can kind of take away from this. But you don't want to sit on just your defensive stance. You want to try to get aggressive. You want to try to control the game as well. I mean, like I said, they had a lead going into this one, but you still have a lot of game time left to make something happen with the slaying capabilities of Rise. They might be able to do some pretty nasty things to this side of Revenge. Let's see how this one starts. You definitely want to get a little bit more of a slaying side off of Facento. I mean, 4 and 14, but like you said, he has the 3 points for this side of Rise as well, so it sort of makes up for just kind of being that dedicated player. But I mean, when you're the player with the OSA, you need to be up in people's face. That's a very, very crucial weapon to have, kind of leading the way for your squad.
It absolutely is. And of course, as we start this second half, Rise Nation quickly to try be aggressive, realizing they are technically in some ways is on the more preferred side. It really just depends. Whatever teams are kind of deciding what is the more preferred side. Of course, the game is fresh, it's new. Team's still developing strategies and whatnot, but it seems that Felony and instead of Rise Nation getting all up close and personal as they toss that one forward for a few yards. Just trying to get control over on stairs to go down for either side. And Facento be the last one up if he can try to get these 2 kills. Unfortunately, he does not. So a good hold the other side of TR off the break is now Killa is going to be on the offensive.
I mean, that's what it's about, right? Like we said, defensive stops, then just kind of build from your base and just start to make something happen. Killa going to be in control of the drone. Miracles picking up a very, very nice 2-piece to get this one, and another point comes in from the side of Revenge. Now going to be still a 1-possession game, but it's going to take a dunk for Rise to tie this one up.
You can also see the side from the side of Revenge as well. They've got 2 rigs that could potentially be used for scoring opportunities. So it looks like Mox going to have the overdrive, and it looks like Miracles will be able to see what his rig is here in just a few moments. But you've got some rigs to maybe work with. If you start to pile on the points a little bit, you can definitely demoralize the side of Rise Nation. Looks like Rewind's going to be earned from Miracles, so potentially a slang one that he could use to try to get a drone score in the end. So still, Revenge looking very good. Of course, after that first half, they are going to be earning their rigs a little bit quicker. But with 3 down, it seems that Rise Nation trying to get a little bit of control as that drone does come down. Miracles currently lingering through mid-map and toward side. So it seems that not anything going down at the moment, but if Revenge can get that drone in their hands, they could definitely make some scoring opportunities happen.
Yeah, they definitely can. Facento going to be in mid-map right now. They're going to be able to get 2 players down from the side of Revenge. Now, the player to watch that was going to be Aqua, but there's a big kill coming in there from Killa, and that's going to kind of halt the Rise Nation setup that they had going in to try to attack this base. Drone currently is going to be positioned in blue. It's going to be Looney trying to slay out, but 3 players down for Rise. Revenge going to try to get onto the counterattack here. Going to be led by Mox, and we brought up the overdrive. This can be used in a very special way and can get them 2 points if used right. Looks like he's just going to take his sweet time and just try to get some time off the clock.
Hey, man, do what you got to do to get a score. And Mox is obviously spinning around as it seems he's just trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, he does drop, and Felony's like, all right, man, time for you to die. But, you know, obviously in the end, it's a good strategy. You can try to bait, try to halt, like you said, the opposite side. But it seems that Aqua now, with the drone in his hands, is all about business now for the side of Rise Nation. Down 1 possession, 2 points. He wants the 2-point play. Can he get it? Rises over the other side. Of course, still not even using a rig in that play. So tie game, rigs coming out. Mox actually rocks the overdrive here already. And it seems that drone is going to get away for the time. But still, a tie game, 2-minute warning kind of coming in here. It could be potentially a little bit of overtime, maybe, Dirk.
Yeah, I definitely could see that happening. The whole play right there with Mox just kind of wall running, just trying to waste some time. I mean, maybe that could have been the downfall. His entire team got taken out, then he ended up was basically just a sitting duck. It's so hard to get up out of there unless you have the propulsion on. So then he got taken out, just completely gave up all the map control to Rise, and that's what led them to get those 2 points. With 1 minute and 40 seconds left to try to make something happen. Felony gonna have that active camo ready. Killa is nearing his as well. Aqua gonna have the overdrive. So the 2 biggest specialists that you can use to score an uplink are now in favor of Rise, and you're gonna see it right here. Aqua gonna go ahead and put the overdrive on. Gonna be able to get the dunk in. 1 minute and 20 seconds left for Revenge to try to answer back. You just gotta hope and pray Killa is gonna be able to make something happen. He's gonna opt to pull out the Vulcan this one. Gonna be able to pick up 1 kill. 1 kill away now from getting the active camo, and that could be the saving grace for this Revenge side.
Killa is the power player, but they've got to keep in mind their defensive side is wide open. Balloony ends up dropping through Ice Tunnel, and Miracles is gonna make the big play. Killa as well responding, so that's gonna be a massive one for the side of TR. Miracles throwing that drone forward, needs to win this gunfight. He's able to make it happen, but he gets shut down through Dark. So with 1 player up, that is going to be Wheats right now. He has got to make a play happen, and easily Rise Nation, if they wanted to, they could try to make a play with the rigs, or they could do the exact same thing that we saw Mox do earlier.
They don't even have to, at this point, try to score. I mean, there's 40 seconds. They could have just taken the drone back to their base and forced Revenge, and then bad enough, you just throw it out of the map and get that instant reset.
Felony. There it is. The rigs being used perfectly for the side of Rise Nation, and we've got to talk about Mox not having that overdrive. If they can get some kills to happen, there were some times where Miracles was in mid-map, not having anything to do. He was waiting for rigs to be earned, and the rigs, in my opinion, for TR were not used effectively. Killa now has the active camo, but is there time, Dirk? Is there time to get any points really on the board at this point?
No. It's going to be Rise Nation taking this best-of-5 series, and they're just trying to keep on laying it all over Revenge, letting them know that they are better. Going to be 3-0 for our first series here on the Call of Duty Bravo stream. It looked promising at times. I mean, I think the uplink was definitely one of the better games from the series. The Search and Destroy looked like it could have been neck and neck. The hardpoint was kind of a blowout, but Rise, they're looking very, very nice.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are. And we talked about their hardpoint play was very good. I think that was more of TR just not playing well compared to a Rise Nation who was absolutely dominating. So I think the hardpoint can kind of be dictated a little bit differently. But in the S&D, the uplink, it seemed that they were completely kind of tilting the side of TR. They knew exactly what they were doing at all times. They used their rigs very effectively, and you can kind of see they were playing their rigs very, very well. They realized, we're down coming into the second side. We make sure we use our rigs correctly, we get the kills, and as cool and calm and collected as they were able to make it happen, they ended up 3-0ing TR. So very much props to the side of Rise Nation. Of course, TR, not exactly how you want to start off a tournament.
No. I think going into any tournament, obviously, the first game is always so important. It's just going to set your tone for the entire weekend. Now you're 0-1 in this group as well. So we'll see how it goes, see if they can bounce back. The one thing I did notice is Killa has been one of those players, we saw it in Black Ops 3, who would use a VMP and then get kind of frustrated, pull out the Man of War, jump constant. We saw him bring out the Volk there, which the Volk has been something ever since the first patch in the game where it kind of nerfed it a little bit. It's never been used at all. I haven't seen it much at all. So, but then you see him kind of bring it out in that Frost one. Do you think maybe it was kind of at that point where you say, Killa, keep using this weapon. We need this one. You don't want to downgrade yourself by using a slower weapon on a map that's slow close quarters.
Right, and maybe, like I said, maybe it's frustration. Maybe his team is kind of calling it out. But you got to imagine if he's maybe changing up the strategies, he realizes something isn't working, something's going wrong. We're not using the rigs effectively. And of course, maybe you go back, watch the VOD, see what mistakes you made, and come back fresh the next day. But a 3-0, man, that's hard to deal with, especially for your first game in pool play. And like I said, we talk about the amount of teams that are in the open bracket, the amount of talented European teams, the amount of talented North American squad that we have really even yet to see so far. There are a lot of top teams that can come from the open bracket and easily challenge them. I don't think any of these groups are going to get, in some ways, an easy pull from, especially with the open bracket team being added.
I mean, just the talent pool is just so wide open, right? I mean, it's completely usually we go from 92 teams or jumping up to over, 160, I think,
something
in the
like
open
that.
bracket.
So
absurd. It's insane. Like, there's so much competition. You see all these players walking around. I mean, there's going to be some in there that might shock some people.
Oh,
that's the glory. That's the great thing about open bracket. You just kind of see maybe these unknown teams, and obviously with some of these more known teams as well. But there's a lot of big names fighting through that open bracket. There's going to be some upsets. I'm calling it. I feel like there's going to be some teams that we sit there and we think that, they'll easily get through, but there's only a select few teams that can come through the open bracket.
Exactly. Well, guys, I believe we're going to take a quick commercial break here from the Bravo station. Of course, if you guys just witnessed that Rise Nation 3-0ing Team Revenge, I believe we're going to be having some more matchups here coming over on Bravo, obviously, as well as Alpha. We'll return you guys over on the Bravo station between Team Envious and the Gosu crew. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to MLG Vegas. We're currently on the Bravo station, myself, Landon Leno Sanders, as well as Rondez Fox Green, to bring you guys the action. Currently in the midst, or getting ready to be in the midst of a series between Team Envious and the Gosu crew. Fox, how you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Vegas is a beautiful, expensive, expensive place to be, but it's also a place to host a COD tournament. I unfortunately wasn't able to get to the first MLG Las Vegas that they hosted, and it's good to be a part of this one. And it's also great to be a part of what it should be an awesome series here. We get to see the world champions, Team Envious, coming off of that victory at COD Champs, getting into their first official tournament or major tournament here, and they're facing off against Gosu Crew.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of an interesting matchup between Gosu Crew and Team Envious. Now, based on their online play, there was an MLG 2K that took place, I believe, on December 11th, which ended up actually going Gosu Crew's favor. They ended up winning that one 3-0 over Team Envious. You know, obviously, like you said, like Fox mentioned, you know, the Call of Duty Championship winners. I mean, they're literally, you know, they won the biggest tournament of all time, and that was only a few months ago in the previous title. So this is not at all going to be an easy pool for the side of Gosu Crew, because once you have, you know, Envious to face off against, next matchup you have is FaZe Clan, who looks to be one of the top teams in the game by far.
Yeah, a real rough start for them starting in the tournament here. Not a rough start, but like just a rough couple of matchups.
Absolutely,
I mean, you're going against some of the best that we have to offer here in the North American Call of Duty World League in the form of Envious and FaZe. And the form of what these players are in right now, it's definitely a scary sight. So we'll take a look at the rig draft here very quickly. Lots of standard stuff going on both sides here, except we are seeing FTL jump on the side of the Gosu Crew on the left. The names are actually backwards there. I apologize for that. But for the most part, we're seeing our reactive armor, overdrive, rewind, active camo. A lot of the more effective payloads in these respawn game modes, so expect to see those come into play when breaking hard points.
It's very interesting to see Persini actually go with FTL jump. Normally he's kind of an overdrive type of player that likes to rock that one, but it seems that for breakout, it looks like he has different plans. So, of course, loading in here to game number 1, it will be Breakout Hardpoint. To kind of go over the maps for you guys, Breakout Hardpoint will be map number 1, S&D on Retaliation for game number 2, Uplink on Frost for game number 3. If it comes down to it, map number 4 will be Hardpoint on Throwback. And if we see that game 5, it could be over on Scorch for some search and destroy. Without further ado, it's time to hop into this game number 1, Envy vs. Gosu Crew. Fox, who are we going to start on board with first?
I want to take a look at what we've got going on the side of Team Envious, who will actually be your team in red this time instead of your boys in blue. So keep that in mind when you're taking a look at the scoreboard and the kill feed and that mini-map. The red arrows and the red names will be your boys on Team Envious. So I want to start things off with Slasher, who's actually going to be rocking the NV4 for his team. Look for a player like Slasher to be just the best zoning AR in the entire server. And unfortunately for the enemy team, they're going to start off with a team kill. Arsenes tries to make up for it by finding those 2 kills. Slasher in a solid position to respond with 2 of his own, and now expect him to push up towards loading.
Yeah, complete control for the side of Envious. We do have to mention, of course, the recent update that went through. In some ways, kind of middle box kind of turns into roof, essentially, as obviously the hard points have kind of changed up a little bit, but everyone's focus, besides this first hard point, is going to be obviously over in cell block, which it seems that Envious currently have those preferred spawns, as it will be, it looks like Gosu Crew finally getting a few points on the board.
And Arsenes, the player for Gosu Crew, to take down Slasher off of that power position on loading. He jumps up the top cube, gets some hill time, a couple of kills to his name before going down. Excellent usage of his life there, so let's stick on board with him off the respawn. 3 players for Gosu Crew surrounding cube here. They got a trophy system down, trying to take Slasher off the power position. The NV4 so difficult to answer to in that spot. And now we see the rotation come in. All the players rotating over to the new hardpoint. Team Envious is already there. I don't expect to see these guys slow in a rotation at any point in time in this game.
Yeah, there are actually a few quotes that were brought up, you know, in interviews from the side of Gosu Crew, and they were saying, you know what, we're a very aggressive team. We're willing to push if we're one shot. We're willing to push so many different things, which can kind of come into your favor at some points because you're obviously kind of catching your enemy off guard. When you're playing against a very known squad in Team Envious, guys who have been in countless tournaments, JCap especially, and as well as John, these guys are used to those things. They've played in so many different series. I don't really think there's going to be a a whole lot the Gosu crew can kind of throw at them that they're not going to expect, but it is about effort, and it seems that JCap and the boys from Team MVS do have a little bit of a lead, but Gosu crew is starting to bring this one back a little bit as they do have current control instead of cell block, but that one is going to be contested. John comes from inside, gets shut down, and 3 go down for the side of MVS. Looks like the rotations is what's going to be on their mind here as Gosu crew get a great hold there.
Yeah, awesome hold there. We saw JCap and company take that initial time on the hard point, but they got wiped out, and Gosu Crew was able to mount up quite a bit of time there on both pushes that NVS attempted, and now we're seeing rotation come in. We're heading over towards Rocks again. We see that Team NVS has the initial time. John's going to toss out just a predictive nade with the flechette grenade there. Flechette is how you pronounce that grenade.
It's French, I'm sure it is. I know.
It's something, but it's definitely something else. John taking point. He's going to put a couple shots down range, not able to finish the kill until just then, but now you look at your kill feed. All 4 players dominating the scoreboard on the side of Team MVS. It's 4 kills in a row. That should mount them a good bit of time with this new spawn system, forcing Gosu Crew to spawn way out. Gunless and Drama, though, are going to be the first ones to open these engagements. John is the next line of defense, however, being outnumbered and outgunned. He's taken down. Gunless comes through. NVS players coming up off of the respawn are able to answer to it. However, this is still awarding Gosu Crew with hill time, Landon.
Indeed it is, and of course only 15 seconds left to fight for over in Graveyard. The rotations coming over to Commissary will be taking place momentarily, but it seems that NVS really want this push because they can kind of force their way through back helipad, which is going to be the main focus for the spawns. Of course, you know, you want to have those spawns when it comes down to this next hill. It can absolutely grab a lot of time if you have that one on the rotation. But as NV starts to push through, John able to find one through that top room. The rotation actually coming in. Looks like he might actually win the spawns over. Now Drama's going to be the last alive. And it looks like he might actually be pushed here. Decides to back up. You see the NVS absolutely forcing the issue, completely overwhelming the side of Gosu Crew off this first side.
And so you notice here this time, it wasn't NVS that gets the initial time, but they were right on the heels of Gosu Crew as they were rotated, opened up with those 2 kills, and that made that 4v2 situation just that much easier for them. So now Apathy sitting pretty. He's going to be the one holding wall run, not seeing too much action, as it looks like the push is coming from behind them. John, though, guns 2 players. Slasher helping him out, closing out the 3rd. So now let's see if there's going to be any action on the wall run side of things. No push coming in just yet from Gosu Crew as they spawn way out. Let's see the eyes up. Let's see the game through the eyes of the Gosu Crew as they decide how they're going to push this up. He comes towards wall run. JCap, though, gets a little aggressive, shuts him down. All 4 players on Team MVS are on streaks at the moment, and that's when they're most dangerous. They will not choke on any advantage you give them. They will take full advantage of that and just run straight through you.
Apathy actually running an MV4, which is kind of interesting to see. I'm not sure if he actually picked that one up or was actually rocking that one as far as a loadout is considered, but still, this is some interesting stuff we're seeing from Gosu Crew. Not really having much of a response here so far, Fox, as it seems that it is completely overwhelming them. The slang coming in, we talked about that 3-piece, or I think 2, and I think an assist that John got back helipad. It seems that their shots are on full force here. A team that really struggled at the beginning of Infinite Warfare, you know, constantly getting 100-point club, and the weapon draft was introduced, guys who really couldn't find their role. Of course, they are facing off against, you know, what is known as an online team, technically, in Gosu Crew, but they're making slight work of them right now. They already have a 100-point lead, and as rotation's getting ready to come in here shortly, about 20 seconds, Gosu have got to make something happen. They've got to get the slang underway because this one's starting to get out of hand. Yeah,
and I mean, we were discussing this team yesterday a little bit, Landon. We were talking about some of the strength that can come from the twin brothers on the side of Gosu Crew, Pristini and Arcides. Some of the strengths that we've seen from Pristini and Black Ops 3, they're not showing in this first map here. Maybe it's nerves, maybe it's just the fact that this is a tough hardpoint matchup, but Pristini's currently 5-17 triple negative, and he's someone that we said was probably the most talented player on this roster if we just take into account his form in Black Ops 3.
Oh, without question. I mean, when we talked about the run with Apotheon back in actually qualifying for champs, I believe they actually had a pretty decent placing for what they were. I think around maybe a top 12 placing between the two. So, I mean, they're used to this high-pressure situation. They've literally been to the biggest tournament of all time. But when you think about it, oh my God, his Apathy
fully
shuts them down.
Out.
He says, welcome to my reticle, as it's going to be 4 down for the side of Gosu Crew. It's in the Team MVS rivaling on. But like I said, I mean, they've been to the largest tournament ever. I mean, I think when you talk about maybe Drama and Gunless, I mean, they maybe haven't been there, but the issue's coming with Pristini without question. 6-19, Drama 9-13. I mean, this is just absolutely dominance coming in from the side of Team MVS. The boys in blue, who are currently in red, are just absolutely wiping away them.
And despite being, you know, able to go to the largest tournament of Call of Duty Black Ops 3, you can still have issues with nerves. There are some players that still get nervous, especially if it's your first match of the day, and it just so happens to be against the best team in the world, Team MVS. So I feel like that's a pretty intimidating thing to go to, especially if you're someone that's on the up-and-coming side of things in that amateur scene. It's not a very easy thing to stomach when you're trying to become a professional player and you establish yourself in the scene. So we're going to see Apathy pop that rewind, get some of his health back after being tagged up, and the push for this last 30 seconds they're looking for should be an easy one with so many score streaks and so much utility on the side of Team MVS.
Absolutely, you've got score streaks. One of them score streaks potentially as 3 go down yet again for the side of Gosu Crew. John and the boys from Team Envy is kind of rivaling on the fact that they've most likely taken this game. I mean, only a few seconds left before they can kind of close this one out. See kind of potentially what the score can get to. Maybe 70, maybe 80 potentially, but it seems that all of them are absolutely on point. Like I said, maybe a little bit of a slow start for Gosu Crew. I believe I actually saw a tweet coming in, I believe from the side of Pristini, where he was saying he had a little bit of a delayed flight. You talk about nerves along with a lot of different things. Maybe the tournament, things kind of go the way they wanted to. They're not in a comfortable situation, but when you're put in situations like this, and you're put in the pool that you're in right now, where you have teams like Envious and FaZe, Titans, and the Call of Duty community and the scene, it's definitely a major task that they're going to have to try to take on here in this first tournament for Identity.
Oh, for sure. If we're talking about, flights or whatever issue it may be, that's just when you got to come in a little bit earlier. If you want to guarantee that you're here on time, you can't predict the weather unless, you're a meteorologist or something. But, that's just something you gotta understand is possible and can happen. But here it is, Envious opening it up, opening the entire series up regardless with a dominating lead. And we see the Camo get popped by Slasher. He's going to run in with the Hornet. Easy hip-fire kill. Very difficult to hit someone with that new and improved camouflage. And he's going for his second engagement. Not going to win that one. Hornet versus Hornet. Pristini's going to win it and find a triple kill. I don't think oh, no, never mind.
Oh,
there we go.
He took out his teammate.
We found the triple kill.
There you go. There you go.
He finally got it.
You get awarded.
He team killed, but he still found the triple somehow.
Yeah, it happens regardless, but obviously taking the name of Team Envious for this game, maybe they're feeling a little bit more confident, but still, granted, they're getting a few points here and there, not taking anything away from the fact that they're doing that. They're making some good plays. You can definitely see the side of Team Envious realizes they only have 5 more seconds. If they play this correctly, Slasher ends up in some ways kind of wasting the active camo. He gets kills for it, but no time awarded to it. But as you can see, the streak starting to come in. A team kill from the other side, actually, from the side of Team Envious, ends up going down. Of course, not a whole lot of points being awarded for the time being, but after it gets shut down from behind, of course, the nade potentially in return does a little bit of damage. And it seems the final points will start to come through as they're only 2 seconds away. Gosu Crew is trying to hang on for anything that they possibly can.
Another team kill coming in from Pristini with his score streaks there. JCap playing on the front line here. 2 players in front of him. Arcitys, though, with the thrust jump just in front of Cube is going to be enough to take him down. John is able to find 2 kills before being traded out. Envious needs to just hurry up and close out of this game. I highly doubt, the possibility of Gosu coming back.
Breakout. Clutch plays have happened. We saw it in FaZe in Orbit, but it's 2 seconds. So, maybe not. No, not feeling it.
I think an early rotation is more than enough to just close this game out. We've already seen, this is also, now that we're back in the initial rotation of the hardpoint, this is where we would see JCap and company always beat them on the rotations, and there it is. He's in position, closes out the game right there, 250 to 153. We see Team Envious take map number 1, despite what your scoreboard might say there on screen. It is Team Envious is able to come out on top.
Of course, and I think honestly the score looks a lot better than it probably was. There was, I think they were down 240 to like 50 at some point. So a lot of points gained for the Gosu Crew. Envious was kind of coasting through that final half of the game there, but still an absolutely dominant victory, and one that if you're the side of Gosu Crew, maybe you could try to come back from this one. Obviously, try not let that one affect you. But I think Hardpoint isn't really one that they're most preferred in. When it comes down to more online squads or kind of amateurs that are kind of rising through the scene now, they kind of prefer the S&D type of gameplay. So we'll see how that kind of works out for them. I believe game number 2 is going to be taking place over on S&D for Retaliation, so we'll see how they can obviously try to do there. But like I said, it's very difficult for them. They're in a very difficult pool. FaZe Clan up next after this game. So a lot of pressure kind of being put on them, but we'll see how they do obviously in the Search and Destroy.
Oh, difficult is an understatement. They're going against the most experienced of veterans in the Call of Duty scene at the moment in their pool, and it really shows in that first map just how strong they can be right out the gates. Envious not slowing down one bit, starting off this series 1-0. And as you can see, your schedule is up on screen. We did just finish with the Rise Nation Team Revenge matchup. We're currently on Team Envious versus Gosu Crew, and what ended in a very one-sided hardpoint in favor of Team Envious. Slasher, that incredible zoning AR that I mentioned, was just able to completely take over that game. And we saw, of course, John, who's just such an aggressive player, high multi-kill potential, just that frontline aggressor on the team, was able to contribute a whole lot in the objective column as well. And really, I'd say the objective was very evenly distributed throughout the team. And if we look at the side of Gosu Crew, some pretty disappointing performances. We saw Pristini, who I mention all the time, was probably going to be one of the stronger players on this team. He showed a lot of potential throughout Black Ops 3. He's going to start off the game going triple negative for most of it. We had another player on the team with just only 20 seconds in the hard point. Another team with just 39. And You know, just not great looking stats on their side. A little bit of issues with coordination, and just really them not winning their gunfights overall.
Yeah, and I think when it comes down to what their roles, what they've talked about in interviews and whatnot, they always say that, you know, Gunless is more of the objective player. He can also get the slang done at times, but he's more of the objective player. He's going to get, you know, around 2 minutes of hill time a lot of times in the game. And Persini is the main slayer for them. He's the guy who's going to challenge a lot of different things. He's going to be challenging things when he's one shot. I mean, just absolute all-out aggression. So when we kind of talk about their roles kind of swapping, it's definitely situations that they've not been in before, where Persini's not dropping the numbers that he's used to, where, you know, Gunless is kind of getting kills when he shouldn't be getting kills. He should be letting his teammates kind of get that role done. But like I said, in the end, kind of sloppy play from the side of TGC, absolutely getting destroyed in that game number 1. Like I said, we kind of focus our eyes over on S&D. Retaliation is going to be the map. You know, do you think that, Fox, do you think we can potentially see TGC kind of close this one out? Of course, I think S&D is where they're going to be more comfortable on. I think it's going to be where they kind of maybe are a little bit more comfortable with, or they're kind of used to that one. But do you think that they can potentially make a comeback on S&D?
I think Search and Destroy at the moment, it's certainly possible, because right now Search and Destroy, it's a very experimental kind of game mode. We're seeing Infinite Warfare just being released. Also, within the past week, you've seen the bomb sites relocated. So that changes a lot of timings for opening strategies. That changes a lot of nade spots that you might be able to use previously. It changes a lot. And a lot of these teams are just kind of experimenting with a little bit of practice that they got on the new patch. So this is definitely a chance where Ghost Crew could come out on top and take a map. However, when you look at the sheer talent on that Team Envious roster, the odds are heavily stacked against Gosu.
Yeah, and I was actually seeing, you know, when it comes down to the bomb sites for Retaliation, of course, A is kind of being moved up toward that side street rather than curb. I'm seeing actually in that previous series between Rise Nation and Team Revenge, which ended up being a 3-0 inside of Rise Nation's favor, TR was really focusing heavily on that A site. You can definitely see a lot of teams when it comes down to LAN developing different strategies, trying out different things, and saying, you know what, maybe, you know, from online to LAN play, things are going to be a lot more different. And I'm curious to see how Gosu Crew kind of maybe responds to the side of Envious. Do they try to control the game? Do they play passive? But one thing I think they definitely need to be aware of is the fact of Envious's aggression. I mean, when it comes down to pure slaying, a lot of times you're not going to be able to win that. And Gosu Crew is used to completely dominating their opponents, you know, getting, you know, 30 kills plus in different game modes, even in uplinks as well. So I think they're going to have to kind of play to Envious, but in some ways, I know this is something that we've even seen in CSGO, where certain underdog teams will say, you know what, we come into every game without respecting their squad. Of course you can have respect for them, but play your game. Do not result in playing the other team's game. Make sure that whenever you're coming into a game and after the game is over, say, we did the best that we could, we did our strategies and, you know, just didn't work out, instead of saying, well, we played to Envious's role, you know, they weren't pushing the A side a whole lot. You know, do things that you're comfortable with, and I think if they do that, they can definitely make this a very closely contested game.
It's also really difficult when you've got a player like John on your team, because essentially it becomes 5 versus 4 at times.
Really
the man is just a threat, right? There are just so many instances where he'll take 1 or 2 players with him at the cost of just his own life, right? He's just able to do so much for the team in Search and Destroy, and I fully expect to see those skills translate from Black Ops 3 over to Infinite Warfare. John, a huge, huge factor for this team and their strengths in that game mode. So as we get into our rig draft here, we're seeing a lot of standard stuff on both sides. Overdrive, reactive armor, rewind, active camo. Again, the more effective and more frequently obtained payloads in Infinite Warfare. You should expect to see them on both sides.
Indeed you should, of course. Like I said, Retaliation, game number 2, Gosu. In some ways, don't say your backs are against the wall, because it only is 1-0, but you've definitely got to have a dominant performance in the Search and Destroy. Really just a win in general after that dominant performance that Envy was able to put forward. So, different type of class there, the R3K. Different classes. Of course, you got 10 of them, but potentially we'll see some interesting strategies come out for the side of Gosu Crew. As it seems that it will be, I believe, Gosu on the offensive side. To start things off, Fox, who we're going to be on board with first?
So it seems RC's actually put the R3K away. Let's go on board with the winning team right now. You know, I think John, I talked about him quite a bit. Envious has a hot hand with winning that first map and really just being the best team in the world. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do in the opening break of this map.
Yeah, it seems like we're making a push here over toward that A site. Sniper actually running out there from John. Spawning in toward Bar. Not going to spawn anyone here off the break, but gunfight's going down off the start. Nothing happening as far as kills are concerned here, but that mid-street push coming from Gosu Crew seeming to be halted for the time being as John goes in the wall run. Can he find the kill? Nearly able to find that one for that first blood. While shots are coming in, no kills happening. Just as I say that, 2 go down. Arshneys and Persini's, the brothers, drop for those first 2 kills.
The sniper rifle in the hands of John is stacked with attachments at the moment. 3 different ones. We're going to see him pull out the pistol, get some mid-range shots down on Gunless. He's able to shut him down. Now, 3 versus 1 situation. John is waiting for the trade, expected Drama to be there. However, he comes at him from a different angle coming into the lobby. Running out of ammo here. He's going to have to reload and get out of there ASAP. He's tagged up. They know where he's at. A little bit of ammo, but they're not going to push him. They know he has the advantage in those close choke points, so they don't even want to bother challenging that.
Looks like John coming from the side. He's going to spot him. Jacob ends up dropping from behind, and John needs to win this gunfight. Thankfully, he has a K-bar in hand. Of course, 25 seconds left. Of course, John spawning the bomb, trying to play the angles correctly. It seems that Drama not going to be anywhere near that bomb, so it looks like he's going to be trying to go for the kill, it seems. He is in market. He's not going to have time to actually plant the bomb down, but he spots John from behind. If he can get this 1 versus 3, it's going to be absolutely big, and Drama's able to win it. The 1 versus 3 for round number 1. Gosu get exactly what they needed. The mid-street push looked a little bit awkward at times, but Drama's able to clutch it up in the end.
Drama catching players from behind on multiple different occasions in that last 30 seconds of the round. He's able to end it with a clutch round for his team as they go up 1-0 versus Team Envious. And we didn't really see too much of an impact from that sniper rifle of John. He whiffed his first shot, was pretty quickly overwhelmed with mid-range and close-range engagements after that.
As we happen to round number 2, curious to see what MVS does provide. Of course, Apathy can be Valkyrie off the start. Drama in bedroom, obviously going to spot a bit of a push here coming over to that site. Like I said, Apathy with a bomb in hand. There's 2 going to be inside of Bike Shop. Looks like 1 going to be jumping for that first blood. Arcees actually rocks the R3K in the first blood. Able to make it happen, so Ivy is kind of put at a stood-still here over in Cat Slasher, able to respond with that one over on Gunless. And the shots are continuing to go down. Slasher finds 2 so far. Drama going toward this plat. It's going to actually be behind the entire team, so it's going to be a huge play that Drama is in, but he drops from the side. Pristini, can you potentially make it happen? 1 versus 3 now in Pristini's hands. Your teammate did it before. Can you make it happen in this round number 2?
Pristini has access to a secondary weapon alongside that NV4. Should see him viable at all ranges. However, in this 1 versus 3 situation, it's going to be pretty difficult, especially with Apathy already setting up and posturing for this bomb plant. There it is, 3 versus 1. It gets shut down, and Envious is able to tie it 1-1. Not throwing their lead this round, Landon.
Not this time, but you know, potentially see it happen. But just good overall control from JCap. They kind of realize, you know, when it comes down to planning over on this A site, it's a lot easier to kind of control a lot of different angles whenever there's only 1 player alive. So good overall communication from the side of Team Envious. The rotation comes in, and obviously the round is 1. No 1 versus 3s this time. But you're going to see what Gosu Crew can potentially respond with here. Drama, there you go. If we grab the bomb, it seems they are going to be making a typical B hit, but it seems the Envious squad might actually be thinking an A hit is underway. So that mid-lobby control is going to be very, very important when it comes down to seeing which side Gosu Crew is going.
All right, no opening nades coming out from anyone on the side of Gosu Crew, unless we just saw the flash shot grenade come out there. But John is able to find a kill on the Drama. Let's see if he gets traded. Slash is going to be the one that actually falls after that. So now we're back to a 3v3. It looks like there's a flank coming in. If you look at the top left corner of your screen, Apathy, though, sniffs it right out and shuts him down. But there it is, the second engagement coming in. Can he win it? No, he gets shut down. Gunless finds the headshot from the height advantage. And now he's just going to try and get away. However, the bomb is going down. That's Arcides. Stops mid-plant, gets shut down by JCap. And now it's a 1 versus 2. JCap has to find it, but he can't. Gosu Crew outnumbers him. And efficient trading wins them the round.
That was kind of an interesting round to see, because obviously they hit that B site. John finds the first blood. It seems that Gosu Crew was kind of put a little bit of a stood-still, but it ended up being actually really good placements from Gunless there. Obviously sees his teammate trying to go for the bomb plant, happens to be in a dominant position over on that plat side, and is able to win the 1v1 engagement. So Gosu Crew continuing to win these rounds, but in clutch situations. We'll see how that obviously does affect in the later parts of the game. I'm curious to see if we can switch over to Arcides. Does he have the R3K in hand? It seems that he does not. So the K-bar going to be brought out here. It seems that Envious going to be on the offensive round here for round number 4.
All right, looks like some engagements might be going down soon. Oh, no, he backs up. Player 3 there. That is Pristini. Was close to that B-bomb side engagement. There it is. He finds another one, though. He peeking back in. He's able to take down John. And now he's going to try and get out of the action here for a moment. Looks like Gunless trying to work on this flank towards Cave. Slash is the one that finds the initial gunfight against Arcides there. And now Gunless has to be the one to look for the trade, but no, he gets shut down. The teamwork and coordination from Envious to sniff out that flank. They're able to shut that down right away. 3 versus 1, bomb in hand. Pristini has the world against him at the moment.
Yeah, one of the top players for Gosu Crew as far as slang is considered. Of course, multiple 1v3 situations. Currently 1-1 is Gosu Crew in those engagements, but we'll see if Pristini can make something happen on that bomb head glitch. It's not going to be an easy gunfight in the slightest for Pristini. Firing through Graves. Looks like Pristini actually going to find a headshot, or almost a headshot there over on JCap. Spots him from that chest-high cover. ME4 in hand, and honestly, ME would be really smart just to say, man, there's no reason to challenge this right now. There's no reason for you to try to challenge this. It seems that in the end, Envious is able to win the gunfight, but still, there's no reason to challenge that, right? I mean, I think you should really back up.
I think the idea was to bait him out because of the fact that he had right here Slasher overlooking him. So, you know, any way that he's going to challenge, a Slasher can see the same thing. And then even if that player dies, Slasher's still in a powerful position to trade. So I think it was just them trying to end the round immediately instead of like allowing him to maybe flank or something or pull something crazy off. Just try and always keep a line of sight on him. I think that was the idea with that play there.
Potentially, yeah. And I think what was interesting that last round as well is that we saw a two-man flank come in for Gosu Crew, and it was immediately shut down on 2 players on head glitches. So Gosu Crew, we talked about how aggressive they can be. Aggressiveness not really working out in that one, but Drama being aggressive here in Bike Shop. Can he win the gunfight? No, Slasher's able to win that one with the K-bar in hand. Gunless quick to trade, as it seems that John shuts down RCDs as well. Proceeding with it still with the bomb in hand, is John able to find 2? It seems that he will be shut down, so a good round, I guess you could say, for Gosu Crew, trying to be a little bit of aggressive, but Envy snips that one out. They're able to obviously lock down major power positions over in Plat for this ending round kill, as well over in Bedroom. So nice round there from Envious. Pretty standard round on defense, but that big kill from Slasher over Bike Shop, I think, is what really set the tone for that one.
Yeah, a big series of kills from John following that up was great as a response when he got traded. So Envious, of course, taking advantage of that lead that they got, biting down onto it. JCap, though, looks like he's about to pop this overdrive. 3 enemy players pushing up towards the B side. Expect to see some combat here soon, just around the corner. But it looks like Apathy's the one closest to the action. First gunfight going down. Just 12 bullets left in his mag, though. Tags him up. John's still able to find the first blood. He's still around the corner for more action here at Landon.
John's doing kills as he's able to help with help there from Slasher. Able to make that one happen. So nice sequence of kills coming in. RC's 1 versus 4 gets spot up in top Bedroom. Not just overall dominance from Team Envious. I mean, they completely lock it down. The help from Plat and obviously locking down that player inside of Bedroom. I mean, Envious completely playing that round, I think, perfectly. I mean, honestly, Apathy's obviously challenges that one in Bike Shop, decides to back up a little bit. I mean, I think Envious is playing perfect S&D for that round. That to me was a perfect round of S&D that they saw.
I think it's just Envious. They're just so great at responding to these opening pushes coming from Gosu. As you see, every time Gosu executes their play, and then once they get to the point where it's like do or die, here's the gunfights, they turtle up. So many people are just hugging corners, waiting for their health to regen, not challenging, not trading, and Envious just stomps right over that weakness.
You can also see as well, as far as the rigs are considered, Envious is going to have 3, nearly 4. John very close to his rig as well, so a lot of abilities still to use with only 2 rounds left as they find 2 off the start.
When you spend most of the match dead, it's really hard to charge up that rig trait there, or rig payload there. Here it is, JCap on a flank towards...
Oh! Spot Pristini!
Is he going to finish this gunfight? JCap's tagged up, pops the overdrive. Oh, that was a great play. He knew he was in trouble there. He had to pop the overdrive to confirm that kill. Otherwise, Pristini was going to build a highlight reel moment for himself.
I love that round because that, to me, is a perfect example of old school Call of Duty to new school Call of Duty. I mean, like I said, we talked about, previous titles, you kind of back up, wait for engagements to happen. Like I said, when it comes down to Gosu, man, they don't care if they're a one-shot, they have 3 players in front of them, they're going to challenge absolutely everything. Unfortunately for them, that round not able to make it happen. Envious only 1 round away from making this a 2-0 lead. Gosu, you got to find the magic. Envious going to be on the offensive side, so they do have a little bit of advantage here coming in this round. But John, yet again, finds the first blood. Yeah,
first blood's all game from John. I mentioned just how strong of an asset he is to this team, and he's proven just that. 3 versus 2, though. Gunfight's going down in hallway. Apathy comes out on top against Gunless here, and he knows there's one just around the corner, waiting for his health to come up, though, before he challenges. He's going to pop the rewind. And this is just what happens when you're ahead by so much. Just that snowball lead that you get with those payloads can really pay off in a big way. We saw JCap was able to end the last round. Apathy was able to extend this one just a little bit longer by avoiding that unfortunate situation.
RCD's got to try and make this clutch happen, especially with how dominant that Game 1 victory was. I mean, it's only typical if Envious can close out this round that it would potentially be a 3-0, and he's not able to make it happen. Envious completely steamrolling through these first 2 games as they're going to win Retaliation, Search and Destroy 6-2. And those 2 rounds that Gosu Crew won were only on clutches. I mean, that was a 1v3 that we saw, and then a 1v1 engagement near Bike Shop. I mean, the only rounds that they won were very, very close situations that they maybe shouldn't have won. So essentially, if gunfights go, there's a 50% chance that 1v1, there's a very low chance of winning that 1 versus 3. This easily could have been a 6-1, 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, Envious, you can't, if that's what your win factor is going to be, is winning those clutch moments, you're not going to do that against a team that won't let you consistently clutch against them. Envious can keep their composure. Envious can respond to pressure, can respond to disadvantages, and it's showing right here as they end the game at 6-2. Team Envious coming out on top in the 2-0 in this best-of-5 series.
Yeah, this is not at all good news if you're a Gosu Crew fan. If you're a TGC fan, this is just not at all good news for you.
And if you're an Envious fan, this is just par for the course. Of course they should be up 2-0 in this series.
I mean, it's expected, but like I said, there was an interview that obviously happened, I believe, from Deserto, talking with Ghost Crew. And I believe it was actually a meeting with Pristini, and he was saying, do you guys consider yourself an online team? Because, of course, you've done very well online. You've made a lot of things happen.
It's like anybody wants to consider
well,
themselves.
But he said, yes, we're actually an online team. He says, until we prove ourselves on LAN, we're considered an online team. I thought that was a really good response. I mean, a lot of times you're going to see players who are technically online players by definition are saying, no, we're good players. We're not going to let that stuff happen. But it's a very, I think, mature response. I mean, just being honest from him. He was saying, you know what, we're an online team. Until we prove ourselves on LAN, until we make major things happen, that's what we're being referred to, and we deserve to be referred to as that. So, obviously, it's hard to kind of dictate as far as Ghost Crew's, game so far. I mean, it was only, not even a 7-minute search and destroy, 6-2 win for Envious, a 250 to 153. Could have easily been a 100-point club there for Envious in game number 1 as well. So, like I said, this is going to be a very difficult run that Ghost Crew is going to have to make in this pool. But they're being initiated pretty quickly in this event.
Yeah, and as far as like being an online team, back to that discussion a little bit. I think it also kind of depends on like where you draw the line, because that in and of itself is a very, I think, subjective kind of thing, right? Because I mean, if we look at the guys on Ghost Crew, it's not like they're unfamiliar with playing on LAN. I mean, we've seen Pristini and Arcides on Apotheon Esports getting lots of praise from the European players at MLG Anaheim. We've seen Gunless, his time on Below Zero, trying to qualify for COD Champs back in Advanced Warfare. And Drama, of course, we know him from the past couple of months, and he's had some time on Kingdom Esports and everything like that. And I think that I understand what they're saying, and what you mean, though, is that they're definitely not accomplished. I mean, especially when they're up against Team Envious, who completely outranks them in really a lot of different categories. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Ghost Crew could potentially make a little bit of a comeback. Like we said, down 2-0 to the dominance that Team Envious is currently providing. It will be uplink over on Frost. Now, we talk about when it comes down to uplink, I like to kind of consider this GGC crew, it's kind of similar to a TR type of style where they like to challenge a lot of different things, a lot of different strategies. Of course, that TR team back in AW, a little bit, obviously in Black Ops 3, of course, forming under the name of Elevate. Very, very strong when it comes down to the uplink game mode. By far one of the best uplink teams I think we've seen in past tires, especially back in Advanced Warfare. So we'll see if a similar squad to them in Ghost Crew can potentially make this happen. But if we know anything about Envious, the Slang to get done, Apathy and John, kind of the SMG, not really SMGs, but I'd say close quarter duo if you can kind of refer to Infinite Warfare. If they get the Slang done, JCap and Slasher, you said that zoning AR and Slasher, if he can lock down a dominant position, this could definitely be a 3-0 for Envious. Yeah,
Slasher's certainly the sort of backline, slower assault rifle player on the team, and I think that play style really tends to him very well. Like he takes full advantage of that role and is a huge factor on his team in that regard. So, taking a look at Frost Uplink here, we have Team Envious that I actually recently heard them on stream discussing how they're going to approach this map. Some of the things that they were talking about, they mentioned that sometimes they can have issues holding down that control around the ship, right? They sometimes have some issues around bringing the drone through there, which is exactly where you want to bring the drone most of the time is through that side of the map, right? They mentioned that when they're not able to do that, if they can't completely get it, when they have someone that's maybe able to match their slang or things like that, they want to get mid-control because, hey, that's where the drone is, right? Yeah, as much as you want to take that drone through ship side, you need to also make sure that you're getting some sort of mid-map control. Otherwise, you're not going to get it when it's reset or when it's delayed.
Right. We also talk about that as well. The recent update coming through uplink portals being a little bit smaller. It doesn't really seem to be affecting teams too much, at least in the previous series that I was able to witness. Because when you're spawning from construction side, a lot of the times that's when the 2-point dunks are going to happen. But if you're spawning on red side, a lot of the times that's when those 1-point tosses coming through ice tunnel. If you want to go on that little ice ledge near blue side wall run, there's a lot of little 1-point opportunities can happen. So it looks like it will be, I believe, Ghost Crew spawning obviously on that red side. So they're going to have to make sure those 1-point tosses aren't going to be up there. Of course, looks like they're doing a little bit of 360s. Excited to be here.
Salute each other. Salute, sir. Salute.
Good luck, guys. We got to make this happen. It's not going to be an easy task, to say the least.
So here we are, again, looking at Team Envious with their weapon composition. At the moment, we're seeing 3 K-bars and 1 OSA in the hands of Apathy, who actually just recently started using this weapon within the past 2 weeks. He's getting some tips from Slasher on what attachments and everything to run on it. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do with this. He's going to hit this lower wall run, toss some opening nades there. That should be able to connect with one of the enemy Gosu players just along the opposite side. Either way, he's going to get into space with the OSA, such a dangerous weapon at that range. And let's see if he can execute the rest of his flank, hitting that wall run, able to look over towards red.
This is a typical route that Apathy likes to hit on this side. He's going to grab that drone here off the start, making that dark push. One player to kind of lead the way. It looks like John is going to drop, but the 1-point toss able to happen is within the first 30 seconds. Envious already have a 1-point score.
So Arcides and Pristini are able to clear out the base after the 1-point play comes in. Let's see what their opening push looks like for the beginning. No one goes for the higher wall run, and it comes back to bite them as JCap finds an easy 2-piece within one burst of his K-bar. All the players are stacked on top of one another right there. Just made it easy pickings for JCap. No one from Team Envious, though, capitalizing on that just yet, but JCap is going to do the most with it. He's going to get into a solid position for a flank and find himself a double kill.
We know how good how JCap can be with those tacticals and lethals, especially in previous titles. He's able to make it happen there. Gunfight's going down through ice side. His Gunless looks to try to push through blue. Took a few players down for the side of Envious. 3 go down. RC's now with the drone in hand. Player just 2 Gunlesses left. We'll see if he's able to spot that one. Looks like he's not able to do so. So John wins that one. A few players going down from Gosu. RC's, you've got to make that scoring opportunity happen. He's able to knock it through, so Gosu with a good response. That's
going to be a 1-point play. We're all tied up 1-1 here. JCap, though, able to clear out the Envious base. And so now we should see a fight for ship and mid control here. JCap, though, being tagged up. Can't really leave the home base just yet. Let's see what the rest of Team Envious is able to do towards mid-map. John not able to get that gunfight win, but Slasher makes up for it, finding 2 kills. Gunless, though, is able to take him down. JCap responds, finally leaving his base on a 3-kill streak for the team. And this is where we've seen him a lot, is in and around Skinny and mid. So I guess it seems to be his job to sort of be the warden of this part of the map.
Talk about wardens, obviously he can give a lot of kills. We'll see if any wardens get earned in this series, but not likely. But you know, anything can happen, especially the dominant run that we've seen Envious be on already. It wouldn't be out of the question. But JCap currently inside of top blue, shuts down 1. The nade actually gets that player weak, but 3 go down in total for the side of Envious, 2 in response from Gosu. So Joan kind of remaining in that middle map. Only when we see a few players start to go down is when pushes have happened. So both teams remaining pretty good in man count, clutching and obviously flanking when they need to. With nades out constantly, JCap able to be awarded with another one. John finds that one as well, so 2 go down for either side. Looks like 3 go down for Envious, so Gosu have an opportunity to potentially move that drone forward, but unfortunately for them, those players aren't really pushed up too far.
Apathy just trying to play a little base defense here around bunker. Drama, though, is going to get the better of him as he finds that opening kill. Most kills on his team at the moment. Doing a lot of damage here with that flank, finds 2 kills, and now he's a threat to the third. There he is, connects with those shots. Drama here trying to push up towards ice, but he finally gets taken down. Apathy off the respawn, smelling that blood, and takes him out. He's able to find himself 2 kills, but has to reload for his next engagement. RC says no, shuts him down before he can do so. And now the objective not really going in favor of either team. They're just trying to sort of posture up towards middle map here so they can get something going for themselves. The drone, though, now in the hands of Gunless. He's able to find an opportunity to do so. However, there's still Envious players in his way, and he's getting tagged up in the back. The armor is just not enough to save him, Landon.
And he doesn't have any teammates around him. I mean, he's pushing that, and I can understand the push. You're trying to go for a 1-point toss. When you realize that team has just gone 3 down, they're going to spawn exactly there. And it seems that, you know, when you are the drone carrier, it's going to have a nice team push, which is exactly what Envious is trying to do right now. Currently going through robots. It looks like John, the drone carrier, is going to drop. Persini able to find the 2. Can he find the 3rd? Big 3-piece coming in from Persini. So, like I said, the team pushes really need to start coming in from the side of Gosu crew. You can't be pushing those 1 points by your lonesome. As RC's going to go a little bit of a wall run. Same thing with Persini, not able to win that one. But RC's still trying to maneuver around as he is trying to waste a little bit of time here, resulting in saying, you know what, we realize how talented Envious is as a slaying team. We're just going to try to make sure that they aren't getting any slaying done. But it seems that Apathy will sacrifice his life to shut down RC's. As 3 go down, actually, for the side of Envious.
And the only player alive for Team Envious is Slasher, but he's in a nice power position here, trying to see if he can work his way to get behind the Gosu crew. This flank on Skinny has been the bane of their existence for getting mid-map control. And now we're seeing the drone moved in regardless, though. Drama is already way ahead of him. He puts the 2-point play in, and no one is able to stop him as all of Team Envious falls except for Slasher on his flank. If Team Envious could have won their gunfights right there, that would have been a huge play and huge turnover in favor of Team Envious. But we see Gosu's able to close out the play successfully.
Yeah, Drama's able to get a huge ball start. We'll see if John can actually make something happen, as he is currently going to be stalled for the moment. But Envious trying to force the issue forward. 20, well, actually less than 20 seconds left in this first side over on the Frost uplink. But Persini and the boys from Gosu actually doing a great job. As Slasher finds 3. If Persini can find this 1v1 gunfight, that could lock it down for the half. But it seems that the drone actually will be reset since no one grabbed it. That drone is going to reset back in middle. So after the first half, Gosu crew getting a little bit of momentum as they're going to have a 2-point advantage here coming into the second side.
I think the momentum really came from Persini's ability to get multi-kill so far in this game. I mean, of course, after 2 or 3 kills, that's when Envious is able to finally respond to him and shut him down, but that's still a good fraction of the entire enemy team, right? Coming from one player. So I think that we saw both scoring opportunities as a follow-up of Persini's multi-kill. So if he can continue that, which isn't an easy thing to do against the likes of Team Envious, that'll be great for their success.
Absolutely. Man of the match up to this point, especially for Gosu, has definitely been Persini. We'll see if he can make some of those magic plays happen yet again as Drama watching that wall run side off the start to make sure the pinch is not going to be likely, but still.
No action, though.
Pretty slow start here off the start as JCap with that K-bar in hand. looking for.
Pristinio Minimap's able to find the first kill and connect with the second. Let's see if anybody's able to take him down. There it is again. After 2 kills, he's finally traded out. Slasher's the one to do it, and he finds 2 kills of his own. Heavy trades going back and forth. Lots and lots of chain kills, excuse me. And now Drama is going to be able to pick up the drone, but he's heavily outnumbered, and there's a wall of blue in front of him, so he's going to be shut down. The drone's going to fall to the ground, and it looks like Team Envious is able to respond to that play pretty easily.
Absolutely. So defensive plays when it comes down to spawning on that helipad or red side here for either team. Spursini going through tunnel. Potentially actually has one just off to his right. As it looks like Ghoster Crew slowly but surely starting to pick players off. Gunless starting to get involved with those gunfights. Unfortunately, gets involved with one just there and ends up dropping. So 4 down for the side of TGC. Apathy making his way forward. Slasher trying to be that lead blocker. This could easily be a 2-point dunk. Looks like along with that, that's going to tie the game. Rewind earned. It looks like it will be 2 rigs earned for the side of Team Envious. Yep,
we have Rewind in the hands of Apathy, and in JCap we're going to see Overdrive, and that's perfect for him if he's the drone carrier. Even though it does drain 2 times faster with the objective, the amount of distance he's able to get in between the enemy team is great. However, no one's able to come up with anything on that play. 1 payload spent, and Ghosty was still able to shut it down.
And that was a huge payload as well. I mean, Overdrive by far is one of the best ones that you can use along with Active Camo, kind of your power players when it comes down to the objective. But defense kind of turning potentially into offense here for the side of Ghosty. They're going to try to pinch this player. That is going to be John. Shuts him down. JCap firing away in response, but it seems that Pristinio is going to fall. So good play there for Envious, kind of watching all ins and outs as they're able to shut that one down. Because Warrior spotted someone, but it seems that player actually rotates into blue. So 3 minutes left in this game. Can Envious try to close this one out? Could this be the final 3 minutes of this entire series, rather? Goes through trying to prevent that one, as it seems that Gunless actually going to rock his rig here. Tries to spot someone, rocks the rewind, but he's not able to find it as 3 go down yet again for the side of Gosu. Every time they try to get a team push, it seems side spawning on this side has been able to shut it down. So a lot of defensive plays being made on the side that Envious is currently on.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies. I'm trying to see exactly what Gosu's planning, but every time you switch to one, there's just someone from Team Envious mowing them down. There we go. The drone's going to get thrown off of the map. Apathy still has access to that rewind. Let's see if he can try and make a bit of a play with it as JCap opens things up with a 2-piece, getting a little bit of deja vu here with some of the stuff he's been able to do throughout the first half. If they can just keep that up. Apathy, great line of sight on multiple players. Osa taking down 2. 1 more engagement. That player's going to run away. He wants no part of that. Trying to double back and misdirect him a little bit. Arcees finally gets the better of him. However, there's a trade kill. Pristinio with the drone in hand, but an Envious player in his line of sight. He accidentally picks up the drone mid-gunfight, and John is able to come out on top.
Tennis going on in the game of Uplink. It's Call of Duty basketball, but we'll see if potentially if Ghost can try to get the team push out. John finds him from behind. He's not able to shut them down on the wall run, as it's going to be a little bit of a chase going down as all players on the wall run. It seems Gunless the last alive, and he might actually be able to escape, but unfortunately does drop shortly after. Nice reaction time there from, I believe, John, but kills going down constantly inside of blue and ice tunnel. See that Slasher might have found
he's in position.
An open spot here. It looks like this is going to be a 2-point dunk, so a massive play for the side of Envious. They still have the active camo as well in the rewind from Apathy, so we'll see if Ghostu can potentially respond here, as it looks like there are...
Oh.
What is John doing?
Let's see if he can... This is a true test of your wall run ability. He's not able to connect with all of them.
Good effort, John. Good effort. I appreciate it.
Good attempt there. So now we see Apathy back towards mid, trying to maintain a little bit of control here. The drone, though, still in the hands of Gunless. Just beside him on robots. They have no idea he's here. He comes up through Skinny, finds 1 kill. Gunless is able to take him down before picking the drone back up. Going for the 1-point play. John with the 2-piece is able to shut that right down. And now Team Envious has to hold on to this for either a minute or score and just keep that lead strong for them to close out this series. And if you're a Ghostu Crew fan, you want them to respond within the next 45 seconds. Otherwise, it's curtains, and that's a loss in their pool.
John has been making countless major plays for the boys in blue here in this game number 3, especially, and rather than the entire series. But Pristinio actually finds 3 of his own, and now Arcees has an opportunity to make the drone play happen. This is a 2-point game, as only 1 dunk to tie this game up as 3 go down. It looks like Drama and Arcees are going to have their rig. Slasher does as well. I believe that is active camo for Slasher. That's going to be a big one. He really just wants to grab the drone and try to get out of there. It could work out in his favor, but time starting to tick down. Arcees actually rocks his rig as well, and Drama does as well in succession. Can they try to make a last-second opportunity happen? Arcees, you have an opportunity to make it forward. Can you dunk it in? He's able
there it
to
is.
Get it in the last few seconds. This game is not over yet. We're going to overtime.
4 seconds to spare. Arcees is able to run it through Skinny with that dunk, the 2-point play, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to give us a tied score, 5-5. And if you're just tuning in, I'm Fox. This is Landon. We have Team Envious versus Ghostu Crew in a map 3. What could have been the end of the series because of Envious' 2-0 lead we see that Gosu Crew is able to come up clutch in the last few seconds, force that tie game, and stay alive in this series for just a little bit longer. At least another 5 minutes, right? Somewhere around
Potentially,
there.
we'll see. Obviously, Envious still having the active camos. That's something that's definitely going to be in their favor. So Riggs on the side of Envious definitely going to have a little bit of advantage when it comes down to overtime. Active camo, Slasher, being a major player, but JCap and Apathy finding 2 off the break. Persini responds there as well. So 4 go down in the lobby. Persini still trying to make his way forward, but no drone grab. Just trying to get some map control, but Apathy quickly foils that plan.
Yeah, and really right there, we saw Pristini's multi-kills keeping the team alive. Envious starting off with those 2 kills could have been a huge advantage and an easy play for them. Apathy turns and burns with the Osa there.
That hurt to watch.
Slasher's been dead twice in a row now. We haven't gotten to see him make
John.
use of that camo, but we do see the reactive armor get popped from John. Staying alive around Skinny is going to be huge for his team. Just that survivability factor from the payload is huge. Slasher not able to make too much happen over here, but he is the front line for the drone carriers behind him. One enemy. He's the escort. Needs to take him down. He gets past the drone.
Pass. The actionable pass goes
An
through.
incredibly untimely pass to John.
And in some ways,
is going to work out perfectly for Gosu Crew.
that use of the reactive armor from John is useless at this point. So they end up wasting 1 rig. They had a perfect position in some ways for Slasher to make that 1-point opportunity happen with the active camo. Now it's going to be the side of Gosu Crew, who has an opportunity to make a scoring opportunity happen here in overtime. Arstides can go for the 2-point dunk. Actually runs into that player, but it won't matter. 1:16 will be where the clock stops. So good play here coming in the end from the side of Gosu Crew.
And really, I got to give a lot of the credit. Of course, we had Drama, who for most of the game was able to start off with quite a number of kills for his team and is still maintaining that presence and that pressure for his team. However, I want to talk about Pristini and Arstides, the duo. At the moment, they've really been coming up huge with their multi-kills just in such clutch moments that really just turn around the momentum of the entire play.
We talk about clutch plays. That's what a lot of the plays they've been making, and the reason why they ended up taking those 2 rounds in search of Troy had been due to that. Of course, Uplink.
Shame they couldn't do it 4 more times.
Exactly right, but Uplink at overtime works a little bit different in this game. Of course, it is a constant stopwatch. So if Envious is able to score in under the time that Gosu Crew did, they will still have another opportunity. They'll go back and forth until a team doesn't score in the same time that the opposition did. But it seems that Envious trying to make slight work of that earlier score. They need a 2-point dunk. Active camo still earned for Slasher. Throws out that nade. 3 going to be here in backside blue.
He knows he can't make a play here. There's way too many people just around the corner. He's just trying to keep the drone alive and wait for his team to get closer. You can see he completely rerouted the drone from bunker over towards ship side. The more advantageous place to have the drone, and the more advantageous place for John to find a 3-piece and Slasher to end the round with a dunk. Oh my God, John's an animal.
John is an absolute destroyer. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. John making countless major plays, and it really wouldn't have surprised me if he would have found that kill
it's
as well.
not countless. There's 3. There were 3 of them there.
But obviously, it will be Team Envious walking away, I believe, with this one, as it's going to be a hot 3-0 over on TGC. Valiant effort from the side of Gosu Crew. Had some really good opportunities here and there, but in the end, the overwhelming slaying opportunities that Envious was able to provide rendered them a little bit at a disadvantage for sure.
Yeah, and what we saw was just a lot of both sides really having to respond to the amazing pressure that some of these players are able to put out with their multi-kills. John putting up quite a number of them for himself. JCap with his flanks in the first couple of minutes of the match. And on the side of Gosu, as I mentioned, when we got in overtime, just Arstides and Pristini able to come up so huge in response to man disadvantages. So a well-fought battle on both sides. However, Team Envious coming up on top in Uplink. They're able to close out the series 3-0.
Indeed they are, and of course that's not going to end Gosu Crew's run yet. They will actually have another matchup, I believe, next on the Bravo station between Dirk and Fox. Going to be casting that one here. It's time for me to take a break, and of course, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back, actually, with more action here from MLG Vegas. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to MLG Las Vegas. I am Fox and I'm joined here by Dirk. Dirk, how you doing today, bud?
I'm cold. Anyway.
I'm glad you gave me a genuine response because everybody else, here's what the usual answer is. Oh, yeah, I'm great. It's a fantastic event. Yeah, it is a great event, but I don't need every single person to say that to me. So I'm glad that you are honest. You're having a great time, but you're freezing, and that's fine. But today, guys, we got FaZe Clan facing off against Gosu here. Gosu just coming off of their 3-0 or 0-3 loss to Team Envious. They're now going up against a matchup that's probably not going to be any easier.
Yeah. Probably the best team in the game right now. If you just go based off of the start of Infinite Warfare, base it off PlayStation X, FaZe has been that team that you should want to be scrimming. You want to know how they play. It's gotten to the point where even players like Zuma, anybody playing 8s, they don't want to play how they usually do because they don't want to give up any information. I actually heard them talking about that as well. So Gosu is going to have their hands full, coming off a rough loss from Envious as well. I believe from that series, the only close map there was the uplink. And it went into overtime, I believe, correct. And then, but the hard point, the Search and Destroy, was pretty much a blowout in that term. So,
they got bodied. It was ridiculous. Hard point and Search and Destroy, they were just outclassed, outgunned, and it was not a good start to this series at all. But then, in that uplink, we started to see players like Prestini and Arcides really come to life. Drama was really carrying a lot of the kill column for his team up until Prestini and Arcides just started banging out double kills, and it was pretty great for them to force that overtime. However, they still ended up getting 3-0'd there. And, when you're facing off against Team Envious, what was previously the best team in the world, coming up towards the end of Black Ops 3, that can be kind of expected for them to have such dominating performances from their star players.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it's something that's weird just right off the bat. You can see from this Gosu side is that they opt to go with the FTL jump instead of maybe a Warfighter Claw or Overdrive, anything like that, or even the Striker Centurion as well. But you look at the side of FaZe, they had everything locked in straight off the bat. I mean, these guys, like we said, they've been grinding. They haven't changed anything up in their game plan. They know what they're doing. So come out in this one, I mean, it's just another thing, right? FaZe knows the game better than Gosu does. FaZe can slay better than Gosu.
So tell me what you think about the Striker pick with Centurion. What do you think about that and how it's going to influence the hard point here?
I love the Centurion pick. I think especially with the weapon draft being out, a player like Clayster, who there was always kind of like a jump switch with him and Abel and Zuma deciding what they want to do. At one point he had an NV4 in his hands. The other time he has K-Bar and stuff like that. So I like the Centurion pick. I wish more teams would actually utilize that instead of like the Overdrive, which, I mean, the Overdrive can benefit you greatly. The Claw doesn't do too much for you. It takes actually a lot to get that. So I think the Centurion pick is very good. It can be very beneficial. It's more of just a nuisance in terms of putting it down on the map. It doesn't do a whole lot for you. It just kind of stuns the players a little bit, but if a player just gets set up and they're wide open with the Centurion, they can take it out within a clip of a gun.
Right, so I want to see the beginning of this match through the eyes of Gosu because I did see 2 NV4s on their side, and some trophy systems being thrown out there. I want to see exactly how that influences the start of their match. Well, there's the opening team kill. That's not going to be too great for them. This is actually the second time I've seen them team kill in the opening of a hard point. It's going to be those cars blowing up in their face. Kills going in favor of FaZe Clan as they dominate the scoreboard with the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the player to watch for me on FaZe is going to be Zuma. He's getting back into the ways that we just kind of know the old Zuma as, just completely killing everything. And with that K-Bar in his hand, he's absolutely dangerous. Now you're bringing up with the side of Gosu having 2 MV4s. This is a map where you can get away with running an MV4. I don't think 2 of them is necessary at all. I think you just run 1 and you'll be perfectly fine. But Enable, he's going to be that NV4 player from FaZe. Look for him to do exactly what he's doing now, playing the lengths, not challenging any stupid gunfights, and then always just making sure he's at least getting some shots in so his teammates can pick up those scraps.
Getting gunned through the wall right there is going to be tough because Attach now has to be the front line by himself with no AR looking over him, as the rest of FaZe, as you can see, they're already trying to rotate over. Clay's just going to be coming through hallway, trying to get to Plat, has to win this engagement, and no, he's going to fall to the NV4. He finds a headshot on him, and most of those kills going in favor of Gosu. However, the scoreboard, as you can see, they're still dominating by 30 seconds.
They definitely are. Zuma's going to fall right there. The players from Gosu are going to be getting control of this bottom bike area. Right now, look at the setup that they have. If you watch the mini-map, it's going to cause FaZe players to kind of get a split spawn. They're kind of all over the place right now. One player from FaZe did spawn all the way by bridge. The others are spawning up in the graveyard. So a pinch can come in. I would have liked for Zuma there maybe to back up, wait for his teammates to come in.
Yeah, he was way too aggressive there, Dirk.
And then you see another player coming around right here on the flank. That is going to be Arcides. He's pushing all the way through grave. Now this can be crucial. If he just plays silent, plays his life, and maybe gets a couple picks here and there, spawns could go in their favor, but he's going to have a handful, but he does have the NV4, so he can play the range, but you see right now, players are starting to flood around this grave area.
Yeah, Arceus has a nice wall of red ahead of him. However, he's able to catch one off guard, finishes the second job. We're seeing a brand new Gosu here starting off this game. Arceus currently on a 6 kill streak, trying to make it 7, but Enable with the Hornet's able to shut him down. I think he's running the Hornet. I actually wasn't able to quite see what his secondary was. Yes, the Hornet, that's going to be the automatic pistol. Going in for a second gunfight, you can see just how dangerous that weapon is up close. Now, 3 players down for Gosu, and 1, as you can see, is Arceus. He's challenging by himself. If he just tries to stay long range here, as you can see, he's trying not to, get up in their face because he wants to wait for his team to push. That's going to be very beneficial for them. He's just serving as an annoyance here, and maybe someone on his team could set up a flank.
Yeah, the positioning of Arceus is sort of like a pre-patch. Where he was, his teammates would have spawned right on top of him. There's really, with this whole new patch and the new hardpoint system, it works out greatly. It makes hardpoint great again in a certain aspect. It just makes him spawn so far out. It slows down the game mode completely. So that's you kind of see from him. The map is so big. Retaliation, probably the biggest map that we have in Infinite
Warfare.
Warfare.
Sick reference.
You make them spawn all the way out. It's going to take them so long. You see FaZe dominate a majority of hill just because of that. And it's going to be Gosu picking up the scrap time. As you look on the minimap, FaZe rotating early, but Gunless going to get the big breakout kill there on Enable. That could open things up for Gosu.
All right, so FaZe is going to be getting this initial time at Broken Hardpoint. Clash is going to be one watching the flank. The closest one to the action, though, is going to be player 4. And on your mini-map, that is Zuma. Sitting on this chest-high cover, is able to catch some players from the side. It's really tough for them to be able to try and push to the front of a hardpoint and have to worry about him at the same time. As you can see, they have to spend, the attention of 2 different players, one that died, and the other had to push him in order to take him down. And FaZe is still able to hold the hardpoint with multiple players in the hill.
Yep, Enable inside of the hill right now with that MV4. Like I said, this is just one of the guys that what he does with MV4 is magical. I'm just going to say that right now. He's so smart with where he plays in the positioning. And I think with the whole weapon draft ordeal was saying that it's a disadvantage. You found Enable with the MV4 wasn't really complaining much unless he was running close encounters, which, I mean, the MV4 is going to lose the majority of those fights. So he's very good at just sticking and playing those power positions with that weapon. And that's a big part to FaZe's success, especially on a map like Retaliation.
Look, now the rotation should be coming in here shortly. Clayster's already in position in hallway, but he looks like he feels like he's going to get pinched here. He doesn't exactly have a read on how Gosu's going to be rotating to this part of the map, and he doesn't really have his team's help until just now. So there's the aggression coming in from the rest of the FaZe players. Clayster's going to push up, try and sniff out this player around the corner, but no, Gunless is going to find the 2-piece before being traded off by Zuma. They need to keep that pressure up, and Zuma's trying to just do just that.
On hills like this is where Attach is having a pretty quiet game right now. We haven't really been talking about him too much, but on hills like this is where Attach can shine with that Osa in his hand. I mean, obviously the thing just absolutely shreds through everybody, so you need him inside of those long hallways. I mean, yeah, the Osa has a little bit of a kick to it, but just challenging somebody from one side of the hallway to another, perfect range for the Osa to do damage.
Nearly takes a grenade to the face, his own grenade at that, but Attach is able to just duck back towards Curve before getting shot in his back. And you see that little fumble with his flechette grenade kind of delayed his plan there and caused him to get flanked. And now we're going to see Gosu take full advantage of that situation, get a little bit of hill time here, the scrap time as we rotate to the beginning of our hill rotation back towards bridge.
I like this setup that Gosu has right now, completely pushed out on both sides, just holding down those choke points, and it is working out for him thus far. FaZe going to keep spawning back in this bridge area, but they did get that initial kill. It's going to be Attached taking out Drama. Now things are all opened up for FaZe, while Enable is also coming around on the flank, going to be spotted by one player. Never going to win that gunfight, especially when the K-bar is right in your face. Clayster trying to fly into the hill to make something happen. He will be taken out as well, so the hold by Gosu going pretty good, but FaZe going to be right in control of this.
So Enable there, his flank wasn't incredibly successful on his own because he got killed pretty quickly. However, that did give room for Clayster and Attach to push up and get some time on the hard point and keep the pressure on the objective. So that flank, although he didn't find kills from it, ended up being successful for FaZe in the long run. As we see, Clayster has a little bit of a hot hand, finds himself 2 kills, gets shut down by Drama. Instant trade going in. That's going to be Attach who's able to do so on a 5 kill streak, score streak at the moment. That's going to be, or kill streak, yes, excuse me. That's going to be huge for his team. And again, this is just where Enable's play has that huge snowball potential. They're able to benefit from that play so much, and Attach is on the receiving end of it.
And this is where Attach needs to really play his life. He needs to make sure he gets these streaks. He's 25 away from his Trinity Rockets. He's going to get that. He can either use it on this hard point or he can wait. Heating up currently on a 7 kill streak. You know, Mama Attach is out there, very proud of what he's doing right now. So let's see. We're just going to continue with him, see what he's going to be able to do. Is able to get the bombardment as well. Trying to go for that Warden now. How crazy would it be to drop the Warden here at MLG Las Vegas in your first match?
Somebody needs to stop him. Attach should be the highest priority target. I think we've only seen really just this person come up twice towards Plat to stop him. There it is, but he pops the rewind, gives him another chance, able to, gets the assist. He just needs to get a little bit more for the Warden. However, them finally flooding him and taking him down, they understood just how high priority of a target he was. However, that's at the expense of about 30 uncontested seconds. FaZe is taking this game and running away with it against Gosu.
And you know, on a personal level, Attach is sort of having one of those moments like, oh my goodness, I should have got that. I mean, they have a very, very comfortable lead, 226 to 98. He's going to go ahead and call that bombardment in. He's going to be able to pick up one in Drama. They have complete control of this, making Gosu spawn all the way out. And like I said, you have Gunless here who's just waiting, but it's taking his teammates so long just to get across the map, just to even try to contest that. We talked about Attach having a quiet game. Attach completely turned it around in the slaying department, as well as jumping in the hill. Split time between him, Zuma, Claysta, and then Enable just floating around, like we said with the MV4. He's not going to find himself in the hill that much, but FaZe, 100-point club, Gosu, welcome.
It's not really the best club to be a part of, huh?
Not at all.
They got a nice quick invite there.
You can thank
all
this
the
man
clubs
for
in
giving
Vegas.
him Uber.
All the clubs in Vegas, and they joined the 100-point club. We're seeing FaZe run away with map number 1, and we talked about Attach in the beginning of the game. We said he had a slow start, but it wasn't slow as in he wasn't contributing. It wasn't slow as in he was playing poorly. It's that his teammates were getting more kills than him in that moment, which is perfectly fine. You know, if someone else is going off, let him go off. Attach completely takes the reins and just takes over. Nearly a 9-kill streak, finds just so many opportunities for his team to just blow them out in the objective column, and it worked out great for him.
I mean, the thing is with Gosu, there wasn't really any moments where they started to maybe take over the game. There was that one, I think the second rotation on the bridge hill. They got kind of closer. They had a really, really good setup going on, but I think the biggest thing that hurt them is they had 2 NV4s almost the entire game. You need to have those, just one NV4, K-bar, Osa. That works out perfectly. It's a great setup to have on this map. Plus, you look at the hill time as well. Not really anybody trying to jump into the hill, and that's one of the biggest things. You compare it to the side of FaZe. Great games all around from everybody. And you can just thank Attach for that big onslaught that he had at the end there, picking up those streaks. That was huge, to just really controlling that graveyard hill as well. But I think the big part about that just came down to Enable with that MV4 play. We showed him some love. We got to see what he's able to do, and that's just his role. They say, hey, Enable, you post up here. You tag the players up. Give us these call-outs, because these FaZe guys, they're all pretty vocal. I say Attach is probably the most quiet out of everybody on the team, but between in-game, Enable and Zuma are probably the ones who maybe butt heads a little bit, but they're just all so vocal. They know what it takes to win. I mean, this is why FaZe is so respected at the beginning of Infinite Warfare.
Yeah, and they really just seem to have it together. Their setups just seemed unbreakable that game. Gosu just struggled to take more than one player out without being out-traded, and then just the hill snowballing in favor of FaZe. They just took over that map with no signs of life on the side of Gosu.
So now, this is what I'm really confused about with the side of Gosu. They use the FTL jump in Hardpoint, but in Search and Destroy they don't. I mean, it's still, FTL jump is something, it's like 50-50. It can kind of benefit you because it's like a reverse rewind, right? You're teleporting forward. Search and Destroy can catch you off guard if you're in a 1v1, say like round 11 or something like that. So they don't go with it for that. I don't know why. Maybe the FTL jump could have been an accidental pick because the trait wasn't selected with it either. But like we said, rig draft, you're just going to see your basic stuff with the overdrive, the rewind, the active camo, and the reactive armor as well. But going into this one, from what you saw with Gosu going up against Team Envious, how do you think they'll stack up against this FaZe team on this map?
I feel like FaZe, this is a storyline that's kind of perpetuated by most of our talent, our casters and everything, is that FaZe is the most prepared team. And in Search and Destroy, this is where you need to know the subtle nuances of every map, especially because these teams aren't screaming Search and Destroy against one another. It's all coming from sort of theory crafting and everything like that. And FaZe has a player like Clayster on it, who is able to take charge as the captain and also make sure that they're not streaming all of their scrimmages and that they can't, enemy teams can't access their VODs. So they're learning just as much as they can. And then when we have Clayster leading that alongside the input from Enable, I feel like those two are some of the better strategists we have in the pro scene. So in the early stages of this game, I think that Search and Destroy favors FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, we look back at Advanced Warfare with Attach, right? We all kind of considered him the best Search and Destroy player in the world. So, I mean, these guys there's nothing shy of greatness.
I give that to Zuma before Attach, maybe. In Advanced Warfare, at least. I mean, Attach definitely up there for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that Zuma made quite a name for himself in Search and Destroy and Advanced Warfare.
That's just like one of the biggest things. So, I mean, both of these guys.
And formal. I
mean, you look at the side of Gosu as well. These are guys that if you don't know them, you've probably seen them on a pro player stream like, oh, we're playing Prestini, we're playing Arcees, we're playing Drama, we're playing these guys. So that's just another one.
Hornets come out and search and destroy. The meta at the moment seems to be running that AR and then pulling out that Hornet. If anyone gets a little close to you, that's going to be huge for someone like Pristini, who is rocking the NV4. Several engagements should be going down here shortly as 4 players from FaZe push up towards Moon and Drill. Let's actually switch over to the eyes of the FaZe players. The bomb is going down. Enable on the front line with the bomb in hand. He's able to get that down. 40 seconds left on the clock until it detonates and FaZe wins the round. Gosu has to look to retake and defuse, and looks like they're able to do so. Not dropping a single player just yet. Clayster, though, is able to change that, finding 1 kill. Cannot connect with the second. He's overwhelmed. Gosu retakes the site, defuses the bomb, and that's a round win for them.
Yeah, it was just a great all-around play by Gosu. They knew they had Enable pinned down on the bomb. They got the call that nobody got off of it. You see 2 flood out from the security room, and then another one floods in as well. So it's just kind of just overwhelming for the side of FaZe. Something to keep in mind too on a map like this, the B bomb site did move right by where the middle drill actually is as well. So it's just something to keep in mind. Maybe if you haven't played Infinite Warfare in a while. So it's going to be Gosu picking up the first round in this one. Drama going to be the bomb carrier. Something to keep in mind too. Gunless very, very close to his rig already after 1 round.
Yeah, just 2 kills and a defuse for him. He's able to get towards that rig. Already 3/4 of the way to rewind. Several engagements in front of him towards Medic. They're able to find 2 kills in a row. FaZe responds with 1 as Clayster is able to take someone down and then stay alive for the second, getting out of dodge. 2 versus 1. The bomb carrier falls. FaZe wins their first round and ties it up 1-1.
I'd bet you $10 Clay is out there right now. Let's go, baby. Smacking his chest. I guarantee it. Staying alive right there. Decides to peek. Probably got the call out that his teammate had him weak attach. Hit him with 3 shots, and Clayster was able to finish him off. But something to keep in mind, a player from Gosu off to a very, very hot start. Let's see if they're going to be able to get an offensive round. Majority of the time in Scorch, Search, and Destroy, you're just going to see a complete flood on this B site. Trophy system going to be going down for the side of FaZe. Shots are going to be fired, but nothing is going to connect.
I wanted to give some attention to Clayster there as he's 4-1 at the moment, but it looks like he's going to be watching the flank, and not too much action's coming from over there as no one from Gosu opting to flank. They're all ahead of them towards Medic. Oh, Enable looks away just as the cross is hit. Attacks up a player on the opposite side of the B site. No one getting too eager to get to this bomb just yet, but Drama's able to find the headshot onto Enable, gunning him right off of that chest high cover, but he's traded. Clayster just 1 kill away from his rig, from his payload, excuse me, his rig's payload. And it's a 2 versus 2 situation, Dirk.
Very sneaky play by Clayster coming around, flanking, trying to get that, but his teammate does drop, so now he's in a 1 versus 2. Clay, this is where the brains come out, and Clay jumps. He's not going to be able to get the kill there. Tags the player up, but that may just be enough. But now the defuse is coming in.
Oh,
teammate going to be there to look over him. Oh, you have to think is a little bit of a choke there from Clayster with that jump.
Oh. Okay, it looked like for a second he put the bomb down and didn't defuse it. I was really confused for a second. But no, there's the defuse. It comes in from Gosu. Just a great bait and switch here with the bomb, just hopping down on it. As soon as he gets tagged up, he jumps away. Clayster was kind of midair. When you're midair, just that auto aim and aim assist kind of factor is actually removed mostly, and it's really hard to hit those shots, especially as you're falling. And so he's not going to be able to finish the player on the bomb site. And Gosu taking full advantage of that. They play the 2 versus 1 situation. Now that they have a read on Clay, and they end the round. So guys, here we go. In the beginning of our 4th round, we have Clayster just seconds away, or an assist or a kill away from getting his payload. On the side of Gosu, we see Gunless, brightly gold here, with not only a Scarab, but also his rewind. He's going to pop that right now, giving himself another chance in that engagement.
And you look at the mini-map, Zuma and Clay just completely went around the entire map to go on that flank, and it's going to pay off, both each picking up a kill. Now it's a 4 versus 2 situation. They can collapse on these players, kills the last player in security, and like we said, Clayster and Zuma picking up 2 kills in this round, both going deep on that flank. They're going to be able to get this defuse here, just players just waiting just to see who can get their streaks the quickest, and it looks like they're going to give the defuse to Zuma. He's going to be working towards those Trinity rockets.
All right, all knotted up at 2-2 as FaZe closes out another round. So far, so good in terms of how the flanks are being executed on the side of FaZe. Their opening strategy seems to be working a lot better than what we saw in the first 2 rounds, where Gosu was able to get those first bloods. So we'll see if FaZe can continue that. And we see Arcides and Enable at the bottom of the scoreboard for both of their teams with 0 kills. See if either of these 2 players can pick it up as we're looking at another drill execution on the side of FaZe. Let's look at it through the bomb carrier's eyes. That's going to be Enable. He's trying to post up with this NV4. There's the first blood. It comes out from Clayster with the sniper rifle. He's able to take down Pristini. That should open up an opportunity for FaZe to either decide on this B bomb site or rotate over to A, which is wide open at the moment.
Yeah, there's only going to be 1 player positioned in mid-map. That's going to be Drama. He's going to opt to back out. Zuma still just going to be watching the flank, but now the players from Ghost are going to decide to flood onto the site. It's going to be Drama. He's going to be opening up, picking up Attach. Arcity's going to follow that up by taking out Enable. Now a 2 versus 3 situation. Clayster and Zuma, let's see if they can work their magic here. Arcity's getting very, very aggressive, pushing, trying to work for some trades here. Gunless going to be able to take out Clayster. Now a 1 versus 2 situation for Zuma. He's going to be able to find one. Can he find a second? He's going to turn around. Not going to be able to get the kill there on Gunless. And now it's going to be Gunless getting the defuse. Rounds being traded back and forth, 7-2 for Gunless on a 2-kill streak.
It's pretty sloppy there. I mean, there was no follow-up from Enable planting the bomb. He was just instantly traded, and there was no one even close to being in range of taking out the play on the opposite side of Drill. I mean, we could have also seen them rotate over to A. The only person that could have stopped them might have been the person on mid that would have called out the cut. But even then, just as Enable went up to that B site, we saw that person give up that line of sight and go right back over to the B site.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Like we said, you're going to see teams constantly go B. The only entryway you have to A is through mid-map, which is always going to be covered, and then you have somebody watching the wall on the long haul. But I'd like to see if maybe anybody has any tricks up their sleeve to try to make something happen and just kind of get a shift. The Fletcher grenades are going to be going out right there onto Drill. We're on board with Drama right now. He's going to throw a trophy system ahead. It's going to be Gunless drawing first blood on Enable. Could get this bomb down if he wants to, and Gunless, he's just shredded with the Osa, using it in the observation room, the perfect place to use it, and gonna go ahead and fire from a little bit of range there. Factory Gosu gonna go up 4-2 against FaZe.
FaZe is just feeding on the defensive pushes or the defensive setups on B site. You know, we saw Gosu just immediately get control of Drill, and push straight into medic with multiple players, and there was just nothing FaZe could do about it. And that's what, the second or third time they've been able to do that on offense.
Yeah. Gosu, like we said, if there's any game mode that they can take.
Second, they've only had 2 offensive rounds.
If Gosu can take any game mode away from FaZe, we said it would be search and destroy. Respawn is a completely different thing, and that's what's going to take if you want to try to take FaZe all the way to win. We're on board with Enable. Looking like they're going for, like I said, a little bit of a sneaky A setup. It's going to be a quick trade right there. Drama taking out Zuma and Enable following that one up. So a 3 versus 3 situation. Let's see what they opt to do here. A bomb site completely wide open. Clayster is going to be on there. He does have his payload too. Somebody coming around from the flank. The bomb is going to be dropped, falling off the map. Now they have to rotate all the way back just to try to pick it up.
That's dangerous, and that's one of the risks of rotating over to A side. I mentioned it earlier in the game there, it would have been beneficial. However, when they have no one watching the flank and they can get caught like that, that leaves Clayster and Attach in a really difficult situation that they have to run all the way back to their spawn where the bomb respawns and then do the play all over again. However, Ghostu looks like they're trying to read this A bomb site push, and they're stacking with all 3 players.
Arcides has a good line of sight here, but Clayster's going to beat him there. He's going to win that gunfight 9 times out of 10. The trade's going to be coming in Attached, trying to find another. Not going to be able to do that. Gosu goes up 5-2 against FaZe. They've been looking so strong in this. I'm not mind blown by it because I know the caliber search and destroy players that they have, but I expected a little bit more from FaZe, but search and destroy is never over. We know the comebacks that can be possible, but it's going to take a lot for FaZe to string this one together.
And I think in these clutch moments, that's where FaZe really thrives in search and destroy, but at the same time, it depends on what their map pool is looking like in search and destroy. Maybe this happens to be one of their weaker search and destroy matches. Their defenses on B site this game have been awful, and Gosu is exploiting that every chance they can.
They definitely have. Enable needs to pick it up. Currently 1-8, and he's going to be taken out by his teammate. It's going to be Clayster getting hit with a grenade, so it's not looking good for them as they try to fight for their hopes in this search and destroy. Now 2 players left up. Clayster going to go ahead and use the Scarab, pushing it through Drill. Is he going to be able to find one? Going to get a hit marker on that player, but something about the Scarab too acts as sort of like an EMP, jammer, stun, whatever you want to call it, locks him in place. But Gosu going to take search and destroy in a very convincing fashion, 6-2 against FaZe, and you brought it up. FaZe just kind of lacked on their offensive execution. They were able to get control of the bomb site every single time. It just got, as soon as Enable planted it, things started falling apart for FaZe. Gosu was excellent on defense all around. We saw when
bomb site in general, really. Both
we saw when
defense.
FaZe just tried to rotate around to A to try to make something happen. They were able to push through, flank around, take out Enable at the bomb hitting the wall run, was able to get a complete reset on it as well. So now we're going to be heading into uplink, and it's going to be, I believe, on Frost. No. Am I looking at the wrong? It's going to be on Throwback.
All right, we're going to head into Throwback uplink here shortly, everyone. But let's take a look and recap this last match here. So on both sides, we saw both Enable and Arcides. Pretty rough game, both of them going at like 0-6 at some point, ending the game still with the least amount of kills. And unfortunately for FaZe, just in that clutch moment, just as I praise them for how strong they can be in clutch moments where they can, reverse sweep even the strongest of search and destroy teams, we see Glacier starts off the round with a team kill, and then really just everything falls apart after that. Their B-bomb set on the map was just not looking good against Gosu, and they took full advantage of that with 2 players in their team ending the game with 10 kills. That's Gunless and Pristini.
I wonder with FaZe's execution on B site if maybe they should decide to give the bomb to somebody else, because when you think about it, you have Enable who's going to be the player getting the bomb down each time for those guys. And the lines of sight, when you're on the B bomb after you get it down, you're going to be in close range encounters the entire time. It's going to be like sort of K-Bar Osa fights. Maybe decide to put Enable back in the security room just to kind of focus on the observation deck. Maybe it's just something that may need to be tweaked as the weekend goes on if they play that one again. But I mean, 1 and 8 kind of being like the designated like demolition guy. He's going to be out there just trying to make it all happen. Obviously didn't work out. Was able to get the bomb down plenty of times, but the team just wasn't able to really capitalize on it. So we're going to be going to Uplink. And I believe we're actually probably going to get a restart on this one. I believe the map selection is wrong.
Yeah, we're going to have to give it a restart in just a moment here. However, FaZe versus Gosu, they should be hopping into some not Frost Uplink. That is going to be Throwback Uplink. And we're going to give them just a moment to get themselves settled, and we're going to restart the lobby here. But let's talk a little bit about our matchup here heading into Uplink. We saw some of the strengths of FaZe in that hardpoint and just how well coordinated they were for hardpoint. And, you know, if there's any other game mode that requires so much coordination, it is Uplink, which is just Call of Duty's basketball. And I think that FaZe certainly has some powerful Uplink players on it. However, in the same token, last series we saw Gosu was able to bring Envious to overtime on Frost Uplink.
Yeah, that's one thing to kind of take away from it. When you look back at Black Ops 3 at FaZe's Uplink record, probably had one of the best records, I believe, if my stats don't lie, if I can think off the top of my head, is by the end of Season 2, they had one of the best Uplink records. So it's a team that shouldn't be messed with, and a big part of Uplink is the chemistry, right? I mean, it's just one of those things like in a CTF or anything like that. Your chemistry needs to be on point. Your setups need to be there as well. And I think just kind of going back, it's going to be Enable as a player to watch. Throwback has a lot more longer lanes than the likes of like a Throwback, where an MV4 player can be pretty dangerous. So it's just going to be kind of looking up for that. I mean, obviously in a picture-perfect world on a map like Throwback, you kind of just want to push on that bowling side, try to make him spawn over by blue. That's not going to be the case every time. You just need to kind of work with what you have, and that's where the communication is absolutely going to be crucial for these FaZe guys. And I mean, you got to have a little bit of momentum if you're Gosu. You just beat the team that everybody's talking about in Infinite Warfare, the team that everyone's like, these guys are the best right now. You just beat them in Search and Destroy very convincingly. If they take this Uplink, this whole series can get a big, big turnaround.
There's definitely a little bit of momentum for them. However, I have a hard time seeing Gosu beat FaZe, and not only Uplink, but also the second hardpoint in the series. I think that the new best-of-5 format that we have, where we're seeing 2 hardpoints instead of a CTF after the Uplink, is definitely more in favor of a team like FaZe. So I think that even if I don't think they're going to take the Uplink, and I think they're also going to close it out on that hard point. I think that FaZe is just overall the stronger respawn team. However, we could see some sort of a surprise. We could see something happen here. We're going to switch up the map, and we're heading into, again, it's going to be Throwback Uplink between FaZe and Gosu. If you're just joining in, I'm Fox. I'm joined by Dirk, and we're hopping into game number 3 between FaZe Clan and Gosu.
So if we do go to a map number 4, it's going to be Hardpoint on Breakout. I mean, we will be. This is one of the maps where, from watching FaZe scrim and just kind of just going over, looking at how they play, I'd say this map favors them very well. Just because, one, this is a map that every single series you would see when teams scrimming, it's the first map they play. It's always the map they want to play. Back in like that sort of like testing process of like which map's the best, Breakout's definitely a fan favorite. It's a player favorite as well, just the way the entire map does play. So I think when it does go to that map, I think it'll definitely be FaZe taking it, and then it's just going to be the search and destroy. Who's going to be able to take that? But we still have to get this uplink out of the way. Rig draft going down right now. You're just going to see the overdrives, the rewind, the big 3 coming into play for this one. So like you said, you saw Gosu, they gave Envious a run for their money, a team that obviously coming off of Call of Duty champs, people still highly regard them, but there's the sort of thing like Apathy just got married, they're under practice, they're not going to do good this event sort of thing. Do you think that Gosu, will you give them credit for giving Envy that much of a run of their money? Or is it Envy just playing bad sort of thing?
I think it could certainly have something to do with Envious' map pool and uplink. I know that that's a game mode that they feel confident in at the moment. However, their map pool might not be all there, or that specific map just could have been their weakness. I think that it had more to do with Pristini really coming to life that map and responding with so many multi-kills. I still got to say, I think I'm favoring FaZe in this uplink here. I think that they shouldn't have any issues closing this map out and the hard point, but if Pristini can start off the map like he did halfway through the uplink against Team Envious, I think we could certainly see Gosu put up a fight.
Predictions for this one, I got FaZe taking it. I don't think there's any question about it. I don't think I think it has the possibility of being a blowout. This is one of the maps, like we said, we don't get to see too many professional teams scrim uplink. It's sort of like once they get to the point where their hard point rotations are done, they kind of maybe scrim at least like 1 or 2 maps and everything like that. And throwback pre-patch was kind of hard to play with the uplink just because of how the spawn system works. But now it's all fixed. Players are 100% ready to play this one, but I do think FaZe will come out on top. But let's see if Gosu is going to be able to switch this and go into this next map with even more momentum than they already have. Who do you want to start on board with to start off this match?
You got to give some attention to Gosu. They just won their first map of the tournament. See if they can ride that momentum and ride that wave and come out on top with a big win against FaZe on this uplink. It's not going to be an easy one, especially with how they've been getting slaughtered in both hard points. Got to see if their strength can come to light on throwback uplink.
Yeah, right off the rip, I'm just going to be looking, just quickly go through the Gosu players. I just want to see who's running the NV4, if there is anybody running one. So there isn't. So right off the bat, I'm just going to be looking at Enable. I'm assuming he's running an NV4. He might be running a K-Bar. It's going to be pulling out the OSA.
Seeing a little bit of an OSA,
That's
some OSA
something.
action. Should be like, what, 3 K-Bars alongside him?
Yeah.
Let's look at the opening pushes, though, here, Derek. We're seeing all the ARs really just rushing towards mid, tossing the nades over the arches to try and cut anyone off coming from underpass, and really just trades going back and forth. 3 players fall for both sides. Not a whole lot of progress made from that for either team. However, Zuma is faced with 3 players coming from Lemon as they all spawn up there. Gosu is able to trade him after his first kill. Pristini finding the second. Now one more top soda on the opposite side. Pristini's going to pop some shots off, but I think it's just going to try and get some more distance up towards the enemy side of the map.
That's Pristini trying to get himself into a power position, but he's going to be shut down right there by Clayster. RC's going to be able to quickly trade that one out. So Drone going to be in control of FaZe. It's going to be Enable pushing it up, going to throw it forward for some yardage. See what they're going to be able to do. 2 players pushing into this top green area. The players from Gosu kind of turtle back in their base right now, just playing defense with this drone.
Crossfire here between the 2 FaZe players.
Yep, the player right here, Zuma, it's going to be huge for him if he wins this gunfight, but now they just need to worry about one more mid-map, and it's going to be Enable just trying to do his best to stay alive while attach comes, and now they're going to be able to pick up the drone. Now this is something with throwback, it's kind of hard when you get yourself into these situations. It kind of gets stressed out. I mean, you can't just like pick it up and start moving it. You kind of want to get a fresh reset at some point, just so you're not stuck playing defense or you're just stuck in this middle part of the map.
Yeah, and right there they tried to grab the drone and move it up bike path. However, there were so many enemies coming up from Gosu from their base to Lemon. Like in that instance, they were essentially a man down because of the drone carrier, and Gosu was fresh off spawn. So it's a pretty easy defense there from them. So it makes perfect sense they're going to come out on top there. So 2 minutes have passed so far in this game. No action on either side in terms of scoring. The drone hasn't really moved too much outside of middle map. And we're really just seeing neither team setting up any sort of a spawn trap. No one really able to stay in the enemy base for too long.
Yeah, I mean, something on the minimap you're going to see is a lot of people favoring this bike path side, especially if you're on the side of Gosu. You're trying to get the control of bowling. They've been tried twice now where I've seen RCD Pristini try to push up to try to get that control, and that's crucial if you want to try to get a rally going. Drone going to be tossed forward to Zuma, and this looks like it could be at least a 1 if he throws it in, and he is going to get that. So FaZe going to get the first points on the board here. Over 1 up over Gosu.
Yeah, he hits the 1 there. He realizes that Gosu's spawning up exactly where he wants them to spawn. So he knows just how much time he has and just how close he can get before throwing that drone in for the 1-point play. So FaZe is leading our game. Again, throws 1 point and dunks are going to be 2 points. Zuma sinking that throw there is going to give them the lead. So now let's get back to the action on middle map. Gunless trying to win a long-range engagement with the OSA. He knows he can't win that, so he's going to back down, try and close the gap, move towards middle map, establish some pressure. However, it's going to be difficult when it's 1 versus 4. FaZe is able to clear out 3 enemy players, and they have been map control and the drone in hand.
Yep, and they're going to have Enable set up in the base with the OSA. He's going to be able to find 1. Is he going to be able to pick up a second? Just kind of slaying out, waiting for his teammates to come support. Now this is where they can kind of rally to get things going. Enable going to get the drone, dunk it in.
Oh, this is a scary
now
moment.
Now a dunk for Enable. Now Attach going to go ahead and back up. The spawn trap looked likely, but the flood of Gosu players came in, and Attach was just doing his best to stay alive.
I thought for sure we would have seen Attach go to top barn. It looked like he was making moves towards it, but he instead doubles back and then loses his gunfight towards Grandma's house. Luckily for him, Zoom is still alive in the enemy base. Enable and Clay were both, or Enable was able to find 2 kills and get the drone, and Zoom was able to find one of his own. I just thought for sure he was going to try and set up for a spawn trap and force them towards blue, but here it is. Drone's coming in. Enable has his front line in front of him. They're able to protect him. He gets another 1-point play. FaZe is going to lead up 4-0. And having Enable live on your base is not something you want. Prestini, well aware of that, is able to come through and clear him out.
Yep, they're doing an excellent job right now. Clay's
There's the pressure. This is what we were talking about.
Throw it up for the 1 is going to fall short. But the drone's still going to be in the base. If they can stay out, they might be able to make something happen here, but it's going to be Gunless trying to make a stand, running this out from their base. Has the teammate support. 1 player in front of him is going to be RC. He's going to be able to pick up 1, but now they have to worry about Attach. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. Attach is going to be able to tag up Gunless, making him down to 1 shot. Enable's there for the support. And how many times have we seen this? There's just 1 player surrounded by a bunch of FaZe arrows, just kind of stuck, not knowing what to do. FaZe going to toss it up once again to the bike rack for yardage.
Ooh, Attach. Thought he had a cheeky angle there, but being a little tagged up, he's going to die pretty quickly. Now, all the Ghosty players pushing up towards this blue side with the drone in hand, and FaZe players swarming from middle map. They got to win some huge engagements here if they want to score. There's the flank. The armor's able to protect Gunless a little bit. He's going to throw the drone to reset it, try and close the gap. This could be the first scoring opportunity. Just 20 seconds left in the half, but the drone's not going to make it. FaZe is going to take that right out of their base, and Enable's going to open up with their first kill in this push. RCD's
got very close to getting that dunk, but got shut down right as he was about to dunk it into the portal. They have 5 seconds left just to try to get at least a 1-point play. It is still very possible if Zuma comes out and just throws a Hail Mary. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he is not, so it's going to be FaZe going up 4-0 in this first half of Uplink.
Big base defense coming from FaZe there in the last few seconds to stop RCD's from the huge play that he was setting up. Now we're going to see them going into the half with a lead, feeling comfortable. FaZe, when they're able to get into Gosu's base, they really got into that rhythm. They got into that spawn trapping rhythm, and they were able to hold those strong lines of sight and just keep pouring it on and burying Gosu. Let's see if they can do it again when the sides switch.
So you look at the arrows right off the start. It's going to be 2 against 1 right in the middle of the map here, but it's going to be traded out almost instantly. 2 players pushing on down this bridge side, so now 2v2. The players that are left up, 1 player left alive in middle map. It is going to be Enable. He's going to come out on top on that kill on Drama. He's going to be able to find a second. Can he find a third? No. Gunless is going to be able to shut down Enable. I don't think anybody has been alive long enough to really get any streaks that could really change the momentum of this entire game. Zuma just trying to stay alive here in top green. Playing his life. 2 players going to be pushed all the way up from the side of Gosu, throwing the drone forward for yardage, but good defensive stop here by FaZe. Now look for them to take advantage.
You can almost see the communication happening on the minimap and in the kill feed. You see they all know exactly when to push, when what kills are obtained, and they know exactly when to play their life, wait for the team to move up with them. You can just see it all working. You can see the gears turning, and now the drone comes in trying to make a play. Nothing doing, though, as we see Gunless is able to respond with 2 kills in a row. Gosu with some excellent base defense.
Yep, so far we've seen really good base defense from both of these sides. It's going to be Zuma being taken out there, but Drama's going to come in with a hot 2-piece, and now this opens things up, especially with RCDs. They need to get this drone and start to push it forward, but Attach is here to spoil the party. Going to be able to find 1, finds another, completely shuts down that push from Gosu once again. So just seeing some excellent defense. I mean, the strategy that both teams have in mind is very, very good, but the defense is something that they just can't get by.
All right, so here we go. FaZe with another attempt to push up through bike path. 3 kills instantly going in favor of Gosu. The only person from FaZe that was able to respond was Clayster, but he was quickly shut down by Prestini. And now the drone in the hands of Drama. He's got a path through Grandma's house. Difficult to stop a FaZe off the spawn, is able to do so and get the turnover. Attach, takes the drone towards Lime and resets it. Lemon, that's yellow. That's a yellow fruit in front of us.
I'm honestly just mind blown at how good the defensive stops have been. I mean, I think FaZe has more. I know it's just kind of split between Gosu and FaZe. Like any time that you see that they might have an opportunity to make something happen, it just completely turns around. Attach going to be taking out Clayster there with his own Fletcher grenade. The drone has been reset back to the middle map. Attach trying to slay out, trying to push out this bowling side, but now it is all good. Clayster can pick up this drone, and now this is going to be crucial. The players pushing in from this bowling side. RCD's going to shut down Enable once again, ruining FaZe's party.
Clayster was so close to getting his overdrive with that first touch on the drone, but he's just not able to do so. If he would have had his assist right there, that could have been a huge play with the drone. But again, kills going in favor of Gosu. Let's see if they can actually make something of it. They're able to play this base defense and clear FaZe out, but they can't do anything after that once everything's reset.
Enable trying to get fancy there, trying to jump and turn, not going to be able to get the kill. Overdrive is going to be ready for Clayster on the side of FaZe, so that can come in handy. I mean, we know how good Overdrive is in this game, especially if you're running with that drone. He's going to be able to find one coming through.
Oh, that's
can
huge.
He find the two? They are going to be able to finally get their first point. We have reached a 2-minute warning. They need 3 more points to tie this game up. The payloads are going to start coming into play here. Enable and Clayster are ready to go.
Clayster and Enable having access to that overdrive and having access to this active camo can be a huge opportunity, especially with those 2 kills and mid-map control. The pressure is on. It's up to Gosu. They have 2 minutes to try and respond to something here, but the kill will come from the camo player Enable. He finally gets traded. Drone falls, nothing coming from it. Attached, trying to make the most of the situation. Him and Zoom are able to do so, but still no drone movement after that initial push.
Nope, and you see Clayster right here just trying to get sneaky. He's up in top ticket. Getting ready to push down the stairs. He's going to be met by one player, not going to be able to pick off him. Enable going to be running with that drone, going straight through the middle, going to toss it forward for yards, just trying to stay alive. It's smart play. He knows he has the OSA, he knows he has the advantage from close range, but gunless is going to be met. And he's going to be able to take out Enable. Things are looking slow for Gosu, though. They need to stop playing defensive, and they need to start to get aggressive. They've now been trapped in their base for this whole full minute. Clayster pops the overdrive, is going to be taken out, shut down short, but now the overdrive placing coming for Pristini. I believe Arcides probably has the active camo for this team as well, so it's still possible with 48 seconds left for Gosu to try to make something happen, but they need to go now.
Got to go fast, and Pristini could possibly do that with that overdrive, but he's going to fall short and die on Lemon. That's trouble. He's the only one with a payload, and just 35 seconds left. Overdrive would be absolutely huge for them in that instance. Now a little bit of base defense going on as Arcides is the last alive and has a lot of pressure on him on this bike path. Needs to win this engagement. Drama off the spawn is able to do just that, and we see some drone control in the hands of Gosu. However, Enable shuts it down quickly with the 2-piece attached with the beatdown. Last player alive is Arcides, but he's got a wall of red and only 20 seconds to work with. FaZe shuts it down, and with that, should probably be just the map in the series for FaZe.
Yep. We're going to be going
well, not the series. They lost to Search and Destroy, but the map.
It'll be the series.
Realistically speaking, getting into the hard point, FaZe should also come out on top on that. I mean, we saw just how outclassed Gosu was in the hard point. We saw that in the uplink, they just couldn't get anything going. They couldn't consistently outslay FaZe. They would have brilliant moments of base defense, but they weren't able to capitalize on it when everything was reset. They couldn't take out an entire wave of FaZe players more than once. Like, they would do it once, and then they'd get outslayed.
So we're going into hardpoint breakout. It's going to be coming up right after this one. If we flash back real quick to Retaliation, we saw that we had approximately four people joining a club.
One of the finest clubs in Las Vegas at that.
One of the greatest. It's a bottle service and limo courtesy of FaZe.
Sorry, if they're of age. If they're of age, actually.
So, going into this one, it's going to be hardpoint breakout. We kind of just touched on the points really for kind of everything with hardpoint. Are they going to be able to slay I think putting like game knowledge aside and how you play hardpoint on this map, I think just the biggest thing we should focus on right now is if they can slay. In the uplink, we saw some signs of life that Gosu was able to continuously go back and forth with FaZe in terms of slaying. But can they do it in the hardpoint? It's going to be a lot more slow. Obviously, like we said, FaZe is a very well-structured team in terms of getting those spawns, they're so good with it, they just kind of can make you, we're positioned here, we know we're going to make you spawn over there, so you're fine.
Right, and another thing, what was big with Gosu on this breakout hardpoint that we saw against them on Team Envious is that they couldn't answer to Slasher, who was that slow AR, that zoning AR with the NV4, as I call him, sort of a backline player that is able to look over his teammates. They weren't able to answer to that, and they just had no pressure because of his positioning. So if we can see that coming from either Enable or Clayster, just that constant player that's always overlooking everything and sort of watching as the warden of middle map, then I think that's going to be really tough for Gosu. I think that's FaZe's win factor, is either Clayster or Enable staying in that anchor position and really just trumping everything Gosu does.
And again, the only weird thing that we're really seeing from this rig draft is just the FTL jump being picked by Pristini once again. But everything just looking pretty normal from the FaZe side. Like we said, we kind of just compared for back in Black Ops 3 when we had like a ban and protect sort of thing, right? It's the teams, you could tell by their confidence just by how quick they picked. They just were immediately, we want this.
Yeah, they know their strategies. They have this all figured out, right?
They're not going to change anything. Like I said, a lot of people are trying to build around what FaZe is doing. How are we going to beat FaZe? What can we do like FaZe to beat other teams sort of thing? So they're all set. They're ready to go like straight away. I mean, they probably have all their classes set. I mean, I just love to see the mindset. I know after the Envious game, I saw a couple players from Gosu immediately after the game, headsets off, heads down, in their laps, just sitting there on their phones. There was no communication between them. So if you lose this one and go 0-2 in your groups, it's not going to look good. I mean, obviously, you're going to be very, very demoralized. You come all the way out to this event. You fight through that online qualifier just to lose your first 2 matches. It's not going to be good. But then again, if you play any more at all today, you just kind of got to sit there and think like, okay, we got to go into tomorrow with the right mindset, right? We can't get down on ourselves. So, I mean, you know you're playing the Juggernauts of FaZe. You can kind of sit there and try to be like have some like big confidence boost. And I think probably if you were to ask them, they would agree that Search and Destroy is the one thing that they could really take away from FaZe, and they did. I mean, that's something you can take away from that series. It's just now, you in this map especially, you got to fight this demon monster that is FaZe. You got to try to avoid
monster.
You got to try to avoid getting in the 100-point club again.
Yeah, and I think this is a tough map to do it on, as we saw at the PlayStation Invitational just at the end. FaZe made that huge comeback against Orbit for them to go completely undefeated in Hardpoint throughout the entire tournament. And I mean, that's no secret is that FaZe is good at Hardpoint. They've been good at Hardpoint for years on this roster. And I got to say, if you're Gosu, you're not feeling good right now. You're starting off with your two matches against the 2 toughest teams in the tournament. And oh, look at that alliteration right there. That was pretty solid poetry work right there from me. And it's really scary to have the life of your series on the line on this map.
It definitely is, but things are getting underway. This is do or die for the Gosu crew. Attach, we're on board with him. He's going to be pushing to loading dock. Pristini actually pre-firing, going to be able to take him out. Trophy system's going to be going down, so now the hill on this one used to be inside the little hut, but obviously with the most recent patch got moved up on top. On board with the Naval, just trying to stay alive right here. Good opening start from the side of Gosu. Gunless going to be inside the hill on a 2-kill streak, which is very rare. You don't see players staying alive that much. Now 300 off, trying to get that Trinity rocket, but things looking very good for Gosu off the start.
Yeah, FaZe is showing no signs of life here. As soon as they get into a position, they're taken down. Attach going top of his hut. He's not able to make anything happen as he's shut down by the pre-firing K-Bar, and now Gunless not able to make those score streaks happen. FaZe is going to be able to shut him down. However, that huge lead that they've mounted right now is going to be a tough hill for FaZe to climb, especially when you have Attach right now. You're one of your better aggressive sub kind of players, going 0-4.
Yeah, definitely. And Clayster got that early rotation, challenged a 1 versus 2 gunfight, got taken out, so now everything's going to be going in favor of Gosu once again. Going to be drama inside the hill. Just look at the mini-map. You see one player pushed all the way up by Showers. You see one player positioned in mid-map, and this is a big gunfight coming in for RCs. He's going to win that one over Enable as well. So we're talking about, can they slay, can they contest? They're doing everything right to start off this one. They're about to break 50 points, but the break came in from the side of FaZe, and you're just seeing Attach and Enable all over that kill feed. Perfect break from the players from FaZe.
And there it is. That might be the momentum they needed to hold on to this hard point. Something that I saw Gosu was having trouble with was breaking these hard points once the enemy team was set up, and MBS took full advantage of that by making sure they early rotated as often as they could. And this was one of those hills where they were able to do it the easiest. So we'll have to see if FaZe can replicate that. There it is. He's able to find 1 kill. Enable's able to find 2 kills, and Clay gets one of his own. Gunless is able to respond with 1 kill. We're seeing FaZe kind of trying to claw their way back into this game. They give up the scrap time, try to hit the rotation. Zuma finds the opening kill. This could be a good situation if you're a FaZe fan.
Yeah, definitely. If you're FaZe, you kind of want to flood in. Obviously, we have the great Codcaster, so we can just see everything, but they don't know that it would be a 3 versus 1 gunfight, but they're going to be shut down with the teammate support from the Gosu side, making FaZe spawn all the way in this back garage area, forcing them to basically just flood down one lane and trying to make a decision. Do we push through mid-map and try to pinch and go through cave, or are we just going to keep on flooding in and just create this hectic type of gameplay? Pristini going to pick up a nice 3-piece there from the players of FaZe, but Clayster is going to shut him down. He is inside of the office trying to make things happen, and Gosu doing everything right thus far. Early rotation going to be coming in from Gunless, trying to pick off this player in mid-map. He did spot him. See what he's going to be able to do. It's going to be a huge kill for them to try to hold these spawns. It's going to be Zuma. Immediately trade out. Good stuff by Gosu as we're about to rotate to this next one, but spawn's going to be going in favor. That players picking up the scrap time is the reason those players did spawn over by stairs.
That triple kill by Pristini is a very easy way for Gosu to just tilt FaZe for the entirety of that hard point. That's the position you want someone in, is on that chest high cover just at the lip of the hard point. He's able to find 3 different kills and mount his team way more time immediately after already spawning out FaZe. Rotation coming in though. FaZe gets the initial time. Kills are going in favor of Gosu though, and Enable's going to have some pressure on him here shortly. He loses the wall run gunfight. Gunless gets the better of him. Now they have control and 2 players in the hard point.
There's a very sticky situation there for Enable. Got pinched basically from every entry point that you can get in from this hill. But Gosu are looking good. We kept talking about a 100-point club for them. It's not looking the greatest for FaZe, but we have a lot of game time still to go. But so far, from what we're seeing from Gosu, it's just completely textbook. And like you said, this is one of the more practiced maps among teams, so maybe it's good that they're actually giving them a run for the money. F-tail jump is going to be ready for Pristini. I'm just going to kind of wonder how he's going to use that. He's going to use it to break an anchor position. He's going to use it to break a hill. So that's something I just want to kind of keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on Pristini as he's trying to push over to this hill and give his teammates some more objective pressure as Gosu, again, just mounts a monstrous amount of time on that hard point. FaZe needs to look to come back in a huge way. Clayster's dropping 15 kills, more than twice of all of his teammates. We're going to need everybody to contribute here if they want any hopes of getting 80 seconds.
He goes down. We're going to see Gunless in the same position that he was in that first hill. Just going to go ahead, utilize the rewind, get himself out of the hill, trying to stay alive. He's going to be able to pick up one there on Doc, and Gosu looking ever so strong. We talked about can they slay with FaZe, and they're doing that. And the guy who is playing a huge part in that is Pristini, currently 16 and 13. See if they can continue this momentum. And they're going to let FaZe maybe trying to come back into this one. But you see, once again, they just have this completely on lock. You just have Gunless just set up in the corner. You have everybody else on the team just pushing forward and slaying out. But now the rotations need to be coming in at around this time. It's easy to rotate through, but can FaZe hold this and get a good defensive stop?
Attach is the one that's actually posting up here in this sort of anchor position. He's not the one being the aggressor on the hard point. It's not what we're used to seeing. He's able to still find 3 kills from it, but no hill time is going to come from it as the rotation's coming in, and they're on that initial time. So Attach knows this should be coming in from middle map, and he's got that crossfire with a FaZe teammate to the right side, and they find 4 kills. A perfect setup on the initial time on this hard point is going to award FaZe with some time and some unfavorable spawns for Gosu.
Oh, definitely. They're spawning out as far as you can on that left side of the map. See if the player who's mid-map is going to be Clayster. See what he's going to be able to do. He's actually going to be taken out by Drama. Attach is going to be there to try to stop this push coming from the Gosu side. Still 30 seconds left, so a lot to play for in this one hill. Spawns going in favor of FaZe, so they can get one quick break here. Then they have to start thinking about that ditch hill, which they did struggle to hold, like we saw from Gosu just doing such an excellent job of being able to hold that one as well. It's kind of been the story so far in this hard point.
Excellent shots from Enable there. He's able to find himself 2 kills, and that's going to award his team with some more hill time. Both him and Zuma are currently topping the charts, as you can see on the top right corner of your screen, for hill time. And they need a whole lot of it as Gosu's nearly double their score at the moment. And we get into the rotation. This is where Pristini went huge last time in the first rotation of hills, and they got a lot of time off of his triple kill. Let's see if FaZe can try and replicate that success.
Something I like from FaZe right off the bat there is they decided to go for a pinch. It's probably the best way you can break a hill, but Gosu comes right back. FaZe players caught out of position, get taken out. Now we're going to see Clay going with a different type of switch. He's going to be playing more of a slower role, like we kind of say how an Enable role kind of plays. Has the trophy system as well, just going to be tagging players up from afar, and I kind of like this selection. He's going to be what you're seeing right now, just being able to tag those players up, utilizing that MV4 accuracy, taking out those players with the K-bars and the OSA. It's going to be positioned up here in top security. This is one of these power positions to try to catch somebody rotating, but you look at the mini-map, it's going to be Drama rotating from the wall run, completely exposed, going to be met by Attach here momentarily.
And see, what this is Clay noticing that whatever they're doing isn't working. Despite the fact that Clay was getting so many kills, nothing is coming from those kills. So maybe it's his positioning. Maybe he's not doing all that he can. So he's going to switch up his weapon and switch up his role and hope that it works out for the team. And so far, they're starting to come back a little bit in that hill time.
Yeah, definitely. They broke the 100-point mark. There's going to be one player back there at the helipad, so look for Enable to try to clean him up real quick. Might have a call out that the player might be tagged up, but the pinch is going to be coming in here shortly for the side of Gosu, and that's what FaZe needs to be aware of.
Oh,
one on the wall run. It's going to be Pristini getting the nice shots there on Attach. It's going to be able to take him out, and like I said, the pinch was coming in at any point in time for Gosu, and it works once again, being able to break the FaZe setup. FaZe being forced all the way spawned out on the other side of the map. Gosu passes 200, trying to put FaZe away early in this one.
All right, Pristini putting those long-range shots down. He's not connecting with too many of them. FaZe is going to catch up onto that, get the scrap time as they take him down. And now we see on the side of FaZe, they have access to two rig payloads, and none on the side of Gosu. Now, Gosu still only needs 40 seconds to come back with, and they can certainly do that without their payloads. Let's see how the action unfolds as we rotate back to the middle of the map.
Yep, they're going to place her up there inside of Laundry, and like we said, he's switched up his role. He can just kind of adapt to that. I mean, we know Clay has been that sort of player to be an anchor back in the day, so this is nothing new to him. But with that MV4, you just need to get them positioned either in top security or top Laundry, depending on which side you really want to play from. He's going to have that Centurion ready as well. Attach is going to have his payload, and Enable is going to have his payload. So this is all possible for FaZe to maybe utilize these payloads to try to get a big break. And this hill, it's not one you really want to use it on, especially with only 27 seconds left. Being out in the open, it should be a kind of a little bit of a big contest hill. So look for them to probably bring it out in this prison one.
So Clay's class, I feel like it's just a very selfish class for him, which isn't there's no negative connotation to that at all. He's got hardline on this class, so he's actually getting bonus points towards his score streaks with every kill. So that tells you that right now, Clayster knows that he's hot individually with his kills and plans to play for just that.
I mean, it's a good idea, too. Maybe the streaks can kind of help him, but Enable is actually going to utilize his payload. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. I believe Enable does run the active camo for the team. Going to be able to find one, not going to be able to find two, so the camo burned. Didn't do too much for him, but it was enough to get these FaZe players into position to try to make these Ghostly players spawn out, but now they need to get the break. Somebody needs to shut down Drama inside of the hill. He's going to go ahead and call that Scarab in. Gunless is doing an excellent job of slaying out. The player outside is not going to fall from the Scarab, but Gunless is going to be there to clear him up once again, and it looks like this game is about to come to an end. 249 to 163, just 1 second away.
And that's it. Gosu forces the game 5 against FaZe Clan. They woke up. Clearly they learned something from the first breakout hardpoint they had against Team Envious, because this was a new Gosu clan on this map. And it really just an intense game from the likes of Drama. So many multi-kills in and around the objective, and Pristini really picking up that kill column. Clay's role transition, I feel like, was a bit too late. He was doing all he could, but no one on his team could answer to Gosu.
Make me eat my words, Gosu. Jesus.
Yeah, so here we are getting into Game 5. We're going to find out just what that map is for you in just a second. Getting into Game 5, we did see that the first Search and Destroy went to Gosu. Will it be the same as we get into Crusher for Search and Destroy?
This would be a crazy upset. This would be absolutely insane if Gosu is going to be able to win this one. I mean, we just kind of go through, we brought up just like Pristini, Drama, and stuff like that. But the player we spent a lot of time with was Gunless. And it's just, thinking back, it's just mainly that first hill. Just him sitting in one corner, racking up so much time for the
13 defends.
2 minutes and 14 seconds inside of the hill as well. You look at Attach and Zuma, both going negative. Attach 13 and 22. You expect more from them. We talked about can they outslay this FaZe team, and they did. They proved it.
Oh,
right?
heavily.
We saw a FaZe team that decided to switch up their roles mid-game and change how they usually play. I mean, that just kind of shows that it got into their head just a little bit.
Yeah, I mentioned heavily outslayed. It wasn't until like the later stages of the game where FaZe was able to come back. For the beginning stages, it was a whole lot of Gosu and very little FaZe.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to be heading to the last map of this best-of-5 series. Going to be Search and Destroy on Crusher. Should be a good one. It was kind of a blowout last time when we saw Gosu and FaZe go up in Search and Destroy. I believe it was 6-2 in favor of the Gosu crew. Let's see if they're going to be able to replicate this magic once again against FaZe. Crusher, one of those maps where both bomb sites are still viable if you decide, but you're going to see probably a lot more A pushes than you would see B pushes going to this one. So the rig draft going to be selected right here. Do or die for both of these teams.
So we look at our rig draft here. We're seeing Attach with Rewind and Propulsion. And we're seeing Clayster with Overdrive Resupply. Now, in terms of the sniping on the side of FaZe, both Clayster and Attach have their history of being strong snipers here. But you got to think that having Propulsion kind of benefits snipers more than anything else, than any of the other passive or traits in this game. Would you agree with that?
You can basically just float in the air. It's like having hover from Advanced Warfare.
Yeah.
just utilizing like jumping up on Solar, jumping up on the top statue, and just jumping up and hovering. Yeah, I mean, I 100% get what you mean. Obviously, with the ability of like scuff controllers and all that too, it just makes it so much easier to utilize those jumps and people who play Claw and stuff along those lines too. So it's a good point. Maybe we might see Attach pull something out. I'm not sure of the exact lines of sight where you can kind of hop over walls on this map like Crusher. There's lots of buildings everywhere to try to hit those sort of sick, nasty shots. But it's a good point to bring up as well. Identical on both sides right now in the rig draft too. So seeing from what you took from Gosu in that first Search and Destroy against FaZe, I I don't know. Like I'm kind of stumped this series now. I thought it would probably be over in that hard point, so I wasn't ready to really talk about Crusher Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people expected this to go straight to a Game 5, but we saw just how much Gosu just punished FaZe in map number 2. We've got an intense search and destroy, or possibly what could be an intense search and destroy here in Game 5 as we switch up the map. We just got to see what the map pools are like for these two teams, right? This is the first major tournament of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, so we don't entirely know what the standard is and what most teams are comfortable on just yet. So maybe Gosu can show us something maybe Gosu can show us that they can trump the strengths of FaZe in Search and Destroy, or maybe FaZe can show us they're not as vulnerable as we think they are in this game mode.
I'm going to be interested to see how things do play on A. Defending A is actually very easy. This backdoor area, if you kind of look at if you want to bring out the big map, the backdoor area that's right by the A site, you can kind of watch the line of sight to the mid-map corridor. Have somebody positioned on the steps, you can watch A. So basically you're watching every entry point to get into A. It works 9 times out of 10. The only time it really won't work is if they just decide to all flood in through that one spot. But then again, B is one of those sites where players will still opt to go to it. It's not like one of the maps like we saw on Scorch where it's just going to be a constant B, 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 never really A sort of thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Game number 5, Gosu Crew going up against FaZe. Drama is going to be your bomb carrier to start off this one.
All right, so heavy pressure coming from Gosu towards this B bomb site. As we see, Drama has a front line of a player or two. He's going to hit this wall run, though. Try and keep the pressure up here. Tossing the trophy system so that they can siege this part of the map. With just 3 players around the corner, he's going to get aggressive with the K-Bar. 3-4 kills going in favor of Gosu, shutting FaZe down just that quickly. And this is starting off exactly how we saw the first Search and Destroy in this series. Gosu, when they hit that execution of their play on the bomb site on offense, they just completely shut out FaZe immediately.
Yeah, Drama going to be picking up 2 kills right there. So Gosu getting the first round in this one, going up 1-0. So let's see what FaZe is going to be able to do here on the offensive side. Nobody picking up a kill from the side of FaZe. Enable, once again, going to be the bomb carrier, looking like they're going to favor this B bomb site. Let's see what step they're going to be able to go with. Gosu sending 1 to B, 1 mid-map, and then 2 over to this A side. So let's see how this does work out. If the calls will come in, obviously the Fletcher grenades are going to go out. So now that's just a signal to Gosu, hey, we need to wrap back. They're going to be going to B. Yeah,
like you said, those Fletcher grenades kind of give away their play here. Now the question is, can Gosu retake the site that they gave up? On the retake, we see several kills go in favor of FaZe, but Pristini's double kill puts the odds right back in their favor. Gosu still ends up on top in all of their trades and closes out 2 rounds in a row. Again, a mirror image of exactly what we saw in game number 2.
This map is just, I mean, this whole series is just huge for Gosu. I mean, just coming in, completely getting obliterated by Team Envious. I mean, you want to go into tomorrow with something. I mean, you want to be those guys who beat FaZe on LAN the first matchup. So this is going to be huge for them if they're going to be able to take this one. Looking strong so far, taking the first 2 rounds, but now we're going to see an A hit. Going to be 2 players playing the defense. I apologize. It's going to be attach and enable inside of this A area. Shots have been going down. There's going to be 1 player going around far on the flank. That's going to be Clayster. Drama and RCD is going to open up the kills.
2 kills going in favor of Gosu there. Enable in middle map, a little tagged up, trying to get a long-range engagement down. Clayster, though, takes that bait, finds the kill. 2 versus 3, though. And FaZe has to try and retake and defuse while they have the man disadvantage. Gosu outnumbering them 3-2. Could spell trouble for FaZe. However, Clayster has access to a flank here. He gets cut off, though. That's Gunless that shuts it down. And now it's up to Enable with just 25 seconds remaining. He's going to be taken down. And Gosu goes up 3-0 in game number 5. This could be FaZe's first loss.
Yep, not going to be able to do much with an NV4 in this close quarters if you're Enable.
Especially if those bullets are going in your back, huh?
Yeah. You see Drama taking him out right there. Drama doing very, very good to start off this search and destroy. Up 3-0, trying to go for the hot 6-0 is Gosu. Currently 4-1 for Drama, 125 off of getting that Scarab as well, making very good timing to his reactive armor. So let's see what FaZe is going to be able to do here. As always, Enable. Saw him slacking in the first search and destroy, slacking in this one too. Currently 0-3, going to be able to get an assist, going to be attached, picking up Pristini. More gunfights going down. Drama going to be able to take him out. Immediately going to be traded by Zuma, taking out Gunless. Now a 3 versus 2 situation in favor of the guys from FaZe.
That's the first time they've had the advantage in numbers in quite some time. It's a 2 versus 1 now. As RCD is able to close the deficit a little bit. 1 versus 1. He's running away. This has to be a huge clutch kill. That's an easy way to tilt the enemy team. Gosu up 4-0 in game 5 against FaZe.
Oh my goodness.
We're looking at what could possibly be our first upset of the tournament.
If after this game, I don't want to talk to the FaZe guys if they were to lose this. They gotta be heated if it goes down this way. But we still have time to go. You know, the fans out there are all crowded around watching FaZe playing. The FaZe fans at home as well, hoping that they can claw this back. Can only imagine the trash talk that Gosu is going to receive from these FaZe fans if they do accomplish this upset. Arcity is going to be the bomb carrier once again. He does have the bomb, so just need to make sure he doesn't fall off the map. Gonna get the Scarab. Bomb gonna be able to go down now. Throws down a trophy system just to get any extra points, putting him really close to that Trinity Rocket.
Attach on the flank. Attach on the flank, but he's a little slow to it. It looks like players 8 and 7, that's Zuma and Enable, are going to get to the action before he does. So Zuma getting that first engagement is going to get traded out by Arcity. He's attached, still on the flank, hasn't been able to make really anything of it. He's gotten tagged up multiple times. Now Gosu is up 5-0. FaZe has to come back 6 rounds in a row if they want any hopes of winning this Game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Full sail. It's going to be a tough hill to climb. I mean, right now it's at the point where you do have to give this Gosu team credit, right? These are the guys who made it through that people really don't know of. Have the tag coming into this event, online warriors, nothing but online. Bring your routers to LAN, sort of thing. So if they were to come out and beat FaZe, that's a very, very big statement. And I think you just have to I have to keep bringing it up. The weak link to FaZe and Search and Destroy right now is 100% Enable.
Yeah, not able to do too much as the bomb carrier. You can't really get it down, and he's also dying before he gets that. He could even get that opportunity. Score streaks coming in. Again, no first blood in favor of Gosu this time. It's going to be first blood in favor of FaZe. Gunless responds with a kill. Nobody from FaZe able to trade it, and Gunless is way out of the action. So let's hop on board with Enable, the bomb carrier. Hasn't been able to put too many numbers on the board in Search and Destroy this series. He's got about 50 seconds to make a difference here.
See what they're going to be able to do. See the arrows from the players from Gosu slowly starting to wrap back around.
They have no idea the bomb site's wide open. They could have planted 2 or 3 times by now. But now Gosu is rotating over, and now they have engagements they have to wait for. Attach is able to find the first one. Is anyone going to be there to trade? No, Gosu is going to let him stay alive here. Now with the numbers advantage FaZe, 3 versus 2. However, they lose 2 players, Gunless and Arcides. Arcides left alive. FaZe wins their first round by coming out on top in the trading battle in the last few seconds of that round.
I don't know what's going on there with FaZe. Like you said, they could have planted that bomb so long ago, and the play call was with Enable and Attach, let's both push this guy. Instead of just getting that bomb down and playing it safe and making the clock start going against Gosu. Regardless, they were able to win that one. Arcides was shut down finally. He was actually on a 7-kill streak. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Gosu 1 round away. FaZe needs to win 5 more rounds to come back in this one. Gonna have the bombardment 2 ready to call in.
Utility on the side of Gosu's. We're seeing the bombardment and Drama just a kill away from his payload. And there we go, he finds it. Now he's got access to the reactive armor, so that's another guaranteed gunfight for him if he can pop it in time. 4 versus 3. FaZe has not been good with that man disadvantage this entire map. Enable still with 0 kills on the board. You want to see him contribute, and that he does. He finds his first one. Still a ways to go, though. 3 versus 3. Drama still has access to the reactive armor. Bomb goes down. Kills going down as well. Attach is able to catch Arcides.
Drama has the reactive armor too. Let's see if he pops it. No, he's not going to be able to. Clayster's going to be able to take him out. Gunless is going to be left alive in a 1 versus 3. He's going to be able to beat down Clayster. He beats down Attach. He's going to get the rewind, and is he going to turn and get the burn? No, it's not going to happen. Enable finally going to be able to pick up some kills in this round, and it leads to the win. FaZe gets their second round, down 5-2. Slowly, trust the process is what's going through the FaZe player's mind, 1 round at a time. But that almost looked ugly for FaZe.
Yeah, that was looking really scary. When I saw the rewind animation begin, look, there it is. Enable, though, still able to close out that gunfight. And actually 2 gunfights that round to get his first couple kills on the board. And a round 1 for FaZe. FaZe certainly has the potential to get the reverse sweep going. However, they have not looked very good in Search and Destroy in this series so far, so it's a very tall order against Gosu.
It definitely is. 3-player stack onto this A-site. Trophies are going to be coming in. Gosu trying to give FaZe something that they won't expect, and that's just going to be them completely running and gunning. Drama getting very aggressive, chasing that player who was in that middle map area. Shots are going to go down. First blood did go in favor of FaZe. Drama actually did use his payload in that round as well. So something you just have to kind of notice. Gosu has fully invested their payloads. They've used them all. FaZe is still charging up, and they will need those as this goes on if they are able to keep clawing these rounds. But a 3 versus 3 situation is what we're seeing, playing very, very slow on the side of FaZe.
You need Clayster to get himself a kill this round. If he gets his kill, he's able to have access to that overdrive.
Ooh. He's
actually running the Sniper and the Hornet right now. He did pick up a K-Bar as a secondary, though, so that could be huge for them. Haven't seen the Sniper have too much of an impact on the Search and Destroys thus far. Trophy system coming into play, blocking some projectiles. And look, they have not been very successful on offense so far this series, but Zoom and Attach on the site execution are able to find 2 kills unanswered by Gosu, and now it's gunless in a 1 versus 3. Osa shot's going down range. He finds the first kill. That's a huge round. Well, it's huge because that would have been the end of the series otherwise, but we could also see the likes of Clayster and Attach get their payloads in this next round and possibly reverse sweep in the game 5.
How much of a slap in the face would this be for Gosu? It's almost just like FaZe or tease. I'm like, yeah, we let you guys get to a game 5, but we're just going to ruin your spirits like Envious did.
Gosu's looking good, though.
They are looking good. We got to give them that. I mean, they're looking very, very lethal in Search and Destroy. FaZe, though, they're starting to claw back in this one. And Gosu, it's got to be in Gosu's mind, right? Each round that FaZe is getting, they're sitting there like, we're 1 round away. Let's just win. Let's go home with this. Drama has the bomb once again. Shots are going to be going down. So we're seeing a 4-player stack at B. And now getting very aggressive is going to be Clayster opening up this FaZe onslaught.
He's got access to overdrive now, too. And with Attach's rewind and Zuma's reactive armor just being right there, that could be big for them for these next 3 rounds for their potential comeback. However, though, Gosu, they've played at the man disadvantage a couple of times in this map, and they've been able to come right back from it. Pristini's going to find 1 kill and even things up.
Oh, the timing.
No engagement going down there. There it is. Arsony gets caught by Attach. Again, numbers advantage goes to FaZe. 3 versus 2 at the moment. Looks like Bomb Carrier Drama's trying to tag someone up. Rewind gets popped, I believe. There it is. Drama and Pristini able to find 2 kills. 2 versus 1. It's up to Zuma. He wins the first engagement. Can he win the second? No! Gosu wins in the game 5 against FaZe Clan, who for most of the map failed to get the first bloods and paid for it in a huge way.
Wow. That was... I got to give it up to Gosu.
That's the momentum Gosu needed, man. Going into this tournament, their first 2 matches were against some of the best teams we have to offer here in North America. Losing the first one pretty brutally and then coming back to beat FaZe in the second game is incredibly impressive. And that's got to be that's huge for them for the rest of this tournament. They're going to remember this moment.
Yeah, they have to. And like we said, I mean, if losing to Envious wasn't enough to just kind of bring them down, they now just beat FaZe. They're going to have so much momentum riding on them the rest of the weekend. I mean, despite how FaZe bounced back, that's going to be the biggest thing. But they look so sound in every game mode. I mean, that hardpoint breakout was a little bit shaky, which kind of shocked me because whenever I watched them on that one, that was one of their better hardpoint maps. But Search and Destroy, like on Scorch, was 6-2. This one was a lot closer, but FaZe was just slowly starting to claw back in that one. It got a little too close to comfort. For
the breakout hardpoint, I'm not sure if maybe what made FaZe uncomfortable was the fact that middle hill was changed, and that's where we saw Gosu get a lot of their time in the hardpoint. But even then, outside of just that hardpoint, Gosu was able to outslay them on so many different occasions. So you got to wonder, where was FaZe at in that hardpoint? That should have been the end of the series for them. That was their win factor, and they blew it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of the biggest things. I mean, they gotta be beating themselves up over it. Like we said, it's not a team that you sit there and think it would be likely for them to lose a hardpoint. I mean, with just having the 3 game mode rotation, now you got to win 2 hardpoints if you want to try to win the best of 5 or just anything like that. So it definitely heavily favors these more slay heavy teams and stuff like that. But got to give it up to Gosu. You got to give him the credit. Search and Destroy just was like unmatched. I mean, I'd like to see him go up against other teams as well. I mean, against Envious, they struggled, but against FaZe, they completely just annihilated them.
All right, so you can see the pool play standings currently up on your screen as Gosu's able to get their first win. After losing the Team Envious, they find a win against FaZe Clan. And that's going to be the end of this series, and that's going to be it for us into the next series here on Bravo. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I'm Fox, joined by Dirk, and we'll see you all again soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MLG Vegas. We're currently getting ready to start up a match between Echo Fox and Cloud9. Myself, Lando, joined by Dirk for this one. Dirk, how you feeling about Cloud9 and Echo Fox?
From seeing from Cloud9, they ended up losing to TK in a Game 5, which I didn't really expect Cloud9 to win that. TK has been a team that's been grinding since day one, basically since the game dropped. But they didn't look as bad as I thought Cloud9 honestly would.
Yeah.
Going into this, there was a lot of butting heads constantly, but that was with the weapon draft from when I was watching. So obviously it's very frustrating for one player to have a really good weapon, the other player not. So
exactly, yeah.
They looked pretty good against a team like Team Caliber. This Echo Fox team, obviously people are familiar with the organization, didn't do very much at all in Black Ops 3. We always... Every event,
sad but true, yeah.
Every event, we'd sit there and be like, "Oh, this Echo Fox team is gonna come all the way through," but they didn't do much.
Yeah.
I mean, but now it's basically the new look Echo Fox. Neslo's still staying, but they're just building around him. Methods, I'm gonna say he's a veteran.
Oh yeah,
I'd say
he's a young vet.
He's been around for a while. He hasn't made any noise. I think the last we really heard of him was in Ghosts, maybe
around there, yeah.
Even like back to Black Ops 2,
yeah,
definitely. And then Mosh and TCM. TCM, a player I've known for a while. Mosh, somebody I'm not too familiar with.
I know Mosh has kind of been dabbling in here and there. I know he was on SOAR back at Black Ops 2, actually teammates with Methods back in the day, so they have a little bit of that communication. But as far as the teams, I think there's a lot kind of coming into this. You know, we talk about that Game 5 that C9 ended up having. That was actually a reverse sweep. That went down to Game 5, Round 11, and TK won that. So a major thing for me from this Cloud9 roster is that they struggle a lot with their emotions. You know, Lacefield has no problem at all getting kind of vocal at times. I think there's a really major difference between having emotion and then being emotional, I think, when it comes down to a player like Lacefield. So I think if they can kind of contain themselves, you know, Aches and Ricky, without question, are the main veterans on this roster.
Yeah.
You know, kind of guiding the way, kind of guiding these young guns, right? So I think it should be interesting to kind of witness. And then obviously you have the side of Echo Fox, Nelson, excuse me, Neslo. Why did I say Nelson? Neslo. You know, very motivated. His Echo Fox roster didn't even qualify for champs, so he hasn't played in a major tournament since like the qualifiers. So I know he's incredibly motivated. You know, I watch his stream on like crazy. I mean, every stream title he names is IW Grind because he wants to grind this game and he wants to be the best. So it should be an interesting series.
We have to bring it up. This is another one of those teams that has that tag, Online Warriors. Can they do it on LAN?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's like that for majority of the teams that it's kind of weird. The teams you didn't expect to qualify, people are like Online Warriors, but the organizations that were like, oh, they qualified, like, oh, dude, it's fine. It's fine, no worries. So, but I mean, they're like I said, they have a lot to prove. I mean, just kind of Neslo, I'm sure, was not happy with Black Ops 3 one bit.
Not at all.
So now he has a chance to just kind of like rebirth. Give himself like a better name instead, because like I said, there's a lot of people who might not even know about him just because of the sole fact that nothing really happened in Black Ops 3 for him. So
exactly.
Now he has this new look roster. We'll see how they do. I believe this is actually their first match.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
It's their first match of the entire thing, and they've been looking very, very good online. Methods, it's been, every time I've watched him, he's shown me that he still has it. But it looks like, last time I watched him, he was using the OSA mostly. It looks like he's going to go for a K-bar, but we're starting this one off, Cloud9 versus Echo Fox.
Off the start, actually, I did notice that when it comes down to usual rig choices, or whatever you want to call them, essentially, Ricky actually rocking the Centurion. That is something that I have seen Assault rock since the very beginning. So interesting rig selections. I was talking to Aches, and he was saying, they're not going to stream for the last few days. Coming into the event, Ricky gets a nice headshot there over on Mosh. But he was saying, we can change things up. And I was like, please don't change things up too much. I don't want to be super confused. So Pat, the mastermind, Mr. Game 5, it seems, but not in the last series, doing well at the start here at C9.
Maybe, like, if I had to take a kind of like a random guess, is that Ricky's just going to kind of go for a more OBJ role. What we're kind of seeing right now is what Gunless was doing for the Gosu crew. It's just pick a corner, you just sit there, your other team pushes out, slays out, but then you have to make sure to rotate as well. I mean, you see all the hills, basically all of it that they got off this one just going straight to Ricky. He's actually going to end up for probably close to like 52 seconds on that. You see one player spinning them. Circles. Neslo, pick up your control.
You're making me sick, man. Gotta make me sick.
So Methods is, they're rotating early. I'm hoping Neslo's just not in the back of the map sitting. No. But anyway, we won't focus on him. We'll just stay on board with Cloud9 right here as we're going through. But Spawn is heavily going in favor of Cloud9.
You want to go back to Neslo? No, there we go again. Okay, we're back now.
Well, Neslo. I'm sure they're probably communicating with the ref about something. It looks like the players from Echo Fox have completely stopped playing.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, off the hot start that Cloud9 they stopped playing. So we're just going to keep on rolling forward with this one, I guess. And Lacefield and Cloud9 are going to be inside of the hill. You see the motionless players from Echo Fox, very intense, very hyped
Let's
up
go back to
gameplay
Nelson,
that we're
or
seeing.
Neslo. Oh, there it goes again.
He's spinning around in circles, and you see everybody.
I won't make you guys see that again. I apologize.
Ricky's going to be calling in his streaks right now, getting some call-outs, trying to find out where the players are. The game is going to be ended.
Yeah,
the onslaught was too much.
As you couldn't tell, I think there was a little bit of problems with the controller there for Neslo, but you know, it's whatever. It's fine. Lacefield Rocket. I think that's a Germany tag emblem thing.
That is Lacefield from Germany?
I don't think so.
Dirk Nowitzki's from Germany.
You love Dirk, don't you?
I
Your name
do
is
love
Dirk. I should probably clear that up a little bit, but no. We'll get a restart. We'll get some word as to what was going on there. But still, I think kind of coming into this series, breakout regardless. I mean, we can't really kind of go off of what that was essentially because, I mean, that was pure dominance by Cloud9. I keep calling him Nelson. Neslo was circling for a long time. It's kind of like a 3v4, 2v4 for a while, so can't really go too much off of that. You're having a hard time over there, aren't you?
I don't remember. I don't know at what point in the game he started spinning in circles. I kind of got confused. I was like, wow, Neslo spawned all the way out here, and I'm just like, oh, wait, never mind. His circle's just spinning
He was
around.
just angry because he got a bad spawn. It wasn't because his controller.
See, you know what sucks about this, right? Cloud9 had a really good break, and I'm not sure at what point in time Neslo's controller started, like, freaking out, so he's, like, spinning around. But that's going to suck because, like, you know how frustrating I don't know how hard it is, but for players, like, to get off to such a hot start.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We need a reset on this. And they're like, really? And then watch. Like, Cloud9 comes out, Echo Fox just completely
just runs through them. Because then their opening break as well. I mean, opening breaks as well as a number of different things that come into the beginning hard point. You can reveal a lot. I mean, they know each other's rigs. That's one thing off the start without even starting the game up that you already know in the rig.
For like a search and destroy, you can kind of like be midway in the game. You have the round count. Like, you know which player needs to go on which side. But for like hard points, like it's physically not possible. So it's going to be a fresh restart. We're hoping nothing too serious is wrong with his controller. I don't really know. We're just waiting to hear back from the broadcast team to see what they say to give us a thumbs up to go ahead and start it once again.
Yeah, we'll see what goes down. But
damn, they look good.
Cloud9 looked really good, but I don't want to take anything away because, like I said, Echo Fox, that could have been a controller problem. I had no idea how long that Neslo was doing that for, so it could have been a while. But one thing I'm going to kind of point to throughout this series is that I believe these teams have met up actually in the MLG 2K that took place on the 11th. And in that matchup, I believe Cloud9 actually 3-0'd Echo Fox, and then later 3-0'd TR. So they had a pretty good run in the 2K. I think they ended up making it I think they ended up losing to EG later on. And they actually ended up losing Game 5, Round 11. So in the 2Ks, at least, in one of their matchups kind of leading up to that, they looked very, very good. Yeah. But from what we've learned so far, online doesn't necessarily always translate to LAN. Gosu beats FaZe, though. They lose to Envy. What was it? TK reverse sweeps Echo Fox. ALG just beat Luminosity. I don't know what's going on in this tournament. I think Maven was like, I'm done with predictions. I'm just, it's over.
At that point in time, like we start to see it more in Black Ops 3. You know, how like the entire time is we sat there and we're like, the talent has never been so close, like to predict a winner for events. Like there's so many teams who can like come and win. It's hard to make predictions at this point. I mean, you like go back in the day, like where you have the powerhouse like Complexity, Evil Geniuses. You can go to every event and be like, they're winning. Yeah. There's no team that even contests them. Like it's an easy win. It's sort of like we don't have that anymore. There's so many like upsets that are possible. I mean, if I sat there, I thought FaZe was just going to 3-0 go.
Oh, yeah. I did, too. I wasn't able to watch that match all through and whatnot. I was actually watching Allegiance versus Luminosity, but you can imagine upsets going on either stage, and it has been a interesting Friday, to say the least. We always talk about how teams start off slow on Friday, and it seems that predictions are kind of strange right now.
I did witness Evil Genius is playing an open bracket map, and, obviously, terrible PlayStation X event they want to forget about.
Yeah.
They beat, like, some – I felt so bad for these guys. But they come walking off the stage and be like, yeah, we just got beat 32-2 in Uplink by Evil Geniuses. So like, they're like happy about it, like losing. I was like, I guess it's like the soul spirit of just competing. But I was sitting there watching, like I think one of the Evil Geniuses players actually, one of the players on the other team was just on their phone, like on Twitter and stuff like that. And I was just like, like do what you want.
Just here for the experience, man. There's nothing wrong with that, I guess. Vegas is an interesting place, to say the least. That's for sure.
But I mean, we just want to like recap everything that we've seen on Bravo so far. The first match of the day that we had was Rise versus Revenge. Hot 3-0.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That like set the tone. I was like, okay, it's just going to be.
If you're under the age of 18, I would not recommend you watching that game, at least over again.
It's going to be just, I sat there after that match. I was like, you know what? Every game on Bravo is going to be a 3-0. Team Envious versus Gosu, 3-0.
Yep. Both of those I casted. I have not cast anything but a 3-0 yet, so I'm hoping for a Search and Destroy, or a Game 5, or a Game 4, really. I have no problem with either.
And then FaZe versus Gosu. thought FaZe.
Tell me about that a little bit, because I was watching. It seemed like FaZe. Well, I think they won game 1. Gosu wins game 2. They're looking really good in the search and destroys.
Yep.
Regardless, it goes down to game 5. We can just talk about game 5.
Yeah.
Essentially. That's really what it matters, because obviously everyone realized they won 2 apiece.
It was almost a full sale that happened.
I know.
I
was like 5-0, and I was like, no. Me and Revan were actually behind you and Fox when you were casting, and I was like, Revan, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And then they won 3 rounds, and then it ended up happening. But still, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I sat there and turned to Fox, and I just said full sale. That's all I said.
Oh, you jinxed it.
It almost
I'm
happened.
joking. I'm joking. You didn't jinx
But no, the hardpoint retaliation, naturally 100-point Cub Gosu, and that's when I was like, okay, this is going to be FaZe, just like dominating. It was on retaliation, and we just kind of like reiterated the points that like the MD4 can still be useful, especially on a map like that, and Enable just found himself in really good positions. Something that was probably the downfall for Gosu during that matchup, they had I think like 2 or 3 MV4s the entire thing, which doesn't work out very well in your favor. Maybe I could see like on the bridge hill, maybe trying to pull it out and making it work. But that was probably the biggest downfall for it. Search and Destroy on Scorch, it was just FaZe kept on hitting B. They'd got the bomb down, I think, 3 times throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
And just, I don't know what would happen. Their setup would just crumble. I think having Enable there with the NV4 and having the sight lines that you do on Scorch on B kind of just messed up the entire thing. Usually, like, you want like a K-Bar or an OSA player that's just standing right there ready for the players to push. So basically what they would do is the Gosu guys, they would just kind of flood in all at the same time. It got overwhelming for them, especially when you have an MV4. Uplink on Throwback was pretty close. I mean, Gosu had a chance to really like tie it up or get to. They had like the active camo and the overdrive, which is like sort of becoming like a power play sort of thing in this game. Like once you have both of those, like you want to try to use them at the same time, or like around that. So FaZe ended up winning that. Then the Hardpoint Breakout, it was like a completely different Gosu crew. Like it was absolutely.
They just turned it up a little bit.
They dominated every single hill. There wasn't a time where FaZe was able to actually get like a solid amount of time like on a hill to make you sit there and think, oh my god, they're gonna come back. Like it was just a complete like domination throughout the entire thing. They just did so good, and it was all like gunless and drama. Gunless was just doing what we saw Ricky do. Yeah. He did that so well and was just being so patient with it. He had 2 minutes and 14 seconds of hill time, then had 14 defense. So he was like the big part of like to their success. But I mean, even when the biggest thing I took out of it was when FaZe finally decided to rotate and like get a decent setup, every single time the Gosu guys would find a way to pinch. No matter what hill it was on, they would pinch. I mean, I
think these Gosu guys are real, like the real deal. Like, and I know that Envious series was, well, at least the one series that I was able to watch them, it wasn't really what they would lived up to, especially since they 3-0'd them online in the 2K, I believe. So. But I think this team is real deal. Like me and Revan were kind of talking, and he was going back and forth. Of course, Revan, fantastic mind when it comes down to Call of Duty, as everyone knows, E-Girl Slayer himself. But I mean, we were talking, and it's like this squad, they like show signs of like every title. It seems that there's one squad that kind of rises through the ranks. You know, there's been TR back in AW, or if you want to call it even E6 back in AW. I mean, there's been so many rosters that are very unknown teams, and even Noble back in Ghost as well. You know, many known players today that are even. At this tournament and even placing very high. But, there's just so many teams that kind of, I shouldn't say so many, but over the past few years, there have been roster after roster after roster per title that have kind of risen. I'm not saying this is the exact team, or maybe it switches up later down the line, but I think they have the core elements to kind of be like that Team Revenge. I think that's the closest team you can kind of resemble them to, because they just push out everything. Like, this is probably one of the most aggressive teams I think I've seen. Of course, it's the, new title. Things can absolutely change and whatnot. It might not seem like a crazy strategy now, and later it might not be, but they are just incredibly aggressive. They push everything. Like I said, there have been many interviews, I believe, that Certo has done with Pristini from Gosu, and he was saying, if we're one shot, we're challenging. Like, honestly, if it's a 1 versus 3 and there's 3 guys in front of me, I'm challenging every single one of them. It doesn't matter to them, and that's something that's super interesting to me, because that's exactly something that TR has implemented. They're not talented at hardpoint, but they're good at uplink and search and destroy. What other team has done that that's similar to them? Team Revenge. So, not saying it's exactly going to happen in the same line. I'm not saying they're going to go to COD champs this year and be runners-up or anything like that by any means. But this team, to me, is the real deal for sure, and I think they can absolutely make some noise this tournament. And already doing that once, versus FaZe.
It's got to be like the biggest confidence boost too. Like, you beat the team that everybody's been sitting here going into this event, just like FaZe is going to win. FaZe is going to win because just of how dominant they've been so far. I mean, at PlayStation X as well. So. That's just one of the things to kind of take away from it. They looked really good, and then in the Search and Destroy, the last map on Crusher, went up 5-0. Almost, the FaZe comeback almost happened. I think they got to 3 round ones. But they the biggest thing I took away from FaZe's Search and Destroy is a lot of indecisiveness. There was chances where they could have got the bomb down, like they wasted just 30 seconds just camping, just waiting. Instead of getting the bomb down, they were like, let's push this guy. Let's fight for this kill, which you don't want to do that in Search. You have the bomb, you can get it down, make the other team work against the clock, and then maybe start to play for those kills. But we are back up in this game. Cloud9 versus Echo Fox had a little technical issues. Neslo's right stick decided to just spin around in circles. I've actually had that happen to one of my controllers before, like the inside of it snaps, and it just makes you just spin.
I imagine that probably doesn't help your KD in any way.
Well, I play on 2 sensitivity anyway, so.
That's right. You play on 2 sensitivity.
Yes.
And you also play, what was it? What's the
inverted?
So
Aix plays inverted, so don't judge.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Inverted.
That's very interesting.
Saints plays inverted. There's a lot of good players who play inverted. Okay.
I had no idea. Well, you just proved me wrong, Dirk. All right. Well, obviously, it's time to focus our direction on this matchup, like you said there, Dirk. Of course, Cloud9 versus Echo Fox. Good start to Cloud9 when it comes down to breakout. Like I said, though, a little bit of errors here and there. So I'm not expecting to see the exact same thing. But when it comes down to breakout, I think I'll say this. One player to look out for either side. I think for me, on Cloud9 is going to be Lacefield. He's going to be the guy rocking the OSA unless Pat has decided to change everything up, which is not uncharacteristic of him. Rocking the OSA, very, very aggressive. And to me is a very, very high emotional player, like I mentioned earlier. Like I said, there's a difference, in my opinion, between having emotion and being emotional. I think Aix is going to have to really, really pay attention to Lacefield throughout this series. If they go down, keep him motivated, because when that guy is on point, when his team is doing well, they destroy. And that's one thing that I really like about Cloud9. I think one player from Echo Fox you're looking out for, without question, is going to be Neslo. Very motivated player, like I said, been on the Echo Fox team for a very long time now. And he's really, to me, if he wasn't on this roster, this team wouldn't exist. He is the main communicator. He's the captain of this team. He's the main motivator behind everything. And there's a few players that I've noticed as time has gone on that they are ones to constantly kind of break down the entire game after it's over. Saying this is what we need to work on, for future games. He's always kind of being, in some ways, like a coach in the entire series. But Lacefield seems to be spectating the birds as we get ready to fly into this game. We'll see how it goes, though. But kind of want to bring that up about Echo Fox and C9 as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It should be a good one as we head into this. Like you said, Lacefield has not short of quiet. The Optic Gaming guys just walked by us. I'm sure they love Lacefield and everything.
Big fans of C9, I'm sure.
Big fan, autograph, please. But we knew what they did at Call of Duty Champs, and Patty P needs no introduction with how he is either.
No,
but anyway, so we're going to be jumping into this one. Hopefully there's no issues as we go into start. Cloud9 got off to a hot start in the first one that we did see, and it was Ricky who basically just locked down all that time. So let's see what they're going to be doing here. We're on board with Aix. It looks like he's going to be pushing straight through to the showers area. He's going to be met by a player. That is going to be Neslo. So the first engagement is going to be right there, and Aix is going to be sneaking up from behind him. He's going to be able to take him out just like that, trying to get control. Aix finds 2. And now they have the spawns going in their favor for this first hill.
That was really interesting to see Aix actually push that one out, because normally you're going to see a player who's spawning on that garage side rush that out. Something he wasn't really met. So kind of interesting plays coming in from the side of of Echo Fox. C9 doing some interesting stuff as well. But it will be an early lead for the side of C9, currently up 18-2. Echo Fox not really having a major response yet so far.
And definitely not. One player coming around all the way on the flank. Neslo investing a lot into this. This could go very badly because we only have 17 seconds left. We're trying to get the rotations in, but since Neslo did go around on the flank, his teammates are starting to spawn off.
Oh, they have bad spawns now as well.
Yeah, so Methods is the last alive right there. He's able to actually take out Assault, but the spawns are still kind of being split. Both these players, it's going to be a big engagement coming up right here between Methods and Ricky, and it's going to be Methods coming out on top, but Lacefield is still going to be here to try to block these. Methods right now, if you're him, just kind of try to stay alive and wait for your teammates to come. He's doing a good job of just blocking off these spawns, but now you need to try to make something happen. You don't want to waste too much time just solely focusing on the anchor.
And I understand Methods' play there to try and stay in garage, but honestly, I think he kind of can't more, because as long as he's there, his team is still getting a better spawn than that. So I used to say kind of interesting plays from the side of Echo Fox, because they've not really started out as well as you thought they would after that reset. Cloud9 absolutely destroying as Ricky starts to rock a few kills. Lacefield rocking the K-bar, so I was wrong. I was hoping he would be rocking the OSA, but like I said, Aix is a mastermind. He likes to change things up on occasion, but it seems to be working out for Lacefield as he's currently 7-2 with 30 seconds of hill time, as Cloud9 are absolutely storming on to this game number 1.
Yeah, they definitely are. And you see right now the rotations are coming in on the mini-map. It's going to be Aix being sneaky. rotating all the way through this back helipad side. Now he's going to be met by Neslo. Is he going to be able to come out on top in this gunfight? Neslo really does need to start getting some things going. He's 1 of 5. It's almost like his controller is still spinning around in circles. Is he going to be able to win this engagement? And he does. No, it's actually going to be TCM is going to be there to support him. The assist is going to go his way, 85-6 currently. No. And if you remember coming into this weekend, Echo Fox actually, I think it was a 250-7 against Team Revenge. Looks like Cloud9 might be getting a little bit of revenge like that on them. 96-6 and counting. Ricky is going to be the player inside of the bill. Is going to be using that strike with the Centurion, and they are doing such an excellent job of holding this down. It's like Echo Fox doesn't know what to do.
This looks like a new team, honestly, from what I was able to witness in their online scrims. I mean, I thought they've struggled in hardpoint, but they are just absolutely lights out. Echo Fox not having any responses. Ricky currently on a 7 spree. Never does that usually happen. I mean, this man is known for playing what is known as, you know, the role that no one else wants to play. He does the dirty work for any team that he's on, and the fact that he is one of the main slayers right now, Echo Fox has got to be aware of that. But of course, rotations are going to be very, very important when it comes down to this final hill. The first side of rotations going to be over in Commissary. I believe it is going to be Neslo currently holding those back helipad spawns, with Ricky rocking streaks here as he's able to find one with that one. So Echo Fox doing a great job on the rotation, but they need to make sure they're watching that back helipad spawn. That will be a major gunfight getting ready to go down here between Methods, but he loses it. Aix is able to win that one, and that could be good spawns here for C9. They could rival on and even pile on more points.
Yeah, it definitely is. The pinch needs to come in here. Watch on your mini-map. It's going to be Aix coming around from the step side and see if they're going to be able to do anything. Echo Fox players are currently floating in on the wall, and they're going to get hit by this Trinity rocket. Looks like they're going to be able to stay alive. No, Methods is going to be taken out by that one. So Control going back in favor of Cloud9. That's exactly what they need. And I just absolutely love the spawn work that happened in this. It's so nice not seeing them spawn so close. Like, you get rewarded for it.
Exactly.
They're spawning all the way on the other side of the map. It makes makes hardpoint so much more fun.
It really does.
And so much more strategical, because you know it's just not going to be straight contested. It slows the game down a little bit, but just enough where it's so enjoyable to watch.
Exactly, and that's something interesting when it comes down to Cloud9, because you kind of have old school versus new school. And I'm sure whenever the update came to hardpoint, I'm sure Ricky and Aix were rejoicing, and some of the other Cloud9 guys like Lacefield and so we saw a lot of success back in Block. I'm sure you're like, I'm kind of curious to see how this kind of works out. But of course, they seem to be playing absolutely fantastic after this patch has kind of gone through, rather this update even. But 153-40 is the current score. Echo Fox not having any response as of yet. Kind of looking at the overall KDs, TCM 5-12, 6-12 for Mosh. Methods actually sitting at 8-11, and Neslo sitting at 5-11. So obviously all of them negative, and really not any positives for them coming out of this game up to this point. As Aix is now on a 7 spree, so he's going to take his turn at going on a spree for a little bit.
He definitely is, and they're doing such an excellent job of this. Assault, the AR, we know how good he can be with that. Going to be rocking the NV4, kind of as expected. Like I said, it's still a very, very viable weapon if you just know how to play your positions with it right, and just like not challenging any stupid gunfight. But we're going to see more streaks coming in once again. This time, I believe it was going to be coming from the side of Echo Fox. Hardpoint is going to be rotating back to the prison side. There's going to be one player inside. That is going to be Mosh. And we're going to start to get to the point now where payloads are going to start to pop up on your screen. I know Aix has his ready. Mosh is still solo sitting in the hill. There's going to be one player at the back, and that's going to be Ricky trying to spoil the party for Echo Fox, but he will be cleaned up by Mosh. Mosh doing an excellent job so far of playing still.
Definitely a good hold right now coming in from the set of Echo Fox, trying to lock this one down for a few moments, but that one is shut down. There's still actually a good amount of points left over here in cell block. Assault trying to contest for as long as possible, because right now Echo Fox has 2 enemies. They obviously have the clock as well as as well as C9. So going to be aware when it comes down to that, but it will be Aix walking down as well as Ricky. The last few seconds of scrap points. Aix going to go ahead and get on that earlier rotation, as it seems Echo Fox have done a good job at rotating. They know exactly what's going on, but maybe it's their first game. It's their first game. It's not just a new event, or it's just not their first event, but this is their first time playing Infinite Warfare on land. So not that I'm giving them a major pass. I mean, they're down by a major portion right now, but you got to imagine there's probably a little bit of jitters, probably a little bit of confusion kind of going on, a little bit of things being learned, but C9 has obviously been very, very ready whenever they were in that game 5 earlier versus TK.
I definitely think just everything, like you just kind of hit it on the head. Cloud9 definitely has the big favor coming into this one. They were able to play a great team in Team Caliber coming into this, so it's like what good of a warm-up do you need going up against a team like that, where Echo Fox I mean, you can just kind of warm up on the side stations and stuff like that to get your shot warm, but it's not just that whole environment of just like scrimming teams and stuff in that way. So I 100% get where you're coming from, but let's see if Echo Fox is going to be able to do anything to turn it around. Cloud9 have been looking so good in this one. They're actually really shocking me because, like I said, coming into this, we didn't see too much of it. It was a lot of them just kind of hitting heads. There's no real like solution to any of their problems when they would lose. These guys would start to lose scrims, immediately get offline, like, oh, I don't want to play anymore, stuff like that. But this is just a complete Cloud9 team that we're seeing, and it's looking good. Aches, the guy who loves boots on the ground, doing some work here in a jetpack Call of Duty.
Exactly, man. Let's see if we can continue that play, not just throughout this game, this series, but throughout this entire tournament, as they are currently 0-1 in bracket play, but they're looking to get at least one more game in this particular series. We'll see if they can potentially keep it moving forward. But you see the veterans, when it comes down to it, doing really well in this game, along with Blazefield 22-14. And that's a nice play from Assault. He's also getting involved. Everyone really getting involved, but the main Slayers right now definitely Blazefield and Ricky, and Aches as well, hopping into that 20 club as Assault doing some damage. Aches is as well. And they got good rotations. They've got good spawns currently as well. Echo Fox not really being able to contest. There's only 5 more seconds are needed, but they are still going to contest this one. So good pushes coming in left and right, but it seems that it will be Cloud9 who's able to lock this one down. That's going to do it for game number 1, 250-106, a near 100-point club. But Cloud9 looking incredibly strong.
I can respect it. I mean, just Cloud9, they played that perfect. I mean, we were kind of talking about like the veterans and Aches and Ricky, dating back to like the Black Ops 2 way of hardpoint.
Right.
Like you need that like set role, you need that anchor. This is sort of like a mix. You don't really need somebody back there at all times, you know, just kind of getting those spawns. You can kind of get away with it just by the positioning. But definitely, you know that they both want to favor that sort of play. And just the setups that they had, it works. I mean, it's got to be helping young players like Lacefield and Assault so much, too.
Yeah.
Like, you're teaming with these veterans. They know how to play, like, true and actual hard point where you don't just have, like, the flood in the hill and just run around like a chicken with your head cut off. So it's definitely a benefit for them, and it shows just all around. Ricky, 2 minutes inside the hill, we told that he was using the Centurion, and that's basically what he's just going to be doing. He's going to be, like, the dedicated ISK, OBJ, if you want to call it that, if there really is an OBJ role in Call of Duty anymore. But it was a great all-around performance from Cloud9. They were able to continue that momentum that they had. So now we're going to be jumping into the next game mode, which is going to be Search and Destroy, and we're going to be playing on Retaliation.
Ooh, I love me some Retaliation. And I believe actually Retaliation is actually a map that in every game mode C9 tends to do very well on. They kind of like the long lines of sight. The hardpoint obviously works very well for them, kind of similar to a Black Ops 2 feel.
Yeah.
I've been seeing people tweet out, I wonder how many times the casters can bring up Black Ops 2, hardpoint to IW hardpoint. But honestly, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, a hardpoint back in Black Ops 2 was incredible, so no problem trying to compare the two whenever you got to give credit where credit is due when it comes down to IW. This game, at least as hardpoint is concerned, is fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing that we look at. I mean, it's that good. I mean, they've been listening and stuff like that. Obviously, every game has its flaws, but they've been doing a good job of listening, making sure that one of the game modes in Call of Duty for especially competitive that's become like a staple is getting reworked and fixed. So I love it. But anyway, we're jumping into Search and Destroy, another grandfather game mode of Call of Duty that everybody knows and loves. On Retaliation, one of my more favorable Search and Destroy maps. I really just love the long lines of sights and the where you can play the bomb. I mean, it's kind of open wherever. Obviously, if you want to play the bridge, you want to try to get like an MB4, at least like a sniper somewhere, just sniping over into that graveyard area. You're going to see a lot of B hits. I know when I watched, when I was casting the Rise versus Revenge, it was just Rise never went to A. They just, it was the same play. Looney picks up the bomb, runs straight down the middle of the map, gets behind the van, throws a jammer grenade to the stairs, tries to spot check.
Nothing.
Yeah,
but well, I think it's kind of difficult because it wasn't like the site was preferred before when it was near curb, but now it's kind of like in the middle. I mean, if you have someone with a sniper rifle watching over towards street, I mean, it's very, very difficult to get that bomb down. The one player that I'm going to be looking out for who might actually be grabbing the bomb when it comes down to the objective is actually going to be TCM. So one thing that I think is interesting about TCM is that he ended up going 9-20 in that game. A player who recently turned the age of 18 was able to compete, in COD champs and whatnot. Didn't really have the best run, and I'm sure that he wanted to, but he has got to have a much bigger performance when it comes down to Search and Destroy. I know one thing that you actually pointed out here in the rig selection is actually going to be Centurion for Ricky. Now, I was able to cast a few tournaments, online tournaments, and I was wondering, like, why are people using Centurions? Like, it's not really that useful. It takes so long to earn, but if you're starting to drop some numbers and whatnot, the Centurion putting it on a bomb, being able to spot check, check is very, very important. I've actually seen C9 actually do that, and so when I saw Ricky grab it, I was like, there's got to be something that I know that, or that they know that I don't. So, of course, you have the trophy drone along with it as far as the trade is considered. So there's a lot of benefits to it, but it's just kind of interesting as far as the particular rig is concerned, because it's going to take a very, very long time to earn that payload.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you don't even need the payload. You can just get away with just like having the trait that can benefit you greatly with the trophy drone, because obviously that's going to, I think it just blocks one grenade, then it actually ends up regenning.
And
too,
if he's the bomb carrier as well, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah. So almost a mirror matchup, just the overdrive, and then the Centurion's going to be the biggest thing. It's going to be Mosh with the overdrive on the side of Echo Fox. Let's see what Cloud9 is going to be able to do here. They find themselves in this situation before where they went up 2-0.
Yeah.
And they won the search and destroy against TK. The reverse sweep happened. Let's hope that this doesn't happen for them in this one. But it's just, I'm trying to like pick who I want to favor. Have just never seen Echo Fox play search and destroy before.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really either, to be fair. But as the time does start to tick down, the 1 minute, I'm sure, hopefully Echo Fox is trying to compose themselves. Of course, probably Neslo probably giving, a lot of communication, letting them know strategies as far as coming in this game. So I am curious to see how Echo Fox does perform. I'm gonna give the edge to C9, not for any particular reason, just the fact that the momentum's on their side. Search and destroy, kind of go back and forth between these two rosters. But to me, TCM is going to be the major factor for them. I think he was the person who went double negative, didn't really have a huge impact in that first game. So yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be watching out for him for sure.
See, you look at the side of Echo Fox, and there's no real players that stand out as like, this guy's amazing at search and destroy sort of thing, right? But you look at Cloud9, immediately when you think search and destroy, I think Ricky.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think of how good he back in the day he used to be. And I just saw an E-Rad. Who was that?
That's Lace, man. He's going to be rushing that B side here off the break with the E-Rad. So it looks like Echo Fox, off the start of this round number 1, has been making their way here over. And as Lacefield decides to back up, realizing that's not the exact weapon she want in that engagement, but Mosh finding the first blood there over on Aches.
He is going to have a jammer grenade as well as the Fletchette grenade. So Neslo going to have
I still don't know how to
bomb.
pronounce that thing.
I think it's Fletchette. I'm going to say Fletchette.
It sounds like it's French. I don't know.
Neslo going to be able to get the bomb down here. Now TCM going to clean up Lacefield, so it's going to be the players from Cloud9 in a 2 versus 4 situation, and just like that, it's going to be Echo Fox cleaning it up. And basically what I brought up before, just with the whole Rise Nation, what they do is just the exact same strategy Echo Fox did. It just seems like it's like a staple between every team when they hit that B site. Not many people try to go to A. You look at both sides of these teams, there's not really any super powerful sniper players, from probably like some players who are capable of making a couple of cool plays here and there, but nobody you look at and you're like, he's going to be using a sniper in this round.
Exactly. So with that in mind, of course, a lot of B hits getting ready to happen. So we're going to see another one as trophies go down there for Ricky, along with his already set trait. See if he can find one for that first blood. Gets that player incredibly weak, but it looks like that is going to be player 4. I believe that actually made it into Bike Shot, but Lacefield able to drop TCM for that first blood. It seems that Lacefield has switched up the weapon selection. It seems to be working out pretty well for him, as it's going to be 3 up, 3 down, and Methods can't find anything either, as Echo Fox all 4 drop, all 4 up, stay for C9, and a great round to respond.
It's very hard to defend this B site. I mean, you're basically just like rushing, hoping that they mess up like their movement in some way, shape, or form. Because once you get down to those stairs, you're going to be met by that player that's right there at the van. You can't cross over to the bike shop without being spotted. Then all somebody has to do is be positioned in top construction. Then they're going to be able to pick that player off easily. So that's just kind of the defensive setup you're seeing. You always see 2 push steps, 1 in bedroom, and then 1 just kind of floating around that middle hallway / balcony area. So we're going right now. We're seeing the same push. Once again, Echo Fox player is going to be pushing straight through the middle of the map. It's going to be Neslo and the crew trying to make something happen. Both players from Cloud9 currently backed up on the steps. It's going to be Lacefield and Ricky. And then inside of the bedroom is going to be Aches and Assault. First blood going to go in favor of TCM of Echo Fox.
Good job there for TCM, having a pretty hot start in the first few rounds of the Search and Destroy. Currently said 3-1. As Nestle's able to get that bomb down. 2 go down actually for the side of C9. Aches has dropped yet again for one of the first early kills. You get to Lacefield and Ricky to try to shut this one down. Lacefield able to find one just to his right, tries to find one inside a bike shot, but he ends up dropping quickly after. Now Ricky, who's currently inside a lobby, has to make a clutch happen. I'm sure he's been in this situation as a veteran many, many times. That player actually going to be inside of that plat bar. We'll see if he actually is able to recognize that one. Tries to turn around, but he's not able to find the kill. So yet again, another round 1 for Echo Fox, as they're going to be up 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, that position that he was kind of just in where Mosh was, just a position like, hey, I'm just going to lay down here. You guys just be out in the open. If you get shot at, I'm going to be able to pick up the kill. It's going to be that easy. So it's going to be Echo Fox taking another round, going up 2-1 over this Cloud9 crew. And I really want, like, so badly, somebody to at least attempt an A push.
Yeah.
We're seeing the same thing every round. I mean, and it works out sometimes it doesn't. But like I said, every round, repeat it. Player with the bomb, pushes up onto the screen, throws the trophy system, either stun
Ricky,
checks.
he dies by his own trophy. That's so unfortunate, but fortunately for the side of C9, Assault's able to pick up a little bit of the pace. Essentially is now Methods left in a 1 versus 3, wondering what just happened to my teammates. How did Ricky kill himself? And we're still down in the round, but it will be a 1 versus 1. Aches versus Methods. Aches with that MV4 in hand. Get to check that right corner, but Methods might have spotted him, gets him weak, but Aches is able to stay alive, holding that corner, trying to stay up. But we'll see if Methods actually decides to challenge this one. But no, he's going to round the corner, trying to predict the play of Mr. Patrick Price, but it's not going to pay out for him for the time being. Bomb is still down, and Aches looking to try to seek out Methods wherever he may be.
Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. It's in a sticky situation, very close quarter combat. I don't know if Methods saw him. I don't believe he did. Aches does have the bomb in hand now, making his way over towards B. He's good to get this down. And if he does, he can play the range of the NV4 and take out Methods as soon as he peeks.
Oh, never mind.
He gets it. Now, time going in Aches' favor. He's going into position, wrapping all the way around.
Oh
like
God,
I said, he just needs to find himself in a
other.
good spot with this NV4. He can't risk being face-to-face with Methods, with the K-bar. It's not going to be a gunfight he's going to be able to win. Is Methods going to hop the bomb? Method is going to do it. Is Aches going to be able to peek
he's
out
on the
and
opposite
get it?
side. He punted for the opposite. No, he didn't.
Oh, he did see Method.
Aches! Aches!
Oh, Aches!
Aches, you need glasses! Aches, you need glasses, my friend. Methods gets the ninja defuse. And that's going to be Echo Fox, who went 3-1. I don't know how he didn't spot him.
The only way I think he didn't spot him is just because where the car was.
Aches wears glasses, I just forgot. It doesn't matter.
The player character, I think maybe when he jumped and checked with the car, it kind of just got in the way a little bit. Yeah, you never want to get ninja diffused. I mean, but it's a ballsy play by Methods, but that's sort of the search and destroy player, right? Like, you don't just plant the bomb and just immediately camp and check it. Players always make a route to try to make their way back to the bomb, so that's one of the things that can hurt you. Once again, we're going to see TCM draw first blood. I believe this is like the 3rd time that he has done so.
Like that, yeah.
But he does have his payload ready to go as well. Neslo is going to be getting the bomb down. Now, 3 players are going to come around on the flank. I'm going to call this the revenge style of play because this is exactly what they did. They sent 3 street and tried to attack from the back, and at this point, you might as well try it.
Methods going to be here. Spots one through the flank, so Methods knows at least one is here, but doesn't realize there's actually going to be 3 just off to his right. So Assault able to finish off Mosh there. 3 versus 3, 24 seconds left on that bomb. You got to imagine the gunfights are getting ready to go down. Lacefield responds with one over on Neslo. Can he win this gunfight? No, he's going to drop now. TCM, you're left to try and clutch it up. He rocks the rewind, but he's still inside of top bedroom. He accidentally melees. He wastes the payload, and that's going to be a defusal for Lacefield.
I don't think he should have used a rewind.
Yeah, not at all. Well, I mean, he's in top bedroom. I mean, rewind, I can kind of understand it, but honestly, just try to jiggle peek. Like, that one player's going to go for the defusal. Other guy's going to try to watch over him. You rock rewind, I mean, I can kind of understand the situation that he was in, but then he accidentally melees. Like, you can kind of tell it was a very frantic round there for young TCM.
The German himself. The German himself, Lacefield. We don't know if he's German, but he's got the emblem. 3-2 in favor of Echo Fox. 1 rig down. I mean, especially with how rewind is in this game, you replenish your armor, you replenish your health.
Yeah. Like,
it is just absolutely insane. And it's not. It's like a glitch on steroids, basically. Ricky not going to throw down a trophy system this time. He's worried about that one. I mean, maybe that's smart. But first blood is going to go in favor of Echo Fox. Immediately going to be traded out by the Fletcher grenade of Assault. So 3 versus 3. TCM comes around the corner with the OSA. He's going to be able to clean up 1. So now Aches and Assault, Papa and son, trying to go together to get things done. Aches with the MV4 once again left by himself in a 1 versus 2 situation. Let's see what Patrick Price is going to be able to do. He's going to get tagged up. There's going to be 1 player there maybe to try to get a bait and switch. He's doing the
They'd be smart just to pinch this out, but it seems they're going to stay in the same positions. It'll work out for them regardless. So it looks like, I believe, Neslo able to get finally a kill in that round. Was actually 0-5 up into that point. So good rounds here coming from Echo Fox, as they're currently, like we said, going to be up 4-2 as they're able to pick off Mr. Patrick Price as they will rally on to potentially try to bring this one up to a level playing field at 1-1. If you're just joining us, of course, Cloud9 was able to win that first game hardpoint over on Breakout, 250 to 106. A dominant win, but it seems that Echo Fox have done a great job in responding here in their first series of MLG Vegas.
It's really off topic, but I think Cloud9 would have the best H1Z1 team with Ricky, Assault, and Aches. When I brought up the Papa,
that's actually true.
When I brought up the Papa Bear Sun comment, is because I know how much they play duos on it, and they have that little connection. Yeah, despite they might trade some words sometimes, but it's all in good love. 3 versus 3 situation, hopping right back into the gameplay. Neslo, as always, going to be carrying that bomb. We saw a little something different here, though. It wasn't an immediate push to B. It's more of like a little delayed one, just trying to play for picks. Ricky going to be back here on these barrels. Does have the K-bar. Would it be smart to try to take that? The Fletch It grenade going to come in. 3 of them pop out. Going to be able to get some hit markers. No, the player is tagged up, but that bomb is going to be down. Time working against the players from Cloud9. Let's see how they attack this. They have 1 player inside of the bedroom. That's going to be Assault. They have Lacefield sitting in this balcony area. 1 player, TCM, on the far flank, and then 2, 1 in Bike Shop, and then 1 in front of stairs for the side of Echo Fox. Assault going to be able to get the first kill. Method's immediately going to be able to trade that one out. Some shaky shots coming in there from Ricky. Let's see if Lacefield is going to be able to do anything here. TCM going to be able to take him out. 1 versus 2 situation for Ricky, finding himself alone and in the cold. Is he going to be able to take out this player?
That's such a good spot. No, TCM, you have to finish this off. TCM, you have to win the gunfight, TCM.
No!
Oh my goodness, he drops it. Ricky get it? I think Ricky got it. Yeah, Ricky is going to get it. TCM, you were in such a great position, and with 0.6 seconds left, the defusal comes in. This search and destroy has been absolutely absurd. TCM, you've got to win that, man. You've got to win that.
Oh my goodness.
Ricky got gifted that. Ricky absolutely got gifted that. So Cloud9, they win a 1v1 they shouldn't have. Echo Fox gets a defuse early on in the round that they shouldn't have had, so it kind of works out, right? 1v1 kind of, yeah, I don't know. But to me it works, and obviously right now Echo Fox currently up 4-3. Really should be up 5-3, but Cloud9 wiping the sweat off their brows as they've realized they've just been gifted something. But they're actually going to have a free B push potentially, as it looks like mid-lobby not going to be controlled whatsoever. So Echo Fox has a lot of room to move around. As you can see, potentially a first blood going over to, I believe, Echo Fox, but it seems that the kills are not going to go in. Ricky actually finds that one over on TCM, so the bomb's still in Lacefield's hands, as it will be Neslo who's able to respond.
Yep, he's going to be playing in this lobby area. Just going to get a peek out. Lacefield going to go ahead, toss a Fletch it inside of the bedroom. Not going to be able to pick up anything with that, so not gathering any intel. See if the bomb could go down. 2 players currently playing in bedroom, 1 peeking up top, and Lacefield bottom. Good eyes by Lacefield. It's going to be Methods in there. 1 player challenging outside. Nothing going to be able to happen there. Bomb is going to go down. Lacefield now has reactive armor. He's going to go ahead and burn and pick up that kill. Is he going to be able to pick up the second one in bedroom? He is not, but the player is tagged up. Mosh is now regen with the 1 player down on the bomb site. Methods challenging, Mosh challenging. They're both looking at the same spot, but the way they're playing it is so good. Assault picks up 1. Can he find the second? Does have the K-bar. Can he do it? The chase is on. Methods is going to be following Assault. Now it's just a cat and mouse chase. See what Assault is going to be able to do here.
Oh
18
no.
seconds.
Oh, that's such awkward timing. That's such awkward timing. Methods, you have to get this kill. Methods, do not die. Do not die, Methods. Do not die. How is Cloud9 winning these rounds? He saw him. Dirk, he saw him. How is this happening? Back-to-back rounds. Echo Fox knows exactly where the opposition is, but yet they can't finish it off.
Methods and TCM, I'm
That's an
sorry,
early Christmas
but
present.
whatever happens in Vegas does not stay in Vegas for this.
Oh my God, they just been given, like, this is early Christmas presents Echo Fox is giving them right now. And now they're going to have 2 rigs. Assault shouldn't even have active camo at this point.
You know what's the funny thing? I bet the player, though, especially Aches, in his mind, he's just laughing about this. Like, how is this even happening sort of thing? And we're going to see Neslo stuck up against a rock once
Don't hate
again.
on the strat, man. Don't hate on the strat.
Assault going to have the active camo ready as well. Aches has his payload good to go. So we'll see what's going to happen here. The active camo is going to come in, so let's see if he's going to be able to gather any intel from this. We call that a silent camo. And then Aches does have his ready. See what they're going to be able to do here. Methods is going to be taken out. Mosh is going to be immediately be able to trade out that one. So technically they're playing 2 versus 3 right now. It's basically Mosh and TCM going up against Aches, Lacefield, and Ricky. Mosh does have the overdrive just in case they need to kick things into gear and go high speed.
You can very slow. See the Echo Fox is playing incredibly passive right now. Overdrive turn or Mosh. We decided to try and rocket in the gunfight, but it seems that passive play working now over toward this A side. He's going to get, I believe, a hit marker, but kill going down for Aches. Can he find one? Finds the second as well. Now to be up to Mosh, the 1 versus 3. Potentially to try to figure it out, but there's going to be 1. Finds that one over on Aches, picks up the K-bar, but with only 18 seconds left, he's got to get a bomb down quick. It looks like there's going to be 1 player in the back. Ricky, I believe, did spot him rotating over to that B site. Him and Lacefield should be able to hit this one as a team and hopefully clutch it out, finds the player, and that'll be the defuse. And Ricky letting him know a little bit. Might have missed those shots as far as shooting the body, but hey, it'll work out, I guess, as it will be Cloud9 winning 3 rounds straight, I believe. But 2 of those rounds really shouldn't have happened. So
they were given to him just with a bow on them.
Yeah,
they were heavily gifted. I mean, the TCM choke, it shouldn't have happened. He was in such a good position. Like even me and you were like, oh my goodness, it's like such a simple spot, but Ricky won't check it. Yeah, he ended up getting killed. Then that last gunfight with Methods as well. Let's not even focus on that. Cloud9, 1 round away.
I want round 11. I want a round 11 right now.
1 round away is Cloud9 from taking this one. Ricky is going to be the bomb carrier. Going to not throw a trophy system down again. Just to bring that up, every single round he threw a trophy system until he got killed by one. So Ricky just going to go ahead, get some information. Now they're going to decide to wrap back, getting that info that 2 players crossed over originally to that bike shop side. Ake's going to be the player watching the flank with that NV4. Lacefield going to go ahead, get aggressive here, and push up into C1.
Method's going to be the only player who can potentially spot out that A plant, but the player using the bomb as cover is able to stay alive, so Method's kind of wasting the nade in some cases. Ake's able to find one over on TCM. Mosh responding, Assault as well. Everyone getting involved with the kills. Well, Method's able to make this one happen. Doesn't spot the player overtide curve, but he isn't able to make it happen. Mosh, you're the last alive. You've got overdrive, my friend. Can you make it happen? Can you clutch the 1 versus 3? Interesting stuff has happened in the Search and Destroy so far. And he is going to drop as Cloud9 get gifted a game by Echo Fox as they close out game number 2, 6-4. And that's going to be Cloud9 up 2-0 in this series.
Oh, and you see a little salute there coming in from Lacefield as soon as he picked up that kill. I didn't even notice that. But just all around, there was that round where I think probably Nezlo's controller did mess up again, to be fair. He stuck running into a rock.
I wonder if he was just maybe, because it seemed like they were playing really passive. I'm not sure if they were playing around him or if he was just kind of waiting, but it was a very interesting play because based on where he's at, I mean, if your teammates, if someone's going to flank your teammates, you have 2 guys in the exact same direction. I hope that they're not both looking at the same thing.
I mean, I'm assuming I wouldn't like say, I wouldn't say like playing around him in like a sense of, hey, this is our guy, like we need to make sure. But if he was having controller issues and he was stuck, they just kind of wanted to hope that they got fixed as quick as possible, so then they could just continue on. So they just kind of laid back, and yeah, it was a delayed push and everything with that. But let's hope that there's no more controller issues. Obviously, we saw in the first hardpoint, which led to a reset. And if that Search and Destroy had to be reset, it would have been very, very bad for Cloud9 because they had lots of payloads ready to go. And we know if you do go into a reset, the payloads, there's no way of like recharging them or setting somebody up for one. So Frost Uplink is going to be the next map. One of the times I ever saw Cloud9 scrim this, it was very, very bad. They got very angry very fast.
Sounds kind of typical, to be honest, I think, in a lot of cases. But yeah, we'll be able to see how obviously Cloud9 does fare off against Echo Fox when it comes down to Uplink. But Echo Fox, your backs are against the wall, but C9 has been in the situation before. As they were up 2-0 versus TK, same situation, and TK was able to bring it all the way back, went down to Game 5, round 11, and ended up being shut down. Now, one thing I think that's very important is that, to me, Cloud9 needs to close it out here. Not just because of their series prior, but like I said, this can be a very emotional team. Lacefield especially. Not to throw any shade toward Lacefield, but he can be very emotional. He can definitely drag down the team a lot. So with that in mind, I think if they do lose this game, momentum absolutely goes in Echo Fox's favor. And Cloud9 can definitely see themselves in a very awkward position because up to this point, Echo Fox hasn't won a round or a game this entire tournament. Yet this is their first tournament, but once you get that game going, once you start to get a few rounds in your favor, that's when the momentum builds. And if you're playing against C9, the exact opposite that they want is the other team to have momentum. So with that in mind, I think C9 definitely needs to close it out here.
Just feel bad. Echo Fox is playing 4 versus 5. They're playing Cloud9 and Nezlo's controller. Seems like it's just plotting against them.
I don't know.
There's something about the controller that Nezlo's using that obviously is having a lot of malfunction issues. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's been a continuous thing. But let's hope it turns it around. I just don't want to see Nezlo either spinning in circles or running into a wall this game. So let's hope all that stuff is figured out. The rig draft is going to be starting. Now, this is one where you're not going to see a Centurion. You're not going to see anything like that. You're just
I hope
see
not.
Reactive armor, active camo, overdrive, and rewind. The big 3 plus the little overdrive or whatever they decide to pick. The little
overdrive.
And then the propulsion, as always, how lethal that can be. I've yet to see this weekend a kill with the propulsion. I really want to see
Urban play. I want to see Urban play from orbit for sure. I mean, he can definitely fly around. I mean, like I said, you turn into Spider-Man and, it's pretty crazy stuff to see. But as far as your major players to be looking out for when it comes down to the objective for either team is going to be Assault with active camo, Lacefield, or excuse me, Ricky with overdrive, and from the other side it will be Mosh rocking that overdrive, and Neslo with that active camo. I always like to call out those players because they are definitely the playmakers when it comes down to holding the objective. I mean, it's almost guaranteed if you play your cards right, that active camo leads to a score, and that overdrive does as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, like we said, just with how, I mean, active camo used to be super, super lethal. I mean, it's not as bad as it was when it first started. I mean, you could hold the drone for like 10 seconds as soon as you pop camo, and it's an easy run in, or you could defuse a bomb like that too.
That was so bad.
But luckily,
that was such a troll. I'm kind of glad that doesn't exist because I'd be freaking out a little bit. I'm like, he's right there. Like, you don't know he's there.
I mean, there's just so many things like that. I think any player that picks the active camo and the overdrive has so much responsibility in uplink when it comes to scoring. You can either just maybe try to sacrifice and try to get 2 scores out of utilizing each one. So, like, one time use the overdrive, next use the active camo. Or, like, make a power play. Put them both together. Have the active camo guy, like, push all the way out on the base. Try to pick up those crucial kills. The overdrive guy follows and goes in.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that's one of the big things. I will start to see it, I'm sure, over time, like, once teams really start to get a feel of it. But I feel like it all comes down to the active camo being number 1 and then 2 being the overdrive, just because it's so easy to break sights. I mean, in hardpoint or any sort of game mode to get into position with that camo. It's basically just a free gift once you receive that. So, Cloud9, are they going to get reverse swept, or are they going to close this one out 3-0 against Echo Fox? We're going to find out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. If this is even half as interesting as that last Search and Destroy was, this will be a doozy to say the least. But like you said, Echo Fox backs against the wall right now. We'll see if they can potentially try and bring this one back. Frost Uplink to be game number 3. And of course, if we do see a few more games in this series, if Echo Fox is able to kind of clutch it out a little bit, we'll be seeing throwback on Hardpoint for game number 4. And if it comes down to it, Scorch S&D for game number 5. So with that in mind, I'm going to be trying to look through the class, see if I see anything interesting. Looks like a few K-bars and MV4 here and there. TCM holding on to the OSA, and Neslo with the OSA actually as well. So nothing too out of the ordinary. One thing I do want to bring up, though, is when we talk about rigs, the active camo and the overdrive usage is essentially your first side is just earning those rigs and obviously piling on the points. But you got to keep in mind, Echo Fox is going to be using those specialists, or sorry, not specialists, those rigs on this side that they're on now. They're using it on the opposite side. Same thing with C9. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as well when it comes down to which side teams prefer. It's kind of been up in the air. I thought teams on construction side kind of prefer it more, but if you're earning those 1-point tosses when you're on red side or on red side, excuse me, you can absolutely make some points happen. So
yeah, definitely. The power position on this map is definitely going to be that sub-bay area. You're going to see a lot of engagements go down there. You're going to see a lot of the assault rifle players try to get in position to try to make something happen along that side too. We're going to see some kills going down right now, and map control is in favor of Echo Fox. He's going to decide to leave the drone behind, but it's going to be TCM who's going to be able to pick that one. Now he has to work with methods. He's going to go ahead and toss about one player peeking in from mid-map. He will be taken out. It's going to be Neslo there to take out Aches. Let's see what TCM is going to be able to do here. Might be able to get a 1-point toss-off. No need to get greedy here. But we know if you do throw over a building, it will get the 15-second reset.
Oh, the block from Assault. He threw it right into his hand. So Cloud9, yet again, getting awarded something as they're able to make that defensive stop happen. We'll see if defense can turn into offense as Lacefield able to shut down Neslo on the wall run. TCM responding as that lovely drone cam being shown off there.
That's so beautiful.
So great. So it's wonderful.
I mean, I expect a lot from Assault in this game. He's a 2K player himself. I played with him before.
Okay.
He's not very good. He's not very
That's
good by any means. But in Call of Duty, he's good. Maybe he's good at uplink in this game. But we'll soon find out how he plays. But we saw he had the NV4. He's going to be that player who's just gonna be holding those choke points. He's gonna be the guy watching over you. He's gonna be your guardian angel in a sense. But Lacefield and the Cloud9 crew are currently pushed all the way back into their base as Echo Fox is trying to force their way through loading bay.
That's 4 down. That's a dunk.
Pick up 3-piece, and this should be an easy score for the side of Echo Fox. First points on the board, 2 going to Echo Fox. Cloud9 currently with 0.
And one place that Echo Fox is going to have to push through hardcore is going to be through that robot side, right through that street. But it looks like going through dark is methods. He ends up dropping, so in response, C9 go 4 down. 3 down currently for Echo Fox as 4 of them go off of that respawn. So drone being tossed forward. C9 yet again dropping 3. It seems Echo Fox having a absolutely fantastic play here. And that drone going to be thrown over inside of Dark Mosh there to pick it up. The 1-point toss, will you nail it through? And he's able to make it happen. So 3-0, Echo Fox currently lead as the drone decides to reset. And Echo Fox obviously smiling forward as they seem to be up. See if they can maintain that lead here as the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds will dictate that.
think one of the biggest things to take away so far from the success that we've seen from Echo Fox is really controlling that black flat area through the mid-cut. They've been doing an excellent job of that, just getting players set up in there, either TCM or Neslo, just being able to slay out and completely open up a lane for them to try to get some score. And you're seeing it right here. TCM utilizing the wall runs. Is he going to be able to pick up this kill? No, he's not going to be able to, but kills are being traded all over. Mosh going to go ahead, toss that drone up. You see it sitting right there on the black flat, being ready to be picked up. It's going to be Mosh going in for the 1-point toss once again. 4-0 in favor of Echo Fox, and usually teams attacking from this side, you don't see them score very much. All the aggression is just going to be coming from the players who do spawn on this red side, so look for Cloud9 to try to make something happen in these last 2 minutes of this round.
And one thing you have to kind of keep in mind as well is when it comes down to those scoring opportunities happening, whether it's 2-point dunks or tosses, is that you're also earning score toward your rig. You're earning points constantly. So when it comes down to that next side, if Echo Fox is able to maintain a little bit of a lead or even pile on a few more points, they're absolutely going to have their rigs a lot more or at a higher opportunity than C9 is. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as this game does progress.
Yep, definitely. So Ricky going to decide to wrap back, go through ice, going to throw the drone down.
E-Rat in hand,
and we're seeing this is so weird. All weekend, well, I say all weekend, like today isn't the first day of the event.
About 4 hours there, Dirk.
But it's just that, I mean, coming into this even, it's just been K-Bar and Osas. You never see anybody bring out an E-Rat or any sort of submachine gun. It's just been an assault rifle heavy game thus far. Hasn't been very many like touch-ups to submachine guns. So everybody obviously is just going to be using the best weapons that are in the game. Mosh in the power position. That's so hard to get somebody off of, but while you're sitting there, your teammates are being slayed out, and then somebody has the drone, they're making an attack on your base. It's going to be Ricky utilizing an outside wall run, but he will be met by the players from Echo Fox. Hello and goodbye.
We'll see you later, buddy, as he falls to his depths there. I'm not sure as far as Frost goes, but I'm sure it's a wintry wonderland. As seems that, well, actually, Las Vegas isn't actually frozen yet, but we'll see if that potentially take place. It seems that Cloud9 currently frozen, not scoring anything yet, as they are currently being iced over. I love the Frost references. But anyway, TCM drone in hand, going through dark currently as Mosh decides to try to close it out. One player going to be in that position. Can he knock it through? But TCM able to make it happen. So the 1-point toss is absolutely working out for the side of Echo Fox, as they have rendered Cloud9 to 0 points, not scoring anything off of this first half. And I'm sure that Echo Fox, realizing how many rounds they threw away in that last search and destroy, they want to make sure that they close out this game.
See, I always find it so weird that Ricky is the one to pull out a submachine gun. I remember when the whole weapon draft system came in.
Wow. That was like a flat ball right there. Didn't bounce at all.
Like, I just remember like when the weapon draft was in place, and then we sat there and Aches is like, I'm running the NV4. Ricky, you run a submachine gun. It's sort of like, what? Like, when does Ricky run a submachine gun sort of thing? So it's just always kind of
maybe
weird
Ghost Vector, but I mean everyone's
yeah, that's like the meta like in this, just with all the ARs. But 5-0 in favor of Echo Fox. They're going on to the good side now, the proclaimed good side.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's hard, right? It's hard to kind of predict which side you think is better over the other. I mean, like I said, the game is still being learned. The game is really just came out of the box not too long ago, and obviously strategies and whatnot are still being developed. So with that in mind, one rig currently going to be on the board. That's going to be Overdrive earned for Mosh, as he's currently the highest earned kill player in the lobby. So he's able to find 17 in the end, but still 4 go down actually for the side of Cloud9. Method's rivaling forward, as he is going to have an easy opportunity to at least go for the 1, but he wants to, and that's going to be an early dump. Actually, before even 30 seconds ticks off the clock in this side number 2.
They're trying to get set up for a relay here, but you see the blue arrows coming around. Now, Neslo has a chance to go big here. He's going to be able to take out 1, but he's not going to be able to take out Aches, who's falling right behind Lacefield. Going to be in control of the drone, pushing through red. The teammate support from Assault is going to be there. Can he pick up this kill? Lacefield says, I'll throw the drone down, and then I'll take you out with my K-bar. Going to be one player positioned inside of the little hut room. Let's see if Lacefield's going to be able to do anything here. You can settle for a 1-point play. Still a lot of game time to go, and that is exactly what he'll do. Cloud9 finally getting some points on the board. Ricky trying to do something with a submachine gun, finds 1. Not going to be able to pick up 2. It's going to be 1 player. It's going to be Aches sitting there on the site. Picks up a big 2-piece and throws a drone right to the players of Echo Fox.
Indeed, this is going to be a game of toss, essentially, is thrown from one side, thrown to the other, is TCM nearly able to turn on that player, but it's not able to happen in the end. So another game of toss is Ricky able to actually get a nice pass there over to Neslo. Neslo says, thank you very much. I'm going to throw that one actually off the map. So with that in mind, as a few seconds, or actually a few minutes really, have started to tick off this round number 2. It currently will be Echo Fox up 7-1. As far as rigs are considered, it will be actually payloads. Mosh currently with that overdrive. Aches as well going to have his once he does respawn back up. I'll check and see what that is. But still, it looks like a rewind for him. So Mosh could potentially make a play happen with this, and that would absolutely increase Echo Fox's advantages of potentially forcing a game 4.
Oh yeah, definitely would, and they're looking real strong. Just like I said, leading up to this, seeing Cloud9 play Frost, it was just a map they did not like. It just something about it wasn't working out for them. Right now you're seeing them being exploited on this map, and it's TCM going in for the 1-point play, and he gets it once again. So, Echo Fox in complete control, 8-1 with 2 minutes and 52 seconds left in this game. Cloud9 needs to start to string something together, and I think it just needs to be Ricky. Pull out an OSA, pull out a K-bar, put the ERAD away. You're not going to be able to do much with it.
Yeah, we'll see if C9 can start to rally a few points here. It seems that the slaying just isn't in their disadvantage. It's just that Echo Fox is getting 3 and 4 down and obviously nailing all of their 1-point tosses. I believe they're 100% from all the points that they've fired forward up to this point. Of course, Cloud9 is as well, but when you're 1 for 1, it really doesn't mean too much. You know, it's kind of whatever, but still. Lacefield firing a few shots there through robots. He's going to enter in through Dark to try to help his team get a little bit of map control. He's able to find one over on TCM. Finds a second as well, so that could be an open lane here potentially. As the toss comes in, a great toss over there to Lacefield. He wants the 2, but he has to settle for the 1, and he'll get the kill in response as C9 start to rival forward.
The biggest thing I can take away from Echo Fox is you see them a lot. They're always putting themselves in positions to trade. They're always either 2-hitting things or they're trying to get a bait and switch going, and that's what leads to the success. Obviously, after you finish that step, everything kind of opens up wide. You can dictate the spawns by putting players in certain positions, and that's what they're doing so well, and they have been this entire game. It's just been sort of Cloud9 picks up the drone, throws it to Black Flat right into the hands of the Echo Fox players, and they slay out. 3 down now for Echo Fox. Assault is going to be in control. We don't see what he's going to be able to do. There's a big kill coming in there from Methods. It's going to be TCM picking up another 2, so a nice defensive stop there from Echo Fox.
And we talked about we need TCM to have a big game. When it comes down to that last respawn, going 9-20 is absolutely unacceptable when facing off against a very talented team like Cloud9 is. So with that in mind, he's turned it up, and this team has actually seen a lot of success. He's actually done a lot of work in the OBJ as well, scoring 4 of his team's 8 points. So with that in mind, Echo Fox seeming to potentially most likely closing this one out. But if you are Cloud9, you do have some rigs, some payloads to work with. Rewind for Aches as he ends up dropping. 3 go down for a short time for Cloud9. Assault actually hasn't even earned his active camo yet, so he's getting pretty close to that. So there are opportunities for scoring opportunities to happen, but if Echo Fox play the time right and even play their payloads right, it should be just about over, and that's probably going to be the nail in the coffin there as Mosh get the 2 points in.
Yeah, that's completely it right there. It's going to be 10-2 unless Echo Fox can keep just tacking points on. But we'll be heading into a game number 4. It's the reverse sweep. Nightmare is going to come back to haunt.
I wish you wouldn't have said that. I was thinking the exact same thing.
What is this, CWL Season 2?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
So what we're going to be seeing next is actually going to be hardpoint on throwback. Something that we never got to see the first time we casted this map set 2, so I'm interested to see how it's played. Some changes have been made on that one too. I think just the biggest change that was made was just taking out the Lime Hill on that map, which personally I was a big fan of. I thought it was just kind of like, hey guys, let's throw one more hill in here. We just need one more, and they're just like, let's put it here. It didn't work. It didn't make any sense to put it there, so that was taken out. So that's really the only change that I know of on that one.
Okay,
so
Ricky, there you
go. It'll be good to see how that one goes. Obviously, we saw Cloud9 take that first hard point. Let's see if Echo Fox is going to be able to bounce back.
Like I said, man, I really thought Cloud9 needed to win that game. That was interesting. Kill cam there, but they really need to win that game. I think, honestly, this is just my opinion. Cloud9, to me, it depends on what their mental state is it right now. And I think the veterans on that roster, of course, being Ricky, being Aches, they've got to make sure to keep their young guns on point. I really don't think it's necessarily Assault. I think Assault's a pretty level-headed player. There's nothing wrong with it. Not taking anything away from Lacefield in any way. But you've got to keep the team morale high. You've got to make sure that they are, you know, at a point to succeed, right? And that's the major problem that Cloud9 has faced in the past. And when you've seen them, when they have that momentum on their side, when they're playing well, it's the fact that you've got to make sure that all your players are on point. And, you know, like I said, when it comes down to, I think, most game modes, you know, it's that Cloud9, whenever they are at a high level, they can beat the best teams in the world. That's exactly what we saw, you know, COD XP versus Optic Gaming.
They're definitely capable of it, and I mean, a team that kind of looks slow in Infinite Warfare at the start, slowly starting to pick things up, but after that uplink, it's something that they want to forget. Momentum probably swinging heavily now in Echo Fox's favor, but now they're going to go back to a hard point where last hard point that we saw in Breakout did not go good for them at all.
Yeah, not really. Well, we'll see. You know, I think, in my opinion, it's going to be a big play to see how TCM plays. I think based on how he plays is kind of how the team succeeds. You know, kind of a younger gun player. You know, didn't really play a whole lot toward the end or toward the beginning of Black Ops 3. Recently turned 18, and he's obviously got a major opportunity in this Echo Fox organization.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of like Echo Fox is taking a chance on him, right? They decide to build around Neslo. Rick Fox has some big trust in Neslo. I mean, through especially, I mean, you know how the Call of Duty scene is sometimes. There's no patience with people, right? So Rick Fox, the owner of Echo Fox, kind of puts his trust in Neslo. Hey, after this year of Black Ops 3, he still decides to keep him on. Where, I mean, a majority of organizations, if you don't have a year where you're placing in, like, getting into pools and stuff like that, you're not placing at COD XP, like, we're dropping you. Like, we're done with here. So it's nice to see he has that much trust in him. And I think this Echo Fox roster is promising. Now, I'm not saying they're going to be anything crazy, like placing within, like, the top 8 at events. I wouldn't even really put them in that. I'd say maybe, like, a top 16 team.
Okay.
But you got to start somewhere, right? I mean, you have the young players. You have Mosh, who majority of people, personally, I never even really heard of coming into this. A lot of people don't really know who Mosh is. Methods and TCM and Neslo, they'll be familiar with, but it's all going to be a growing process. It's just one of those things you shouldn't expect a whole lot from this team.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when you look at teams like this, you say, well, what are the big names? What are the guys who, like you said, I think we even mentioned that earlier in the series, was that, you know, we look at players from C9, who's going to go off? Well, we look at players like Assault, we look at players like Lacefield. Aches on certain days can absolutely do his damage, and Ricky, you know, doesn't really have a career as far as slaying because he does all the dirty work. When you look at a team like Echo Fox, I mean, who's the guy to go off, right? There isn't really a dedicated player to do that. Now, is Infinite Warfare the title where players start to break out from, you know, from this particular roster? Mosh has kind of recently made his comeback as far as being a top pro player, you know, being from Black Ops 2 methods as well. But there is an opportunity there that I think they can absolutely kind of keep a hold of. But it's the fact that I think Neslo, to me, is a very, very important part to this team. He is, to me, the captain. He's the main caller for the team. He does basically everything. And he's a lot of the times, at least in online scrims, always at the top of the scoreboard. So I think if he can kind of maintain, keep the guys level-headed, because they have some good moments here and there. That uplink, by far, was a major momentum swing in the series for them. So while I'm not always favoring them to win the slaying battle, there are a lot of teams throughout Call of Duty history who have made a huge success rate and, you know, methodical play and smart play as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like we said, the team... The team is just, it's one of those things, like we said, we can just keep on talking about the Echo Fox guys. We know what we should expect from them and stuff like that, but I mean, they're going up against a Cloud9 crew that, I mean, recently formed, it was like 2 weeks before Champs in Black Ops 3, and they decide to stick together going into this, which I like. I mean, I don't think it really made any logical sense. Hey, we're going to get this team together. Oh, we do good at COD XP, let's break up the next day sort of thing. So, yeah, it's just going to be one of those things, like, Neslo's returning, trying to play like with these new guys, right? It's just all going to be like a part of growing the chemistry. And like we said, online they look very good. They wouldn't be in pool play if they didn't look good online, right?
Oh, for sure.
So it's just all about translating it to LAN. That's just like the biggest thing.
That's absolutely going to be a major factor when it comes down to this series. Well, guys, I think we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're receiving word that seems like Fox having a little bit of controller issues, so we'll get that obviously figured out, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. MLG Vegas will return between C9 and Echo Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. MLG Vegas, C9, Echo Fox, myself, Lando, Dirk, along with me to bring you guys the action. We're currently in game number 4, hardpoint on Throwback. To get you guys kind of affiliated if you're just joining us, the series, like I said, currently in favor of C9 2-1 over Echo Fox's hardpoint breakout went 250 to 106, a dominant victory for the Cloud9 side. Game 2 S&D, a search and destroy I will not forget for a very long time, went in C9's favor as well, 6-4. We just witnessed uplink on Frost, and that was a win by Echo Fox 10-3. So a little bit of momentum coming on the Echo Fox side. C9 probably not excited to see that they went up 2-0 and now they just lost a map, because that obviously happened to them earlier, getting reverse sweeped. But we'll see how they can obviously fare off when it comes into hardpoint and Throwback.
It's going to be interesting. It's actually going to be the first time this weekend I've seen that played, because
I think
every
so,
map set that, well, I know personally at iCast and stuff like that, so I haven't really seen how it works with the whole new spawn system. Obviously, it's going to make sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the rotation, too. I've always liked Throwback. It's a small, medium-sized map, and it can get very hectic at times. I love the action. Absolutely. It's just basically off the break, you're just going to see so many gunfights going down, at least like what? People send 1 or 2 players through the lower staircases onto the mid-trains. You're going to get your ARs in those power positions, fighting for that bridge control, and then top ticket and top green too. So my players to watch off the bat for me are probably, it's going to be like Assault from the side of Cloud9 and then Mosh from the side of Echo Fox. Those are going to be my 2 plays to watch.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. You know, when it comes down to a map like Throwback Hardpoint, of course, good side is going to be Grandma's side. And I believe UNSA, which is going to be Cloud9, going to be spawning on that side, are going to have the good spawn, obviously, because the reason why it's a good side is because the next Hardpoint over in Grandma's is exactly there. So with that in mind, we'll see how Echo Fox does to fare when it comes down to that. You know, they rush forward? Do they, after so much time, do they try to start to flank around? A lot of the mini gunfights, 1v1s, maybe 2v2s, are going to be going on that could definitely dictate the early part of these first side rotations. So with that in mind, of course, like I said, actually, it looks like different spawns here. So despite what the rig draft said, it'll be Echo Fox who actually has the preferred spawn. So reverse everything I just said.
Yeah.
Does that work?
So, yeah, like you said, it's always with how it plays out now, you can just keep playing from this side. It's going to be such an easy rotation. It's so fluent. It's such a beautiful thing. Like let's stop for a second and appreciate like a perfect rotation from one hill to another, like when they're right next to each other. Like, when you see it happen, you're just like, this is great. Like, these guys are amazing. I love these guys. Like that sort of thing. So it's going to be something to see. So look immediately for a player to try to go for a spawn flip. Yeah. I mean, you can immediately go for that if you're from Cloud9. Push a player through blue. Push them all the way. Nobody watches that. I mean, everybody's just going to maybe be focused on the lower the tunnel, and then just the bridge side. That's really it. So you can kind of go for a spawn flip if you want. If not, it's not terrible. You just got to rotate at the right time and just hope that you win your gunfights when you go in for that rotation. But Cloud9 has a chance to close this one out against Echo Fox in this hard point on Throwback. If they don't, no big deal. They'll go to a Game 5 where they risk getting reverse swept, which could be for the second time today. But Lacefield going to draw first blood in this match.
X does drop as well. As like I said, we're hopping into this game pretty quick. His kills are already starting to go down left and right. A few earned already for Neslo as he does drop as well. Assault currently 2-0. See if we can manage a nice KD when it comes down to this game number 4. Definitely needs to have a big performance if Cloud9 wants to see a victory.
Yep, and his role right now, like we said, is just going to be looking over his players, tagging them up before the guys get to the hill, so it's just going to be an easy cleanup for those players who are on the ground running and gunning. You're going to see him jump out right now, try to play on the train. It's going to be Neslo coming out on top on that one with the OSA, but Lacefield's going to be able to save that kill immediately. So only 4 seconds going in favor of Cloud9. We have 15 seconds before we rotate next. So now look for Neslo to go to that barn side, maybe push out on silos to try to block anybody who's trying to rotate through, but realistically, barely anybody getting time off this first hill.
Yeah, it looks like Ricky kind of setting up shop. Not a huge fan of maybe dropping that trophy down just because the rotations are incredibly important. But here comes the team push. Off the start, you hear Cloud9 4 versus 4. I believe Ricky potentially trying to enter inside that barn. Has the OSA in hand, but can't find the shots as he drops. Aches as well, able to lock it down for the time being. He needs to win this gunfight toward backside, but he's not able to make it happen as 3 do go down for Cloud9. And the continual push will be beginning to happen yet again.
The flood is going to be coming in there from Lacefield and Assault. Lacefield will be taken out. Assault's going to be left up last alive by himself. The hill currently being contested from inside. Method's going to be losing that gunfight, but Neslo going to get a nice 2-piece flowing that Fletchet inside. Now barn control going to go in complete favor of this Echo Fox side. One more push for Cloud9. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Looks like Neslo once again just caught looking up in the air. Hopefully it's not some more controller things going on. And then Method. So Cloud9 going to be able to take that risk of getting that last break, getting the scrap time off this last hill, but now they need to rotate, and that's exactly what Assault is doing, coming all the way around to try to make this flank happen.
Yeah, of course, like you said, rotation coming into bike path. We'll see if Methods as well as the side of Echo Fox can try to hold this one down, as it currently is. Actually, just was a tie game. Echo Fox do take the lead, so nice rotation coming in. They really need to have mid control. They need to have at least one person having eyes over on that middle plat. It looks like TCM drops, so he was the vision coming in through theirs. One player does drop inside of the hill. Neslo here in response, so the tacticals out, able to watch through either side. A mini pinch could potentially come in, looks the wrong way. It seems that Lacefield inside of Cloud9 start to potentially try to lock down a few seconds, but not until Echo Fox said, nope, we're going to try to take this one back. Mosh finds one player just to his right. He drops as well. Neslo back up yet again, as this has just been a contest fest. Kills going left and right. It seems that not a whole lot of time actually being awarded throughout this first side rotations.
I'm hoping when we go to baseball field, the statue hardpoint, I'm hoping we won't see a whole lot of a contest fest that we're seeing right now, and maybe one team starts to pull away. It's definitely a lot easier to hold. It's not that big of a hill where you can just kind of camp down on it and just really contest it. But Cloud9 looking to get set up early. Lacefield going to spawn on top of Aches on blue. The player they need to watch now is going to be Methods. He's going to be the guy who's trying to get this pinch going, and this is going to be a big gunfight coming in from Aches, and it's going to be Methods coming out on top. Can Lacefield trade this one out? He's going to do exactly that, but as we're talking about that gunfight, the players flooded in from bowling. We're able to take that out, so it's just sort of focusing so much on one side, which is able to completely break open that push for the side of Echo Fox, and just like that, they have control of this hill.
Yeah, the gunfight's one for Echo Fox to be awarded the time and response, as it will be Aches who flies forward, ends up dropping, but Lacefield and the boys from Cloud9 trying to do the exact same thing too, go down one in the back though. I believe that is going to be Methods trying to hold on to his life if his teammates actually drops toward that back statue. He's going to be left to try to hold off the side of Cloud9 as his team does respawn up, so he's able to hold off the troops for the time being, as it seems that Echo Fox trying to maybe set up camp, essentially get those trophies down and try to lock down some time, as they do have the lead and it is growing.
Yeah, definitely. That was a very, very big hill for the side of Echo Fox, and Cloud9 still kind of fighting for the scraps here. I believe they should just kind of rotate out, but it's sort of one of those things. You can die, and then you might get better spawns from it, and he's going to spawn right on top. So keep in mind, no Lime Hill anymore. It's just going to go straight back to the train platform, and it's going to be Ricky inside of the hill, about halfway to his Centurion, and then TCM actually going to be using his rig right there, so that's going to be the rewind coming into play. We'll see if there's going to be any contention on this, or if there's going to be anybody holding this one down. This just seems like already such a long hardpoint game, just because how much contention. Nobody's broke 100 points yet, and we're already through the first rotation.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see as well. I mean, the kills are happening, but like I said, just points aren't being awarded. And that's something that Throwback does play a lot slower on. I know when it comes down to uplink on this map as well. I mean, it's going to be like a 4-2, 3-1, like very, very low scoring games because of how the map dynamic worked, which is obviously interesting to kind of see. But Assault playing very, very well for his team off the start here. This top building actually is kind of his playground as he ends up dropping there. So Echo Fox with a little bit of a lead. Mosh actually going to be on the rotation early, as he is going to be spotted. So this is a big play. Mosh needs to try and stay alive here. Maybe wait for his team to try to get a pinch out. Spawning that player toward back fruit or back line. As he's going to be awarded a kill here. Still fighting for that rotation that should give them good spawns. Potentially, is this player just to his left needs to win this gunfight. Can he make it happen? That's not going to go through, but TCM currently holding the hill down, so that in some ways, while he doesn't get the spawns, he at least is able to bait out the C9 players for the time being.
Yeah, he definitely is. That was a big play there. He's a big reason why Echo Fox has control of this hill right now. Neslo and TCM trying to do some work in there, but Method's going to come in and pick up a nice two-piece, forcing Cloud9 to spawn out, but nobody's inside the hill. Somebody get in there, collect these points, because this game just feels like it's dragging on forever. Maybe that's the reason why nobody's hopping in the hill, but they still have 20 seconds left from this, so look for one more push from Cloud9 before they decide to rotate out. It's going to be another contest fest as we head into the next hill, but so far it's been Echo Fox taking advantage of that, and it's just been basically thanks to TCM and Neslo working back-to-back inside of Barn.
Looks like a 7 streak actually earned for the side of TCM. Of course, Codcaster kind of helping us out here, of course. Thank you very much to the guys at Infinity Ward for kind of implementing those things into Codcaster. And girls too. Thank you for putting that in there. But obviously no, but Echo Fox doing a great job here in this game number 4. We do talk about that game earlier. Cloud9 was up 2-0 versus TK. They ended up getting reverse swept game 5 round 11. Like I said, emotional team is Cloud9. We'll see if they can try to hold on, as they're getting a lot of free time here over in Bike Path. See the boys Aches as well as Assault trying to lock down that middle plat area. Lacefield doing some damage in that player. Back picket. He isn't able to finish it off in the end, but it looks like some streaks are actually going to come down. We'll see if that ends up being awarded in the end, but TCM shuts down his teammate. It's not going to shut down any players inside of the hill, so in some ways, streaks kind of useless there, Dirk.
The way that Cloud9 played that too was so weird because I was sitting there wondering, I was like, how long are Lacefield and Assault going to be watching the same way before one of them says, hey, go watch a different direction? But it was like their best hill too. I think you had Aches inside the hill basically. Well, actually not a majority of the time. I don't know who was actually inside of the hill. I think it was Ricky was inside of the hill majority of the time while Lacefield and Assault were just kind of just like looking in the same direction. So a very weird way to play that hill, but it worked out for them. They finally broke 100 points, 135 to 109. Echo Fox gets that early rotation in. Eggs looking to try to make something happen here. Has Rewind to work with it. He finds himself in a sticky situation. Has no time to react. Slaying coming in. The whole kill feed lights up with the Echo Fox gold. Now they got a perfect setup. The 4 arrows spread completely across the map.
Yeah, it looks like a potential pinch trying to come in from Cloud. Now, so that it's able to happen. Method's realizing that that push actually coming from back bowling could be one that does foil their plans. It seems that it does. Lacefield throws up that nade, but unfortunately a trophy will be ending that one. But TCM coming down with the streak, so the Rich in some ways getting richer as he's piling on, in some ways, the kills overall, almost dropping a 30 bomb. I'm sure he'll be getting that one very, very shortly as he shuts down Ricky. And like I said, TCM needs to have a big game in the respawns. When he does, his team starts to succeed. The rewind rocked and the points being added. As Echo Fox still actually not having a major lead. I mean, C9 has definitely kind of brought this one back. But if you have players like TCM who are constantly going off, you'd imagine that a win is very, very likely.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like a battle of the OSAs right now, right? Who do you have on the side of Cloud9 who's really been doing work with that OSA? Usually it's Lacefield that has it in his hand, but he's been rocking a K-bar,
yeah.
which doesn't make any sense to me. We know how good of gun skill that Lacefield does have. That Camo's going to be coming into play by Neslo, but we know how good of gun skill we can have and how well he used the OSA. I mean, we saw his slaying power in Black Ops 3. Use the OSA, try to like give TCM some competition. Every gunfight he's been getting into, he's just been completely shredding through everybody. The counter camo going to be coming in from Assault right now, trying to get some map control. He is going to be able to find one, but Neslo does pick up a nice 2-piece to break open this hill.
Yeah, both active camos used on this mid hill. I can understand maybe getting some, maybe trying to get some map control here and there, but Assault doesn't really make it up the map. Neslo gets awarded maybe 5 or 6 points. But in the end, I guess if you're trying to fight for spawn control, I mean, it's worth it if it works out for you. But still, Method currently holding over on this field side, able to shut down Ricky. It looks like actually it might actually be C9 who's grabbing the scrap points there. Apologies for that. But I believe Nestle actually ends up using his rig in that last hill. So with that in mind, rotations coming in. We'll see potentially you can get that early point. It seems that Echo Fox with the preferred spawns, but kills starting to come in here through Hay.
Definitely are, and the Centurion has been placed on the map for the side of Echo Fox, so we'll see if that's going to, how much of a nuisance it'll be able to be. Ace going to get zapped by it. The foul's going to be coming in it's inside of the hill, and they need to get it out as quick as possible. You see Lacefield getting tagged up by it. Like we said, it's the Centurion really doesn't do much for you. It's just more of a nuisance sort of thing. Your whole screen's just going to be lighting up with like static shocks, so you just want to try to get it out as quick as you can. But basically, the story of this game has just been Echo Fox dominating the hill, Cloud9 contesting on the hills that are really easy to contest. Other than that, it's been Cloud9 playing for scrap for a majority of the time. Ricky been doing a good job for the team, getting inside the hill, 1-25. But I mean, that's what we're going to see from him, doing all that dirty work for his squad.
Absolutely, definitely a major factor when it comes down to Cloud9's success. Well, success not exactly happening for them at the moment. Let's go take a look at the time clock. We might not even reach 250 to either side. Only 45 seconds left when it comes down to it. Of course, when the players are inside of the hill, your time does be paused, but still currently contested as Latefield's able to win that fight over on Neslo. C9 having to be aware of the clock as well, so kind of having 2 enemies as the time does stand, but the Centurion rocked as well there. Ricky placing that one down, trying to shock the players of Echo Fox. It seems that it will be a little bit of a nuisance, but Mosh coming up top needs to win this gunfight. That's able to happen, finds one, finds the second as well. Can he find the third? Mosh goes on an absolute spree, but he gets up getting shot from the side as Assault will win that gunfight. Like I said, the time is ticking down, and Echo Fox has no problem contesting this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you have to do right now if you're Echo Fox, right? Just keep contesting. You got a fairly comfortable lead. I mean, if you're Cloud9, you really need to start taking it to them. You need your OSA players. You need to get up in their face. You need to get them out of that hill to try to make something happen. 200 points has now been broken by the side of Echo Fox, and it is not looking good for Cloud9. They will be going to a search and destroy if they lose this one, and it's a possibility of them getting reverse swept for the second time today and try to live with that one and not have any nightmares that night. But it's going to be Assault, going to be the first player to the statue. They need a big hill here. They need to try to get the full 60 to try to make this work.
C9, you've got to lock this one down. You've got to get the kills that matter, and that was not a good sign for C9 out the start here. Aches trying to go big, finds 2, finds the 3 thanks to Lacefield, but he ends up dropping. Lacefield needs to win that gunfight, ends up dropping, so time being awarded to Echo Fox. Honestly, they need to get these kills before they contest time, but can they get any kills at all? Finds 1, there's Ricky, but he ends up dropping. Methods rocks the reactive armor, as it seems that to no avail. Cloud9 most likely not going to win this game, and they don't have any time. They're going to stay outside the hard point, trying to let the time tick off. Unfortunately, C9 can't reach it there in time, so that's going to be a victory, 210 to 176. A very low-scoring game, but regardless, it goes to the side of Echo Fox, and yet again, C9 going up 2-0 and going to Game 5.
That was really smart by the side of Echo Fox. I'm happy they decided, hey, let's just hop out of the hill, let the time go to waste. I mean, you sit inside of the hill, the clock's obviously not going to go down. Your score point is just going to keep on rising and rising and rising. That gives Cloud9 an opportunity to come back in the game. So just hopping out of that hill, just making sure that nobody was going to get it for those last 7 seconds. It's like a little small play like that, but it's just very smart. Time split so evenly between everybody on Echo Fox. All have just above 1 minute. From the side of Cloud9, we're going to see Ricky getting majority of the time, and then Lacefield as well. Aches and Assault, well, Aches, I should say, couldn't get too much going. 19 and 37 with 4 defends. It's one of those things that's kind of hard to try to justify or defend that. Usually somebody goes negative that bad or something, you kind of like, oh, he's the OBJ player, it's fine.
Right.
I mean, he's trying to work inside of the hill. But now, game number 5 between Echo Fox and Cloud9. Cloud9, they need to win this one, or it could be a complete morale kill. Like you're going to be so disappointed going into the rest of this entire tournament. It's I don't know. Like I'm trying to think off the top of my head. The search and destroy that they played against Team Caliber was on Throwback, I believe, when they got reverse swept. I kind of watched it here and there, just kind of as much as I could. But I just, like I said, I haven't seen them play Search and Destroy that much. Obviously, we get the luxury of watching them play Wagers, but how often do you really see teams play together in these like S&D tournaments? And stuff
maybe in like MLG 2Ks, which obviously recently happened, but besides that, I mean, it's not scrim that often. It's usually the 4 hard points, 3 uplinks, maybe play the hard points again. Besides that, S&D kind of not a normalcy to see as far as scrims are considered.
I mean, it's just sort of like one of those things, right? Like you have like the whole search and destroy community aspect of it. They just all kind of work together around it. It just over time sort of becomes common sense. There's not a whole lot of thought that goes into it. We don't see smokes and stuff being utilized that much.
Yeah.
We don't see anything too crazy coming into it. So it's just sort of pick a bomb site, run and gun, try to get the bomb down if you can. But you're fine with perfectly just like playing against like a team deathmatch ordeal. Yeah. And I know for a map like Scorch, a bomb site basically going to be completely irrelevant. You won't see anything, maybe like a trick up the sleeve or something. You're going to see just the complete flood onto B. Yeah. Especially with the new bomb site where it's located, you can definitely get into an advanced position. Right. Get that bomb down too. And that's one of the things when FaZe Clan was doing this. They just kept on flooding B. They'd put Enable with the MV4 on there. And I think that's the biggest negative to take away from it. You need somebody with a high-powered gun that just shoots a lot faster than the MV4 in there trying to like get your OBJ work done too. And I believe every time it's Ricky picking up the bomb. So they'll have no issue with that. So if they're able to kind of like replicate that, get your NV4 player set up in security watching observation, get somebody on the bomb, have somebody looking over, and then somebody on the flank as well. Flanks can be very effective on this map. You take your time, go all the way through long haul, nobody watches it, go all the way around through back rock, you're clear to make something happen.
Right, and I think when you talk about the plays of sites on Scorch as well, I mean, we should talk about the A site. Like I said, not going to be preferred whatsoever. There's so many angles that the players could be in. I mean, you only have really hallway to watch. You also have maybe wall run to watch, that kind of closet area. Besides that, though, there's really not many areas to kind of go through. So, like you mentioned, the B site absolutely going to be the major one to be looking out for. A lot of teams that I've seen on defense actually really like to rock jammers or nades. There's actually a little bit of a nade that you can actually do, off of one of the I believe I'm trying to think of what it's called. Might be like off of one of the walls, I believe. So there's like a few nade spots you can actually make happen. So a lot of early rushes, probably a lot of fast rounds, maybe a few delayed pushes once things start to happen. But this should be a very interesting Game 5, to say the least. C9 has been in the situation already this tournament. It happened last time, like we said, versus TK. I think we mentioned like 8 or 9 times. But, hey, it's obviously important to mention as well when it comes down to storylines. But C9, you really need this one. If you're Echo Fox, you've only lost 1 game, but C9 it would be an absolute heartbreaker for them to lose 2 games straight when they were up 2-0.
Now, this is where the leadership and guidance of Patrick Price, a.k.a. Mr. Eggs, is going to come in very, very great. He needs to make sure that everybody's heads on the team. I mean, like we said, it's sort of like him and Ricky, right? They're sort of like the leaders. I think Eggs personally is like the leader of this team.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy, the veteran, the seasoned veteran who's just going to keep on making sure one more round each time in Search and Destroy. Just forget everything that just happened before. We got to focus up on this one. That's exactly what they do. And I know he's out there probably right now on the side stage, probably saying this exact stuff. I mean, he's a guy, he wants to win. That's his only goal. He just wants to win no matter how it happens. So hopefully he can turn this around. I mean, if it's not motivation enough, just think back to when you just got reverse swept before. Do you want that same feeling again? I know after I saw them on stage, they were all sitting there talking about what they did wrong.
Yeah.
They were immediately after they're all around talking. So obviously didn't look too happy, but nobody would look happy after getting reverse swept. Game number 5 going down between Echo Fox and Cloud9. We have Scorch, Search and Destroy.
Yep, will be Echo Fox off the start here of round number 1. Going to be on the offensive side. And like we said, B hit. Expect to see this many, many, many times. As we're looking to get that bomb site very quickly, as they're going to get that one down potentially. Nestle currently holding that head glitch. That bomb is going to go down. The nade check's coming through. I believe he does have blast shield on, so it's not going to affect him too much. The bomb goes down. He gets actually killed for that first blood, but he'll take the plant instead. Currently on board with Assault. Currently in observation, decides to kind of step out, but he ends up dropping. And now Aches and Ricky left in a 2 versus 2. We'll see if they end up playing the angles here, as it will be Echo Fox trying to hold in the back. The one player gets tagged. He decides to back up. Methods in. Mosh trying to lock this one down, just trying to hold off the side of Cloud9 because there's not a whole lot of time left on that bomb.
Yep, something's going to come down to it. Methods of Mosh are going to end up getting it done. Echo Fox is going to take the offensive route from Cloud9. I'm honestly thinking the amount of time that nobody even thinks about going to the A site, don't even have anybody watch it.
Yeah.
Try to like get some sort of stack or a 4 hit onto B and just take a round where it's just going to be coming down to gunfights. It's not going to come down to planting a bomb or anything like that. But Echo Fox is going to take that first round. And now we're going to see Cloud9 take a whack at the offensive side of Scorch, Search, and Destroy.
Well, apologies for that. Copcaster having a little bit of issues, but it's all right. We'll keep moving forward, like you said. Echo Fox up 1-0. Trophies out. Ricky very, very aware of, tougher than the earlier Search and Destroy, but it is able to work out very, very well for him there. So earning slowly but surely toward his entire payload at that point. Tries to find the first blood, able to make it happen. So TCM gets punished for rushing out. Mosh getting some control through mid-map. I like this play from him. Nade's coming out yet again. So the side of C9 just trying to hold on there. They're going to call that player out. Essentially shut him down. Blaze will come from the sides. They're just completely picking off the sides of Echo Fox, and now Method's left in a 1 versus 3 situation. The bomb is not down, but he is the last man alive, able to shut down one there. That's going to be over on Aches. Decides to back up as that bomb is going to go down.
Yep, Method's in a 1 versus 2. See how he's going to be able to play this one. Both players currently watching the line of sight. So guessing one's watching observation, one's kind of watching that in that area. Kind of see the players snake in behind with the active camo. See what he's going to be able to do here. Just trying to be a distraction. Maybe try to look for a bait and switch coming here. Ricky read that perfectly, and it's going to be Cloud9. 1-1. And we talked about the defensive side. Echo Fox did exactly what I said. They gave up A. They just kind of stacked it. And I think trophy systems are in Scorch, Search, and Destroy. It's just going to be all year you're going to start to see more players start to bring out those trophies.
Yeah.
Especially, usually you have like, what, the 4 Fletchit grenades, and it's just going to keep bombing in and in. So you just need to try to get as many trophy systems down on that site as you can. Mostly if you're on offense, it's going to benefit you a lot more. There's not really anywhere you can kind of throw grenades other than inside of observation if you can get them off quick enough before being picked off. So trophy systems are going to be crucial to this B push.
Looks like early nade coming in there from TCM over on Assault. Neslo yet again getting that bomb down. I'm sure that one will be able to happen. Blast Shield is one of his perks, as it tends to be for most pros. So he's able to weather the storm for the time being. He's trying to hold on. Here's the side of Cloud9 trying to rush onto the site. Lacefield shuts down Neslo. Mosh in response kills Ricky. Now Aches left all by his lonesome. 1 versus 2. And he's able to drop. So Echo Fox able to win an offensive round here. That's a big play for them. I believe winning both of their offensive rounds. And it's kind of a weird play in that last round that we saw, because whenever they're playing defense, and I'm curious to see how they play it on this next round, is that TCM really pushed out, and he really shouldn't have. And it seems like when players are playing defense on this map, when they're obviously holding down the A side or whatever, or the B side, excuse me, whenever they're holding that one down, they really just play your picks, right? I mean, try to find other players in observation, just try to lock it down, and don't try to be suffered into first blood, because if you do, that bomb can easily go down. I think they definitely need to utilize the nades a little bit better. Of course, the trophies are there, but utilize the nades better, maybe try to go on a few flanks. And it seems that in this round, it will be the flank coming in from Echo Fox, and it seems that Assault might be aware of that.
Now this is what I saw FaZe do, and it worked out so well to the point where Claysta and Zoomer, when they were doing that, they both got the kills like to close out. They got 2 each to close out the round. So it didn't work out for them right there. The player who did end up cleaning up Assault on the flank did end up going back to mid-map and rotated out. So TCM actually going to take out Lacer right there. It's going to be Ricky and Aches left last alive. Things are not looking good for the side of Cloud9. He puts into observation. Aches not going to be able to do much there at all. 3-1 in favor of Echo Fox.
So this is a massive round, obviously. Cloud9 definitely needs to win this one. I think when it comes down to, at least in my opinion, round number 5, I mean, it can definitely change the entire way that players even look at the scoreboard. I mean, you look at 3-1, imagine this next round going in Echo Fox's favor, that's 4-1. But if it goes in Cloud9's favor, it's 3-2. It's completely different. The match absolutely turns around. So for me, this is a round that Cloud9 essentially has to win here. They do not want to lose 2 games where they're up 2-0 and get reverse swept twice in 2 matches they've already played here at MLG Vegas. Well, action already going down here in this round number 5. Mosh finding that first blood over on Lacefield. Assault in response. Neslo still going to be near that bomb as he tends to be. 1-3, but he's definitely done a great job of getting that objective work done. Not spotting anyone in observation as of yet. Both teams playing pretty passively for now.
They definitely are. See who's going to be the first to try to make a move here. Just Neslo running back and forth. He's going to go ahead and get aggressive, try to bait, try to make something happen with Assault. Is going to shut him down. The trade's going to come in from Mosh, but just like that, it's going to be Cloud9 picking up their 2nd round. If you're Cloud9, you're not wishing for a round 11 because if history repeats itself or just anything repeats itself, it's not going to look good for you. And I mean, I wish we could kind of go back in time, right? Because I would definitely make bets on Search and Destroy on Scorch and be like, hey, I guarantee you they go 4B.
Right?
I guarantee it.
I'm curious if we've seen any teams make a late A push, maybe try to make it a little delay, or maybe they try to bait out and make you think they're going A, but then they just late push B.
I saw FaZe do that, but the whole plan got crushed because Enable hit the wall run with the bomb. He got taken out, the bomb fell off the map, and it got completely reset. It almost worked out, but I mean, at this point, you could just send one player over here flowing like Fletch hits and a trophy or something. It's going to completely distract all these players. You can kind of get such an easy like route to A, but obviously they don't know that they're 4 stacking B.
Right.
That's the luxury that we have of Codcaster, so we can't really judge them for it too much. But Ricky is going to get this bomb down once again.
He's nearly earned a Centurion, which is very difficult to earn. And it's only in round 6. That's pretty interesting to see here, but bomb plants not at all weird to see when it comes down to a map like this one. But kills going down. Ricky finds 1, finds the 2nd, tries to find the 3rd, but 2 go down. And now Echo Fox Mosh, the last person alive, is able to shut down 1. 1 versus 1. Assault actually going to be rotating through mid-map. Mosh does have the Centurion. Not exactly going to help him out in this 1 versus 1, but the fight getting ready to go down on the side here. Good timing earned for Mosh, but he's not able to make it happen. That's going to be a victory in that round there for Cloud9 as they level it up at 3-3.
For all you young guns out there, we call that a drop shot.
Oh yeah, we did know it.
We call that a drop shot.
I kind of forgot that people might not know that it actually existed.
Just back in the day in Black Ops 2, we had a little semi-jump shot.
Yeah, it jump shot.
We had a drop shot.
Black Ops 1, that's all I did.
That's all, dude. It's just like up until like the incorporation of like thrusters and stuff in Call of Duty, it was only drop shots.
It was.
That was your method. Tactical, boop, just push that down. But anyway, tied up 3-3. Neslo, bomb once again, going down onto B.
He has more bomb plants than kills.
Look for a player from Cloud9 to fly over top and try to pick him off with the bomb. You see the X-ray right there. He peeks over, not going to be able to get anything, but first blood is going to go in favor of Ricky. Ricky with a fletch it. Lacefield going to take out Mosh, and then Neslo going to take out Lacefield. Ricky takes out Neslo. Kills being traded all around. Method's now left alone in a 1 versus 3 situation. Gets taken out. Cloud9, 4-3.
Cloud9 making a big swing here as they've won a few rounds in a row, just compiling a great sequence here. The momentum definitely going to be in their favor when it comes down to it. So Echo Fox, now they're in the situation. They're looking at them and saying, well, we need to win this next round. We cannot allow Cloud9 to score this many rounds back-to-back and to be on series point when it comes down to this map. Of course, we've seen many bomb plants going down from both Neslo and Ricky. We'll see if that does continue on. Maybe we see a different bomb side to hit, but since these teams are so level, it really wouldn't surprise me if we keep seeing the exact same thing.
It's just going to come down to the gunfights, the grenades, and the trophies. That's all that will happen. Rumble relays right now, 7-7, having himself a game. Yeah, he's going to have the bomb.
He's going to earn the reactive armor, I believe.
Yeah. So he gets his bomb. That's actually a really smart play call. He gets his bomb down. He should have his reactive armor. Not sure exactly how much it's going to put him yet. So he is going to get the reactive armor, so that was a great play call. But he uses it straight away, dies. They do get traded out, so now it is a 3 versus 3 situation. But I don't know if I agree with using that reactive armor so quick.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a risky play to say the least, but Mosh ends up dropping in on TCM left in a 1 versus 3. He's not able to make it happen either, and now Cloud9 is going to be on match point, and they've won so many rounds back to back. Not saying that Echo Fox is kind of giving this one away, but in general, C9 has just literally gone to the bomb, planted it down, and played their picks. They've backed up. They've done exactly what they need to do on this site. And maybe Echo Fox, normally I credit people for trying something else, but if it's working, just keep doing it. And that's exactly what Cloud9 has done. We'll see if the boys on Cloud9, Aches leading the way. He's known as Mr. Game 5, but Richie Rick is going to be the one who's kind of leading the way. They aren't going to be checking that A site, maybe thinking that something else could be happening. So they might actually
threw a trophy system on A.
Yeah, I don't know. It's you know, it's Ricky. He knows what he's doing, right? But Assault drops for the first blood in this round. A few shots to the back there from Neslo, but it seems that Cloud9 might actually lose this one. As Aches needs to go big here in observation. Rocks the rewind, but he actually finds one from behind. Can he
Oh my goodness!
Aches! What was that? No! Mr. Game 5, he does it. Look at this play. Behind one, turn on the other.
Goodness!
Aches! That was disgusting. Patrick Price, you've done it again. You don't lose in Game 5 this time. Instead, you lock it down, and you're able to walk away with it 6-3. Oh my goodness! What was that? That was crazy.
Give him the snapper.
What was that? I need to take a nap. I don't know what that was.
He was so one-shot, too, but that's the glorious thing about the rewind. He was able to take out the player in the back like so quickly. Then he just quickly – the guy behind him had to be one-shot. Let's go with that. I think
he definitely was, but still, that was pretty crazy.
Rewind, snap, bang, dead. Cloud9 not going to get reverse swept this one. They can sleep knowing that they went one-on-one on the day. That's good enough. You don't want to go
You're a Cloud9 fan. I'd imagine you're probably have a massive headache, probably taking a Tylenol or two, maybe just trying to stay alive, but – That was an insane series. I enjoyed casting that. That was my first Game 5, so I'm excited.
The glorious rewind plays that we can see, and one big one just came out from Patrick Price himself. That was a great game all around. Scored, search, and destroy, like we said. B, 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 B. Trophy systems at B. Fletcher grenades at B.
And like I said, I think Echo Fox did in some ways, they had good moments, here and there, but like I said, you've just got to keep doing the same thing. That's the weird thing about when it comes down to certain maps is that, if it's working for you, just keep doing it over and over and over again. Don't try to do anything different. That's something that's not normally known in Call of Duty maps, especially for Search and Destroy, because a lot of times you're trying to outthink your opponent. But we saw every single round, in all 9 rounds, we saw a push to B, and a lot of the times it was a bomb plant.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really changed up throughout that entire series. We saw maybe on the defensive end for Echo Fox, they set the 2 on the flank, didn't work out very well. It's just a simple little trade and then retreat sort of thing. But that was a great series all around. Good to see Game 5s, especially with us as casters. We like to just see as many games and cast as much as possible as well. So it's going to be Cloud9 coming out on top of that one against Echo Fox. But this Echo Fox squad looked pretty nice.
Yeah, they look pretty good. I'm not going to lie. They look pretty decent. But, guys, I need to lay down a little bit. I think me and Dirk both need a little bit of a break after that one. That was obviously an incredible series. Well, Cloud9, they're able to make it happen. They win this one in Game 5. Of course, action from MLG Vegas isn't over yet. We've got some more matches to come here from the Bravo stream. We'll be right back. welcome back, everyone. MLG Vegas. We've got, Echo Fox going up against TK, myself, Lando, as well as Fox with me to guide you guys through this series. Fox, it should be a fantastic one to watch. Break me down. What's going to be going on, and what are the stakes kind of coming into this one?
Sure, Landon. I'll break it down.
Oh,
or
that
I
was
could break it down for you. We got Team Caliber.
Hey. Before we start.
We got Team Caliber.
Okay, you got to be polite to me, man.
What?
I take those things
I got to be
seriously.
what? I don't know what that
polite?
word means.
You know what the word polite means?
Can you hit me with a definition real quick? Can you use it in a sentence?
I can wiki it if you need me to.
Can use it in a sentence. Can I get the country of origin and maybe another pronunciation, please?
Yeah, I'm actually going to look it up right now. So polite, by definition, having or showing behavior that is respectful and considerate of other people.
Landon, I completely lost interest.
Yeah, no problem,
in that
man.
Conversation.
I think it's time you break it down.
Can we get a muzzle for him, which is like a really nice fitting muzzle for Landon?
Bye, guys.
Put your headset on, boy. Team Caliber versus Echo Fox. Huge storyline between these two teams here, Landon.
Is that right? Is that right, Fox? Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, we have Neslo and Theory and Gunjar, who are very long-time veterans of the Call of Duty scene, and most of their career has been under that Team Caliber organization. And
absolutely.
They have such like some of the highest highs of their career were under that organization and together. So it's just really interesting to see these two teams facing off. Both Neslo and Theory, after Team Caliber going their separate ways following relegation and everything, we're seeing both of these pro players being put in leadership positions for the first time in years, and really I think ever for both of them.
Yeah,
Theory himself, when he had to rebuild TK, mentioned, hey, this is something I haven't had to do in a while. Give me some time. I'm figuring all this out. He rebuilds, brings Gunjar back on the team. Turns out to work out pretty well for him, and they qualify for COD champs, placing top 12.
Right, because it was originally a Sharp's roster. He was the captain of the team, and then he obviously ends up retiring. Now it's left over to Theory, which he's not used to doing that. I think one thing that's really interesting as well that we've seen in the past, not to cut you off, but that we've seen in past when Gunjar had left TK back in the day, and it was always the fact that you left our team. Like there was always a high animosity. Now it's the opposite, where Theory and Theory and Gunjar are on the same team, and now Neslo's now on the opposite side trying to make a name for himself.
And Neslo rebuilt under the Echo Fox organization, bringing a global esports organization right into Call of Duty esports. He is he's certainly grateful for that experience. I've had him on my show, Play for Picture, for a couple of interviews, and he's talked about how he's trying to build himself up as a leader and as a captain and growing as a person. He's really sort of changed his entire attitude around from this very sort of emotionally vulnerable player in a series to just this sort of like leadership veteran kind of role. And I think that him alongside a player like TCM, who's really started to come up towards the advanced warfare scene, seeing those two together is going to be awesome. And it's just so interesting to see these two veterans facing off against one another on different teams.
Now, as the Call of Duty scene does love, and myself included, we love a storyline. That's exactly what the series should provide for you guys. Of course, Retaliation Hardpoint going to be map number 1. It seems that TK, according to pro players talk, seems that they are going to be on the more preferred side to start off this one. It seems to really like that rotation over toward Cat to bike path, and of course the rotation into Grave. It seems that the TK will have a little bit of advantage here off the start. Going to be going on board with Mr. Gunjar here.
Gunjar is dangerous. This man has not slowed down a bit. Such a dangerous assault rifle player. I'm looking forward to see what he can do. All the damage throughout this entire map. He should be a huge factor for TK. However, we're seeing Colchan and Happy dominate the kill feed. That's 3 kills for Happy, 1 for Colchan. Expect to see him push up and take advantage of the map pressure that TK has established right off the break.
Yeah, curling over toward that curb. We talked about Colchan back in Black Ops 3. Obviously, a major majority with that TCM team was always a major slayer to watch out for, and also very nice sniper as well. But of course, TK off to a hot start here as Echo Fox trying to pile on the points a little bit, and of course, a lot of contestation hills. Of course, rotation going to be in everyone's mind as that will be coming in shortly over toward Bike Street. But of course, Neslo currently locking it down 3-1 off the break. Can he make it 4-1 is the question, as his teammate will actually clean up that kill. There'll be a little bit of a lead for Echo Fox. Rotation will be coming in shortly.
Neslo's got himself a 3 streak and no competition around the corner, so he's awarded with the scrap time. His team, however, needs to set up for this rotation. Colchan's not making it easy as he opens up this next hard point with 2 kills. Now, Neslo on the rotation is actually going to team kill methods. This is, again, going to set Echo Fox at a really difficult disadvantage for this hard point.
It is indeed. Happy in the back. Players coming to our plat. He should drop very, very quickly. Thankfully, he's able to get 1 in response, but it will be Echo Fox who currently has control. Mosh, thankfully that trophy able to lock it down for a time, but here comes the push from TK. Fury ends up dropping from Cat. Gunjar nowhere near, but we'll be Happy trying to support his teammate Colchan. Nades are absolutely going to be coming into this map. Expect them to not slow down whatsoever. Colchan still locking it down as TK starting to get a little bit of a lead.
So Happy's in a pretty solid position here. This is sort of where you might expect your AR player to sit is on the stairs. He can kind of wall bang anybody that comes up through scaffolding there. However, just 20 seconds left on this hard point. Echo Fox gave a lot of free time to TK there. And so they're going to decide to rotate and try and get back towards this area where Happy is anchoring at. He's taken down off of the anchor. That's Gunjar that follows up with 2 kills, though, so that's huge. We see 2 kills on the rotation, and we see Colchan getting awarded with like 20 seconds uncontested, at least 20 seconds in that hard point. Echo Fox isn't going to win this rotation despite giving up the hill so early.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, they left 20 seconds away, and now they're not really getting anything awarded for it. We'll see if they can maybe get a few points here. As the kills might go in their favor. Of course, opposite team going to be spawning toward that back street area. And it seems that, you know, while this is kind of important, a lot of teams will kind of give this away after about 30 seconds, 20 seconds. They'll kind of get that rotation. Because everyone knows when it comes in a broken building, that without question is the money hill for this map.
There it is. Methods in position in Graveyard, is able to catch 2 players. Has a little bit of time to breathe here. There is one TK player just around the corner, and he knows that. He's just trying to figure out exactly which door where this player is going to push in from. However, the Echo Fox players are swarming. Mosh the one to wrap back, find that kill. One more player on the front line. That's Happy, and the rest of TK. They're going to go ahead and set up a new hard point down towards Broken. I think Happy pushing that hill by himself was perfectly fine because he actually dies and then ends up spawning with his team in the new hill. So I think that was a perfectly fine push, even if it was 1 versus 4.
Right, of course, players coming in actually on the flank. It's going to be 3 and 4 Methods and Nestlo trying to come on the flank here. It seems they actually have been awarded. Seems like good spawns for the time being. Of course, going to be trying to spawn over on that catwalk side, but it seems that Gunjar trying to prevent that one from going down. K-Bar in hand. Occasionally, I like to see him mark a R3K on this map. Seems to do that on some occasions, but K-Bar seems to be the one that he's more preferring. Ends up losing that one on the head glitch. I like that play for Methods. Well, he's not getting hill time. He's at least locking this one down and watching the flank constantly, but a big pinch comes in from TK as they'll start to get some points.
So we take a look at our scoreboard in the top right corner of the screen. We're seeing TK in control of the hard point. A little bit of contention coming from the likes of Echo Fox and this Broken Hill, but we're seeing TCM currently 4 and 11, and I feel like him and Mosh are sort of that deciding factor of how Echo Fox is going to slay. So when you only have one of your sort of stronger slayers in the roster really going off, it can be a little difficult. However, they're still in the lead by about 30 seconds. So if they can continue working at whatever Mosh is doing, that could be a huge win factor for them. But you definitely want to see TCM pick it up. If you see him pick it up, I think they definitely run away with this game.
Oh, for sure. That's something that I saw in their last series. Actually, you know, they ended up losing to C9 in Game 5. It was the fact that the reason they ended up bringing that one back in the 2 respawns in Game 3 and Game 4 was because he had an absolutely fantastic performance. TCM, without question, at least in that previous series, was the major factor. They end up losing that first game 250, like 106, I believe. Because he went 9 and 20. He goes in the next uplink, he goes in the next hard point. I think in the hard point he dropped like 37 kills, and they end up destroying the side of C9. So I completely agree. I think if TCM starts to go off, that's when Echo Fox starts to succeed.
Yeah, and another point about this Echo Fox team is they just got done playing a best-of-5 series and went all the way down to the wire, only to just lose in the most heartbreaking fashion with a play from Eggs of Cloud9.
That was pretty crazy, man.
You know, they gotta be a little worn out here, right? Coming through after another best-of-5 series, and they also got to be a little upset. Like that's really annoying to lose that way. And then they're in such a huge match for them in terms of, like, you know, there's the storylines between TK and Echo Fox players. So this has got to be pretty tough here. However, they're still leading this game by about 50 seconds. Mosh currently double positive at the moment, and TCM slowly bringing himself right back into this game in terms of KD. Yeah,
I mean, you look at the scoreboard and you say it's definitely kind of one-sided for sure. I mean, you said Mosh absolutely kind of carrying the load, kind of somebody's being the backpack of the team, and the fact that they still have the lead, it's pretty crazy to see. But of course, we're going to rotate back over as the first side rotations are through with. We rotate back to bridge, and nades are full out. Methods, Mosh, and Nestle actually all picking up kills in response. And Colchan, the last alive in the hill, currently kind of getting pinched thanks to those spawns being flipped. But Gunjar currently inside of Graves, trying to look over. Spot clear just to his left, able to make that one happen. So kills going down. Echo Fox still with the lead, and it seems that Nestle is starting to bring it up as well.
It is Nestle. Playing in a power position, going to push up. This is similar to what we saw in the opening break, except in the favor of Team Caliber. Colchan, though, is going to be able to shut him down. Gunjar also finding a kill. Hill time still going in favor of Echo Fox. As you can see in the top right corner of your screen, Methods is the one to get that last bit of time. And so now, as the rotation comes in towards Market, TCM's trying to play this little pinch that he might have. However, this is not going to be an easy gunfight with the OSA. Mosh is going to get the better of him in that instance for sure. And now we have Theory in position.
Firm to kind of maybe stay on the head glitch, but he ends up getting rushed and he ends up getting somebody's dropped for it. So 170 to 118. Echo Fox still looking great. When it comes into retaliation, hard point. Mosh currently up top and broken. Shuts down one, nearly shuts down the second. Wouldn't surprise me thanks to the great start that he's had to this particular map. Of course, currently in Lower Street or Bike Street. Rotation's going to be coming in shortly toward that Graves Hill. TCM trying to push up through Bike Shop, able to find one. Happy and Gunjar responding as well. Big play there coming in from TCM. Rocks the rewind. Wasn't exactly a player 2 exact angle that he was looking at, but he gets a kill anyway. So nearly, I believe it'll be at 200. Will Echo Fox be at? TK absolutely getting destroyed, which is not at all personally what I had expected.
Yeah, I thought we would see a much bigger game out of players like Gunjar and Kolchan for them in terms of the slaying column. We saw a big start from Happy, but I haven't really seen too much to follow it up. Kolchan, though, trying to stop them on the rotation, not able to do so. 3 kills going in favor of Echo Fox. Expect TK to spawn out way towards last hill. And actually, Echo Fox players are spawning out further than TK, despite Echo Fox getting so many kills here. So that's going to be dangerous for Methods. He has no backup, despite spawning the enemy team out.
Yeah, they get that market spawn, which is pretty uncharacteristic. It looks like one player might have been out of position, potentially. Kolchan able to spot one toward Tank, shuts him down as TK tried to bring a little bit of a comeback into this one. Gunjar locking this one down, a lot of free time. Getting a second to evaluate what's going on in the map, let his teammates know that, hey, it wouldn't be a bad idea if we try to go and rotate toward that building. They're going to give a lot of time away. But it looks like Echo Fox might try to go for a last-second push. One player there to his left. He's not able to finish it off as Gunjar. So Echo Fox going to be awarded that time. That's going to be big. Question is, can he win that gunfight? That is huge. That's going to be a good 15 seconds awarded to Echo Fox. And with the lead they already have, that is pretty detrimental if you're TK.
Huge gunfight win right there. It looks like Team Caliber is trying to set up for this broken hardpoint. Gunjar in a solid power position is able to find 1 kill. However, efficient trading from Echo Fox. They respond immediately. Now, 3 TK players in the hardpoint. Echo Fox seems to have a pretty dispersed kind of like push here. There's 3 players coming in from Market. They're kind of spread out far apart, and then there's 1 coming in from Bridge. Loses that gunfight. So now we have to see how these 3 players can break the hill from the back, or if they can't, because it looks like we have Theory in position that was able to stop them.
TK trying to rally as Theory is able to find one. Kolchan in response is able to finish that one off. So TK getting some points here and there. This one is not at all done. A 50-point advantage right now for Echo Fox. Of course, only 30 seconds away from walking away with this game number 1, but trying to bring it back. It seems at the side of TK slaying it out as it stands. Gunjar ends up dropping from the side. Kolchan does as well. Theory able to respond, trying to hold off for his teammate Happy as Theory also drops. So in the end, 4 do go down, and it will be a good amount of seconds in some cases awarded to Echo Fox. They're going to get even closer to that 250 mark.
There it is. Echo Fox getting a lot of time here. They should be able to close it out on this next hill if they play their cards right. Just a few seconds. If you take a look at the scoreboard, the top middle of your screen, they're 14 seconds away from closing it out. And as they rotate over to hallway, lots of gunfire going down in the hallway. However, at the end, it's going to be Echo Fox that comes down on top and is awarded with the initial hill time. Methods is able to shut down Gunjar. Kolchan responds with 2 kills of his own and some hill time, but there it is. Mosh coming through is able to shut him down.
So many gunfights going on, Theory trying to shut down that Centurion, kind of being a little bit of a nuisance inside the base, but only 3 more seconds needed for Echo Fox. 2-1, that's going to do it. That's going to be game number 1, retaliation hardpoint going over to Echo Fox, 250 to 192. Now Fox, I'm not sure if we kind of expected that one to happen. I was kind of leaning toward the side of TK. I mean, if you look at their matches versus C9, they both kind of went down 2-0. TK's able to close it out, Echo Fox isn't, but Echo Fox, it seems that last, Game 5 loss, which was very detrimental, I would imagine, didn't really seem to affect him that much.
Well, time can we can really only tell over time. This is just one map following that best-of-5 series. Maybe if they do find a loss in this series, that ends up being devastating enough for them to allow Team Caliber to come back on them in this series, right? So we don't really know. Right now, they're definitely starting off well in the retaliation hardpoint. So if it's up to them, they'll definitely keep it up throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I believe to kind of break down this next map, we're going to be having Scorch, S&D. I believe, like I said, it's going to be a 1-0 advantage, like we said, for the side of Echo Fox. Now, your thoughts on Scorch S&D between these 2 teams?
Scorch S&D, well, for Search and Destroy in general, between a lot of these teams, we're not really, there's nothing that, they haven't shown anything that we could really use to exactly know what they're going to do. Search and Destroy is in a very experimental stage right now in the beginning of Infinite Warfare, especially with a lot of the bomb sites being moved, less than a week prior to the event. So some strategies are going to be different. However, in terms of pushing for drill, I think that we're going to see a lot of teams going towards that part of the map here in Search and Destroy. A lot of offensive executions towards that side of the map.
Yeah.
As far as what team does it favor, I personally think that Gunjar is incredible on this map in every game mode. I think this is one of his stronger maps. His role with the AR is just it suits. I feel like his role with the AR really suits his play style on this map, and I'm looking forward to him stepping up in this series. I feel like Gunjar is really a key player for a lot of the TK's win factors in this series.
Absolutely. Well, Of course, like I said, in that last game, if you guys were watching our last series, that actually took place between Echo Fox and C9, it was a battle of the B side, essentially, as many plants went down. I think Ricky had actually ended up earning his Centurion, which is very hard to earn, in like round number 5, which is pretty crazy, to say the least. So with that in mind, we'll be able to see how Scorch S&D does take place as we get ready to load up this map.
Right, so if you're just tuning in, guys, I'm Fox, and I'm joined by Landon. We have Team Caliber versus Echo Fox, and Echo Fox is coming off of their loss against Cloud9 with a win in map number 1 here against Team Caliber. Again, many former teammates loading up onto this server, and let's see how this series takes place.
Yeah, well, obviously good to see the rig draft. Currently looks like Theory actually moving to go for that FTL jump, which I believe is what he went with in their matchup versus, I believe one team earlier. That was actually on Alpha, I believe, taking place versus C9. So I'm kind of interested to see actually the FTL jump be chosen. I mean, it's not something that I always see when it comes down to online scrims, but it can obviously, give you a massive advantage. In some ways, it's kind of like, glitch but forward. But I mean, if you're on a certain side, if you're trying to, win a gunfight, it can obviously be very beneficial to you.
Yeah, just any sort of it's just a blink. It can be really disorienting for the enemy, and it can also be used as just getting from point A to point B as quickly as you can. So curious to see how FTL jump changes the outcome of this match here, to see if that rig's payload, can have a big impact there for Theory. And now, for everything else, it seems to be pretty normal picture. I mean, we're seeing the Centurion on the side of Echo Fox. That's going to be Mosh that's taking that one.
And I fully expect him to probably be the bomb carrier, which, he's a major slayer for the team. It was like kind of Nesla who was doing that last time, but I don't believe in that last map we actually saw Mosh go with the Centurion. So what I like from C9, what they were able to do is that every time a player was getting closer to their rig, they would make sure that player was the bomb carrier. Because when it comes down to B, I mean, like I said, Scorch is a lot different to me than every other search and destroy that we have in the rotation right now, because why? It's so heavy, and the fact that it is that you can easily get that bomb down a majority of the time if you have a player who even has a trophy drone or even just has a trophy in general. So I think when it comes down to the offensive teams, it's really going to be interesting to see which kind of specialist person they kind of prefer to have. It just happened to be that C9 kind of preferred their Centurion player. So.
Yeah, and as far as getting that bomb down on the B site, when you lay down behind that bomb, if you can just get into that corner, it's so difficult for players on the opposite side of Drill, the side towards Medic, to really pick you off unless you stand up or they jump over, which is then exposing themselves to the rest of your team that should be overlooking you, which you can expect that to be Goonjar's job for Team Caliber here. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. On the offensive side, we are starting off with Team K.
Yeah, of course, as the time starts to tick in, of course, teams kind of communicating to each other, getting those strategies underway, looking to see if we see anything interesting as far as weapon selection. I'm probably not going to see any snipers. That'd be very odd to see. But I am curious as this map does get to load in. Maybe we see an A push at any time. Obviously B is the main preferred site as like the last 9 rounds of that last search and destroy cast on this exact map. Didn't see anything else. What I think could be interesting, kind of using the A site in your favor, is maybe you make a delayed push. And that way, that might be you kind of tricking the other team and thinking you're going A, when in reality, you're actually rushing that B site. So it can kind of work out in your favor. You can kind of play the bomb sites to your advantage. But we'll see if that gets done. But I fully expect to see a lot of B hits,
it's
maybe 95% of the time.
Yeah, because it's so difficult to get to A without
there's
the play.
There's only 2 ways, right?
Yeah,
I mean, there's
the
wall
play's
run
going to be read so quickly. If they don't see you coming up towards your side of security or something, first off, you just gave them great map pressure, and then they also just know exactly where you're going, and that wall run leaves you so vulnerable. So we're going to see how things play out here. Goonjar, like I said, looking over his teammates towards Drill. That's going to be 3 players flooding out of Medic. 1 kill going in favor of both sides of this matchup here. TCM a little tagged up with that OSA. Is in a favorable position, though. If he pushes this player on the opposite side of security, that could be big for him. As long as he can take cover afterwards, it looks like they're actually waiting for this play to happen, so he's not going to bother pushing it.
TCM kind of dancing right now, able to find one, tries to find the second. That back rock area, like you said, 2 versus 2. Goonjar still with the bomb in hand, gets caught reloading. You can kind of see TCM being incredibly aggressive.
Really frantic there. It didn't look like he really knew what he wanted to do in that situation at all.
Neslo versus Goonjar, battle of the teammates. It looks like Neslo is going to win that gunfight. Big play from him and kind of played that very well. Kind of realized that Goonjar most likely going to try to challenge. Able to catch that player sliding. It's going to be a nice 1 versus 2. Neslo finding both in the end. So a good first round for the side of Echo Fox.
Yeah, it's good that Nesla was there, able to try to pick up on some of what TCM was setting up there. TCM was kind of trapped. He didn't know which way to look, towards his medic or towards security when he knows there are 2 players towards Moonside, right? He's just kind of trapped and kind of stuck, and Nesla was there to clean up and finish off the round here. So, again, we're starting off with Team Caliber here. Goonjar's going to be in position. He's just kind of pre-firing for security in case Echo Fox wants to rush the site. However, it looks like Echo Fox is favoring that A site, and they're opening up with 2 kills, so that's huge. This is not something you usually see, but it looks like it's going to work out very well for them.
Yeah, they definitely caught the side of TK off guard. It's basically who's going to do it first. And Echo Fox taking no time to make sure that that one is done. So the bomb is planted 2 versus 4. TK going to be in a very difficult retake situation because that's what we talked about with A. It's very difficult to find every angle, but Colchan able to trade for 1 versus 3, not able to make it happen. So what I really like from Echo Fox in this situation, right now they're up 2-0. They also have the ability to play. In some ways, TK's not going to know where they're coming from because now they went to the A side. They've done something different. So now every time when it comes down to future offensive rounds, that could be, it could be TK kind of sending maybe 2 to either side, checking and making sure. Not saying it's always going to be happening, but it's always going to be lingering in TK's mind that they've done it in the past.
Right, because at the same time, when we look at their defensive setup, they could also just try and push more aggressively through security. And if you're like, hey, they're not here, then you know the only 2 other lanes they could have hit.
Right.
So it'll definitely influence the future rounds in this game for sure for them to make such a statement in the first one. So here we are, opening push again. Gunjar kind of doing the same thing on both sides, sort of being that backline AR and pre-firing any sort of chest-high cover that the enemy team could hop onto. Oh, we're seeing the bomb go down by Gunjar, though. It's getting spammed with nades. That's going to be Mosh who's able to find a kill. Another flechette grenade coming in from Methods. TCM finds the 3rd. So far, unanswered kills on the side of Team Caliber, unanswered kills from the side of Echo Fox. But there it is. Theory finds 1 before getting shut down, and that's another round win for Echo Fox, 3 in a row. Yeah,
and we saw actually there from Echo Fox, they actually sent 2 to either side. They're saying, well, I wonder if TK is going to do the exact same strategy that we just did to them. It ends up working out. They try to go on a little bit of a flank. I think Theory was nowhere near his teammates. He actually tried to go with that OSA through hallway, didn't find anything in the end. But it will be Echo Fox up 3-0, playing very well as a collective unit. Everyone's got a kill. Neslo currently up 3-0 as far as kills are concerned. You look at that 0 kills actually from Gunjar and Happy. Got a combined 0-6. Got to see them have a big performance if they expect TK to make the comeback.
And so it is Neslo leading the charge, tossing out a flechette grenade, trying to see if he can keep people off of those power positions inside Medic. Looks like he's actually going to turn the corner, help out his teammate in that initial gunfight. He could get the bomb down here, but I think he knows there's such a huge threat around the corner that he wants to wait. Oh, he's decided to challenge with the bomb on the middle map. Now the bomb is down in such an unadvantageous situation.
I would have called my teammate to maybe do that, right?
Yeah, the rest of Echo Fox now has to figure out how to get that bomb up from mid.
Fury able to get a nice challenge there. It's going to be a 2-on-1, able to make it happen. Spots one other inside of observation. Nade out, Methods 1 versus 2. Can you make a 1v2 happen? Your teammate has done it earlier. Neslo has. Colchan inside, actually outside of observation. Toward that elbow side. Colchan might spot him here. Needs to finish off this kill. Rocks the rewind, able to back up. Now's your second chance. It would be very, very odd to see Methods try to challenge this, and he actually is. So he's going to challenge this, and it would be a very smart play, but he doesn't even spot Colchan in the back, and Colchan doesn't see him either. That's one of the very odd places to be at because he's in such a kind of a head glitch, he can't even see anyone.
Yeah, real weird plays coming from both sides of the
match
at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it opened up with Neslo's just weird charge to mid with the bomb to challenge someone that he probably didn't need to worry about. And then turns out Methods is able to just get the bomb for free and put it down. And we also saw a rewind coming out of the side of TK. That's Colchan that popped it. So for that to really be worth it, he's going to have to retake and defuse here.
It'd be
30
great
seconds left on the clock to do so.
It'd be great if Colchan would have maybe saved that rewind maybe for this particular play.
I mean, I don't really disagree with it because I think when he shot, he expected him to challenge him again, and he was kind of like in a really bad spot. He wouldn't have the height advantage, all that. So here it is.
I guess he doesn't need the rewind. The gun skill will do.
Yeah.
As TK finally are able to get on the board. Colchan going big that round, actually able to grab 3 kills there. So a hat trick in round number 4 as the bomb will just get defused in time. Still an 0-8, I believe, for Happy and Gunjar. So they definitely need to pick it up. But TK getting a little bit of signs of life there, but if it wasn't for Colchan, that would have definitely been a 4-0.
Yeah, for sure. Colchan able to clutch it up in that 1 versus 1, despite allowing Echo Fox to grab that bomb from mid, to which I don't think TK knew the bomb was mid. I don't think they expected Neslo to die.
And rightly so, I think, yeah.
But TK able to come out on top there. Again, Gunjar playing the same spot. Theory doesn't look like too much aggression on that site, though. Yeah,
Theory, and they're not really charging any bombs. They seem to kind of maybe be a little bit stumped potentially, but in the offensive rounds, they're definitely playing a little bit passive. Maybe thinking that, I like this play. Yeah, I think what might be trying to do is trying to bait out Echo Fox, making them think that they're going to be rushing toward A, but it doesn't mean that they're exactly fooled. More like confused, I think, would be the better way to respond to that.
I think it's just both teams hitting their executions and posturing up to see if they can find a pick. No one wants to give up anything for free.
So that was a player, but Gunjar getting met with actually 3 Echo Fox players. They're going to completely rush through him. Looks like TCM and Neslo able to respond with a few. 2 versus 3 now. As TK do digress, the 3-man push is Happy's able to find one, tries to find the second, isn't able to do it. Colchan on the opposite side of the map is going to need to make more magic happen. He was able to clutch up that last one. It was a 1v1, and you got an extra player. Can you do a 1v2?
Colchan with 23 seconds to work with and 2 Echo Fox players to take down. He's got one just around the corner. Both of them back turn. He's able to find one, connect with the second. Colchan catching them with some impeccable timing
that
for the 2-piece.
Yeah.
Just as he turns the corner, they do as well. He doubles back, is able to find one.
I think he heard him because the way that he was like able to get in that corner, he acted as if like, okay, I'm able to hear one, and then it was like almost exact movement. That was really perfect in my opinion. But like you said, Colchan able to clutch it up. As he's currently 9-3, Gunjar and Happy still combined 1-10. As he's definitely keeping the TK hopes alive and the fans at home and wait.
It's looking like we're going to see another B execute coming from the Echo Fox roster. Mosh taking point with the K-bar. ADSing, waiting for someone to sort of give up that position. We see the camo popped. That's Neslo, who's going to get aggressive, rightfully so, with the camo. This is where you want to see him jump out at the enemy team. He's able to do so, finds himself a kill. That's first blood for Echo Fox, and Neslo is in an advantageous position. So, TK, if they're going to wrap back to this base, they either have to wrap back and get caught by Neslo in the corner, or they have to go all the way through mid and then hit from the side of security.
There's going to be one player in the back. It seems it's going to be Happy. He's going to be on a flank here, so this could definitely work out very, very well for the side of TK. Spots one in observation, but he is going to give his... So he's actually going to give himself away, so known in the mini-map is Happy. Bomb is down, 28 seconds left. Mosh still holding that angle. Really good setup actually for the side of Echo Fox. There's actually going to be one up, but it actually ends up dropping from the side, so this going to be a 1 versus 2 now for Happy. Can he make this one happen? But no, he's going to fall in observation. Echo Fox get the bomb down, and they also win the round. That's going to be 4-2 for Echo.
That round's a really tough loss. We actually saw that round, Echo Fox's Neslo, he spent his active camo and got a first blood, and the team got an advantageous setup on the bomb site. So they were up 4v3 and lost the retake.
TK, you've got to try to make something happen. You can't really allow Echo Fox to get onto that 5th round. They will be on offense, so when it comes down to Scorch, expect to see that B hit. They're actually going to be a little bit of a delayed push, as you're actually going to see Theory and I believe Happy going and looking at every angle toward that A site. So just trying to be aware, maybe letting Gunjar know if a rush over here is possible, but he is quickly going to be foiled as Gunjar still holding this angle, maybe even trying to watch the flank potentially, as gunfire is still coming in. You can imagine Echo Fox has no idea that bomb is just right actually into our drill.
Yeah, no one from Echo Fox really in range to do anything about this. I think we could expect someone sort of wrap back over here shortly. Gunjar, though, can't see what we see. Can't see the player outlines. He doesn't know that it's free to plant. And now he's going to kind of take his opportunity, call their bluff, and put it down. Kills going back and forth. Bomb goes down. 40 seconds on the clock. Echo Fox has to eliminate them and defuse. Neslo's able to find a kill onto Gunjar immediately after planting it. And that's going to be the end of the round as all 4 TK players fall.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea, I think, for the side of TK, you know, trying to baiting out that A site, trying to make maybe the side of Echo Fox try to linger, maybe try to rotate over. Of course, you know, it doesn't end up happening. The bomb site is free, but unfortunately, Colchan and Gunjar aren't able to carry the load. It will now be 5-2, so Echo Fox looking very, very strong on the search and destroy. Compared to the last one, they're looking pretty good. Maybe they got a lot of experience when it comes down to Scorch, so I'd imagine that is the case. But still, 0-7. 2 bomb plants, of course, for Gunjar. I got to kind of keep that in mind as well. But Happy not having a dominant performance. Maybe the pure line as to what's kind of holding TK back.
So Neslo's going to be the one aggressive. We've seen this offensive play before, but we have a trophy system out this time. So the bomb should be able to get down for him for free here. He won't be taken out by any grenades. He can get spammed to the site. This could be a round 1 for Echo Fox, but we've seen them in advantageous positions before on the site, and they blew it. So the question is, can they answer to it this time and take advantage of their situation and positioning? You got a crossfire set up in security.
Colchan
One player's pushing over towards the site. Colchan is actually going to team kill Theory. So now 4 versus 3. 4 versus 2 as Mosh is able to find a kill. Happy pushing the site. He's going to find a kill on to TCM. One more player just around the corner. Free hip fire. 2-piece going for the 3rd. Mosh shuts him down. Colchan responds to the kill of his own. 1 versus 1. And Echo Fox comes out on top. They close out map number 2.
A very difficult situation there for Colchan. It's so odd as well because the streak gets used and he unfortunately ends up killing his teammate. Just unfortunate placement for the side of TK. Had some good opportunities here and there. But like I said, in the end, it's going to be Echo Fox up 2-0. It's kind of interesting because TK has obviously been in a situation earlier with C9. Echo Fox is in a situation, but reverse against C9 earlier.
I'm sorry, run that by me one more time.
Okay, so essentially,
what was that?
C9.
Whoa, way over my head. Go ahead. Let me hear it.
You done, dude?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm joking. No. C9 was in that situation earlier whenever they were up 2-0 versus this lineup of Echo Fox.
Oh, okay. Okay, I know what match you're talking about now. I was really confused.
Are we good now? Are we good?
We are on the same page.
All right, that's good. That's good. I'm glad. But anyway, guys, that's going to do it for obviously game number 2. Like I said, Echo Fox up 2-0 now as they do win that search and destroy 6-2. But we will be directing our eyes to throwback uplink for game number 3 there, Fox.
All right. So far in this series, I mentioned that the key player to watch for TK is going to be Goonjar. Constantly praising his performance to this team and his contributions, but in this series is really not showing up for them at the moment. And TK's finding themselves down 0-2 to Echo Fox here, who's just coming off of their loss to Cloud9 in Game 5. So I think Echo Fox 3-0ing TK right here would be a huge momentum and motivation boost for them. Because
I believe as far as the pool goes, Echo Fox is down 0-1. And both TK and C9 are up 1-0. So a big win for Echo Fox. They're able to level this one up at 1-1. That'll put C9 overall at the top of the group. So kind of interesting stuff going down for now as we'll get ready to load into the map. A lot kind of resting on what this map will provide as we get ready to hop in here shortly, I believe. Just having a few issues with the Codcaster, making sure everything is good to go. And we'll get ready to hop in here for the rig draft.
All right, just taking a look at everything. We saw FTL jump get picked earlier on in the series. We didn't really see it make too much of an impact, though, when Theory picked it. Getting into our uplink here, we're looking at throwback, so expect to see really just a lot of OSAs and a lot of K-bars. Again, I don't think that we're going to see too much NV4 play. So it's going to be pretty simple, standard stuff on both sides here. In terms of the rig draft, we're seeing our overdrive, we're seeing reactive armor, camo. These are just kind of the big payload rigs that we're going to see on both sides, standard stuff.
I know in a map like Throwback as well, I mean, when it comes in either bomb site, I mean, you have that one that's near silos now, has recently kind of moved a little bit farther back, and then that one over toward Bike Path is the more preferred one most of the time. But when it comes down to those situations, there's a lot of gunfights that kind of go down on that bike street from players holding through bowling as well as the other side, holding through, I believe, Lemon. So I think we definitely could see some snipers. And one player who was known for having a sniper back in Black Ops 3 is Cold Chance. So I'm curious to see if he maybe brings something like that
uplink. You're calling the prediction of a sniper in uplink.
Oh, I think we're playing Search and Destroy. It's been a long day. I apologize.
It's A-okay.
Never mind.
I was following you for a second, and then I heard snipers, and I understand. I feel you.
Just leave me alone.
You're
fine.
You're fine. Throwback uplink, though. I think one bigger thing to talk about here is we talked about the Echo Fox versus DK kind of rivalry within the players, right?
Yeah.
I think another important storyline here is just Echo Fox as a whole. We've seen some of their online performance that have been really impressive, but not to the pro teams that they're beating. A lot of the pro teams are kind of doubting them going into this event here, MLG Las Vegas. They're kind of saying, oh, this is just an online team. They're not going to show up on LAN. This is the team that can hardly make it out of open bracket, right? And this is the first time we're seeing Echo Fox starting in a tournament in pool play. They've had to come through open bracket so many times in a row, and now we just really need to see, are they going to show up? They have a lot to show on this LAN here from what they've played online.
I think there's definitely a lot of kind of pressure maybe residing on Nestle shoulders. The roster in Echo Fox back in Black Ops 3 was supposed to be a really, really good team. I mean, there's a lot of good players that were kind of on that roster. Didn't really see a whole lot of success. They don't qualify for COD XP. And then now you're looking at them. Nestle completely reforms the entire roster. They're, like I said, they're known as an online squad throughout this one, and now he's kind of left up to try and make sure that this team is taken seriously, to make sure that for Infinite Warfare, Echo Fox is known as an organization that can absolutely kind of battle with the top teams in the game. So I think while these matchups are also going down, you've got to be kind of keeping in mind the storylines as well as the kind of overall history of a team like Echo Fox, as well as TK, but Echo Fox kind of keeping in mind just because of the fact that they were kind of known as a lesser team throughout a lot of Black Ops 3. So.
Yeah, if you're Echo Fox right now, you're here to make a statement. Neslo, for the first time, is just able to branch out to new players, seeing himself in a leadership position, and he's got a lot of people in the community to really just shut up, right? He has a lot on his shoulders here. So in the countdown, we're seeing Echo Fox coming into map number 3 up 2-0. If they can win this map, that's the end of the series, and they find themselves in a much better standings in this pool at the moment.
They absolutely do. Well, it's time for some Call of Duty basketball, as Puckett likes to call it. Early nades being thrown out. Flechettes? Something like that.
Flechette. I asked Ashton. She said it's Flechette.
Flechette. All right. Well, either way, those going down. Kills as well. Nestle and Mosh able to find a few off the start. As they're actually going to be pushing through that lemon side, also through Grandma, as the drone does fall. Mosh will go back to try to pick it up. There's a 1-point toss he can try to go for here, but they want the 2-point play. Kills going down, and TK trying to hold strong here. 30 needs to win that gunfight. He's able to make it happen, and he might try to go for the reset. That's what's going to happen.
Theory trying to get back into position after the reset here. He's got a gunfight to win. Top Arches is able to do so. That's 3 kills going in favor of TK. The only one able to get something on the board for Echo Fox is Methods. However, it looks like TK has much better mid-map pressure here. But as they push into this Echo Fox base, they're heavily outnumbered. Questionable play there. It looks like it's going to get shut down pretty quickly.
So you're going to look at Echo Fox now as TCM trying to throw that drone forward. We see that a lot when it comes into Infinite Warfare. Getting ball control and just trying to keep it forward. Just try to get a little bit more map control. Let the guns do the work and let the slang come a little bit later. But Happy currently holding his top. Rick's able to find one off the start. Potentially finds a second, but he quickly gets traded. So a good momentum here for the side of Echo Fox. They've kind of pushed back TK a good amount, but it seems that none of those kills.
Look at player 7 and player 4. We got Kolchan and Methods in the corner over here towards bowling. They're finally able to spot each other. Kolchan's able to take out Methods and stay alive after it. Him staying alive in the enemy base in that position is going to be huge for his team. And there we go. He manages to find another one. Mosh came in, wasn't able to do anything. Methods, however, coming up off spawn, is able to get his revenge. And now we're seeing some drone movement in the hands of Echo Fox.
Echo Fox could try to make the push happen here. Methods firing those nades through Grandma's. Might be able to get that happen. That's going to be big there. And he could try to go for the 1-point toss, but it looks like there's going to be one player in his way. To make it 2 now.
He has no escort.
Turns up toward Hay. Tries to go for the 1-point toss, and that one's going to fall through. So after 2 minutes of this first side of uplink, it will be a 1-point toss forward for Echo.
Mosh's kill right there was so clutch. He was so far away from his drone carrier, but he just happened to turn the corner and overlook his shoulder, was able to find that kill for him and set up the 1-point play for his teammate. So, excellent kill from Mosh there, really clutch moment, and it's great for his team that he's able to pull it off. Methods, look at our scoreboard here. Got him 10 and 5 at the moment, currently leading the score out of everybody in the lobby.
Indeed, as he ends up dropping, the kills would come in response there for Echo. Looks like they're might try to go for that side wall run, but the pass is actually going to come in. Now, I don't know if Nestle was able to expect that one. He needs to go for the 2-point play. He's able to make it happen. So a good response here from Echo Fox. The last minute or so, they've been able to pile on the points. Maybe trying to set up for a potential toss here. Methods, if he can get that one through, he ends up dropping from behind. That's the big kill coming in from Gunjar. Mosh is still here, so despite the nice plays from TK, unfortunately a miss, and TK will be able to intercept the drone later. That player actually spawns up, I believe, on the drone. That is going to be Gunjar. So unfortunate miss there for Echo Fox. It turns into a play for TK. Gunjar's going to reset the drone, and we start all over.
Yeah, Gunjar knows this is not a good route for the drones. He's just going to waste Echo Fox's time, draw them over to him, and then just throw the drone out and give his team some time to get some pressure towards middle map, and most importantly, Arches over here, where we're seeing a gunfight between the likes of Mosh and Theory. Mosh is able to come out on top. Theory not really shooting back too much. The trade comes in, though. Happy working off of that communication, was able to shut him down. TCM, though, has the job of taking middle map by himself. Oddly enough, no one from TK was there and ready to trade. There we go. Kolchan finally comes and answers to him. However, Neslo and Methods are able to respond with kills of their own.
Mosh looking through underground as well as underpass, excuse me. As that left lane for them right through here toward Grandma's is an absolutely massive lane just in general as far as the points and the tosses they can make happen. TCM as well as the entire side just trying to force their way through, forcing the issue, but TK able to hold strong. The defensive play is coming in big. That's going to be a nice toss, actually. Gets to the other side of the street. So TK making a little bit of momentum forward as they desperately need at least one play at the end of this first minute or so.
There it is, the backstack coming in from Kolchan. That's going to be a one-hit kill. Mosh and Neslo finding 2 kills, though, giving them the man advantage in this situation. However, no map pressure really coming from it. Mosh and Neslo again finding another 2 kills. Neslo's going to be able to grab the drone and just throw it for some distance here, try and get his teammates in a better position, in a favorable position to set this up and bring it through Grandma's house. Methods is going to be bringing this in by himself. He's not going to get any farther than this doorway. Happy shuts him down. Trying to make a hero play by himself is not going to pay off, and we're going to see the drone reset, and Echo Fox is already back to middle map.
Echo Fox just has been holding TK back. They haven't really had many opportunities. I don't think they've really got any shot opportunities, really, in this first half. Just playing absolutely aggressively. flying has definitely been done. You see Neslo currently 13-9, 14-11 for Methods. I mean, everyone playing pretty consistently. Gunjar 6-13. We talked about his impact for TK. You're saying, you know, he's the main player for this roster, a very lethal player to be looking out for, and he's just not really had a major voice when it comes down to this game so far, at least this particular map. Yeah,
I'm not sure what game Gunjar is playing right now, but he's not playing Gunjar's usual game. He's kind of sleeping this series so far. You definitely need him to come back to life if you want a TK, if you want any hopes of a TK victory right now.
All right, Neslo.
Yeah, look, Neslo turning
and
burning with the OSA. Mid-range shots there. All of them connecting. So Echo Fox up 3-0, getting into our second half of Uplink. So if you're new to Uplink, the players are just switching sides now, and they get another 5 minutes of play.
Gonna hop on board with Colchain here off the break, because he's gonna be rushing toward that field side. No one actually gonna be meeting him here, but once he rotates to the middle, that can change. Shots coming in. They're able to find one off the start, so 2 down for the side of Echo Fox. TK rallying potentially. Is that nade's going to come in? They know exactly where he is. Just what we saw from Echo Fox on that first side. That left lane toward Lemon is going to be very, very important. A lot of scoring opportunities can happen. And if Echo Fox can lock down that grandma's room, it can easily stop a lot of opportunities that TK can produce.
Yeah, we really only saw one rally situation coming from Echo Fox in the last half. So if TK can just kind of replicate that at least once or twice, and they can certainly come out on top here because they were all like 1-point plays. I mean, they weren't really able to spawn trap all that much. They weren't able to keep someone in the enemy base. So if TK can just take advantage of that and do it on their end, then that'd be huge. We see Gunjar coming to life, finding 2 kills. He's actually rocking the OSA now. It's not a weapon we're used to seeing in his hands. Maybe it may have been something he picked up, or if he's just not feeling his usual role and switched it up. Not really sure, but Colchain there is able to find the first point on the board for TK. However, Echo Fox responding beautifully with some base defense to clear it out. They're not letting any rallies happen. We see the 3-piece coming in. Clearing out their base as they establish their map control towards mid.
A big 4 down.
Flank coming in.
Gunjar does come into play. He ends up dropping shortly after. So he's able to find a kill, but quickly is responded with. That drone still in the middle. Looks like it could be Theory who might be able to walk away with this one. Not a whole lot of people behind him. One player going to be in front. Decides to back up, though, and gets met from a player over on top train.
So I think TK, or Theory's play right there was just to kind of take the drone and just throw it away from them because he saw that TK didn't have mid-map control. It might have looked like a wasted life, but I think that TK realized that he was outnumbered and that Echo Fox had a much better sort of pressure on the map, and he was just trying to waste their time and give the team some time to spawn. So off the spawn, we see the drone taken towards blue side. Theory comes up off spawn, finds that initial kill before being traded. And now we're still seeing Echo Fox not really sure of what they want to do here, and they have to wait for TK to come out of their spots, and that they do, and with it they find 3 kills as they bring the drone through Barnside.
They've got a full team push here, Fox. Can they try to make something happen potentially? A lot of lead blockers holding the way. TCM and Neslo finding kills. Looks like a 3 down. Colchain the last alive, and he's not in the correct positioning, but he's able to find one. Rocks the rewind. That player is able to spot that one, so essentially he should be able to grab the drone, but finding kills is Colchain. Being a constant nuisance, that's a big 3 kills, but he's trying to hold on. Can he get the 1-point toss? That is not going to happen. The interception,
what is this?
The beat down. Colchain says, that's what you get for blocking my shot. You're going to die in response. Echo Fox completely happy with that exchange, but still a big play from Colchain that isn't able to have a whole lot responded with. But Theory is here for the reset, and they'll take the dunk regardless. That was pretty crazy.
Colchain makes a hero play. Every step of that play just gave me the most anxiety because I was like, why is this working? what is he doing?
He's got 30 kills.
Find 4 kills on his own and give Theory the opportunity to come up off spawn and get a dunk. Following all of that, I was really questioning the rewind play and then to go back in and re-challenge, and he still makes the most of it, and his team follows up on that huge play. Really risky, but it pays off for him.
Mosh rocking the overdrive. Actually, a perfect play there. As his teammate drops, he realizes he might as well rock the overdrive. The scoring opportunity will happen. So a 2-point dunk on one side for TK. Quickly gets responded there from Mosh as he's
great shots.
Able to find that one over toward backside bridge, side blue, really. And Neslo with a drone in his hands, he's going to get a scoring opportunity as well. He doesn't even have to use his active camo. So active camo still going to be in Neslo's back pocket. Another scoring opportunity with 1:20 left. TK, we're down by 4. This is not going to be an easy one for them, to say the least. Is that Tree Rocket's kind of going crazy there on the mini map? A little bit strange, but you know.
He's able to
I don't know what that was.
He finds himself a kill regardless, and we're seeing Echo Fox still up in the lead, a commanding lead with 1 minute left in the game, 4 points, and I believe that Neslo still has access to that active camo. So that could be another score for them if Echo Fox is able to play their cards right. And so far, they've been pretty well coordinated on their offensive pushes with the drone, so I think that that's incredibly likely.
Absolutely. Well, since this could be potentially the last 50 seconds of this game, Echo Fox looking incredibly dominant versus TK. in this entire series. Well, before I even say that, Theory does have his overdrive. He tries to get past through Hay, but he ends up dropping. I really would have preferred him to try to go for that. Maybe try to just ignore it, but it isn't able to go through. Methods now drone in his hand. It seems that this one is all but over. Nestle does have the active camo. Streak starting to come in as well. Scorcher's not going to pay any dividend for TK. The active camo gets rocked, and this should be a two-point play. A nice sequence there as Nestle just completely dodges and evades. The teammates do the job, and the slang does go through as well as the point. So 9-3, TK going to fall short, as that's going to make this pool a lot more interesting there, Fox.
Yeah, real shame there if you're a TK fan. The whole squad just wasn't able to stay awake for the whole series. I was looking for Goonjar to just have this star player performance that he's used to having, and we just didn't see it at any point in time throughout this series. We're on the side of Echo Fox. All 4 players had their shining moments, and really I think what it came down to was just stellar teamwork and coordination out of them.
Not gonna lie, I was thinking probably Game 5, just based on how this pool has gone so far, but Echo Fox showing us that doesn't matter if they just had a previous game loss, completely throwing that to the side, as Neslo, the main slayer throughout this game, 18, or not Neslo, excuse me, I believe that is, oh yeah, well, Neslo 27-22, I believe is his final score for that game. So good overall play from Echo Fox. Like I said, I think Neslo is a major communicator for this team, and it's good to have him on this roster, because I think when we came into the series, we were saying, you know, when it comes down to his play, he does a lot for this roster. I mean, he is the caller for the team. He is the captain for the team. He's calling out constant strategies throughout each map, and even in their online scrims, when you watch him play, he's always giving communication. Even during the middle of a series and whatnot, he's always letting them know and saying, you know what, this is what we have to do. This is the things to improve moving forward.
And that's him noticing his team's win factor. He knows that he needs to step up and do that for his team. He feels comfortable in that role, and I think that he has evolved as a player over the past several months after leaving Team Caliber and finding some time under Echo Fox. He's been able to change himself as a person and as a player, and he's certainly growing, and it's showing. Echo Fox is able to bounce back from that devastating Game 5 loss to find a huge 3-0 victory in what is a very interesting storyline in this matchup. And I think that's huge for Echo Fox's momentum moving forward.
Absolutely. Well, this pool just got a lot more interesting. MLG Vegas has as well. That's going to do it for this particular series between Echo Fox and TK. Echo Fox get the hot 3-0, but that's not going to do it here for the Bravo Station. We got one more matchup. That's going to be Allegiance versus Complexity. We will return.
Hello and welcome back to MLG Las Vegas. I am Fox, joined by Dirk, and today we have the final match for the Bravo stream here on MLG TV and YouTube if you're watching it from there. We have Allegiance, Team Allegiance facing off against Complexity. What can you tell us about these two teams here, Dirk?
I can tell you there's a little bit of a storyline coming in with Exotic playing his former team, a little bit of bad blood going on there with Mochila, so that just makes this series just so much better. And I think this Allegiance squad is looking very good thus far from what we've seen today. They're definitely one that's not to be messed with. I mean, they're talking up there on the caster desk with the addition of Sinful. How far can this team go? Is this his chance to really prove himself? From all the way back on Ghosts, he's been sort of that player that we've always just kind of had questions about. He has the drive. Can he just put forward that effort? Can a team give him a chance? Echo Fox last year, obviously a year he wants to forget, comes into this year. This is his chance to try to prove something with the team that he has now and the organization that he has.
Yeah, and more on that Exotic thing. We've seen that Exotic was previously on Allegiance, and he was dropped shortly after COD Champs, and we're now seeing the newly formed roster of Allegiance facing off against him on his new roster of Complexity. So I'm interested to see exactly how these two teams face off. We just had a similar rivalry in our last series where it was a TK versus Echo Fox kind of game. So I'm looking forward to see what this game brings for us.
Yeah, definitely rig draft identical on both sides. Just seeing your big three, and then you're just going to have the overdrive going to Royalty and Parasite as well. So I know Allegiance played earlier. I'm not sure if you caught the game. I'm not sure if they ended up winning it, but I know that was who they were playing, and they gave him a run for the money.
Apparently they upset LG, and it was during a series that you and I were casting, and that was because that was at the same time as FaZe versus Gosu. But yeah, Allegiance was able to get actually the first upset of the tournament by taking down Luminosity Gaming, a team that most people would say should be like an S tier kind of team currently in Infinite Warfare. However, Allegiance showing their strength, they're able to close it out in that best of 5 series. So curious to see if they can bring that same strength over to this series. I haven't gotten to see Allegiance play too much in Infinite Warfare here. Not really a big group of streamers on their team. So this is really, for me, just kind of my first taste of how their skills might carry over from previous games into Infinite Warfare. Because these are players that certainly have their careers stretching back over multiple COD titles.
Oh, yeah, they definitely have. I mean, Sinful's been a guy I've known since Black Ops 2. I've seen him go from being an amateur player who basically never got shots for anything, but both him and Legal actually used to team back in Black Ops 2, and they both have just climbed the ranks to try to get to the rank that they are now. So, I mean, he's, like we said, we bring him up, he has that drive. This is like one of the most motivated guys I've ever seen. If I've ever talked to him, he's always saying, I want to be the best. He puts in the time, he puts in the effort for it. So, like we said, he just needs to try to make it pay off, and I think he's in a good spot with the team that he has right now. But first thing I'm noticing off the rip is going to be a 2 NV4 setup, something that we saw the Gosu crew do. Actually, against FaZe Clan, didn't work out for them in favor, but let's see what these guys are going to be able to do. And we know how lethal Mochila and how lethal Sinful can be. And then on the side of Complexity, you're going to have Parasite, obviously known AR player, going to be running that MV4 as well.
And I like to see Parasite do big things. He's back right at home in his favorite role, which is that anchor AR role. I look to see him, some of his past strengths really shine with the new spawn system we're seeing here in Infinite Warfare. He opens up the game with a death here as Mochila on the opposite side, another formidable AR, and he's showing his strength right off the start with 3 kills. I think that Moch is also going to be a dangerous player to watch in this matchup.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. He can slay with the rest of them when it comes to using an AR. There's been some times in the past where people say he might slay too much with it and kind of go out of his way to get those kills, but in Infinite Warfare thus far, he's been looking good. Off to a hot start here, currently on a 4 streak, trying to get the 5th, but Llama going to be able to shut him down there with the car bomb. So let's see how this one goes. Players coming off to a hot start is Allegiance, getting close to getting the 30 points and getting majority of the time on this hill so far. Looking at the mini-map, you're going to see the rotations coming in from the players from Allegiance. They were spawning out. Now they're down by stairs. Player I'm going to jump on board with Royalty, the man with the insane sensitivity. Let's see, we're going to stay on him through the respawn. Let's see what he's going to be able to do.
All right, rotation coming in. Neither team really sticking around too long for that scrap time. It looks like Complexity is going to be the first team on the hard point. Very split kind of push coming in here from ALG. As you can see, we got 1 in the top part of the map, 2 coming in from the bottom, and 1 had already died before these 3 players were even in range of any sort of an engagement. And a lot of free, unanswered time is just going to Complexity right now as Exotic finds his first kill, already has time to set up and get ready for a second engagement, but he chokes shots in what looked like a favorable position because of his slide. He had the right movement, but just not the shots to follow up with it. Now he's going to give that hill right over to ALG.
Yeah, definitely, as we're on board with Remy right now, is going to be inside the hill, able to find one, just being the OBJ player for this team so far on a 3 streak. Sinful on a 2 streak, and then Royalty finally starting to pick things back up on a 2 streak. So now we're going to be rotating back to this Graveyard Hill. This is going to be a very big one. It's kind of like the money hill on retaliation. You see the red arrows spread all across the back, and this is the perfect setup that you want, but they just need to worry about this player that's going to be inside of Hotel, and just like that, he will be cleaned up there by Swirly. So scrap time going to Allegiance, but Complexity can capitalize on this. I don't believe anybody on the side of Allegiance has any streaks, so it's going to come down to pure gun skill to break this hill.
If you take a look at your mini-map, you can see Complexity is just set up so well for this hard point, and all 4 players from Allegiance are flooding in from curve. One gunfight goes down, and it goes in favor of Complexity, who's already set up. That's just going to buy them even more time on the hill and going to take even more pressure off of Exotic, and as soon as he finds it, he's able to respond to it with a 2-piece.
Yeah, he definitely is. Good hold here by Complexity, especially Exotic, just playing it smart in the side of the hill, challenging the gunfights if he absolutely needs to. He's going to push out of the hill, pick up another one, playing towards his streets here. He's getting very, very close to getting that Trinity Rock. He gets the assist. He needs this kill here, but no, he will be shut down by Mochilla. That is going to end his streak. No streaks for him. And we're going to be rotating to this back broken now. You see the early rotations coming in from the side of Allegiance. Now the player I'm looking for needs to start heating up a little bit is going to be Royalty, off to a very, very slow start. Looks like he was going to start picking things up at one point, but currently sitting at 2-8, which is shocking.
Yeah, and Royalty is going to be the one taking point in the hard point. I think it's fine because if his other teammates are able to actually shoot back at the moment, you definitely want them as the front line for the hard point, and Royalty just soaking up that time for the team. He's kind of able to act as a backline AR here. One player coming in. Nice long-range shots coming in for Royalty. He's able to connect for his 3rd kill in the game. One flank coming in, finds his 2nd. Another flank, that's going to be Parasite trying to make a hero play here. Heavily outnumbered. He's going to get shut down. Even if Moch didn't find that kill, I have a hard time believing Royalty wouldn't follow it right up. And if you notice, Royalty actually has extended mags in this K-Bar. 54 bullets in that magazine. He's actually completely decked out with attachments right now. No perk. Is that no perks?
Yeah, he's running no perks on it. That's something you never see. You don't see this much of like a weapon stack or anything like that, like running extended mags. I mean, it's just unorthodox. I mean, especially, I mean, everybody just usually runs what, like attack resist. A lot of people run the black jacket or even dexterity as well. Anyway, we're hopping on board with the players from Complexity. I want to focus up on Llama real quick. He's going to be pushed in here. He's running the laser sight on the K-Bar, another thing that we don't see much, but can be very beneficial to you, especially with the hip fire.
Yeah, and just those iron sights there, they have that little dot there, so you sort of have a pseudo elo or a pseudo red dot sight on it. It's pretty easy to line some shots up with. There are a few players that prefer it, but like you said, most players going with that elo sight and red dot sight. Now Parasite taking point on Platts, actually going to lose the gun engagement he pre-aimed against Sinful. Llama, Exotic, and Swarley are going to light up your kill feed with red and earn their team some hill time. Not that great of a setup coming in, however, they're still able to spawn out Allegiance all the way up to the top of the map and find some more hill time while they make their way there.
Yeah, they definitely do. Something to keep in mind, Llama does have the Scarab. It's not as good in respawn as well. Look at HXD used to be back in Black Ops 3, but it's still usable. Just kind of going back and forth right here as we expect on this lobby hill. Very close game so far. Coming into this one, not really sure what to expect. Like you said, Allegiance, not a big team full of streamers. You barely ever get to see this team scrim unless they're playing somebody of the likes of a FaZe or an Optic Gaming along those lines. Complexity kind of here and there with scrim. You get the POV of Parasite to see how he plays as well. But going back to what we said, Parasite, one of those players, breakout in Black Ops 2, probably his biggest, it's definitely his biggest Call of Duty he's ever had. Played that anchor role. He played it so well. Now we're in a hardpoint game where it's sort of similar to Black Ops 2, probably the best hardpoint game that we have in most recent years. So you can look for him and try to get settled back in like a little home role, playing that slower type AR NV4.
Yeah, and Parasite knows hardpoint like the back of his hand, so he's feeling right at home in on a team of players that will let him play that role. In the old Complexity roster that he had alongside the likes of Nameless, Goonjar, Ricky, all players that have run that assault rifle role in the past, and they were kind of clashing and not working out for him. However, this team, you know, they sort of know their place. They understand that they need to make Parasite happy and let him take that role for him to contribute the most to the team. Royalty, though, coming up in a big way here, finding a 3-piece on that hard point, but it's not actually going to be followed up on. Nothing comes from that play. The hill time still goes right back to Complexity.
And I like this play by Sinful right here, just sitting on top of the balcony, just trying to make something happen. It's going to be one player. We can see through the X-ray. He's going to be up in construction. See what he's going to be able to do here. One player moves in. That's going to be Royalty onto the hill. Sinful's going to be there to pick it up. Another player in lobby. Nice turn there by Sinful, taking out Llama. And now the push is going to be coming in from Bike Shop, spawning the players all the way on the bottom side of the map. You can see the red arrows. That is Complexity. Allegiance has full control of this hill so far.
Yeah, and with Sinful in this power position on plat, they need to target him soon, but it's such an awkward target to hit, especially if he's able to pop rewind and get right back into the fight. One player on scaffolding isn't going to be enough. That's player 5 on your mini-map, Exotic. He's going to back – oh, he's actually going to try and challenge us and take that scrap time from them, or not scrap time, that chunk of time from them. And it looks like Allegiance actually completely backed away from him, and they're going to give it right up.
Yep, and there's going to be a player spawning right on top of that player that was back there. Now this the graveyard gunfight was going to be a huge one. It was actually going to be Remy falling to the hands of Parasites, and now Complexity once again. We saw it last time they had control of this Grave Hill. They have control of it once again. Parasite going to be inside. Now this can work out for him having the MV4 in the hill. Just doing exactly this, hitting the wall runs, but if you get melted like that, I guess it's not going to work out too well.
Yeah, Moach read that play like a book.
I like the idea of it. That's the point of it. If you just try to get up on there, but like you said, Mochilla read that, took him out so quickly, and just like that, Allegiance about to break the 200-point mark. We're on board with Mochilla is going to be inside of the hill. Excellent slaying all around from Allegiance, making Complexity players spawn so far out. And obviously with this the recent update, it's so good to finally see teams get rewarded for these good setups.
Yeah, and Moach taking full advantage of that. He knows he finds those 2 kills. That's going to relieve some pressure for him for about the next 10 seconds. 20 seconds left on the Harper before we rotate back down to Broken. And Moach is not slowing down in the slightest, tagging up a player and getting an assist. As his team shot comes in, another engagement comes on the Harper, but Moach isn't losing anything right now on a 5 streak, topping the scoreboard in terms of KD at the moment. Moach is hot right now.
It's all that Dance Dance Revolution. I heard that he was at the end game just doing the Dance Dance Revolution, so you know he's feeling good coming into this one, shattering probably every high score that anybody here in Vegas probably could never beat, just to throw that out there. But he's finally going to be shut down. Was not able to get any streaks off of that, but went on a pretty nice streak for himself. Overdrive is going to be ready for royalty if he does opt to use it. Does get taken out inside of the hill. Sinful going to be right there to pick it back up. Going to be one player challenging from the backside. It's going to be Llama. See what he's going to be able to do.
Push.
Just needs to flood in. He's going to be able to get one. The pinch is coming in from the rest of Complexity teammates. One going to be sitting in the back of the map. It's going to be Remy picking up a huge two-piece. And then he will be taken out. So 243 to 158. Complexity going to be able to pick up the last 20 seconds off this hill.
Parasite here, sitting pretty in the hard point, but not pretty for too long as 4 ALG members swarm every entrance of Broken. They still get 3 kills on the ALG, though. Trying to find the last one. It's Moach who's able to answer the 2-piece before finally being traded by Llama. So that last push from ALG was unsuccessful. However, they're still 7 seconds from winning this game. Whoever's on the hard point needs to get off of it now and rotate over to hallway. Otherwise, ALG is going to close it out right here and now.
A complete lack of rotations coming off of that hill. Now
What
Remy is going to have to react.
play?
Remy's going to go ahead and pop it. Is he going to be able to get anything from it? Yes, he's able to find one. His teammates are there to help. 250 to 178. Allegiance is going to take out Complexity here on Retaliation Hardpoint.
I don't agree with staying on the scrap time for that long when you absolutely need to be there on the initial time of this final hardpoint when they're so close to winning. Because all Allegiance has to do if they want to for that hardpoint is just keep flooding it, just keep throwing bodies at it. As long as they're there first, they're doing what they need to do. In Complexity, they had to come up on that push 3 versus 4. A very disadvantageous situation. ALG bites right down on that weakness and ends the game.
Yeah, they definitely do. So we're going to be heading into Search and Destroy next. Get the map right here for you guys. It's going to be on Scorch. Something we've slowly started to fall in love with. That is sarcasm as I say that because it's just a B-bomb site hit every single time.
Well, Scorch S&D, yeah, makes some interesting, makes for some very repetitive plays towards the B-bomb site. Most teams favoring that. However, there are some instances, like in actually the last series we saw, TK actually started off the game going A, and it's just sort of, you can play mind games with the opponent by actually going A, because no one ever realizes it, because most teams just stack B. If you can catch them off guard, you know, just some teams might not have that sort of heads-up shot calling to say, hey, they've taken this long and they still aren't at this certain point of the map. Maybe they're going A, and then they'll send one person back towards Turbine or something to contest it. And it's definitely a hard site to hit, but if you're able to do it successfully, then that's certainly going to flush to your opponents.
Yeah, it's just super hard to hit because, I mean, it's so easy to watch, right?
Yeah.
All you need is an MV4 player just watching the long haul, get somebody with like a K-bar pushed up by the wall run, just sitting behind the corner. You're going to be able to catch them almost every time. I mean, those are the 2 main entry points. Other than that, you got to try to flush through mid-map and then head into factory and then try to make your way in, but that's always going to be watched. There's going to be somebody there at all times. So like you said, basically what we're going to see is B pushes. You're going to see a lot of trophy systems. You're going to see a lot of the flechette grenades, and then you're going to see the bomb carrier get straight onto that bomb and then just immediately start planning that. Usually they kind of sit on the bomb, just be a distraction, kind of get that call out. You sit there and you're like, oh, this player's not going to peek me or something like that, and then you can easily surprise them. So it's just all about the positioning and winning those gunfights. It just kind of gets to a point where the defensive team will end up start to flood that site, flood that drill area, and just kind of overwhelm the offensive side. So you'll also see on defense on this, you see a lot of flanks coming around. I think every single time I see it, it's a two-man flank pushing through long haul to back rock. It's something that's been very successful. I saw when FaZe did it, it worked out for them. Cloud9 attempted the same thing. They were able to just get some trades. It didn't do too much to really sway in their favor. But I've just been waiting to see if anybody has a good, like an A push. Is there any sort of successful way? Nobody's utilizing smoke grenades.
Here's the thing. An okay A push is about as good as it's going to get. It's really difficult to execute on that side unless you have like a man advantage or the enemy team has someone that doesn't have someone watching mid, but that's incredibly unlikely, right?
Yeah.
So it's such a hard site to play because you can just get. We saw it with FaZe earlier when they tried to rotate over to A. They just got caught and shot in the back on the wall run, and Abel, who had the bomb, was hitting the wall run. It fell off the map, and then everybody that got over to A for FaZe had to run back to their spawn to pick up the bomb when it respawned. So it's a really tough site to hit.
Yeah, it is, and like I said, I wish people would try experimenting with smoke grenades. I mean, I know they're not the greatest thing in this game, but it's just all like a testing process. I mean, maybe in the future we'll see more A hits somehow. But something to bring up too, Parasite going to be using the FTL jump and the power slide. Something with the power slide, once that's selected, that kind of ruins like the movement system that players use. With the little like jump crouch going thing, the power slide kind of messes that up. So you kind of get around the map slower compared to anybody else on your team. The FTL jump and search and destroy is something that it's not 100% likely, but it can work out in your favor. You're in a 1 versus 1. You decide you have your FTL jump, boom, you teleport forward. It completely throws the other person off as well.
It can certainly help with those drill rushes, right?
Yeah, so that's what Parasite is running. So heading into this map number 2, it's going to be Allegiance up 1-0 over Complexity.
So we're seeing the sniper play come out of Mochila. I would imagine we see him go either towards medic or to, there are actually lots of long lines of sight he can hold here. He's actually decked out with attachments on that KSG. 4 different attachments there. I'm curious to see what lane he decides to hold with this. I think that it could benefit him to maybe go into medic window and just try and pre-aim towards rock side. But really, the world is his oyster at this moment. It just depends on where the rest of his team feels comfortable on this map on defense.
I've yet to see anybody snipe on this map so far, so I'm actually interested to see. So we're just going to stick on board Mochila as soon as this starts.
Also some nice wall runs that you can hit towards the long wall run, towards hallway. So you can look over that and look towards mid-map and everything. So I'm really curious to see how creative he gets here with the movement system and with the sniper in this map. So let's definitely start on board with him.
What I'm wondering if maybe he pushes mid and he hits a mid wall run to try to get the peek over on the rock to see if they can see anybody in security or anything like that. So it's definitely going to be interesting to say the least. There's always a chance too he pushes into observation and just kind of just heart scopes and just watches that security area as well. But he's just gonna get these little jumps. He's gonna miss the first shot of his snipe. Somebody is gonna be on B site. I don't know if he actually saw that, but bomb is already going down. It's going to be Exotic.
Who just jumped in front of him while he was sniping? Someone just stood in front of him and watched the exact same line of sight that he was scoped in on. Moch, though, is able to find a pick. Kills going back and forth, but it looks like we're going to see ALG come out on top as all 4 players for Complexity fall. And I think that Moch's positioning right there, despite his teammate for some reason completely blocking him with it, was to watch for the rush, because so many teams, as we said, will rush that B bomb site, just head on, just go straight for it, and Moch is just trying to catch someone off guard with a one-shot kill from the sniper. So he actually whiffed his shot, but I can see the thought process and how beneficial it can be to sit towards medic, which is what I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the thing. I'm not sure if he saw the player who actually ended up sliding onto the B site. I mean, that's just probably Call of Duty timing going in his favor. But it's going to be Allegiance on the offensive side of things. It's going to be Sinful, going to be in control of the bomb. And like you see, never seen this on defense before. Players getting so aggressive. Llama going to be the one pushing out, picking up a nice 2-piece, getting close to that rewind already. And we are only in round number 2. Laser sight on the O's. That can be a dangerous thing. He's going to be able to find that player. Can he get the last one to get the ace? No, it's going to be Remy left last alive, and he will be taken out. And I like the aggressiveness there on defense. It's something that you need to do to try to combat a B push on Search and Destroy on Scorch.
Yeah, especially if they give up a lot of map pressure by not pushing like that hard. You get an advantage on them by taking control of security, or even just getting an OSA in their face in security. That just becomes a really difficult choke point to respond to. So if you can get control of the enemy side of drill, then that's huge for you for the rest of the round.
It definitely is. So let's see if Complexity changes anything up. We're going to see 3 players going in towards A. Actually, it looks like 2 are cutting towards mid, 1 towards B. This B side is completely wide open right now to try to get this bomb down. Trophy system going to go into place. Bomb going down immediately. It's going to be Exotic being the OBJ here. See what's going to be able to happen. First blood did go in favor of Complexity, and that's going to be Royalty falling first.
So Llama knows there has to be someone just around the corner for him, but he's waiting for his team's support before he challenges. You can see where the communication is coming from here. Now that the first gunfight's gone down, Llama knows he has time to go ahead and peek something. He gets challenged and he's able to win. That's going to be the laser sight on the Osa. So we're seeing players adapt to the recent weapon balances going towards some of these ARs. And one of the bigger things from the patch notes was that we saw weapon or hip fire accuracy being decreased. The laser sight, of course, sort of combats that. And if you're playing close choke points like that with the Osa, very beneficial to you as a player.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. I mean, it's just something that I would like to see more on with players who are using these ARs to kind of throw a laser sight on. It can be very, very beneficial. I think even in respawn, it could be even more.
There is actually running a sub with a laser sight for specific lanes that he was hitting earlier on in the tournament. It's of course going to be like close range stuff specifically, but interesting to note there. So, of course, another B-side hit. A lot of what you can expect to see here on this map is a B-side hit on offense, and Sinful's able to get that bomb site. It is awarded with some stellar positioning inside Medic. He's actually going to push all the way through, though, and get traded by Exotic. So now it's a 1 versus 2, Royalty versus Llama and Exotic. Sort of tossing some nades, a spot check. He can't use this Flechette grenade right now and give his position away, but he fires some shots and whiffs a couple, so Llama's going to punish him for it and end the round.
Complexity looking very good here in this search and destroy, and it's led by Llama. 7-2 currently on a 2-kill streak, has his rewind, getting very, very close towards us. Streaks giving us a nice little salute here in the last kill cam, well, the round end. See him in your final kill cam here, helping out his teammate taking out Royalty, who was laying down on the bomb. I was wondering why, oh, okay, yeah, I was just wondering, I sat there, I was like, why is he just prone on that side? He could have been on the other side, like using the bomb to his advantage or something like that, but he just didn't want to give his positioning away.
Yeah, I just didn't like the way that ALG played the rest of that round at all after they got the bomb plant. It just looked really sloppy. Sinful jumping towards mid-map, the bomb planter just sitting, you know, laying down in front of it. It was a really odd way to play the site defense after the plant. But look at the middle map here. We're seeing a 2-man push from Complexity down middle. And this is what we were talking about earlier. If they leave mid open, someone can bite down on it. And that's Parasite, who uses the Osa and is able to take down Royalty in that close range engagement. Now, like we said before, ALG is able to read this play, understand that it's an A hit, wrap back through their base, and try and play for the retake. However, at that point, they're at such a huge man disadvantage, it's going to be hard to respond to. Complexity takes another round.
I think the biggest thing from Complexity is right now they're doing stuff that Allegiance probably hasn't seen on Search and Destroy Scorch. Every single time they're kind of mixing it up. They're the only team that I've seen just throw these wacky defensive plays out, sending 3 people on the flank, sending people up mid-map, sending 2 up mid-map to try to go to a site to completely open it up too. So Complexity's not sticking to the book with this one. I think that's the biggest part, the reason that they're having success.
I've seen a lot of Osa play this game here. I think a lot of the first bloods have come from the Osa. I think the Osa's a real bear of a gun.
Yeah.
Those of you that speak Spanish understand my joke. You know, I'm just going to pretend that all 10 of you are laughing at that joke. Osa is Spanish for bear. Oso. Oh, no, it's Osa. Something like that. Anyway, getting into the rest of the round here, we're seeing a 7-kill streak on the side of Complexity. That's Llama that's able to do it. 2 versus 2 situation now. Royalty trying to run for his life here. Exotic's going to catch him, though, just as he runs out of Warehouse. And now it's left at a 1 versus 1. Remy versus Exotic. If Exotic gets this kill, it's actually really big for him because of how close he is to his payload.
Yeah, that's going to be the reactive armor, so that's going to be huge. So Remy has 43 seconds to work with. See what he's going to be able to do. Left last alive. I think this is the 3rd time that he's been left last alive in these sort of situations. Clock is ticking down. Needs to make a choice. Is he going to go to B or is he going to go to A? Currently just playing in this back lava pipes area. He's going to opt to push out to this catwalk. Favoring the B side, Exotic. He's going to be positioned over here by Bridge, just watching the back lab. Remy should be able to get this bomb down. He has 15 seconds.
Okay, Osa is a female bear. Cool. Just I had to double check. I haven't been in Spanish since high school, man. I needed to make sure that was right. Just seeing the bomb plant go down for Allegiance. Just a few seconds left for him to do it. Remy knows that this is the only play he can make at the moment. Now he's got to play 1 versus 1. Exotic has a general idea as to where he's at. But Remy playing his corners is able to give him the slip. As you can see, they both run right by each other. Dead Silence not really giving anything away to either team. There we go. Spots him on Moon. Remy's actually going to decide to get aggressive on this one. Okay, he's going to back off now that he sees that Exotic just continues running through. He knows that Exotic has no clue where he's at. He just checked all of Moon. So Exotic is really just running through his routine spot checking at the moment. And now that he's done, such an awesome way to play this 1v1 from Remy here. If he could,
don't choke.
Okay, there we go. So he knew that Exotic, once he was done checking Moon, he knew exactly how long it was going to take. He makes that pathing through mid to get behind him so that as soon as he's finished, he gets the timing of being right behind Remy to where he gives up with the chase.
That was close for Remy. He was a couple shots away from that defuse coming in.
Yeah. It was looking scary.
I would have felt bad for him. I had that same thing happen to me before. It's not a pretty sight, and you get yelled at by your teammates. I don't know if his does the same, but look at Llama fully streaked out, has that rewind to work with, so they can obviously play this B site out in the open if they want to utilize these streaks in this one. Let's see what he's going to do. Sitting here watching the flank. He's actually going to have Parasite in this back lab area too. Is he going to spot this player in the mid-cut? Get the timing go in his favor. You're going to see, I believe these are the Scorchers. They'll be called in.
Llama, get him! There we go, catches him. I don't think he had no way of knowing that player was going to push through mid into the cave towards rocks. So he thought it was a good time for him to call in his streaks. He ends up finding a free kill from it. Llama currently 12-3. Definitely one of the better S&D players in the lobby. I think he showed his stock in this game mode all throughout Advanced Warfare. Really impressed a lot of people with his time under that Isolation Empire roster. Parasite's able to take down Remy. Let's see if he's traded for it. Is there someone just around the corner on drill? Llama, no. Punishing that right away. Mochilla thought he had an opportunity. Llama shut that down real quick. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 3. Royalty not able to do it. Complexity is 1 round away from winning this game, and Llama is just solo carrying at the moment. Really having a star player performance for his team right now.
And they still have all these streaks utilized as well. Obviously, he pinged his Scorchers, so he's not going to be able to ping those once again, but you can just kind of get a general idea of where the other players are going to be. And when you call them in, the first initial reaction from the enemy team is just going to be, I need to run inside a building. So it completely opens up the site for you. I mean, you could even just call the Scorchers in outside of the map, and it would still have him have a heart attack.
Looks like Exotic is still just a kill away of getting his reactive armor. You want to see him get in the face of the enemy team here and pull that off. But there's no really reason to do it though. If we have Llama fully streaked out, they definitely have Allegiance playing scared, but there it is, a swarm of Allegiance players surrounding Parasite, and they're able to find a kill for it. Llama though calling in that Trinity Rock is able to find himself a kill, and he's going to hit wall run for the flank here. He's so far away from player 2 on your mini-map. That's Swarly. That not much is going to come from this if they're able to chase him down just like that. And Sinful does it, puts him away, and now that gives Allegiance free reign to just go and plant at A. We're actually seeing the R3K in the hands of Royalty, so I expect to see him plant this and maybe sit towards hallway and get a good line of sight, but he actually plants for looks like the inside of warehouse instead.
We saw the R3K being used at the beginning of Infinite Warfare, a lot in Search and Destroy tournaments and stuff like that, but it's a gun that I've even seen Royalty pull out in scrims and like a respawn as well. It's just one of those things that's never going to work out, so you shouldn't really try it. You'll be able to maybe pick up 1 kill or 2 with it, but then again, like when you're going up against MV4s and K-bars, it's not going to go very good for you.
And again, we're seeing there that weapon's just decked out with attachments. He had 5 attachments on the R3K. He still does. So the style that we saw him carrying out throughout the hard point is going through in this Search and Destroy as well with this R3K class. I think he wants to just be able to one-burst something and move on, right?
Yeah.
So, but at that point, when do you say, hey, why not just use a sniper, right?
Exactly. He's got the sensitivity for a sniper. Let's just put it that way. Just curious to see what he's going to be able to do. As R3K is going to spot 1. He's actually going to be able to pick up Parasite with that. 2 players left on the side of Complexity. They're going to be able to take down the man count on the side of Allegiance. It's going to be Swarly taking out Sinful. Shots being tagged up on his own teammate. We'll hop on board with Llama. See what he's going to be able to do here. Still has that rewind to work with. Going to be right next to his teammate over by B. Site is completely open. He's playing very, very slow, very cautious, and the man count is now evened up thanks to Swarly.
There it is. Close range engagement. He's still able to come out on top. Thanks to that high damage from the R3K. Puts Swarly away before he can really do anything about it. Llama, though, again, coming through with the trade. He's been doing quite a bit of that this game. As you can see, the man has 16 kills. Quadruple positive, and now he's left in a 1 versus 1. If he wins this one, he closes out the map. But he's got to put the bomb down. A little bit of timing there, as Remy's not able to catch him around that corner. He's going to run over to A site instead.
Yeah, and he might be able to rewind out of this if any shots do get tagged up.
Rewind!
And that's exactly what he's going to do. See what Llama is he going to be able to do this? just run away.
And
Smart
there it
play
is.
there by Llama. Now everything is, for a round that looked like it was just going to completely go to Allegiance, that's the biggest thing that payloads can do for you, right? Just completely turns the entire round around. I hate myself.
Please, can someone please turn Dirk's mic down? Like just mute it. Just all the way down, please.
So Remy's still trying to make something happen, but Llama with the rewind play is going to win that one. And what a monster game we saw from him. 17-4, had one plant and one defuse as well, and he's going to make it into your final kill cam right here, sneaking up behind Remy. And like we said, everything was just so thought out. As soon as he knew a shot was going to be tagged into him, that rewind came in. Series now going to be tied up 1-1.
Huge game coming out of Llama God for Complexity there. Always there for the trade for his teammates. And really just a huge factor in general, as you can see, just getting way more kills than everyone else on the server, just solo carrying that match. And Exotic, of course, having a good showing despite having to be the bomb carrier for most of that game, getting himself 3 different plants. So, awesome matchup there. Out of Complexity, that Search and Destroy game is going to be another win for them. They're up 2-0 in the series, I believe. No, 1-1. Excuse me, I'm sorry, because we did see Allegiance take that first hardpoint. How can I forget that powerful performance out of Mochillo on Retaliation hardpoint? So we're going to get into map number 3, which is Throwback Uplink. And I think that if we see a performance anything like map 1 out of Mochillo, and if we see Royalty kind of step it up from what we saw on hardpoint to play like his normal self, at least his form, considering his form in Black Ops 3, I think we could see ALG actually run away with this uplink as well. But you got to wonder, when is Complexity going to come to life here? This ALG roster is looking really strong this weekend.
Yeah, they definitely are. Woo. I don't know why I'm yawning. This time zone stuff got me messed up. But anyway, in Uplink, I'm like a lost puppy when it comes to these two teams. 1, like we said, we haven't really seen them scrim too much. 2, teams don't tend to scrim Uplink a whole lot. They maybe just run through a couple maps as well. But
teams will start their hardpoint series and then move into Uplink.
Yeah.
Just kinda,
well, I mean, sometimes it gets to the point where they get to the end of the hardpoint and like, I don't feel like scrimming anymore. Let's get a new scrim or something. So, I mean, like we said, Allegiance kind of keeps everything under the radar in terms of their practices and what they do.
It's also that hardpoint is such a big deal this year because, you know, if you can just master hardpoint in S&D, you're pretty good in a best-of-5 series. You really need to have an incredible map pool, both of those game modes, though. So you don't really want to put all your eggs in one basket. But I think that this year definitely does highlight the importance of hardpoint in S&D in these best-of-5 series.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. Going to be a big part. I mean, it's one of the reasons why we look at some of these teams and we know how slay heavy they are and how good they are just as a whole. And we just kind of sit there and we just wonder, like, if this is going to be such a good year for these guys, but it hasn't been looking like that for some teams. You see some teams that are favored in hardpoint have been starting to crumble under the pressure of everything like that. So Uplink Throwback is going to be the map. The rig draft is in play. Everything just pretty standard and routine. Just going to be curious to see how this one goes down, what weapons are going to be used. Are we going to see the R3K for Royalty come out in this one? Are we just going to see any NV4s, or is this all going to be K-Bars and OSA?
We are seeing the Shockwave on the side of Complexity with reactive armor as the trait. So that should be interesting to see how that the Shockwave mechanic comes into play here.
So hopping into this one at the lovely 66-second countdown.
So if you want to flip through some of these players, we're seeing K-Bars and MV4s on both sides. A little bit of OSA. No R3K this time. Royalty's put that away. You saw him pull it out for a round or two in the Search and Destroy last map. Can we look at Royalty's class? I just want to see how many attachments he's got this time. All right, cool. 5 attachments on the K-Bar again this game. Royalty kind of showing that he really likes stacking his weapon with attachments rather than running, you know, the usual blast suppressor, tac mask, or tac resist, excuse me. Dead silence that we see a lot of players run. He prefers having 5 and 6 attachments on his primary and no secondary.
Yeah, it's sort of like people always talk about like the perk balance, and are perks really a necessity? I mean, there's some that are kind of like a crutch perk. There's other ones you don't really need.
Are we seeing trophies on the side of ALG?
No trophies.
Well, this is Uplink, so I wouldn't expect them to really run trophies, but that could just be something that's exploitable by the side of Complexities. Just make sure they're throwing those tacticals and those lethals if they're not running all the perks they need.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to start off this map number 3 with Mochillo, the man who did so much in hardpoint for this squad. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. He's going to be tagged up immediately by a foot grenade. Not going to be able to do much right here. Going to tag a player up in the top bridge area. Parasite going to draw first blood. That one's going to be on Remy, and already 2 down for the side of Allegiance and make that 3.
3 players fall. Parasite and Exotic in a great position with the drone to run this straight through Grandma's and set up for the rally if they can get the spawn trap going. Exotic, though, is actually not going to run it through Grandma's. He's going to hit the wall run and go through mid. Kind of questionable because that just gave Moch a free, just all 3 of them lining up. That gives him a free triple kill.
Yep.
I would have preferred the pathing with the drone to go through Grandma's there. I think that would have worked out a bit better for them.
You're going to see the Allegiance arrows start to take over the map control, but there's going to be a spoil to this party, and it's going to be Llama once again pushing through this bridge side. Now going up to top green with the Osa. Should be able to win this gunfight very, very easily, but no, he's going to be shut down at the hands.
Moch is hot right now in the series.
He's going to get the drone. You're going to see a lot of the teams just start to favor this bowling side. It's really the side that you want to control. It's going to benefit you greatly. It's how you can get a spawn trap and a very, very good relay going. You see Royalty trying to do everything he can to try to make something happen, and it's going to be Mochilla dunking it in.
All right, Mochilla getting 2 points on the board on a 4 streak at the moment. This extended mag K-bar is really doing him well. Staying alive in the enemy base. He's going to run out of bullets here soon. Just 24 left in his mag. Expect to see him pick something up off the enemy team's dead body. He's 50 away from being fully streaked out. And that could be huge for his team if he wins this engagement. There it is, sticking on board with his great positioning. He's able to find himself fully streaked out, and another drone opportunity that's failed at the last second. Complexity with the base defense finds themselves with 3 kills and an opportunity to reset that drone and get back to middle map, but they know they have to clear out Sinful here. Exotic is the one to do so. So now they need to keep their mid-map pressure up. 2 players pushing up straight through bowling. Remy's still able to answer to at least one of them. But Royalty and Mochilla still find kills. So Complexity, what looked like a good push when they were able to kill Sinful, was turned right back around, and Royalty has an opportunity to throw for a 1-point play. Whips it. So it looks like Complexity should be able to just take this, throw it out of the map.
It looks like they're actually just going to play from their base and try to make something happen here, pushing it through the blue side. They need to win these gunfights. It's going to be Mochilla once again, spoiling the party. Going to be 1 player left up, and Exotic has no choice but to just throw it outside of the map. It's a smart reset, but it didn't actually go outside of the map. It bounced back in.
Oh no, this is huge for ALG. 2 players just in front of him on the opposite side from Complexity. He's actually going to decide to wrap back. The spawns ended up working in favor of them. It seemed like they spawned like right up on the on top of the point and sort of towards bowling. So they should be able to respond to this pretty easily. Even with Moch's 2-piece, we're seeing Parasite and Sparley respond, and that drone is reset. Nothing's coming from that play.
It definitely isn't. Royalty just going to go ahead, throw the drone in top ticket. Just try to play for his life while he waits for his teammates to come back and for the support. 1 player challenging right here, gets a slide, is going to be able to take out Exotic. 1 more player jumping through the window. That is going to be Llama. Now look for the push from Complexity to come from this left side. Throws the drone forward for yards to get out his weapon.
All right, so Llama just trying to play for some map control here with his team. He knows he's kind of alone. He has the OSA, and he doesn't have the attachments on his gun for these long-range gunfights. So he's actually going to try and take it to mid-map and apply a little bit more close-range pressure and let his NV4 take that position. So it's good to see these roles coming into play. You saw Parasite, how much better and like how much more advantageous of a situation he was in with the NV4 there. He found himself on a 6 streak, and he gave the rest of his team the ability to push up and get this 2-point play.
Yep, and they're in a good position here with Exotic sitting in the back of the enemy base, right below the goal. He's going to be able to try to make something happen here. They could get a little rally going, but they need to get that middle map control. You see it's completely
They know he's here.
They need to get that player out of this top green area. That's Sinful. He's going to have the NV4 in hand. He's going to be able to find one. Can he find the second? Shots are going to be tagged up on him, but the drone, once again, going to be picked up by Swirly and tossed forward for yards, but now it's going to be 3 down for the side of Allegiance. Remy's going to be running this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised Complexity wasn't able to capitalize on the fact that Exotic was on that flank right there. He died, and then so did everyone else on Complexity mid-map. They all got wiped. There's a turnover. Remy brings it in, finds himself a 2-point play, and ALG in the lead. 35 seconds remaining in this first half before the players switch sides. And ALG was able to respond very well, making a point off of that turnover. And now they're in a position to rally here. They got Complexity force spawned out towards blue. They have to cut through mid if they want to stop this at all. Mochilla towards middle map though, or towards barn though, trying to stop the flank. 1 more middle map. Complexity's able to find the kills. That's exactly the pressure they needed. Great overextension coming in from Complexity towards mid-map.
Well, let's see if Complexity can just finish this one off on a good note and try to get this last throw. The drone is going to go right under the goal, and it's going to be picked up by the players from ALG, and it's going to be Allegiance going up 6-3 after 1 round of uplink play.
Allegiance is looking pretty good. If you just look at Moch's POV and no one else's, it's really impressive to me how Moch is playing in this series right now. Overall, Allegiance is looking fine. It sounded like I was taking shots at them, but no, they're playing fine in this series. Just Moch is really Really standing out to me for his consistency throughout the series here and what he's contributing to the team.
Yeah, it's just right there at the very end. It's he had such a good read of the spawns too. Like they were getting this relay going, and he just knew that the players weren't coming around. He went all the way back to barn because he knew that they were going to start overextending. So it just shows the knowledge that he has, especially in a game mode
he just
like
got team
Uplink.
killed. Llama just got team killed, and he was on such a favorable position to take down Moach, getting in his face right when he needed to reload. A little bit of a miscommunication there as the flechette grenade comes in and takes him out. You would think that they would like know exactly who's going to be throwing what grenades in their opening breakout there. That team kill is inexcusable. So here we are. Moach able to push up, find himself a kill, and see if Moach had died here, if he didn't get that team kill, Moach wouldn't have streaks right now. Moach wouldn't be alive on Lemon right now, and they wouldn't have this just wall of an AR player in their face.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be Royalty in control of the drone. Is he trying to go for the 1-point toss over here? Oh, trying to get a little sneaky, but the interception is going to come in there from Parasite. He's going to be running out of the map. He is going to end up getting killed from being outside of the map for too long, but the drone is going to be reset. So nonetheless, see what they're going to be able to do here. Trinity Rocket is ready for Sinful if he does opt to use that one. Remy just going to toss the drone forward. Not going to be able to get anything to come of that.
Moach pushing up towards middle map here. He's got one teammate behind him, but not really range to do much. That's Sinful right now that actually has his payload available. Not sure if this is the situation where he wants to pop it, but lots of mid-pressure coming in from Complexity. Sinful and Royalty are able to answer back with something. However, Parasite in position is going to respond right back to it. And ducking down so he can stay alive for his team, give them some time to come off spawn. He finds 2 kills. Awesome positioning and pathing out of Parasite there to make the most of his life and buy Complexity some time.
This is the Parasite you need game in and game out. He needs the MV4 in his hands. This is what he's most comfortable with. He doesn't need any other AR. Get him the MV4. He's just that smart of a player, and we have to give him huge credit for that. He knows what situations to put himself in and which gunfights to contest. He plays the range perfectly with it, and it's exactly what you need. We see him time and time again in getting this middle map control for the side of Complexity. Now we're going to see him trying to push out here, trying to make something happen on the drone. Is going to be taken out. Exotic going to be left last alive. Sinful and crew are going to start to push out through this blue side.
We're seeing the drone wrap towards blue side. Not the most popular way to take the drone, just because it's so difficult to kill the enemy team and then have them spawn up right in front of you again. I see most teams just favoring that bike path side of the map, and you can kind of see why here. It fails and it's overturned. We see the turnover, 1-point play coming in. Actually, I think he might have just been throwing that for distance, but they're not able to connect with anything just yet. And it looks like Allegiance is able to clear out the base with little to no problems, and they're going to bring the drone back over to blue side anyway.
And we're starting to see some payloads coming into play here too. Royalty is going to have the overdrive, and all lethal that can be. Remy going to go ahead and toss the drone outside, but now Parasite does have overdrive as well, so that's something to keep in mind. If they can start to slay out of the base a little bit, get the drone to Parasite, get him to pop that overdrive, you can maybe get a 1-point play. Obviously, you want to try to get a 2. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. The defensive stop trying to come in from Royalty will be taken out there by Llama. 4 down for Allegiance. Things are looking good for Complexity. Now, when you get 4 down, you need to start thinking of trying to get this relay going. And the side they're attacking from, it's going to be hard to do that.
So there's a dunk. This game just got a little bit closer here as Complexity is only trailing by 1 point here. That's just 1 possession, and Llama has access to the Scarab. Not really too useful here when we get an uplink, is just considering how much coordination is required from teammates having their gun up. You already have 1 player that has the drone in their hand, and if you call someone out with the Scarab, that's just another gun down. It's a really difficult situation to be in, but we'll see if they can make it work. Parasite's pushed up onto bus side, but he gets traded just after he finds 1 kill. Complexity not able to really follow up on his player positioning at all, as Royalty and Remy just shut out the rest of the players on the side of the map.
If they can get Parasite into a good position, I mean, just by slaying out, and Parasite himself can slay out, they're going to be in a good position to at least tie this game up. He still has overdrive to work with, and he needs to use it in this final minute of the game, because it's going to be absolutely huge. Drone going to be positioned right on front of green. Is he going to be able to get this kill? Yes, he does now. Drone in his hands. Will he pop the overdrive? Just in the question. He's going to be able to get 1 beat down. 43 seconds left to work with. Just trying to figure out, just following his teammates, making sure he has that support. The overdrive needs to be popped soon.
They all went towards blue side. Parasite looked like he was trying to set up for a play towards mid. Maybe it's some sort of a miscommunication, or they didn't expect Parasite to stay alive around the drone, but that looked like a really disorganized play there, and something that Parasite was trying to set up, and it just ended up not working out for him.
It looked like a lot of miscommunication. You saw him just kind of, hey, should I run bottom steps? Where should I go? And they decide to wrap all the way back to the tunnel. But now you're going to see Allegiance just playing the time. I mean, basically what they're going to do is if he gets shot, he's just going to toss a drone out of the map for a fresh reset, and that is going to be the game. Allegiance is going to take this one 6-5, going up 2-1 in this best-of-5 series.
Allegiance one map. I'm sorry, my big head, my headset like just slipped off. But anyway, Allegiance one map away from closing the series out here. Ending the uplink with another great performance from Mochilla. On the opposite side, we see Complexity. I think what is probably a really frustrating game for Parasite, because I think that he played, there were so many situations where you could see that he was trying to set up a play, and it just wasn't working out for him. There was no one else to follow up the positions that he was in. When they would get these kills, they weren't able to capitalize on that. They weren't able to get that map pressure and force the objective, and that's got to be really frustrating for someone that was doing so well.
Yeah, and now we're going to be heading into Breakout Hardpoint. Let's see how this one does play out. One of my favorite hardpoint maps. It's just it's going to be another one of those great things where the NV4 player getting them to those power positions in top laundry and security, even throwing them into the hill once we get to the cell block as well. So, like I said, Complexity, you're going to need a big game from Parasite in this one.
Hopping into Hardpoint. So, for those of you guys that might not know, Breakout Hardpoint recently has seen some changes. The initial Hardpoint, the one right in the middle, it's usually in the bottom part of Cube, is now actually on top. And we've seen that's kind of flustered some of the teams like FaZe, who was already not so great at that map. They see themselves, I think they've lost every map on that, every game on that map this weekend. And it's just a little confusing because it messes up your rhythm, something being changed so briefly before the tournament, and I don't think that every team's adjusted to it as well as they could have, and that could definitely that could be a factor here in this matchup. So both teams, it's just one hard point for the whole game, for the whole map, but it still messes with rotations and messes with setups, and it depends on what your role is, like where you're going to be. We would see Slasher post up in the top side of his hut, and then once his team gets some kills, you'll see him move towards loading. So I'm curious to see what the game's going to look like through Parasite's eyes. Right, because that's sort of the role that he's assumed for Complexity. And then the same on the side of Mochilla. So I think it's going to be a bit of a battle for them, at least around the middle map hardpoint.
I think the biggest thing that I've seen is a lot of people from the security side, basically I think it might be the SDF spawn originally, but they attack from that side at the start. And then obviously it goes to the cell block side, so you maybe think, oh, maybe it's easier to control that side. If you can get a player just sat on the corner on the first hill at the top, just sitting in the corner, have his teammates push out docks and slay out over by the stairs, the spawn trap can keep coming in. You can rack up so much time. Like the first hill usually is a big contest one. You can lock it down to the point where you can get a good 30-40 seconds off it as well, but it all just comes down to how are you going to rotate, and if you don't rotate in time, what are you going to do to try to break the setup from the opposing team, because you don't just want to get this big lead, like getting this 30-40 point lead to start off the game, and then the other team rotates before you. You can't break their setup, because then they get such an easy rotation going from that second hill over to that ditch hill as well.
Right, so you've heard a lot here in a little bit of our analysis. Rotations and setups, rotations and setup. That's the name of the game in Hardpoint. You want to, most of the time you want to be the first person to that hill, and you also want to have a nice setup, having your team set up different crossfires and making sure you have the biggest choke points watched by your team. So let's see how Complexity works that out and how ALG can respond to it as well. I got to take a look at this again. Royalty, let's see if he's going with that five attachment class setup. That he is, so I guess that's just sort of a staple for him across all game modes and maps. And no trophy systems. I'm not seeing any trophy systems on the side of anyone there either.
There's one for Sin.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah,
there we go.
Sin and Royalty are going to be running the trophy systems for this. And just the biggest thing off the start, usually
what cluster grenade. Looks like a cluster grenade.
Usually what you're going to see is going to be Sinful going top laundry. It's going to be Parasite going top security. They're just going to kind of duke it out for that. That's going to be the long range battle going down with the NV4s. The rest is all sort of, you're going to send one player out to docks, and there's going to be some engagement going out there. Some players like to send two out there as well. Then they each send one into the hill or two. So it's just kind of like a split in terms of that. But like we said, we want to hop on board with Parasite. This is like the glue. This is the veteran of this Complexity team.
Right, and if you're just tuning in, Complexity versus Allegiance. Allegiance is one map away from closing out this series. Complexity wants to force this game 5. We're starting off with Breakout Hardpoint.
Parasite going to be going into top security right now. It's going to be Sinful right across there, and Laundry Shot's going to be tagging up from both sides. Exotic going to be playing that corner. That's the corner I was telling you about. This is what you do. Just get one player just sat inside there and just have him sit in the hill while the rest just work around, get those spawn traps going, and it can heavily go in your favor.
Engagement's going back and forth. Llama's going to be the one that takes point on the hard point. He does have access to that Oso with the laser sight, so close range engagements, that's where it's going to play into his favor. And we've seen just how dangerous he's been with this weapon and the attachment combination throughout the whole series. I don't see him slowing down one bit. Currently starting off the game 3-0. He has the K-bar as his secondary, so he's more useful at those longer range engagements. I think Llama's the person to watch here for this next hill.
Yeah, definitely. He's having a great series so far. I mean, we look at the Search and Destroy, that's really the big turning point for him, right? Ever since then, he's been having a very, very good game overall. So getting off to a hot start in this one, 3-0, picking up the scrap time 41-0. And like I said, you can get that like 30 to 40 seconds starting off on that side. And that's exactly what they did. They capitalized on it. You can thank the plays from Exotic from sitting inside of the hill. And you can also thank Llama for that one, and then Parasite watching over top.
All right. Retake coming in. Complexity's trying to take over from Allegiance here, who has the initial time in the hardpoint. Royalty's able to take down Swarley on the push, but again, Llama's Osa, those close range engagements, going to come out on top. And in a hardpoint like this, where you really just have people sliding at you, and this is where hip firing will benefit you, this is where laser sight really comes into play. So look to see Llama do some big things here on this hill.
Spot one out there. He's going to be able to take that. Osa's going to win that one 9 times out of 10. Be Sinful trying to be just a little bit of a nuisance inside of the hill, and you're seeing the power of it, right? You're seeing why he is 6-1 and why he's on a 3-kill streak. About to overlap the Scarab. The rotations coming in. ALG going to be the first team over in ditch. Look to have a pretty nice setup so far. No lethal streaks that can come in from the side of Complexity just yet. So look for Allegiance to get some good time off this one. This is the ideal setup that you want. I'm going to stay on board with Remy right now. It's going to be sitting over here by the yellow bulldozer.
So here it is. Most of Complexity's players pushing in through cave. Several kills going in their favor. Remy spamming that Osa, but nothing coming from it. Exotic's going to turn and burn, shutting him down. And Complexity is awarded with some hill time. That was an excellent 3-1 pinch on the hard point there, and they're awarded with some time. Allegiance now spawning out on the opposite side of cave, so that should give them even more time to just push through there and force them to spawn even further on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, definitely should. Parasite going to be the player inside the hill now. About to break 100 points, while Allegiance has yet to even break 50. It's not looking hot for them so far. It's going to be one player back in the telepad area. It's going to be Exotic. The player a lot of people might not truly know about, trying to get some revenge against his old team. Like we said, the bad blood between him and Mochila is very real. Dropped from the team, now he's going up against them on the, this time going to be facing against them on Complexity. Yeah, he will be taken out back there in the helipad. Control going to Allegiance once again, but like we said, they rotate early, but can they just hold this setup without Complexity breaking?
So that's Swarley, the closest one to the action, surrounded by all Allegiance players. Royalty's just going to shut him down real quick, and Sinful's going to find another kill into Exotic. And it's really just looking like a really disorganized push from Complexity. They got to get it together soon here if they want to hop on this hill, because a lot of it's just going unanswered. Allegiance is racking up some time.
Yeah, it all starts with that kill right there from Parasite to open things up to try to get a distraction. Now they're going to be able to get this crucial last 20 seconds on this hill, but Allegiance was able to bring it right back. They're only down by 40 now, so what was looking like a bloodbath is slowly becoming looking more and more favorable for Allegiance. They just need to try to get a good hold on this next hill if they want to gather some momentum as they head into the future of this game.
Rotation coming in. Exotic's going to give up those last few seconds of scrap time to try and get a head start on rotating over to mid-map again. Loading a little surround here. We got one player up top in the hardpoint looking towards loading, so it's not really easy for him to push out. He wins the gunfight anyway. That's huge. Stays alive for just a few more seconds here. You need Exotic to stay alive here around loading. He's still keeping the pressure up on middle map. Takes down Mochila. Swarley finds a kill. Exotic played that so well after that initial gunfight.
He definitely does. Swarley going to be inside the hill. He will be taken out. So a lot more contention going down on this one. But Parasite is going to decide that he's going to hop in the corner with the MV4, not challenge anything, just kind of trying to peek up and spot check. But will be taken out by the hands of Royalty. Now the overextension is going to be coming in. You see on the minimap it's going to be Swarley and Exotic trying to make something happen here. And Remy's going to be left alone, and he will be taken out. So trying to fight that 2 versus 1, you're not going to win that. The rotations coming in from both sides. Big gunfight going down up top there. It's going to be Swirly coming out on top once again. Now everything in control of Complexity.
Complexity's ready and willing. Nobody from Legion's really on the rotation yet. There we go. Now they're finally starting to come in from mid-map. 2 players going to come in from the back. 2 players cutting in from mid to this hard point. Got 1 Complexity player as the front line. That's Swirly waiting for him, pre-aiming, shuts down Mochilla, catches 1 player on the side for a team shot. 3 in a row going in favor of Complexity. Llama has access to that scarab, doesn't need it just yet though. He's also got access to rewind, so that can be big for him. Like I said before, this is a big part of the map for him with this Osa, and you can see it. It's reflected in the scoreboard just how much he's done on the hard point. 1.5 minutes, so much more time than anyone else in the lobby. Llama's really contributing a lot in the objective and the kill column for his team.
He's one of the big reasons Complexity are doing what they're doing right now. You're going to see Sinful utilize that rewind. Has the Hornet in hand, trying to track down this player who is inside the hill contesting. He is going to be able to take him out. So the last 10 seconds of this going to be going to the side of Allegiance. Now, we brought it up before, right? They had a 4-man stack over by this new ditch hard point. They were all rotated early. They had such a good setup, but the push for Complexity was just too overwhelming for the 1 player that was watching Cave. Are they going to replicate this one? Exotic is going to be the player that is trying to challenge it. Going to spot turnaround at the back. Gets the call out from his teammate. Now it's just time to be patient and wait for his teammates to come up for the finish.
And no dead silence. They're going to hear him blasting and thrusting around the corner. They're going to turn and get that trade kill immediately. However, he knows he still needed to push. I knew he was going to die, but that gave his team a good enough distraction to follow it up with 2 kills. So excellent trading there coming in from the rest of the Complexity roster to take an advantage off of that play. Llama as your front line with the Osa, waiting for someone to turn the corner, but Swirly catches them before they're even a threat. And now we're going to see him be the aggressor. Mochilla shuts him down. That's 2 kills. And the trade again coming in from Exotic, so it's efficient trading from Complexity.
If you need the Mochilla from the first hard point to try to make a comeback in this one, you see him, he's going to be rocking the K-bar, so a little bit switching there with him and Sinful. See what he's going to be able to do here, try to turn things around to keep their hopes alive. This is where we did see a turning point for Allegiance the last time on this rotations, where they really start to bring the game backwards. I mean, backwards. They tried to bring the game back, so see the Commissary Hill, it's going to go right back into favor of Complexity. It's just Exotic, you can't really stop him right now. He's been the guy that you really need to watch. Him and Llama have just been doing all the work for Complexity.
It really feels like LG's just run out of steam. They're just getting outsmarted right now. It doesn't really feel like they're doing anything too creative. It doesn't really seem to have any crazy coordinated plays. Complexity's just playing the fundamentals of hardpoint much better. But now we're seeing a two-man flank coming in from ALG. Just as I say that they set something up to try and get a play in some hill time. It works out for them. Player 4, Llama, though, coming in from mid towards loading, is able to find himself a kill. ALG again set up. 1 player trying to make a hero play. He's going to get... Oh, no. Swirly actually finds the kill. Exotic catches another. Swirly finds 2. Clearing out the hard point completely by himself, and he gets the scrap time for it. So now we should see the rotation coming in towards mid again.
Parasite's going to have that FTL jump if he does opt to use that one. The setup, playing from the side, that is preferable. And then they have the players sitting in the corner of the hardpoint hill as well. So this is exactly what you want if you're on the side of Complexity. Parasite having himself a little bit of a party here. He's going to be over by Docs. Now he's going to be pushing forward over towards the steps. Is he going to be able to find this player? No, he is not. It's going to be Remy coming up on top in that engagement. But 230 to 131. Things are looking so good for Complexity.
Great shots from Remy there for sure. Royalty and Simple follow it up. Setting up Allegiance with some awesome map pressure on middle map. Spawning Complexity way far out to the left side of your mini-map in the top left corner of your screen. So you can see they really only have time for 1 more push. But I think that most of them are going to opt to go ahead and rotate.
Yeah, this last 20 seconds, I mean, it's big for Allegiance with how much they're down. But now the biggest thing is Mochilla going to be able to hold back these 2 players? Or is the support going to come? So there's going to be 1 player pushing stairs. Parasite's going to be able to take out Royalty. Now Mochilla has to deal with Parasite. He should know that he has an NV4, so it's going to be hard for him to win these long-range engagements. Parasite going to come up on top, and that completely opened things up again for Complexity.
Allegiance go finding the initial top of the cell block hardpoint. Llama pops the Royalty pops the low overdrive. Llama gets the shutdown on him. And Remy's going to hit the wall run flank here. Hoping to find an engagement soon. That he does. Shots in the beatdown. Connects with another kill. Going for the spray transfer on the 3rd, and he finds it. Allegiance. They're trying to make this comeback here as Complexity is only 14 seconds away from forcing the game 5. They need to go big. They fell asleep for most of this map. But Remy starting to come to life here. He has access to the reactive armor. If he pops that and finds himself a few more kills, Allegiance is going to be in a much more much more viable position to come back here. He's going to have score streaks, and they're going to be, what, just 30 seconds behind.
This is going to be huge, and Remy needs to make sure he plays for these streaks. He can't be caught with his pants down anywhere. He needs to try to get these because it can be huge. You're heading to the next 2 hills that are completely out in the open, and it can benefit you so greatly, but there's going to be one player just sitting in the corner. That is going to be Llama. Going to be taking him out. Yep, burns reactive armor and gets taken off his streaks as well.
So now Complexity just 5 seconds away from closing out this map and forcing a Game 5. No one from Allegiance is in range, just 2 players, but they're heavily outnumbered, and that's going to be a map win for Complexity. We're going to Game 5, Dirk.
It was starting to look real good for Allegiance with that little hot streak that Remy was getting on. I feel like if maybe, like I said, he was taking a very big risk pushing through mid. You know somebody's going to be watching a flank somewhere, and he got taken out. It could have been a different story, especially if you have streaks going into that hill, completely open that up. So we're heading to a match number 5, like you said. It's going to be Search and Destroy on Crusher.
Search for Strong Crusher. I wonder if we see the sniper come out from Mochila again, maybe to look over middle map. Some other interesting strategies we've seen on this map is when they're attacking indoors. Some people like to pull out that laser sight on some weapons. We've seen it on the E-Rad. We could see it on the OSA. Llama has shown just how strong he can be throughout this series with that weapon and attachment combination. And, you know, I really like what his thought process with it, too. He makes that class with the OSA and the laser sight, and he plays, of course, those in-your-face kind of frontline engagements, so that when he takes out an enemy player, they're more than likely going to have a K-bar or something in their hands, right? So then he can pick that up, and now he's useful at every range. He's got essentially a glorified SMG in his hands in the form of the OSA, and then he picks up either a K-bar and NV4 for mid to long range engagements, and then he becomes useful in every situation, which is big for that middle hardpoint that we saw in Breakout. Yeah,
definitely. So Search and Destroy and Crusher, at least we're going to see some variety in Search and Destroy on this map, to say the least. I mean, it's kind of a split, to be honest, from what we've seen just today from the event. There's a lot of A and B pushes. There's not just really one side that they just completely favor on the likes of the last Search and Destroy maps that we saw on Scorch. So, heading into the rig draft for this one, see if anything really changes up. Players basically just have it kind of set in stone on what they're going to be using. Parasite still opting to go with the FTL jump.
And really the only difference we're seeing here is that on the side of Complexity we have Reactive Armor Shockwave, whereas on the side of Allegiance we have Reactive Armor Man-at-Arms. So everything else seems pretty standard here. We're actually seeing, I mean, we already mentioned the FTL jump, but in Search and Destroy, that's something that's a little popular. Parasite also rocked that in the previous map on the hard point.
I don't think it really did much for him. I didn't really see him use it. I mean, FTL jump is going to be one of those things that's kind of hard to catch unless you're on board with him and you actually see him use it. But you don't really want to just stick around him in that long just to see him teleport forward or anything like that.
Yeah, so it's hard to catch a blink. I mean, that kind of speaks volumes to how it plays out in game too. It's something you don't expect. It's just really instant and jarring.
Yeah, so we're going to be heading into Crusher on this one. See if Llama can continue his performance. I mean, with propulsion too, we talked about this. You get a sniper in the hand of somebody with propulsion, they're basically just floating in the air. If you just hit a little wall run, you can just keep gliding.
Yeah, and Llama, as we said earlier, one of the more powerful players in Search and Destroy, so I'm looking forward to see what he can do in this map. I mean, we saw just how he completely took over on Scorch, outscoring everyone in the lobby by a huge margin. He was really playing on another level.
Was it 16 or 17 kills he ended with?
It was 16.
16?
16 kills. Monstrous performance from him. Really just outshining everyone in the lobby. He was always there for a trade kill for his team. And he's just a huge asset for his team, right? Llama was that's been Llama's strength. This is his strength in Search and Destroy.
It's going to be hard to top that performance, but as long as you win, that's really all that matters. So we're going to be jumping into this one right now after the countdown clock does go. Fox, I'm going to ask you for your prediction for this one. Who do you think takes it?
I think Allegiance this weekend has looked pretty far so good, at least today, you know, of course. So it's not a huge sample size that I'm going off of here. To me, it still kind of feels like they've run out of steam. I think that we could see Complexity take over and run and just kind of outstrat them in this S&D here.
And we'll see how it goes. And our player to watch is definitely going to be Llama from Complexity. And I think from the side of ALG, we're just going to have to watch Mochila again. I mean, these have been sort of like the two standout guys that we've really seen from both of the teams, so it's going to be interesting to see. They're going to be opting to go with, I believe, 2 NV4s for this one. Obviously, NV4, very, very popular Search and Destroy weapon. That precision, and especially with the range that it has, can benefit you greatly. It's going to be curious to see what Complexity is going to do off the start of this one. It's going to be map number 5. We're actually seeing a lot of map number 5s on this Bravo stream. Usually it's just quick 3-0s all around, but we've been seeing some pretty good games so far on this lovely Friday here at MLG Las Vegas. Jumping into this one, who is going to come out on top? Exotic is going to be your bomb carrier, and it looks like they're going to be heading over to this B site. Or not.
Exotic kind of wrapping back towards A side, so I guess there is a little bit of confusion in the opening round play call here, but that's going to put them in a bit of a disadvantage in terms of timing. So, grenade comes out, flechette grenade separates. It's only going to tag them up a little bit. That's usually where you see things like the blast shield come into play. 2 Allegiance players just around the corner, so Exotic knows that it's not safe to plant the bomb right now. And with that trophy system being down right in front of him, he can't even throw his flechette grenade safely.
Yeah, don't want to take the risk of getting killed by your own trophy system or your teammate's trophy system. No kills been taken yet. 45 seconds left in this first round. Bomb is going to be going down from the side of Complexity. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here in a very, very good position. Time now going against Allegiance.
Bomb carrier Exotic is able to put it down, find himself a favorite position in the hallway. Sinful there, taking point, but he gets shot in the back by Swarly. Someone's got to be there for the trade for Allegiance, but no one's home. He's going to get away for it for free. Exotic finds Moach, Royalty catches Exotic, and Swarly trades over to Remy. Royalty still alive after finding 2 kills, and we've seen some highlight reel-worthy plays from Royalty on this map.
Woof.
Big kills there from him, 3 in a row. Awesome play, just 12 seconds, he has enough to defuse. And that's got to be, if you're ALG, you're really praising Royalty right now. It's an awesome play from him.
Oh, it definitely was. Picking up 3 kills in this one as well. Going to go ahead and get himself the defuse, putting him 300 away from that Trinity rocket. So Allegiance going to be taking the first round over Complexity and search and destroy on Crusher. Now they will be heading over to the offensive side. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. And it's always love seeing the little circle for your payload just to fill up so quickly. After 1 round, so close to getting overdrive already.
Yeah, I mean, with a stellar round like that, he's definitely going to see some sort of advantage come his way, and seeing these payloads and score streaks act as sort of a snowball mechanic. You want to see Royalty take full advantage of that and stay alive here. So Moach is going to be the one to put the bomb down. No one from Complexity is home, though. They're all swarming towards A bomb site. They started the rotation early as they pushed through and realized no one was there. They're setting up for a 2-2 pinch onto this B bomb site. However, Allegiance has seen this before. They're already set up. They have their crossfire ready, but they're working at a man advantage.
And we're going to see Llama doing some work with the OSA once again. Going to be able to pick up 1, but the players from Allegiance are going to come around, find him in a sticky situation, 2 versus 1. Going to be able to clean that one on taking the first 2 rounds. Remy going to be the player in your final kill cam with the help of Royalty. Taking him out. Took roughly 6 hits to take him out. Round number 3. Coming up next.
So it was a great pinch from Complexity there after the push kind of just failed. It was kind of one of just those 50-50 situations. They called the play at A. They thought that they would see some competition at A, just like in round 1 for offense. But Allegiance just completely switched it up and went to B side instead. So reading that immediately, they set up for the pinch. They understood what was going on right away. They just weren't able to take them on the retake to the site.
Bachilla going to be the player from Allegiance drawing first blood. That was going to be on Swarly. Favoring this B site once again. It's going to be Llama taking out Machilla. Kills going to be traded all around. Sinful taking out Exotic. Llama taking out Sinful, and everything going down. But Allegiance is going to come out on top once again. Looking so strong so far in the search and destroy.
Yeah, Allegiance is starting off real hot here. I mean, 3-0 lead is pretty huge for them. We saw the misdirection of going from A site your first offensive round to switching up your offensive strategy for the second offense. Not many teams do that. Some of them will just keep doing their normal execute and then just like make slight variations of it. We can see the Allegiance playbook opening up here.
Yep. Trophy system going to go down. It's going to be Remy dropping that. The flechettes are going to be coming in. There's going to be 1 player right outside of the door here. Let's see how they opt to do this one. It's going to be Sinful picking up first blood. Royalty's going to follow that up with a kill of his own. And then another one coming in for Royalty. Starting to heat up a little bit. Has that overdrive already, 7-1. And Allegiance just making slight work of Complexity so far.
See, here it is. I was saying that it seemed like Allegiance was running out of steam. And I think this 4-0 lead is more than enough to get that momentum right back into their hands and close out the map. Complexity needs to shut that down and respond with something soon because they are in deep trouble.
They definitely are. Things not looking good for them. But we know in Search and Destroy, it's never over until it hits round 6. It's can keep on going forever. So let's see what's going to go down here. Exotic going to be picking up the bomb once again. Parasite currently 0-4. Let's see if he's going to be able to get anything rolling with the OSA. First Blood going to go in favor of Complexity, I think for the first time in the entire match. They're going to go ahead, overextend all the way through. Players going to be coming around on the flank for Allegiance.
So decision to push through A here from Complexity and wrap all the way over to B. They got one player sitting behind them watching the flank. He's going to be met by two players, Sinful and Remy here. Sinful's able to catch him. A little bit of timing there as he catches Swarly and is able to shut him down. The bomb should be going down at the moment for Complexity. Exotic still want to do it. Access to rewind. Sinful's going to pop it after finding his kill. No trade coming in. And 2 kills go in favor of Allegiance. Parasite's left in a 1 versus 2. No kills on the board, and it's going to stay that way. Allegiance gets their 5th round, and they're 1 round away from closing out the series in Game 5, Dirk.
That was perfectly executed right there. I mean, like we always say, when you have 2 players left last live, group up, play sort of like the buddy system. Sinful, Machilla played that one so perfect, and now they're 1 round away from taking this best-of-5 series against Complexity. Machilla going to be in your final kill cam, taking out Parasite right there. Pre-aiming, getting the first shot on him as well. Going to be heading over to the offensive side, so let's see if Complexity can try to turn this around, trying to make a full sale happen of their own.
Not quite the prestige of a full sale kind of situation, but we are seeing Moach. Bomb in hand for his team. He's actually going to double back here. I'm not entirely sure what the pathing is looking like for them at the moment. Maybe just getting the information from player 7 and player 8 on your mini-map, Sinful and Remy, towards that B bomb site. Moach is able to find 2 kills on the flank with the bomb. The bomb carrier is doing a lot of the damage. And he's finally taken down by Exotic there, but Royalty finding the trade. And Royalty, as we said earlier, has been a big part of this map. Currently 8-2. About to make it 9-2 as one player escapes his sights. That's actually gonna be Parasite, I'm sorry, that was trying to stop Royalty, but the overdrive was popped. He's able to get away free.
Definitely is. Let's see if he's going to be able to work some magic here. Definitely seen it from Parasite in the past, but that bomb is going to be going down. He's going to be able to spot one on the rock. Is he going to win this gunfight? No, he is not. It's going to be Allegiance, the 6-0 on Complexity. That's all it took, was just 6 rounds. Allegiance comes out on top. Royalty, with the help of Sinful, going to be in your final kill cam, taking out Parasite there. Left all alone out to dry. Was expecting a little bit more of a competitive search and destroy, but we always don't get what we want.
Allegiance today has really been showing up this tournament, shutting out both the likes of Luminosity Gaming and Complexity, which I think most people would predict against this team, but Allegiance is really showing up to play. And I mean, they're definitely impressing me. We've seen Mochilla have such a consistent performance throughout the series, Royalty really coming to life in that last map there, and ending in just a spectacular way for them. But guys, that's going to do it for this series as Allegiance takes the victory in Game 5. So we can go ahead and recap what's going on today on Bravo. We saw things start off with Rise Nation 3-0ing the likes of Revenge, who isn't having a great start to their weekend. Team Envious able to shut out Gosu, as most people would have predicted, the best team in the world, facing off against a team of sort of up-and-coming amateur players. They're going to hit him with the 3-0. But then Gosu getting actually our second upset of the weekend, able to beat FaZe Clan 3-2, taking those S&Ds, actually taking a hard point off of FaZe as well in a dominating fashion. Next up, we had Cloud9 versus Echo Fox. This was a match that I think you casted. And you could probably give me a better recap as to what happened in that map.
It was insane. Basically, if we just want to jump straight to Game 5, it came down to a Pat Price nasty rewind play. I don't think it was a 1 versus 3, but he picked up a pretty nasty 3-piece. But it was just kind of like a back-and-forth series the entire time. It was kind of shocking for me for Echo Fox. I didn't think they were going to be able to compete too well with Cloud9, but they took it right down to the wire. Almost got reverse swept though on Cloud9, which is it would have happened to them twice today if they would have lost that series.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because for me, the match between Cloud9 and Echo Fox, I mentioned this in my my Vegas predictions video, that it would really come down to, does Echo Fox's stellar preparation for this tournament outperform the talent, the sheer talent and strength of the Cloud9 roster? Because I think that we can all agree, Echo Fox has had much higher quality and much higher frequency of practice than Cloud9 since Infinite Warfare's release. So that was definitely an interesting match.
A lot of Cloud9's practice just consisted of, man, this is garbage, I'm done.
And a lot of Modern Warfare Remastered there. So Echo Fox staying dedicated to the grind on Infinite Warfare. I think it's paying off. They're impressing some people this weekend, so we got to look to see if they can continue it and maybe come out on top in this pool play here and make it into that winners bracket for the first time at an MLG event in the past year or so. So you see on screen here, we got our pools, envious top, or lots of ties here for Pool A, Pool C. Really, the only standout at the moment is Allegiance going 2-0 in their group, which I don't think many people had predicted.
Yeah, I think people probably swapped that around, put Luminosity up there, Allegiance in second, and Complexity in third. And then I believe Rise Nation and Optic Gaming are actually playing right now. I think that might be going on. I think it's Rise Nation actually up 2-1. But yep, Rise Nation up 2-1 against Optic Gaming right now as well. So that could be a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, so that's the end of the show for us here on Bravo. If you want to catch more Call of Duty action, go ahead and check out the mainstream, MLG.tv/Call of Duty. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. You see the schedule right up on your screen for Bravo. I'm Fox. This is Dirk. Thank you very much for joining us, and have a great night.